Within the confines of the system, Minyang occupies a high position, yet unexpectedly finds himself transported back to the year 1991. This is an era freshly transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy, where venturing into business has become a prevailing tide, bringing forth numerous remarkable figures who begin to shine. Confronted with a treacherous spouse and a family living in hardship, witness his transformation as he skillfully navigates the tumultuous waters of commerce, altering the future landscape. Chapter 1. Do you still desire a wedding gift? Several three-wheeled motorcycles are neatly parked at the alley's entrance, each adorned with a prominent happiness character, while the central Santana is dressed in even more festive attire, lavishly decorated with crimson satin. Such an extravagant wedding procession is particularly distinguished in a small county town. Following the thunderous crackle of firecrackers at the entrance, it is time to carry the bride out, as numerous neighbors gather to witness the spectacle. However, the open door suddenly thuds shut. A bunch of clumsy, three-wheeled vehicles. What a farce. The wedding gift must be increased to 666. The number 6 represents good fortune. Suddenly, a woman in her 40s loudly protests, squeezing to the forefront of the crowd, leaning against the door, unwilling to let the wedding party pass. Why does it cost more money again? Besides, isn't there Santana? Someone from the groom's side expresses discontent. Hurry and hand over the cash, otherwise, you won't be able to take my daughter away. The woman's fierce demeanor and menacing appearance suggest she is not joking, instantly chilling the once joyous atmosphere of the wedding. The spacious living room, crowded with guests, falls into an unsettling silence. The groom's party exchanges glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed, particularly since they had previously agreed that the bride price would encompass the meet and greet gift, the 3 gold items, and the wedding gift, intending only to present a token amount of 1 or 2 yuan today. Why the sudden demand? The sum demanded is not insignificant. Over 600 in 2023 is akin to the mother-in-law opening her gaping maw and asking for 18,000 just to get into the car. This is no different from outright robbery. Dear in-law, didn't we agree on everything beforehand? Why is there still a wedding gift? If there are any customs we have overlooked, we can discuss them later. Let's allow the newlyweds to get into the car first. Time is of the essence, and everyone is waiting. As the elder on the groom's side, the uncle steps forward to negotiate, attempting to maintain a cordial demeanor, not wanting to escalate the situation. He glances at his nephew, noticing his dazed expression, and feels a pang of disappointment. The bride's family holds a significant social standing and is the direct superior of the groom. Yet throughout this engagement, the bride's side has consistently maintained an upper hand, showing no willingness to compromise, which is utterly unreasonable. Not a chance, the woman asserts firmly, granting no leeway whatsoever. If you cannot furnish this amount, do not expect my daughter to cross the threshold. She then pulls up a chair to sit at the door, her demeanor suggesting that negotiation is futile. This money is non-negotiable. In-law, how about this? The uncle sighs, leaning closer to the woman. Let us take the bride home first, and we will settle the payment later. We simply do not have that much cash on hand. Despite the elder's acquiescence to this unreasonable demand, the groom's side has already lowered their stance considerably. Yet the woman turns her head away, disdainfully brushing dust from her clothes, ignoring them entirely, an action that humiliates the groom's party. The uncle inhales deeply, nearly losing his composure, and looks to his nephew, hoping for him to speak up. However, the groom, Minyang, stands there in a daze, silent and seemingly weak, giving the impression of submission. If he continues to display such timidity, how will the couple manage their lives together? Will she forever hold dominion over him? Even if she is your superior, such behavior is unacceptable. Gritting his teeth, the uncle declares, gather the money. What else could they do? It was nearly 11 o'clock. If they delayed any longer, they feared they would not return until past midnight, jeopardizing the auspicious occasion. Thus, the groom's side hastily began to negotiate, pooling together sums of 30 and 50 yuan, creating an extremely awkward scene. Meanwhile, the bride's relatives bask in their triumph, their expression smug, as if they have won a great victory, particularly the woman, whose eyes seem to reach the ceiling, continuously emitting derisive snorts, evidently displeased with the groom's slow response in providing the funds. The bride, a party to this affair, has remained silent throughout her family's unreasonable demands. Tao Qingqing keeps her lips pursed, lowering her head, feeling a sense of injustice. Hurry and withdraw cash from the bank. When the uncle finally secures the bank book, he wipes the sweat from his brow and quickly summons others. Don't go. Suddenly, the groom, Minyang, shouts decisively, lunging forward to snatch the bank book from his uncle's grasp, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Minyang, what is the matter with you? The uncle asks in astonishment. The bride price was agreed upon to cover everything. Why should we give them more money? That would be insulting. Minyang's rage is palpable, his voice rising as he expresses his frustration, stuffing the bankbook into his pocket. A fierce expression flashes across his handsome face, revealing deep-seated resentment towards the bride. Tao Qingqing, and her entire family. For Li Minyang, this moment marks the onset of a nightmare that will torment him for decades, forever relegating his parents to a position of inferiority before their in-laws. The previously indistinct vision gradually sharpened, and the ringing in his ears subsided. A sudden influx of memories from both past and present flooded his mind, confirming that he had indeed been reincarnated. He had returned to the joyous occasion of August 8th, 1991, a Thursday. In his previous life, Li Minyang was a distinguished graduate, assigned to his position through university connections. Not only was he highly educated, but his exceptional capabilities ensured a promising future, earning him the admiration of Director Tao, who was so fond of him that he was willing to introduce his own daughter to him. The two young souls were quite enamored with each other, and after a brief courtship, they began to discuss marriage. Despite encountering various disagreements during the wedding preparations, Li Minyang tirelessly endeavored to mediate both parties' concerns, often at the expense of his own desires, prioritizing the feelings of the bride. Li Minyang believed that Tao Qingqing, upon marrying and transitioning into a foreign environment, would inevitably face discomfort or anxiety, especially with a child on the way. Thus, he found it understandable that her temperament might be somewhat volatile, striving to ensure that the woman did not endure any grievances. However, after their nuptials, Li Minyang never experienced Tao Qingqing's virtues of grace or selflessness. Her lack of appreciation rendered his affections unreciprocated. Instead, she consistently displayed a sharp and spiteful demeanor, as if he owed her a debt of goodwill. Fortunately, Li Minyang's career flourished, leading him to ascend to the position of city secretary in his middle age. Yet, unexpectedly, his beloved Tao Qingqing betrayed him, exploiting his name to amass wealth for herself. Once her deceit was unveiled, she fled abroad, abandoning all blame upon Li Minyang. The ensuing investigation revealed that Li Minyang's child was not his biological offspring. It turned out that the rushed marriage was merely to secure him as a provider, as he had invested countless efforts and affections, a situation so absurd and ironic that it shattered a man's hope for life. In the cold confines of prison, Li Minyang found his breathing increasingly labored, enveloped in profound despair. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness and resentment. I had been reborn. Li Minyang pinched his thigh with fervor. The sharp pain unmistakably signaled that this moment was not a dream, but a tangible reality. Li Minyang, what is your attitude? Have the audacity to repeat that. A woman bellowed, abruptly rising and moving closer to Li Minyang, displeased that her son-in-law dared to speak to her in such a manner, glaring fiercely at him, which instantly escalated the tension in the household. Li Minyang, what sudden madness has overtaken you? How dare you speak to my family like that? Are you out of your mind? I refuse to marry now. Tao Qingqing finally found her voice, flinging her bouquet onto the bed. Li Minyang fixed his gaze upon Tao Qingqing, her once appealing visage now evoking a profound sense of revulsion, more nauseating than consuming excrement. The pent-up indignation and fury erupted from within him. Have the audacity to repeat that? Huh, are you deaf? Then I shall say it again. Showing your family respect, and you want a gift of 666? You think you're worthy? Li Minyang pointed accusingly at Tao Qingqing's nose, screaming in a frenzy, spittle flying amidst the illumination, his voice frantically resonating in every ear present, a sensation of exhilarating release coursing through every pore of his being. Damned, how dare they? Asking for 666. Do you truly consider your father a close ally? A close ally of 666? Or perhaps a Chow County 666? Chapter 2. Come, let the uproar commence. The visage of the woman, He-Yuzhen, instantly flushed crimson, contorting into a grimace reminiscent of a bitter melon. Her eyes radiated a murderous fury. After a lifetime of dominance, when had she ever endured such humiliation in front of relatives and friends? To have her own son-in-law hurling insults at her. The female relatives had already begun their cacophony of accusations, their tempers boiling over, while the maternal uncle's heart raced in desperation. What had begun as a joyful wedding procession had turned sour in an instant. He hastily tugged at his nephew's arm, signaling him to calm down. However, Li Minyang shrugged off his uncle-esque grip, stepping forward to lock eyes with He-Yuzhen. Li Minyang's previous casual remarks seemed to reverberate with gravity. Was he truly contemplating abandoning this marriage? He-Yuzhen threatened him with deliberate enunciation. Her audacity stemmed entirely from the leniency Li Minyang had previously shown. Some individuals are inherently malevolent. Respect does not breed respect in return, and such individuals relish in tormenting the benevolent. A slap can indeed echo resoundingly. With no remorse for her daughter's indiscretions, she shifted the blame onto Li Minyang. Venting her ire. Does it matter whether you marry or not? Who are you to throw tantrums? Perhaps I was too lenient. Li Minyang erupted in a torrent of curses, discarding the red and green cloth draped over his shoulder with disdain. Note, In the 1990s, in certain regions, couples were required to prepare red and green cloths for their wedding, which were hung over the man's shoulder. This scene left everyone astonished. The typically composed Li Mingyang had resorted to such absurdity. Was the wedding truly off? Even He Yuzhen, who always sought to secure her own benefits, found herself momentarily speechless, as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat. Enough. I'm leaving, Li Mingyang declared, casting a glance at his companions before striding toward the exit. Li Mingyang, have you lost your mind? Tao Qingqing rushed forward, grasping his arm in genuine panic. We must proceed with the wedding. Release me. Li Mingyang glared furiously, shaking off her grip, resolute in his decision to depart. Yet, Tao Qingqing clung to him, fearing his departure. I'm pregnant. Are you really going to abandon us for a few $100s? My mother may have made excessive demands, but she only wishes for you to cherish me more. Set aside the facts. She is merely worried for my sake. How could you speak to her in such a manner? Tao Qingqing's tone shifted to one of pleading, simultaneously binding Li Mingyang with moral obligations. Let us not even discuss facts anymore. You think I'm going to lecture you on trivial matters? A child. The mention of a child ignited a furious reaction in Li Mingyang, his neck muscles tensing. This child was not his. This wretched woman had adorned him with the metaphorical green hat for years. How dare you claim that the child in your womb belongs to me? You deceitful harlot. Li Mingyang's expression twisted in rage as he forcefully shoved Tao Qingqing away. Had it not been for someone steadying her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Instantly, the faces of Tao's family darkened, their eyes darting about, neglecting the fact that Tao Qingqing had been wronged, clearly aware of the skeletons lurking in their own closet. Tao Qingqing stood frozen for a few seconds before bursting into tears. Li Mingyang, do you possess any conscience? If the child is not yours, then whose could it be? You insult me like this, and I would be better off dead. In a fit of desperation, she reached for a pair of scissors, intending to harm herself. The room erupted into chaos as people wrestled the scissors from her grasp, uncertain of what to say. The situation had escalated beyond control. Even Li Mingyang's uncle was bewildered, his mind racing. Just moments ago, his nephew had vowed to treat Tao Qingqing with utmost care, and now he was uttering such words. If the child were indeed his, it should never have come. Why must it come to this? Tao Jianfa, the county tax bureau chief and a man of considerable stature, finally interjected. You two are acting like children, quarreling over trivial matters, speaking thoughtlessly in the heat of the moment. Yuzhen, what nonsense is this about a wedding gift? You are only complicating matters for the children. Time is of the essence. Do not squander the auspicious hour. Let us gather our things and proceed. Tao Jianfa attempted to mediate, appearing to be a responsible elder, understanding the bigger picture and not wishing to escalate the situation. However, only Li Mingyang knew the true nature of this man. How duplicitous he was, orchestrating schemes under the guise of respectability, with each family member complicit in their nefarious dealings. Upon hearing her father's words, Tao Qingqing, who had been weeping moments before, swiftly wiped her tears and began to gather her belongings in preparation to leave with Li Mingyang. Yet, a sense of unease gripped her. The affair had been meticulously concealed. How had Li Mingyang caught on? The hospital had also been informed to adjust the dates when the child was born, to claim it as a premature birth, as record-keeping was not yet stringent. Huh, Li Mingyang scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips as he surveyed Tao Qingqing with disdain. How could a woman debase herself to such an extent? Li Mingyang, you have shattered my heart. Were it not for our child, I would never tolerate such treatment from you. Tao Qingqing lamented, her voice laced with indignation. Enough of your charade. Do you think I am unaware of whose child it truly is? It belongs to Gao Yangshan. Not a single one of you is virtuous. Li Mingyang bellowed, denouncing the very man who would later conspire with Tao Qingqing to amass wealth, a man for whom he had sacrificed so much of his own life. Li Mingyang, Tao Jianfa shouted in fury, unable to remain seated any longer. To slander your betrothed in front of relatives is disgraceful. Your moral character is appalling. How could I ever consider placing you in a position of responsibility? Tao Jianfa's words were a blatant threat, yet Li Mingyang remained unfazed. It was 1991, a time ripe with opportunity, and he would not endure even a modicum of humiliation from his family. To hell with you, Li Mingyang spat, clearing his throat before expectorating a thick glob of phlegm directly onto Tao Jianfa's face, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Tao Jianfa's face twitched as he instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the spittle, his arm trembling uncontrollably. You and your family are nothing but beasts. Your daughter cavorts with men, while you provide cover for her, expecting me to support your illegitimate offspring and still demand respect? You must be dreaming. Li Mingyang's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling with adrenaline as he clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. Damn you! Tao Qingba, Tao Qingqing's brother, could no longer contain himself and hurled a vase at Li Minyang, who was already prepared, grabbing a nearby chair and swinging it in retaliation. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed, grappling with one another as the surrounding relatives surged forward, escalating the brawl. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, with items being smashed and the room descending into pandemonium. "Uncle, hold this wretched child down," Li Minyang shouted, nearly delirious with rage, as Tao Qingba, despite his frail stature, managed to pin him to the ground. "Li Minyang, why are you being so reckless?" The uncle's face was filled with concern, but he nevertheless followed through, ensuring that Tao Qingba was subdued. "How dare you?" Li Minyang lunged toward He Yuzhen, the old hag, with fury in his eyes. "Do you still want your job?" He Yuzhen instinctively took a step back, yet her tongue remained sharp. "To hell with your job. I'll give you 2 slaps for good measure," Li Minyang roared, landing a resounding slap across He Yuzhen's face, all the while vocalizing his triumph. This left He Yuzhen utterly stunned, collapsing heavily onto the ground, her head spinning as she sat there in shock for several seconds before letting out a pained wail. "Ouch! That nearly killed me. It hurts so much. Ah, what a relief." Li Minyang reveled in his newfound exhilaration. "You dare strike my mother?" Tao Qingqing approached, her face a mask of fury. Without uttering a word, Li Minyang unleashed a fierce slap upon Tao Qingqing, sending her flying 2 meters away. "Old bald donkey, and you too!" A voice erupted from Li Minyang's throat, primal and untamed, as he charged toward Tao Jianfa, consumed by a frenzied rage. Chapter 3. Too much has been missed. What do you intend to do? Tao Jianfa instinctively recoiled, his rotund figure stumbling backward. As the head of the tax bureau in this small county, he was held in high esteem. Who would dare strike him? "Old bald donkey, damn you!" Li Minyang leapt and delivered a brutal kick to Tao Jianfa's abdomen, resulting in a pained howl as the man fell to the ground like a barrel. "Damn it, you beast!" Tao Jianfa cried out in agony, clutching his belly, cold sweat pouring from him, the pain inducing a wave of nausea. Li Minyang's gaze was icy as he noticed relatives of Tao's family rushing towards him. Swiftly, he raised his size 44 foot and landed a solid kick to Tao Jianfa's face, ensuring he would not be the one to back down first. A dull thud resonated clearly in the air. Several individuals restrained Li Minyang, clawing and pulling at him, and in response, He Yuzhen approached with gritted teeth, seizing his hair. "Li Minyang, I tell you, your life is ruined. Your job is gone for sure. Prepare to spend time in jail. Ah, you're killing me, let go." He Yuzhen's words trailed off as Li Minyang, despite the excruciating pain, grasped the woman's hair and yanked with all his might, a low growl emanating from his throat. "Ah? Demand another wedding gift for me. Go ahead." With every roar, he tugged harder at He Yuzhen's hair, causing her to writhe in agony, feeling as though her scalp might tear away. "I don't care how you hit me. I just want to rip this old hag's hair out." Li Minyang's heart was merciless. Inside, the wails continued unabated until neighbors rushed in, finally separating the two factions. The Tao family bore significant injuries, especially He Yuzhen, whose hair was a disheveled mess, while Li Minyang sported a bruised face, blood trickling onto his pristine shirt, rendering him quite the sight of disarray. "Uncle, are you all right?" Li Minyang glanced at his uncle with concern, reassured that his youth and vigor had shielded him from harm. "Don't worry, no one hit your uncle. They were all attacking you," Tian Xiushan whispered, noting the collar remained unruffled. "How did a wedding turn into this? Let's calm down and talk it over." "Indeed. Why resort to violence today? We're on the verge of becoming one family. We mustn't allow this. There's no need for such behavior. Qingqing is pregnant, and we must consider the child's safety." Neighbors stepped forward to mediate, their expressions oddly amused, their lips curling in smiles, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Demand another wedding gift. Go ahead." Li Minyang pointed furiously at the Tao family, his eyes wide with rage. "You're carrying another man's child and expect me to take responsibility? You must be dreaming. This is a fraudulent marriage. I demand every cent of the betrothal gift back." It was essential for the onlookers to grasp the entirety of the situation. "The child is yours." Tao Qingqing immediately burst into tears, but at that moment, no matter how she protested, the crowd had formed their opinions. In this day and age, a woman who conducted herself poorly risked being subjected to scorn. "I won't waste my breath on you. The child in Tao Qingqing's womb belongs to Gao Yangshan. I dare you to confront me. Just wait and see." With that, Li Minyang turned to leave, and as the uncle, Tian Xiushan had little to say, rallying his side to follow. Soon, neighbors and relatives of the Tao family departed. The situation too chaotic for any words of consolation. Whose child was it indeed? The minds of the onlookers buzzed with speculation, certain there were no kind words to share. Inside, silence reigned. The Tao family found a moment of respite, each seated amidst the shattered glass and furniture, punctuated by long sighs. Before long, Tao Qingqing buried her face in her hands and wept. Initially, He Yuzhen had considered calling the police, but Tao Jianfa restrained her. The ongoing crackdown loomed ominously over them. Should they alert the authorities, his own predicament would worsen, jeopardizing his aspirations for advancement. Jianfa, we must find a way to have Li Minyang dismissed. Just wait until he sees how I suffer from this hair loss. That bastard deserves nothing less. He seemed so cultured before. Who knew he had such a side? He Yuzhen declared fiercely, glancing sorrowfully at her daughter. Tao Jianfa remained silent, his chest rising and falling as he contemplated. After a moment, he spoke gravely. We must insist that the child is Li Minyang's, and that he is an unworthy man for abandoning his wife and child. We cannot ruin Qingqing's reputation. Exactly. Qingqing's reputation is paramount. He Yuzhen nodded vigorously in agreement. We must go to Li Minyang's side. We cannot allow his family to spread lies. Regardless of how it unfolds, we need to ensure Qingqing lives well. With that, Tao Jianfa rose, and the family of four hastily exited. The remnants of firecrackers scattered across the ground, juxtaposed with the wedding character posted at the entrance, felt painfully ironic. In our hometown, upon the hopeful fields, smoke wafted from newly constructed homes, and a gentle river flowed beside the charming village. Nostalgic melodies played through the streets. One could not help but acknowledge the superior quality of the small shop as cassette player. Was a Yanwu brand? Li Minyang reflected on the years he had traversed, discovering that while everything remained the same, it was also irrevocably different. The tide of commerce crashed upon his restless heart, as if everything were within his grasp. Amidst the whirlwind of opportunities, would there arise a chance to alter the course of fate? Oh dear, how do I explain this to your mother? Minyang, whose child is Tao Qingqing's? Tian Xiaoshan lamented, interrupting Li Minyang's reverie. Uncle, that child is not mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reacted so furiously. Li Minyang patted Tian Xiaoshan's shoulder, smiling reassuringly at the others, indicating that he was fine and they needn't worry. Those Tao family members are utterly despicable. Why did you not say so sooner? Tian Xiaoshan's brows furrowed, his tone harsh. I only just had a friend investigate. The matter has reached this point, and there is no turning back. Uncle, let us not be at a disadvantage. Let us return and clarify things with our relatives and friends. Li Minyang quickened his pace, eager to see another girl. In his previous life, since the incident with Li Minyang, others had kept their distance, fearful of drawing trouble to themselves. Only she remained steadfast, tirelessly seeking connections on his behalf. The girl who was always cheerful and straightforward, named Huang Wandong. Oblivious to the repercussions on herself, she knew that in such dire circumstances, even long-standing couples would choose to part ways. For Huang Wandong to stand by him through all, such loyalty was exceedingly rare. Li Minyang and Huang Wandong were university classmates, both assigned to work at the county's tax bureau. Their fates were intertwined, and how fortunate to be working in tandem. Initially, Huang Wandong was slated for a transfer to the city, but she implored her father to have Li Minyang transferred as well. However, with limited positions available, such arrangements were not easily made. In a fit of determination, Huang Wandong followed closely behind, transferring to the small county where Li Minyang had been assigned. It was easier to move from a big city to a small one. Urban residency held the allure. Yet, returning to a big city from a small county was a far more daunting task. Li Minyang had even teased Huang Wandong. Your family connections are so solid. Why not use them to get yourself transferred to a city job where the benefits are better? For Huang Wandong, everything else paled in comparison to being with Li Minyang. Yet, before she could express her feelings, Li Minyang hastily confirmed his relationship with Tao Jianfa's daughter. Years of unrequited love yielded such a result, leaving her with no opportunity to voice her feelings, and Huang Wandong nearly faltered under the weight of it all. Huang Wandong's subsequent marriage was fraught with difficulties. She was deceived by a man who exploited her financially and emotionally. After the divorce, she never remarried, though she maintained contact with Li Minyang. However, their relationship remained one of camaraderie, a noble friendship, with neither daring to take the next step. In this lifetime, it is imperative to ensure that Wandong finds happiness. Li Minyang was consumed by a burning anxiety, pondering what he had truly missed. Chapter 4. Making a Scene. Due to the absence of a bride-fetching ceremony, several rickshaws and the Seoul Santana were entrusted to friends to return. It was merely a 10-minute walk to the restaurant, yet upon his dusty return, the sight that met Li Minyang's eyes pierced his heart with anguish. A large throng of relatives had already congregated at the entrance of the restaurant, eagerly awaiting the occasion. According to local customs, The parents had deliberately donned exaggerated makeup and were energetically performing the traditional Yanga dance. Although the previous aggressive demeanor of the bride's family had left the couple feeling disheartened, they endeavored to make the best of the situation, hoping to ensure their children's marital happiness. "Why are you back like this? Where is Ching?" Tian Chuyan hurriedly approached, her smile freezing upon noticing Li Minyang's disheveled state. "Mom, there has been a situation. We're not going through with the wedding." "Let me explain," Li Minyang quickly replied, attempting to smile and appear nonchalant, wishing to spare his parents from undue worry. What did you say?" Tian Chuyan exclaimed, her expression turning grave, her elevated tone causing nearby relatives to grow anxious as well. Especially the face of Li's father, lined with deep furrows, bore a look of bewilderment. "Let us head back to the restaurant first. Many friends are still inside waiting," Li Minyang gently reassured. However, his parents were increasingly frantic, bombarding him with questions. Was there conflict? Did they find our betrothal gifts insufficient? How could such a thing happen at this critical juncture? If necessary, I will go to the Tao family myself. Tian Chuyan began to move, but Li Minyang grasped her tightly, his voice steady. "It's a conflict that cannot be resolved. That family is despicable. Tao Qingqing's child is not mine." What did you just say?" Tian Chuyan gasped, her legs weakening. Had it not been for her son supporting her, she might have collapsed. The surrounding relatives erupted in shock. At that moment, firecrackers exploded, and the drum team was energetically performing. Li Minyang dreaded witnessing his parents in distress, but the situation had already unfolded, and concealing it would only exacerbate the turmoil. "Let us go inside," he urged, leading everyone into the hotel, where anxious murmurs filled the air, marking a turning point in their destiny. Simultaneously, within the restaurant's grand hall, 7 large tables were filled to capacity, making it difficult for the waitstaff to navigate through the throng. The cacophony of voices resembled that of a bustling market. Among them, Li Minyang's university classmates had taken up one table, nearly a dozen in total, disregarding the standard of 10 per table, as familiar faces gathered to enjoy a meal together. "It's already noon. Why hasn't Minyang returned with the bride?" One woman pouted, standing to glance at the entrance. Upon sitting back down, her eyebrows lifted as she suddenly became curious. "Hey, Wandong, is Tao Qingqing exceptionally beautiful? It hasn't been long, yet she has completely captivated the class monitor." Upon hearing this, the group of young people began chattering excitedly, their gazes fixated on the girl clad in a red plaid sleeveless shirt. Huang Wandong averted her eyes, nervously tugging at her freshly curled hair, but soon her lips curled into a smile, as was her usual demeanor. "Tao Qingqing is indeed quite lovely, and her figure is remarkable, akin to a television star," she remarked, her voice resounding with cheer. "Wow, the class monitor is fortunate," they responded. "I heard Tao Qingqing is the daughter of the tax bureau chief. Minyang's future will surely be comfortable, with all the good fortune that will come his way." "Exactly." They continued to laugh and discuss, yet Huang Wandong, typically the most talkative, remained silent, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her gaze fixated on the teacup on the table, lost in thought. Suddenly, Huang Wandong leaned forward, pressing her hand against her chest, her heart racing as if it had skipped a beat, sending ripples of pain coursing through her. In this era, perhaps most affections were concealed beneath layers of grit. The past ambiguities were like a gentle breeze passing by, unable to disperse the heavy sands that obscured true feelings. Huang Wandong was willing to forsake a life of comfort to accompany Li Minyang back to their impoverished hometown, even at the cost of a rift with her family, the most reckless decision she had ever made. The distance was great, and waiting for a phone call felt interminable. Huang Wandong's fear of losing Li Minyang drove her to make such a monumental decision. It was all too late, far too late. Upon returning to the county, she discovered that Li Minyang had already established a romantic relationship with Tao Qingqing, and their wedding was hastily approaching. At that moment, Huang Wandong sat on a wooden chair at work, remaining there from day until night. When she finally stood, her legs trembled, and she collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed by despair that threatened to plunge her into an abyss, shattering her completely. "Wandong, are you all right? Why do you look so pale? Have you suffered from heat stroke?" Some classmates noticed her distress. "I'm fine," Huang Wandong replied with a faint smile, glancing at her table mates. "None of you should leave. I've booked the entire cinema for us. There's a new Hong Kong film that just came back. Feel free to watch." Upon hearing that someone was treating them, her classmates' faces lit up with joy. Free entertainment was always a delight, especially during a time when leisure activities were scarce, as long as they could gather and enjoy themselves. The youth, brimming with vitality, found joy in any circumstance. "Thank you, Miss Huang, for your generous hospitality," one classmate remarked. "When did Wandong become so affluent?" Another teased, "Ah, you're outdated. Don't you know what rank her father holds? Spending this little money is nothing." Several classmates assigned to relevant positions, upon learning of Huang Wandong's father's identity, were left speechless. It turned out that the most unassuming student in class was Huang Wandong, who had previously kept a low profile. Who could have imagined that the once inconspicuous girl would undergo such a transformation after graduation? Not only mastering the art of dressing, but also coming from an exceptionally privileged background? In truth, people are often very pragmatic. For instance, Lu Ziliang, whose relationship with Li Minyang was quite ordinary, had gone through the trouble of making the 300-kilometer journey back from the provincial capital simply because Huang Wandong was there, hoping to mend a friendship he had overlooked. In an instant, the way people regarded Huang Wandong shifted dramatically. Wandong, it's sweltering. Be cautious of heat stroke. Remember to drink some herbal tea later and do hydrate, Lu Ziliang said, rising with a teapot in hand, kindly pouring her a drink. You're too considerate. The main thing is that it's rare for everyone to gather, so I must extend my hospitality, Huang Wandong smiled, desperately holding herself together, though her emotions were already on the brink of collapse. Why hasn't He arrived yet? Although Minyang's family is average, he is genuinely reliable, handsome, and quite capable. I even had a crush on him during university. Tao Qingqing marrying the class monitor is quite a catch. In this setting, women's playful banter became bolder. Indeed, the class monitor is exceptional. Remember that time in our second year when he fought for our benefits? He even argued with the administration. Such a man. A few female classmates began chattering excitedly, their conversation flowing seamlessly. Just then, Li Minyang hurried in, standing on the decorated platform, bloodstained stark against his white shirt. A shocking sight. Thank you all for coming today, but due to unforeseen circumstances on the bride's side, the wedding has been canceled. This decision was not made lightly. It is based on intolerable reasons. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos. Huang Wandong and her university peers stared at Li Minyang, momentarily unable to process the news. I understand the disappointment and confusion this news brings, but as a man, I cannot bear the thought of raising a child that is not mine. I ask for your understanding. Today shall be regarded as a grand gathering. Please do not bring gifts. Let us enjoy ourselves. Li Minyang was determined to ruin the Tao family's reputation. Only a more severe retaliation could soothe his wounded heart. The atmosphere exploded, the news reverberating like a bombshell in this age, more shocking than a barren widow suddenly giving birth to twins. At that moment, the Tao family of 4 arrived. Chapter 5, A Complete Break. You're talking nonsense, Li Minyang exclaimed, indignant. Tao Jian's eyes bulged with fury, his voice echoing deafeningly in the crowded restaurant. The audacity of Li Minyang to claim in front of everyone that the child wasn't he sent waves of panic through him. It became evident that reconciliation was impossible, leaving only the option of reckless abandon. Had he truly discovered the affair between Qingqing and Gao Yangshan? Damn it, how could he have found out? Nonetheless, he could not allow Qingqing's reputation to be tarnished. The small town was too insular for that, and a flicker of malice crossed Tao Jian's face. Li Minyang, you have serious issues. You got my daughter pregnant and now refuse to take responsibility. You are nothing less than a beast. Tao Jian lashed out like a rabid dog, his furious tirade crashing over the patrons like a tsunami. The small establishment was ill-prepared for such a tempest, especially with Tao Jian's significant local standing. His outburst was explosive. Tao Jian, it is you who is talking nonsense. Your daughter lacks propriety, and you, as her father, still cover for her. What a wretched family. Conspiring against me to make me raise a bastard. What a daydream. Li Minyang boldly retorted, refusing to cower. When dealing with unreasonable individuals, the most effective approach is to be even more ruthless. Tao Qingqing, you shameless hussy. How dare you come in my home? Li Minyang charged at the Tao family, prompting Tao Qingbo to instinctively step forward, prepare to hurl insults, as he had never shown any respect to this brother-in-law in their past encounters. Without a word, Li Minyang leaped forward, and in a flash, the two grappled. He landed a solid slap across Tao Jian's face. The crack echoed loudly. Immediately, both families clashed once more. A number of colleagues from the tax bureau hurriedly intervening, utterly astonished at the ferocity of today's youth. Had Li Minyang actually struck the director? How would he manage at work after this? An elderly man, grinning broadly, exclaimed, "Wow, this young man." The chaos in the restaurant escalated. Tables overturned, and the scene devolving into utter disarray. It was an unprecedented spectacle in the county. 2 families brawling at a wedding. Ultimately, amid a cacophony of curses, the 2 families were forcibly separated, and with matters having reached this point, reconciliation seemed utterly unattainable. Li Minyang, just wait. I'll see how you manage at work. Tao Jian spat out his final threat as the Tao family stormed out. Hyushin kicking over all the flower baskets at the entrance. Their plans had crumbled entirely. But what was to be done about the child? They were caught in a dilemma. The crucial issue was Tao Qingqing's health. The doctor had been unequivocal. If she terminated the pregnancy, her chances of conceiving in the future would be significantly reduced. As for Gao Yanshan, it was difficult to bring up. He had recently been imprisoned for embezzlement of state property. Meanwhile, Li Minyang's family stood amidst the wreckage, Tian Chuyan struggling to conceal her emotional breakdown. Weeping quietly in a chair, Li's father sat in a corner, eyes vacant, unwilling to speak. Witnessing this, bystanders were at a loss for words. The colleagues from the tax bureau were the first to leave, almost in sync with Tao Jian, their allegiances made clear, followed by other friends who departed in succession. My apologies for the spectacle, Li Minyang said, stepping forward to apologize. He needed to salvage the situation, bidding farewell to relatives and friends with appropriate words to prevent the Li family from appearing overly embarrassed. His emotional control was a skill honed over many years. I appreciate everyone coming from afar, only to miss the meal. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. Li Minyang then approached his university classmates, specifically patting Lu Ziliang on the shoulder. You came back from the provincial capital, right? Thank you for making the trip. You really need to temper your approach. Was it wise to handle things so impulsively? Have you investigated the situation with Tao Qingqing thoroughly? Lu Ziliang's brow furrowed, maintaining a lecturing demeanor. The accusations hurled at Li Minyang by the Tao family, claiming that the child was his, were indeed ambiguous to outsiders. The Li relatives knew their own kin's character and would likely believe that Tao Qingqing had acted irresponsibly, yet those from the tax bureau might see it differently, interpreting it as Li Minyang abandoning his family. Such rumors would undoubtedly circulate in the streets. Lu Ziliang's words, while ostensibly concerned for his old friend, dripped with sarcasm regarding Li Minyang's character. This matter touches on a man's integrity, something I cannot tolerate, Ziliang. But with your temperament, I suppose you could endure it. Li Minyang articulated clearly that the child was not his, especially with Huang Nuandong present. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings. No, Li Minyang, what do you mean by that? Why can't you accept my concern? You seem to be cursing me now, Lu Ziliang replied, his face hardening. Ziliang, I genuinely appreciate you coming all the way from the provincial capital, but your earlier comments felt like a stab in the back. After years of friendship, do you really doubt my character? Do you think I wanted to disrupt the wedding like this? Li Minyang's tone shifted to one of helplessness, positioning himself as the victim and easily eliciting sympathy from those around him. Yes, Ziliang, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. The class monitor is already heartbroken. Don't add salt to his wounds. Several female classmates quickly voiced their support, leaving Lu Ziliang speechless, his words swallowed in frustration. His memories with Lu Ziliang were scarce, and while Li Minyang had initially felt gratitude for his friend's long journey, he quickly understood that Lu Ziliang's motive for coming was likely to get closer to Huang Nuandong, while his own presence was merely a formality. This precious bond of camaraderie could very well pave the way for Lu Ziliang's future success. As the classmates fell into a brief silence, when Li Minyang glanced at Huang Nuandong, she kept her head down, lost in her thoughts. Let us go somewhere else to eat. Don't head back yet. It's a perfect opportunity for us to gather. I'll book a guest house for you. Li Minyang enthusiastically suggested to the other classmates, reminiscing about the deep bonds formed during their university days. Of course, the conflict has escalated proportionately. Minyang, let me take everyone out to eat. You handle your family matters. Don't worry about us. Huang Nuandong finally lifted her gaze to Li Minyang, albeit briefly. Her initial instinct still aligned with his perspective. Also, you will have to compensate for the damage to the restaurant. You borrowed money for the bride price. Do you still have any funds left? If not, I can cover it for now. As she spoke, Huang Nuandong reached for her wallet, prompting Li Minyang to grasp her wrist, the contact making his heart race. Naturally, this moment appeared quite intimate to onlookers, and Lu Ziliang clenched his jaw in agitation. Nuandong, I appreciate your good intentions, but the restaurant has already received a deposit. Any unconsumed dishes can be deducted. Let us settle everything later after I sort out these issues. Li Minyang replied softly. For reasons unknown, calling out to Nuandong had softened his heart, akin to a weary body sinking into a plush sofa. So comforting, so pleasant. All right, if anything arises, just page me. Huang Nuandong waved her pager, the small black device instantly capturing the attention of their classmates. In those times before mobile phones, owning a pager was quite a status symbol. It was as if, in 2023, one were to flaunt a sports car in a barren county, a group of fresh graduates who had yet to earn a living, suddenly encountering an old classmate behind the wheel of an impressive car, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Li Minyang nodded, his gaze lingering on the pager, reflecting on how many years had passed since those relics were in vogue. He then proceeded to address the refund situation with the restaurant, while his uncle followed closely, showing concern. Minyang, your left cheek is swollen. Tian Qiushan lamented. It's just a minor injury. I'll be fine. Tao Qingba will surely be bedridden for several days. Li Minyang replied with a hint of determination. To speak candidly, in the context of today's society, those who ascend to leadership positions in the city, without relying on familial connections, possess abilities and methods that are unparalleled by the average person. By the way, uncle, you weren't injured just now, were you? Li Minyang inquired with concern. No, the Tao family members were all focused on confronting you, and there were so many people trying to mediate that I couldn't even squeeze in. Tian Qiushan shook his head, glancing at his sister and brother-in-law, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Chapter 6. The decision to venture into business. The paternity of Tao Qingqing's child remains uncertain. To utter an unflattering remark. Why did Li Minyang rush into marriage so hastily? It has barely been a while since our graduation. Was it not merely an impulsive moment, a lapse in restraint, resulting in a responsibility towards the woman involved? Suddenly causing such a ruckus may very well stem from other issues. Wandong, since you work at the tax bureau, you must not allow our camaraderie to cloud your judgment. Throughout the journey, Lu Ziliang spoke animatedly, seemingly concerned for Huang Wandong, but in reality attempting to malign Li Minyang. How could he not feel envious of Huang Wandong's affection for Li Minyang? Alas, regardless of the reason, with matters having escalated to this extent, how could the class monitor continue at the tax bureau? Indeed, the days ahead will undoubtedly be challenging. Could he possibly be dismissed? While dismissal may not be imminent, he will certainly face difficulties. Other classmates expressed their worries, none daring to echo Lu Ziliang's sentiments. Yet none held a favorable view of Li Minyang's predicament. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the group continued discussing Li Minyang's situation. The scene from earlier leaving these naive college students utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Li Minyang would dare to strike the bureau chief? The general consensus echoed such astonishment. In the adult world, things are drastically different from our university days. One cannot act recklessly, but must think critically. Do not expect those in leadership positions to be forgiving. Li Minyang has effectively ruined his own path. Lu Ziliang did not miss the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, occasionally casting glances at Huang Wandong. Yet, among this circle of friends, he was also fortunate in terms of job allocation, with his family having contributed significantly, granting him a sense of pride. In college, Lu Ziliang was far less popular than Li Minyang. Once basking in glory during university, he now felt a sense of victory seeing Li Minyang in such a predicament. In the old community's dilapidated dormitory, a cramped 60-square-meter room was filled with over 10 people. Relatives, including Tian Qiushan, were reluctant to leave, offering comfort to Li's family. I don't mind. At worst, I will be the subject of some gossip. But Minyang, what will you do? Just recently assigned to the tax bureau, and now such a scandal has erupted. Tian Qiuyan wept openly, while Li's father, Li Jinong, remained silent, burying his head deeply, turning his back to sit in a corner. Sister, we cannot view the problem this way. Tao Qingqing's lack of propriety should not mean that Minyang must suffer this indignity. He had every right to strike back. Tian Qiushan, standing in the middle, spoke passionately. Minyang, do not fear. Just go to work diligently. If Tao Jinfa dares to make things difficult for you, I will confront him. Li Minyang smiled warmly, raising his gaze to his well-dressed uncle, feeling somewhat guilty for the troubles his uncle endured alongside him. Family is always one's ultimate source of strength. Indeed, Minyang is a university graduate, educated and capable, a gem that will shine, even if it takes a few years. Perhaps Tao Jinfa will be reassigned. Anzhong Ermiai also chimed in with comforting words. Allow me to express my stance. Li Minyang then stood up, his expression earnest. After glancing at his parents, he spoke slowly. Regarding Tao Qingqing, our family bears no blame. It is the Tao family that has acted excessively, treating us with disdain. I will ensure that every penny of the betrothal gifts is returned. As for my own situation, you need not worry. I have a clear perspective on it. This is merely a minor episode in life, and I regret causing you worry, but it is truly not a significant matter. Having clarified how to address the situation with the Tao family and his circumstances, Li Minyang articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, there is something I have been contemplating for quite some time that I must disclose. I intend to resign and venture into business. What? You plan to resign? Venture into business? Instantly, the relatives in the room widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had come from Li Minyang. When he joined the tax bureau, he was filled with ambition, determined to make a difference, and that scene felt like it had occurred just yesterday. You're truly considering resignation? Moreover, at a time when state enterprises are struggling, not only are salaries delayed, but prices continue to soar. Securing a position in a public institution with a stable salary is something many envy. Though we find ourselves amidst the great tides of change, the onlookers are often the ordinary citizens. The myth of becoming wealthy through business ventures is merely a case of survivor's bias. What? You plan to resign? Even the usually reticent Li Jinnong could not help but raise his voice in protest. Yes, I intend to resign and venture into business. Li Minyang affirmed with a nod. Nephew, didn't your uncle just say, do not let fear grip your heart? You should continue your normal work. If Tao Jianfa tries to make things difficult for you, Uncle, please do not be agitated. Even without Tao Jianfa's interference, I was already planning to resign and venture into business. Li Minyang interrupted Tian Xiushan, his smile radiating confidence. Just then, a gust of wind blew open the window, causing his hair to flutter gently, as if the winds of change were at his feet. I cannot allow myself to be constrained as I was in my previous life. This time, just this once, I will give it my all and discover what intersections I may have with those influential figures. Relatives began to voice their concerns, advising Li Minyang against acting impulsively and to hold on to this stable job, but his resolve was unwavering. That evening, what? You plan to resign? The video hall was filled with gasps of astonishment, prompting someone to quickly lower the volume of the recording device to hear Li Minyang speak intently. Yes, I intend to resign and venture into business. Li Minyang smiled, seated himself on a long bench, and began to crack sunflower seeds. Having labored all day without a proper meal, venture into business? Lu Ziliang's voice rang out loudly, a slight smirk forming on his lips. After clearing his throat, he began to lecture. The term venturing into business sounds trendy, but who are those who do so? Either they are unemployed and cannot make ends meet, or they possess connections that aid them in their pursuits. You, Li Minyang, have what connections? I believe it is far better to hold on to your position at the tax bureau. The bureau chief has no authority to dismiss you. Class monitor. I think Lu Ziliang makes a valid point. It is not easy to secure a stable job. You must not act impulsively. Indeed, there may still be opportunities for advancement. Furthermore, salaries at the tax bureau are raised annually. Leaving is easy, but getting in is exceedingly difficult. Other classmates began to chime in, genuinely concerned for Li Minyang, fearing he would act rashly. Li Minyang could only offer a helpless smile, unable to interject. Huang Wandong, appearing equally anxious, paused before sitting beside Li Minyang. Minyang, do you have any idea how many state-owned enterprises in the provincial capital cannot even pay their employees? There are countless companies lining up for bankruptcy. The economic situation is not as rosy as you imagine. Please do not act on impulse. Huang Wandong's expression was serious, devoid of any hint of jest. However, Li Minyang merely shook his head, his seemingly unreliable demeanor eliciting disdain among his classmates, who viewed him as immature and simplistic. Such labels, once rooted in perception, are challenging to alter with mere words, leaving Li Minyang in a state of helplessness. Chapter 7. Universal Opposition. The county's guest house was quite modest. The classmates had returned due to Li Minyang's marriage, and it was out of the question for Huang Wandong to pay for accommodations. Initially, she had planned to take them to a hotel, but seeing Li Minyang's insistence on footing the bill, she chose not to press the matter further. Indulging in the whims of Li Minyang, one could discern the tight financial constraints he currently faced. Well, he hastily paid for the video hall. It was with a handful of 5-cent coins. Minyang, he advised, before making any decisions, please communicate with me. Do not fall into the same patterns as during our university days. Not everything requires rational discourse. Sometimes, what appears erroneous may not be so, depending on the perspective of those in leadership. Lu Ziliang, seemingly intoxicated, had reached the entrance of the guest house, clinging to Li Minyang's shoulder, his chatter incessant. Do not rashly resign and plunge into the unknown. Without money or connections, making a fortune is not as effortless as you may imagine. You might end up as a street vendor, scraping by, but what social standing does that afford? It will be difficult for me to assist you later. And regarding your relationship with Tao Qingqing, do not heed the gossip. One must judge for oneself. At the very least, you have been involved with her, and, as men, we must take responsibility. Ziliang, you've had too much to drink. It's time to go home. Li Minyang furrowed his brow, growing increasingly intolerant of Lu's words. They say that drunkenness reveals truth, yet how many exploit inebriation to express self-serving sentiments? Lu Ziliang was shrewd. I'm fine, Minyang. I just worry about you. You must heed my counsel. He continued to ramble, swaying unsteadily. Li Minyang glanced at Fatty and Fang Pu, signaling with his eyes. The latter promptly stepped forward to support Lu Ziliang, leading him briskly into the guest house. During their university days, Li Minyang and Fang Pu were inseparable companions, sharing a profound understanding. Regrettably, in a previous life, Fang Pu made a grave error at work, resulting in imprisonment, which distanced them further. The multitude seeking favors from Li Minyang caused him to overlook that cherished friendship. However, his bond with Fatty remained a treasured camaraderie. Ziliang, we are leaving Fatty, possessing ample stature, embraced Lu Ziliang as if cradling a delicate partner, hastening to the second floor while other classmates returned to their rooms to rest. Under the dim streetlights, only Li Minyang and Huang Nuandong remained. The tax bureau provided staff dormitories, and Huang Nuandong intended to return there. I will escort you back. After a moment of silence, Li Minyang spoke first, but Huang Nuandong did not respond, keeping her head bowed as she walked ahead. Li Minyang quietly fell in a step beside her, unable to resist stealing glances at her profile, suddenly noticing how charming her upturned eyelashes were. In truth, the most profound image she left on Li Minyang was during a visit when her weary face struggled to form a smile. Minyang, you must hold on. Give me some time. Regardless of the connections I may need to employ or the people I must beseech, I will exhaust every means to clear your name. Everything transpired too swiftly, yet the memories etched themselves deeply within Li Minyang's heart. Gratitude felt far too trivial to encapsulate this bond. A gentle breeze swept through the southern town, infusing the evening with a refreshing coolness, an ideal time for casual conversation. Yet, Li Minyang felt as if a thorn lodged in his throat, uncertain of what to say or how to grasp this burgeoning affection. What's wrong? Huang Nuandong inquired, lifting her gaze, having sensed his unwavering stare and peculiar demeanor. Nothing, Nuandong. Thank you. Li Minyang's tone bore a weight that rendered his breath coarse. Huang Nuandong appeared momentarily taken aback. You need not rush to repay me. Consider the needs of others first. If you find yourself in a tight spot, you may borrow from me again. Seeing Li Minyang's anxiety, Huang Nuandong assumed he fretted over financial matters. Their engagement with Tao Qingqing had been hastily arranged, and with Li Minyang having only worked for a little over a month, coupled with a lack of savings at home, the 3,000 yuan dowry demanded by the Tao family left him scouring for loans from every relative and friend he could find. Nuandong, I will repay you as soon as possible. Tomorrow, I will seek the dowry from Tao Jianfa, and, Li Minyang struggled to articulate his thoughts, realizing how desperate Huang Nuandong's situation was. After enduring considerable hardship to return to her small county, she had been afforded no opportunities, and even the dowry had to be borrowed from her. It felt profoundly unjust towards her. What right did he have to speak of love? To naturally reach for her hand? That would surely be a trivialization of their connection. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Why have you suddenly become so peculiar? Huang Nuandong frowned slightly, her usual vivacity replaced by a somber demeanor. In past interactions with Li Minyang, her lips would often curl into a smile, but now she seemed utterly despondent. How do you perceive me now? In the presence of someone he knew so intimately, Li Minyang felt an overwhelming anxiety. Huang Nuandong paused, momentarily halting her steps before continuing on, oblivious to the hidden meaning in Li Minyang's words. Perhaps you should refrain from resigning and venturing into the unknown. Steady yourself and continue working. Earlier, the classmates were present, and I couldn't speak freely. Do not worry about work. I will ask my father to arrange a transfer for you. Huang Nuandong's expression was earnest, believing Li Minyang was inquiring about that matter. She was willing to accompany him for this segment of the journey merely for this assurance. Nuandong, I appreciate your kindness, but my decision to venture out is not a whim. It has long been planned, and I just found the catalyst. Furthermore, my question about your perception of me pertains to the situation with Tao Qingqing. Li Minyang's voice dwindled to a whisper, his heart weighed down by uncertainty, as his words bore implications. How would I know about the two of you? Huang Nuandong replied dismissively, quickening her pace. Li Minyang stood momentarily rooted in place, acutely aware of Huang Nuandong's evasion and avoidance. Perhaps her heart had already erected a barrier, the unfamiliarity blossoming between them, evoking an unprecedented feeling, a burden pressing heavily against his chest. Yet, he soon matched her pace, both unmarried, and the opportunity remained ripe for exploration. The path ahead is dim and uneven. Would you like to take my arm? Li Minyang offered a visage of earnestness, seemingly assuring her that he harbored no ulterior motives. No need. I traverse this road daily. Huang Nuandong brushed a stray hair behind her ear, feeling uncomfortable regardless of how she positioned her arms. The moonlight elongated their shadows, ultimately intertwining them. How stingy of Li Minyang. After traveling all this way, we are relegated to such modest accommodations, Lu Ziliang suddenly declared, having regained sobriety. His voice a booming reproach that echoed through the poorly insulated guest house, audible to the classmates in adjacent rooms. It's hardly a grave matter. We must endure. Besides, such conditions are typical for a small county. Fong Pu leaned against the pillow, his eyelids already drooping. Nonsense, there are county hotels. Lu Ziliang retorted. We are all employed individuals. These conditions are utterly intolerable. Li Minyang, as quitting to venture out, snoring erupted from Fong Pu, reverberating thunderously. Wait, fatty, has he truly fallen asleep? Lu Ziliang expressed disdain. An hour later, Lu Ziliang squatted beside Fong Pu's bed, gently shaking him. Big brother, wake up for a moment. Let me catch some sleep. Please, your snoring sounds like thunder. Zzz. Fong Pu stirred momentarily, only to succumb to slumber once more. Chapter 8. Breaking free from the system. Escaping constraints. The memory of the community dormitory building felt like a distant past. Li Minyang's parents worked at a food factory, a trade that was relatively lucrative at the time, their combined salaries reaching 300 yuan per month. Though prices soared, it was still a respectable income. However, post-2000, the food factory began its decline, and with the demolition of the old community, the Li family never returned. As Li Minyang walked once more along the red brick path, the first rays of sunlight peeking over the mountain crest stung his eyes, evoking an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. A singular sensation resonates within, a profound call from the times. Li Minyang yearns to immerse himself in the tumultuous seas of commerce, eager to confront the titans of industry. As the nation transitions from a planned economy to a market-driven one, Wang Shi's meticulously founded Wank has triumphantly gone public, heralding the commencement of a grand journey towards a $1 trillion valuation. Meanwhile, General Manager Wang of Wandada has achieved his initial modest ambition. His child, the little prodigy Xiaozong, merely 3 years of age, could be visited by Li Minyang, who would delight in offering him a lollipop. The wave of layoffs from 1993 looms ominously, and state-owned enterprises are in dire need of reform, simultaneously harboring immense opportunities. The dawn of a new era is upon us. In a mere decade or so, Huaxiao is poised to ascend as the world's second-largest economy. Such rapid growth is almost unimaginable. Li Minyang begins to face the blinding sunlight, slowly extending his hand to embrace its fervent warmth. In an instant, goosebumps ripple across his arm, and every pore seems to expand and contract. He is overwhelmed with excitement. Yangge, a crisp voice interrupts Li Minyang's reverie. Turning around, he is greeted by a familiar face. After a moment's pause, he recalls the youth's name, Mao Do. Off to school, are you? Li Minyang's smile is warm and inviting as he affectionately ruffles the boy's hair. Brother, what Mao Do? Don't give me silly nicknames. Hao Xiaodo retorts disdainfully. What school? It's summer vacation, and besides, I've already finished my college entrance exams. Oh, ha ha ha. Li Minyang chuckles awkwardly, struggling to remember the lad's name, but feeling too embarrassed to inquire further. Indeed, in a previous life, he had even arranged a job for him. How did you fare in the exams? He casually asks. You still don't know me? I couldn't even get into a vocational school. Managing a high school diploma is already commendable. In a few days, I'm heading to the provincial capital to find my sister and hopefully secure a job. Once the food factory opens up again, I'll get in there. Hao Xiaodo's poor academic performance stems from the privileges typically afforded to the children of state-owned enterprises, which often provided them a safety net. With job security in hand, the motivation to pursue higher education diminished. However, with the impending wave of layoffs, the situation for state-owned enterprises grew dire, leaving employees' wages in jeopardy, and Hao Xiaodo had yet to seize his opportunity. Li Minyang. A flamboyant voice calls out from ahead. Li Minyang looks up to see a rather ostentatiously dressed youth sauntering toward him. This individual is Shui Pengpeng, a name that Li Minyang remembers, but had little interaction with in his previous life. The young man sports thick, shoulder-length hair, presumably an attempt to adopt the current rock and roll style. Shui Pengpeng possesses a particularly brash personality, often instigating fights and bullying the weak. Yet he is cowardly in the face of strength. His penchant for petty theft has frequently landed him behind bars, and even his wife has run off with another man, leaving the neighbors wary of his presence. You're quite the celebrity now, aren't you? On your wedding day, you assaulted your father-in-law. What a scoundrel. But that woman is indeed quite beautiful. TSK. Shui Pengpeng drapes his arm around Li Minyang's shoulder, wearing a mocking expression, clearly harboring ill intentions. Perhaps you should concern yourself with where your wife has run off to, Li Minyang retorts, shaking off Shui Pengpeng's arm and casting him a disapproving look. While Hao Xiaodo keeps his gaze lowered, reluctant to meet Shui Pengpeng's eyes, having previously endured his bullying. Are you looking for trouble? Shui Pengpeng glares, incredulous that Li Minyang is standing his ground. In their earlier encounters, he would have merely brushed off Shui's taunts without a retort. Watch your mouth. Li Minyang leans forward, causing Shui Pengpeng to stumble back in surprise. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Li Minyang towers over Shui Pengpeng, who barely scrapes 5'7" and is as thin as a rail. Of course, to thrive in his environment, Shui Peng Woon T stoop to petty thievery. Surely he could find a more respectable means of livelihood, like managing an arcade. A group of aimless youths congregates, believing themselves to be formidable, yet they are merely foolish. Li Minyang, are you courting death? Planning to get hit with a brick on your way home tonight? Shui Peng bellows, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Minyang, barking like a rabid dog in an attempt to intimidate him, while Hao Xiaodo shrinks back, visibly shaken. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Li Minyang shoots back, swiftly grasping Shui Peng by the neck and forcefully pressing his head against his knee, rendering him utterly mortified. Is your father asking if you're deaf? You've got the audacity to spew nonsense. You think I should be cautious of bricks tonight? You better believe I'll throw one right back at you. In that moment, Li Minyang exudes the demeanor of a street thug, firmly pinning Shui Peng down. In his previous life, he was constrained by the system. In this life, he intends to live unrestrained. Let go of me, Shui Peng shouts, his face flushed crimson, nearly buckling to the ground. A few years old child left at home, unable to afford formula, subsisting on kanji with the elderly, and you still have the gall to waste time. Shui Peng. I can't even be bothered to acknowledge your worthless existence. If you think I'm scared of you, you're sorely mistaken. I'll make it a point to confront you every time I see you, and while I'm at it, I might just demolish your home too. Li Minyang retorts, yanking Shui Peng's collar, and, with a swift kick, sends him sprawling to the ground. Fine, Li Minyang, we'll see about that. Shui Peng, feeling outmatched, retreats, leaving behind empty threats, but he has still managed to intimidate Hao Xiaodo, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Brother, Shui Peng is no good. Be careful tonight, Hao Xiaodo warns anxiously. What is the worst that could happen? I'll just take a beating. Afterward, I'll corner him at home and give him a taste of his own medicine. Let us see who can endure it, Li Minyang scoffs, dismissing the threat with a cold laugh. Having faced F, you are unaware that Li Minyang has already caused a scene at my home once. All due to the fact that my dear Qingqing had merely conversed with a male companion for a few days without even holding hands. Upon discovering this, Li Minyang went into a frenzy, devoid of any reason. Were it not for Qingqing's pregnancy, I would have been utterly unwilling to have anything to do with Li Minyang. Yet, Qingqing protects him, and now I observe how he treats her. He Yuanjin began to eloquently recount her grievances, her tone laden with indignation, while the tax bureau personnel, upon gaining a deeper understanding of the situation, regarded Li Minyang with increasing disdain. Huang Wandong felt a pang in her heart. She could not believe that Li Minyang could be such a person. Yet the biting words of others pierced her soul, compelling her to doubt and speculate. After lamenting her plight to others for quite some time, He Yuanjin returned to Tao Jianfa's office, feeling wronged. The Tao family had sunk so low as to consider the offspring of Gaoliang Mountain as Li Minyang's. After another 10 minutes or so, Li Minyang finally arrived, delayed by the enticing aroma of street-side breakfast that stirred nostalgic cravings. The moment he opened the door, the office fell into an immediate hush, with every gaze directed at him, imbued with profound contempt. Arriving so late, university students are indeed difficult to manage. Always seeking special treatment, behaving as they please, with no regard for rules, exclaimed Director Zhao Rongyue, her voice sharp and laced with dissatisfaction, marking Li Minyang's first tardiness since his employment. This Zhao Rongyue, a woman in her 30s, displayed mediocre work capabilities yet thrived on forming cliques within a workplace. When Li Minyang was in good favor, her attentiveness knew no bounds. Now, she had swiftly changed her demeanor, clearly scheming to ingratiate herself with Tao Jianfa. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion outside, Tao Jianfa and He Yuanjin perked up, whispering to each other in hushed tones. Zhao Rongyue, do you ever leave work on time? How dare you criticize me? Li Minyang called her by name, his tone exceedingly aggressive as he strode toward her, intending to set an example. You come to work every day with a basket of vegetables. How can you focus on your responsibilities? The only task you seem to undertake is serving tea to Tao Jianfa and delivering newspapers. Perhaps you should consider a cleaning position instead. What qualifications do you possess to be a director, creating chaos in the office? Furious, Zhao Rongyue trembled, raising a finger to point at Li Minyang. Swallowing hard before grinding her teeth, you speak nonsense. Do you have any idea how much work I handle daily? Who do you think prepares the summaries? Do spare me your delusions. The materials handed to you by others are all meticulously organized, and a summary? Just stacking them together does not warrant a summary. Do not flatter yourself. Li Minyang continued to mock her. Hurry, go check if Tao Jianfa's tea kettle is running low on water. Li Minyang remained unyielding, his defiance unabated, while his words resonated with the dissatisfaction of his colleagues. Why should Zhao Rongyue hold the position of director? Just moments ago, She had looked down upon him, yet now she seemed more palatable. Engaging in a quarrel is not merely a matter of volume. It requires intent and purpose. You, Zhao Rongyue was incensed, slamming documents onto the table, yet she could not muster a retort, for what Li Minyang said was the truth. Suddenly, Tao Jianfa emerged from his office, compelled to intervene in the escalating conflict. Regardless of the friction between him and Li Minyang, decorum must be maintained within the workplace, even if one must feign civility. Emotions should be concealed. Li Minyang, your tardiness is indeed your fault. Is Director Zhao's reprimand unwarranted? Moreover, her responsibilities are far more complex than you perceive. She has children to care for, and it is perfectly reasonable for her to buy groceries on her way home. Yet you, Li Minyang, what attitude is this? Deliberately inciting conflict and disrupting others' work. Do you wish to forfeit this position? Tao Jianfa's voice rose in intensity, directing his ire at Li Minyang. Huh, Tao Jianfa, when have you ever arrived on time? I might as well resign, but do not shout at me. I am here today to demand the bride price. I want the 3,000 yuan, every last penny. A family conspiring against me, now feigning innocence while besmirching my name. In this grand city, DNA testing is available. If you have nothing to hide, then let Tao Qingqing give birth and undergo testing. Li Minyang was far from intimidated, vociferously confronting Tao Jianfa. However, the mere mention of resignation sent a shiver through his colleagues. Li Minyang, you have significant issues with your mindset. Do you think that resigning absolves you of responsibility? The mistakes you make at the tax bureau will be documented in your file, and I wonder which institution would dare to employ someone of your character. Tao Jianfa gasped for breath, his threat laid bare. Such words instilled fear among others, particularly Huang Wandong. If Li Minyang's identity issues remained unresolved, it would effectively sever his prospects, rendering any pleas to her father futile, as no institution would accept him. The office fell into an eerie silence. Indeed, all of Li Minyang's transgressions should be recorded in his personal file. I wonder which organization would accept someone with such a flawed character. He Yuanjin emerged, casting a pointed glare at Li Minyang, although she had no standing in matters concerning the tax bureau. Nevertheless, Li Minyang remained unperturbed, even amused. As long as he did not enter the system, his personal file held no value to him, akin to worthless paper. Just as long as I lack morality, you cannot utilize morality to bind me. Chapter 10. Only those who have been wronged will go mad. At this moment, Tao Jianfa was exploiting the situation, seizing on Li Minyang's minor infraction to deal a crushing blow, a tactic he was all too skilled at employing. His previous words had been crystal clear. I intend to sever your future opportunities. Your very existence is in my hands. Know your place. In such a scenario, any employee would be forced to grovel, enduring humiliation while attempting to appease their oppressor. The personnel in the department gazed intently at Li Minyang. Those who had previously scoffed at Zhao Rongyue now felt a twinge of apprehension, questioning whether they had laughed too soon, fearing retribution in the form of petty sabotage. Minyang, honestly, arriving late is one thing, but making excuses is another. You are out on field research have no idea how intricate Director Zhao's statistical work is. Every company's accounts require multiple verifications. I often witness the director working late into the night. You truly do not know the value of hard work until you bear the burden yourself. Hurry and apologize to our director. Huang Wandong broke the tense atmosphere, rising to tug at Li Minyang's arm, believing it most fitting to resolve the issue stemming from Zhao Rongyue. Tardiness is a trivial matter, but elevating it to a question of work ethic is counterproductive. Huang Wandong frowned at Li Minyang, signaling him to be cautious, even if he intended to leave. He must not leave behind any blemish on his record. Yet, at this moment, taking sides was the last thing one should do. Huang Wandong's actions had already indicated her stance. Yesterday, Lu Ziliang's earnest warning had been to dissuade her from such recklessness, no matter how powerful her father was. She should not offend her direct superior. Tao Jianfa's gaze was rife with disdain, particularly the derisive snicker that dripped with sarcasm. He Yuanjin mirrored the same expression, hands on her hips, as the couple felt they had Li Minyang cornered. You can laugh all you want. In the next moment, Li Minyang erupted into a vehement tirade, pointing at Tao Jianfa's mocking face, enunciating each word with fervor. Return my bride price, or your father will move into your home, and you will have to support him daily. Li Minyang's visage was ghastly, reminiscent of a ruffian, as he fixated on Tao Jianfa, fully aware of what those entrenched in the system feared, this willingness to confront them head-on. Huang Wandong instinctively took a step back, biting her lip. She had never witnessed Li Minyang in such a state. In her memory, he was the sun-kissed youth playing basketball on the playground, radiating positivity and vigor. The individuals within the department were all taken aback, genuinely concerned that the towering Li Minyang might resort to violence at any moment. This was particularly true for Tao Jianfa and He Yuzhen, whose earlier smug expressions had transformed into a state of stunned silence. Li Minyang, focus on your work. This is an office, not a marketplace. You are still part of this department, Tao Jianfa admonished, though his tone had noticeably softened. I quit. From this moment on, I am no longer part of your department. As for the files, if you dare fabricate anything, I will undoubtedly confront you. If you make my life miserable, I shall ensure you suffer too, Li Minyang roared, gripping Tao Jianfa by the collar. How did you deceive me regarding the betrothal gifts? Spit it out. Let go of me. What kind of behavior is this? Li Minyang, we could discuss the betrothal gifts after work, Tao Jianfa insisted, his hands clasping Li Minyang's wrists as he struggled to break free, genuinely fearing the impulsive youth might strike him. He had still been reeling from the shock of being hit the previous day, his ears ringing. No, you're coming with me now. Return the betrothal gifts. Li Minyang persisted, baring his teeth as he yanked Tao Jianfa towards the door, fully aware that 3,000 yuan was not something that could be settled easily. His aim was to annoy Tao Jianfa. The mention of the files had never truly concerned Li Minyang. He simply could not allow Tao Jianfa to have the upper hand over him. Li Minyang, how can you still demand those gifts after the harm you've caused my daughter? How do you plan to settle that debt? He Yuzhen suddenly lunged at him. To hell with you. I will also demand compensation for mental distress. Li Minyang retaliated with an elbow, causing the woman to wince in pain. In an instant, chaos erupted within the office as several women rushed forward to intervene. It was only after Huang Wandong forcefully pushed Li Minyang that he finally halted. You can handle the resignation paperwork as you see fit. I could not care less. Tao Jianfa, I will be waiting for you at the entrance. With that, Li Minyang left, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Tao Jianfa stood momentarily in shock before returning to his office in silence, while He Yuzhen, too embarrassed to protest further, fell silent. The couple understood that Li Minyang had gone all out. The small shoes would not fit him anymore. The atmosphere in the office became unbearably oppressive, with not a single word spoken throughout the entire morning. Zhao Rongyue's face remaining taut with tension. The lunch at the tax bureau cafeteria was relatively lavish, featuring 3 dishes and a soup, yet Huang Wandong found no appetite and hurriedly exited when the time came. Warm winter, Li Minyang had been waiting at the entrance, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Huang Wandong, upon seeing that warm smile, momentarily lost herself in thought. As if the person who had just created a scene in the office was a different individual entirely, impossible to connect. Fatty and the others are already at the restaurant waiting for us. They had lunch and are leaving, Li Minyang informed her. Minyang, why didn't you listen to me? Why did you have to escalate matters so drastically? Even if you wanted to resign, you should have left yourself a way out. What if Director Tao raises issues regarding your record? Which unit would still want to accept your files? Huang Wandong urged, her tone laced with reproach. Li Minyang exhaled deeply, pausing for a moment before responding in a low voice. Hu Wunti wished to resolve matters calmly. Those who lose their temper, who can't control their emotions, are merely demonstrating how much they suffered. The harm caused to Tao Qingqing is something you cannot fathom. Therefore, how could I possibly humble myself before the Tao family, or even seek their favor because of my record? I will make a scene. I cannot allow the Tao family to feel comfortable, for only then will I feel somewhat better. Li Minyang turned slightly, his gaze drifting towards the line of bicycles on the street. To invest all one's energy in nurturing a life, only to cruelly discover that the child is not yours, and worse, under Tao Qingqing's instigation. That child has even claimed Gao Yangshan as their father. Such a wound is infinitely more painful than 1,000 cuts. Huang Wandong opened her mouth slightly, yet ultimately remained silent, standing quietly beside Li Minyang, contemplating the immense grievances he must have endured to behave in such a frenzied manner. Some individuals habitually position themselves on the moral high ground, mocking those who lose control of their emotions. Are they not the ones who have suffered the most? Warm winter, let us go, Li Minyang smiled, emerging from the mire of his memories. All right, I want to eat white-cut chicken, Huang Wandong cheerfully replied. Lunch is on my buddy today. It's just staple food with pickles. Then I'll treat. Ha, I'm just teasing you. Order whatever you like. The two strolled side by side through the bustling streets. Chapter 11, he was too hasty. Most of the college classmates who had returned for the wedding banquet had already departed, as the double weekend had yet to be implemented until after 1995, making time quite precious for recent graduates. Aside from Lu Ziliang and Fang Fanpu, Chang Ning and Zhou Junzi remained, the 4 of them having waited at the restaurant for a while. Upon seeing Li Minyang and Huang Wandong enter, they waved and called out eagerly. The small eatery was packed to the brim, but the service was infinitely better than that of state-run establishments. At least they did not require patrons to serve themselves. Just a few days prior, a waitress at a state-run restaurant had struck a customer, leading to the establishment's closure. And this small town would no longer see any state-run restaurants. "Warm winter, sit beside me," Chongning said, pulling Huang Nuandong to her side. They had been dorm mates in college and shared a close bond, wanted to spend more time together before warm winter returned. As for Zhou Junzi, he shared a strong camaraderie with Li Minyang and Fang Fanpu, planning to linger a bit longer to see if he could offer any assistance. At that moment, Lu Ziliang had inexplicably become quite loyal, deeply concerned about Li Minyang's situation. "What did you say at the office today?" he inquired, not waiting for Li Minyang to settle in. Li Minyang did not rush to respond. Instead, he ordered first, ensuring everyone was settled with food and drinks before leisurely discussing the events of the morning, though he downplayed them. After a brief moment, someone could no longer contain themselves, excitement bubbling up uncontrollably. "What? You really resigned?" Lu Ziliang exclaimed loudly, even jumping from his chair, his gaze fixed on Li Minyang, eagerly awaiting a definitive answer. "Yes, I truly resigned," Li Minyang nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he served Huang Nuandong food, worried she might feel uncomfortable. He placed a white-cut chicken in front of her. However, this subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by Chongning, Huang Nuandong's close friend, who could hardly be oblivious to her feelings for Li Minyang. Yet, seeing this tenderness now, Chongning's brow furrowed slightly, feeling quite uneasy. Had Li Minyang, after causing such a ruckus, suddenly begun to curry favor? Was he not the least bit remorseful? Could it be that he had learned of Warm Winter's family background and thus began his pursuit? If that were the case, it would be utterly repugnant. "Li Minyang, you are too impulsive," Lu Ziliang chastised loudly, shaking his head in apparent disappointment. Yet as he took his seat, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. With Li Minyang resigning, his own circumstances would be considerably more favorable. "Sigh, you never listened, do you? I had planned to find connections to help you transfer to another job, but now that you've resigned, that will be much more difficult," Lu Ziliang remarked, shaking his head in mock dismay as he helped himself to food. "All right, Ziliang, then I will go find human resources this afternoon to retrieve my resignation letter. I'll be counting on you for my transfer in the future," Li Minyang replied casually, leaving Lu Ziliang momentarily speechless, his chopsticks frozen midair, before he ultimately fell silent. He had genuinely hoped for Li Minyang's resignation, as it would afford him a sense of superiority. "Minyang, what are your plans now?" Zhou Junzi asked in a serious tone, his demeanor always serious and devoid of frivolity. "I plan to do some small business in the provincial capital," Li Minyang replied, serving Zhou Junzi some food. "Let us eat first. We can discuss future matters once we understand the policies better." Given the current market environment, though the general direction was supportive of private enterprises, it was essential to avoid certain pitfalls. Otherwise, one could easily find themselves in a precarious position. The market was still not mature enough, yet Li Minyang had unshakable confidence in his grasp of the policies. Why not consider opening a restaurant and witness the thriving business of others? Lu Ziliang immediately concurred, for the matter of job relocation was not to be broached at this moment. Instead, they began devising plans for Li Minyang's life post-resignation. "Let's see," Li Minyang replied with a casual demeanor. "Minyang, once you're in the provincial capital, we'll reunite, just like in our university days," Fan Pu said with a chuckle. Being an inherently optimistic individual, he believed that Minyang's departure from the tax bureau might not be a misfortune, but rather a potential new beginning. After all, people adapt to change while trees wither away. "When do you plan to head to the provincial capital?" Huang Nuandong inquired, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. "First, I need to reclaim the betrothal money and settle matters at home before I set off. Likely within this month," Li Minyang responded. "My paperwork has already reached the provincial capital, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall also return to work there next month." Huang Nuandong, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled and quickly added, "My father has already leveraged connections for my transfer, but with only one position available, it took quite some time to secure it." Li Minyang couldn't help but grip his chopsticks tightly. It was strikingly similar to the previous life. In truth, Huang Nuandong had fled this place in sorrow, yet despite that, she had exerted considerable effort to facilitate his job transfer. This time, however, he was determined not to allow Huang Nuandong's tragedy to repeat itself. Chongning cast a deep glance at Huang Nuandong, feeling a sense of discomfort as she chastised her friend for her lack of ambition. Why was she so unable to let go of Li Minyang? While Chongning understood Huang Nuandong's feelings for him, given that he was a person of integrity and exceptional character, she questioned the hastiness of diving into another relationship so soon after the turmoil at the wedding. As the heat of the day persisted, Li Minyang kindly poured water for Huang Nuandong, a gesture he had not previously exhibited. To Chongning, it seemed that Li Minyang was being rather calculating. The group continued to eat and converse, primarily discussing the prospects of venturing into business, offering Li Minyang suggestions on lucrative endeavors. However, he merely listened and nodded in agreement, well aware of the market's trajectory. Huang Wandong appeared quite animated, seemingly revitalized, while Chang Ning remained burdened with her thoughts, speaking very little. After their meal, the group made their way to the bus station. At that moment, there was no designated departure point, as the vehicles only gathered passengers from the street. Just as a vehicle was about to leave, Chang Ning had many more words to share with Huang Wandong, but, pressed for time, they agreed to speak later over the phone. Watching the four of them form a line against the backdrop of the bustling scene, Li Minyang found himself lost in thought. A song echoing in his mind. A land nourishes its people, and the dialect of Jin City is spoken by its inhabitants. People are like iron, and food is like steel. If one misses a meal, one feels anxious. Minyang, how do you intend to reclaim the betrothal money? Let us not be too aggressive. I worry about Huang Wandong. He heard a voice cautioning him. Wandong, it's fine. Things have escalated to this point already. I understand your concerns, but a mere threat from Tao Jianfa will not obliterate my future. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. Li Minyang gently interrupted her. All right, Huang Wandong acquiesced, placing her trust entirely in him. Let us go. I'll take you to your workplace. It's almost time. I can go by myself, Huang Wandong replied, shaking her head. In truth, she sensed some subtle changes in Li Minyang that made her anxious. It's on my way. I still need to wait for Tao Jianfa. Li Minyang casually explained as they walked side by side through the bustling streets, their arms occasionally brushing against one another. Chapter 12. Leveraging Strength. After enduring the midday heat and dozing off while reading the newspaper, engaging in light banter about trivial matters, many employees began leaving early, baskets in hand, to purchase groceries. To Zhao Rongyue's surprise, she did not leave early. Instead, she timed her departure just right. Li Minyang's earlier reprimand in the office had left her feeling uneasy, and she felt compelled to at least feign normalcy for a few days. As she exited the office, she deliberately glanced around but did not spot Li Minyang, prompting her to scoff and hasten her pace. Huang Wandong followed closely behind, assuming Li Minyang was still waiting for Tao Jianfa and fearing a potential confrontation. However, not seeing him, she received a message from Chang Ning and returned to the unit's dormitory. At this time, the small city of Xuyang was bustling with activity. Children dashed about in the streets without a care, while adults busily traversed the alleys on bicycles, the ringing of bells echoing everywhere. Li Minyang was captivated by the sight of Xinjiang lamb skewers selling for 1 yuan for 5, noting the generous portions. The atmosphere was filled with the essence of everyday life. Nearby, a group of unsavory characters congregated outside a video hall, clad in green military uniforms and cloth shoes, with one particularly conspicuous young man sporting a tousled hairstyle, bending over to jovially distribute cigarettes. This mango cigarette packs quite a punch. Here, have a puff. Brother, why not take one? Shui Pong shot a hostile glare at Li Minyang from a distance, his voice seething with anger. Get someone to deal with him. This morning he bared his teeth at me and even shoved me a few times. Who? A man sitting on a tricycle, evidently the leader of the group, inhaled deeply as he spoke. That big fool, squatting there eating lamb skewers. The one who caused a scene at the wedding with my father-in-law. Shui Pong pointed, his excitement palpable. He felt emboldened, knowing that the man on the motorcycle, Chen Chuanong, was the deputy director's son and could likely smooth over any issues. Just him? Huh. Let us go have a word with him, Chen Chuanong said with a mocking smile. Li Minyang was enjoying his meal when he noticed a group making its way towards him, instinctively standing up as Shui Pong led the charge. Damn it, he cursed silently, steeling himself for the potential fallout. Li Minyang, weren't you quite arrogant? Come on, let us see you call out again, Shui Pong sneered, his eyes wide with fury, shoving Li Minyang forcefully. Shui Pong, isn't that box of mango cigarettes in your hand mine? Li Minyang retorted, filled with irritation. You're taking my cigarettes and using them to curry favor with others, and now you dare to confront me? Yet, Li Minyang knew that to navigate this confrontation, he needed to find a way to ease the tension and facilitate dialogue. Directly clashing with such a large group of ruffians was sheer folly. Huh? Shui Pong paused, taken aback by Li Minyang's unexpected response, leaving him momentarily speechless. Nonsense, your box of mangoes only has 2 or 3 sticks left. This is brand new. He dismissed Li Minyang's claim, frustrated. I can't be bothered to argue with you. How much stuff have you stolen for the yard? You really need to be taught a lesson. As Li Minyang berated him, he vaguely articulated the reason for their dispute while distributing cigarettes to Chen Chuanong and the others. Regardless of the outcome, Li Minyang was resolved to deal with Shui Pong. Chen Chuanong hesitated, glancing at Shui Pong's pathetic demeanor, but ultimately accepted the cigarettes. And soon the others followed suit. With the distribution of cigarettes, Li Minyang felt a sense of assurance. Clearly, Shui Pengpeng was not held in high regard. For no one seemed to take him seriously, or he would have been dealt with long ago. You're the one who clashed with my father-in-law a couple of days ago, right? Let us chat about it. What exactly happened? Chen Chuanong inquired, now intrigued. Gossip was a favorite pastime for many. Brother, it's embarrassing to talk about. You pushed me to that point. What is so glorious about it? What do men loathe the most? Li Minyang gently shook his head, feigning disappointment, clearly reluctant to discuss such matters with strangers. Ha ha. Chen Chuanong laughed heartily, causing discomfort in Li Minyang's heart. Did she catch you with another man? How did you find out? Chen Chuanong pressed eagerly. Brother, I really don't want to bring this up again. Right now, I have a business opportunity for you that could put money in your pocket. Are you interested? Li Minyang observed Tao Jianfa heading home and seized the opportunity to inquire, intending to take this group along, making it easier to demand money. Procrastination only leads to complications, particularly given the unreasonable obstinacy of the Tao family. What business are we discussing? Chen Chuanong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he had been troubled by a lack of funds these past few days. The woman's family still held onto my betrothal gifts. If my brothers could lend me some support, there would be no need for any physical confrontation. Just a few intimidating words would suffice. We are in the right here, and once this matter is resolved, I will reward each of you with 30. Li Minyang cast a cursory glance, realizing that 30 each would amount to a total of 150, quite a painful expense. Yet, securing the money was paramount. He did not wish to linger on the issue of the betrothal gifts, fearing it would cause delays. He was eager to venture into the provincial capital for development. Isn't this going a bit too far? Not only are they seeking men from outside, but they are also withholding your betrothal gifts. We must confront that family. Chen Chuanong bellowed, his demeanor righteous, immediately ready to seek accountability from the woman's side. However, as the group set off, he waved 2 more individuals over. Damn it. 60 has already gone out. Had I known, I would have asked for less, Li Minyang lamented, uncertain of the market situation. In truth, they would have been willing to go for a pack of cigarettes. He was still adjusting to the current pricing. Shui Pengpeng stood awkwardly, realizing that he had intended to confront Li Minyang, yet now everyone was treating him like a brother. At that moment, Chen Shantian was affectionately conversing with Li Minyang, as if they were old friends. After a brief pause, Shui Pengpeng fell in line behind the main group. $30 was worth earning, and he found the notion rather appealing. The sky gradually darkened, sweeping away the heat of summer. The first batch of housing allocated by the Tax Bureau consisted of 3-story row houses, an 80-square-meter layout that was quite fashionable at the time. However, none of the households had toilets. They had to use the makeshift lavatories built downstairs. Neighbors were gossiping downstairs when they suddenly noticed a group of youngsters arriving, causing a stir. Once the group entered the courtyard, whispers ensued. Isn't that the son-in-law of Tao Jianfa? Quite tall, that is Li Minyang. This is rather embarrassing and disruptive, creating quite a ruckus daily. People chattered away, regardless of right or wrong. Tao Qingqing, heavily pregnant, had been jilted, leaving the Tao family unable to hold their heads high. Meanwhile, at the Tao household, what? Li Minyang is causing a scene again? He cannot be allowed any comfort. Not a single penny of the betrothal gifts will be returned. Why should we give him anything? Tao Qingqing roared, her beautiful face contorted with rage. Chapter 13. Retrieving the betrothal gifts. We will not return a single cent of the betrothal money. Let us see what he can do. Does he think he can intimidate us? The room echoed only with Tao Qingqing's furious voice. Since the incident, she had been too ashamed to return to work, enduring whispers and snide remarks. Hearing Tao Jianfa mention the Tax Bureau only fueled her fury. Isn't it because you recklessly engaged in relationships that this situation has escalated? Finally, Tao Jianfa muttered a rare criticism of his daughter, albeit quietly. Old Tao, Qingqing is right. Li Minyang is going too far. He keeps grabbing you by the collar. What has he turned you into? We cannot allow him to have his way. If it comes to that, let Qingba find a few tough guys to teach him a lesson. He Yuanjin wore a fierce expression, fanning the flames further. Aren't you just encouraging the kids to cause trouble? Li Minyang has even given up his job. He doesn't care about his record. It proves he has lost his mind. He has gone all in. Our children have bright futures ahead. Is it worth risking their lives over $3,000? Tao Jianfa shot her a fierce glare, growing increasingly irritated by Li Minyang's antics. But we can't let Li Minyang bully us, can we? Tao Qingqing's voice trembled with emotion. I'll find a way to pin a charge on him and send him away. Tao Jianfa's face darkened. To be forced to part with money that was already in hand felt akin to a painful amputation. Yes, throw him in a detention center. That should keep him in line. He Yuanjin grinned, harboring a deep resentment for Li Minyang. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. He Yuanjin thought nothing of it, assuming it was her son returning home, and rose to open the door. With a swift motion, a tall figure squeezed in, rudely shoving Yu-Engine aside, followed by a throng of youngsters who quickly filled the living room. "What do you want, Li Minyang?" Tao Jianfa felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his voice trembling. Tao Qingqing's complexion paled further, retreating behind her father, hardly daring to breathe. "Tao Jianfa, return my betrothal gifts, or my brothers, and I will take up residence in your home." Li Minyang spoke amicably, plopping down on the floor and lighting a cigarette. As for Chun Chuanong and the others, they remained silent, merely finding spots to sit, adding to their numbers. For a brief moment, an unsettling quiet filled the room. Those unaware might have thought relatives were visiting, and there was an odd sense of harmony as the youngsters behaved as if they were in their own home. Showing no courtesy, Chun Chuanong opened the refrigerator and grabbed a homemade popsicle, while Shui Pengpeng casually picked up a banana and stuffed half a box of cigarettes from the coffee table into his pocket, unnoticed by anyone. "Li Minyang, this is trespassing. I'll call the police to arrest you," Tao Jianfa warned, eager to send this group away, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. "You want to go to jail, huh?" Yu-Engine hastily threatened. "Go ahead and call. If you drive me out today, I'll return tomorrow with even more relatives to stay at your home," Li Minyang retorted, catching a glimpse of Shui Pengpeng and remembering the morning's events. His brow furrowed as he echoed the same words. "Yu-Engine, don't think you can intimidate me. Are you looking for trouble? Surely someone will come home tonight, right? Be careful of bricks flying your way when it gets dark." His words left the woman pale with fear. After all the turmoil of the past 2 days, she was utterly exhausted. What is happening? Just then, Tao Qingba returned, and seeing the room crowded with rowdy youths made his heart race. His gaze quickly landed on Li Minyang seated on the floor, anger flashing across his face. "Li Minyang, dare to gather a crowd and cause trouble? Fine. Today I'll make sure you regret it," he declared, striding over to pick up the landline phone. "Young man, put down the phone," Chun Chuanong shouted, initially reluctant to intervene, but since he was present, did that not also include him in this ruckus? This has gone too far. Are we going to tolerate this? Tao Qingba furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before recognizing Chun Chuanong, the only child of the local police chief. They were around the same age. And in such a small town, even without direct interactions, he had heard of him. "You're withholding my friend S. betrothal gifts. We're simply here to claim what is rightfully ours. We are not causing trouble. We are calmly discussing this matter. Who are you to accuse us of causing a disturbance?" Chun Chuanong's gaze was sharp, his eyes fixed on Tao Qingba, as if he were about to devour him. "If you want to call the police, go ahead, but don't you dare make baseless accusations. Who has he been in trouble before?" But Tao Qingba swallowed hard, feeling a bit intimidated by Chun Chuanong, unsure how Li Minyang was acquainted with these individuals. He quickly shifted his tone. "Li Minyang, you've bullied my sister. Surely there must be some accountability? How did I bully your sister?" Li Minyang shot back immediately. "You slept with Tao Qingqing." Tao Qingba lowered his voice, noting the commotion on the balcony, where a crowd had gathered, and since they lived on the first floor, the noise was audible outside. In situations like this, the woman always bears the brunt of the blame. Li Minyang must take responsibility, he asserted. "You got it all wrong. It was Tao Qingqing who hurriedly brought me to a hotel, fearing her illegitimate child wouldn't know its father. The hotel was registered under her ID. I was the one wronged here," Li Minyang shouted, as if a shrew, ensuring the neighbors outside heard him, laying everything on the line. With a single remark, Chun Chuanong and the others erupted into laughter, and under the weight of their mockery, Tao Qingqing was provoked to tears as she rushed into the room. "Tao Jianfa, return my betrothal gift immediately, or I shall create a scene at your daughter's workplace tomorrow and see who cannot bear it." Li Minyang seized the opportunity to roar. Dramatically collapsing onto the floor, Tao Jianfa's head buzzed with agitation. He could no longer endure such torment. He let out a deep sigh and declared loudly, "Very well. Li Minyang, I shall return your betrothal gift, but you must understand that it is not that my family is in the wrong, but rather that I wish to sever ties with a scoundrel like you." Yu-Engine remained silent, feeling weary herself, only wanting to hasten the departure of Li Minyang. "Quickly, give me the money." Li Minyang wasted no time, leaping up and extending a hand, determined to secure the money in his pocket before anything else. Soon, Tao Jianfa re-emerged from the inner room, carrying a shoebox. After wetting his fingers with saliva, he counted the sum twice, revealing a mix of notes and coins, and publicly handed over 3,000 yuan to Li Minyang. This amount was indeed substantial, equivalent to over 100,000 in purchasing power from the year 2023, especially at a time when few had yet to prosper. "This is a fair amount, and shall not be a penny less. Do not disturb my family again," Tao Jianfa advised. Li Minyang seized the money, a weight finally lifted from his chest. Reasoning with the Tao family was futile, Thankfully, he had brought companions today. Otherwise, obtaining the money would have been far more arduous. Who would wish to associate with such twisted individuals as your family? Li Minyang spat disdainfully, beckoning Tao Jianfa with a crooked finger as he reached the door. What now? Tao Jianfa frowned and leaned closer. After a lengthy afternoon of smoking, Li Minyang forcefully coughed, expelling a thick phlegm that landed squarely on Tao Jianfa's face, a yellowish, viscous substance. He had endured enough frustration, using this spittle as a parting gift. Consider this a token, Li Minyang declared, turning away with a flourish. Tao Jianfa's eyes widened in shock, and a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. As he instinctively raised his arm to wipe it away, his body trembled uncontrollably. Li Minyang, you son of a... Tao Jianfa's outburst was a desperate cry from a man pushed to his limits. Chun Chuanong and his companions stood frozen in disbelief. Was this young man truly so genuine in his disdain? Such fervor against injustice was remarkable. After a brief moment of stupor, they hurriedly descended the stairs. Chapter 14, Mockery and Flattery. Nguandong, what are your current thoughts about Li Minyang? Chong Ning inquired urgently, having sent a page message for Huang Nguandong to call back immediately upon returning to the provincial capital. After much fuss, they finally connected by phone as night fell. We're just college classmates. Our relationship is quite good, Huang Nguandong replied, initially hesitant but then asserting herself. Oh, I didn't mean that. I was asking if you still have feelings for him. Chong Ning pressed bluntly, unwilling to be ambiguous on the subject. Well, Huang Nguandong faltered, recognizing that discussing this matter was futile. Minyang has faced such significant challenges. As a friend, I should help him through this tough time. Nguandong, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. Li Minyang has indeed assisted us during our university years, but if someone, under such emotional duress, hastily expresses their affections, it is simply repugnant, Chong Ning remarked, distancing herself from Li Minyang with her words. She was wary of her close friend choosing the wrong partner, a feeling she conveyed to Huang Nguandong. Moreover, in matters of romantic relationships, Chong Ning possessed greater clarity than her peers. No, Minyang is not like that, Huang Nguandong replied, lacking confidence, as she too sensed a change in Li Minyang's demeanor. He seemed softer, yet perhaps it was simply a response to his recent hardships. Nguandong, people do change, especially after encountering the complexities of society. What was once innocent can become unrecognizable, often guided by self-interest. I don't want you to choose the wrong person. Li Minyang has changed. Chong Ning's voice traversed hundreds of kilometers, leaving Huang Nguandong feeling the chill of the night breeze. At the entrance of a dimly lit alley, Li Minyang greeted his companions, saying, You all have worked hard. This is your share. True to his word, he distributed 30 each, but when it came to Chun Chuntian, he handed over 50. Brother Chun, please buy some cigarettes for the guys. At this moment, one must be tactful, for Chun Chuntian had contributed more effort. Giving merely 30 would be rather stingy, unbefitting of a man. Sure, Chun Chuntian replied cheerfully, though he couldn't help but feel envious of the wad of cash Li Minyang held. Minyang, how about treating the guys to a meal sometime? Chun Chuntian inquired, hoping to extract a bit more. That sounds like a plan. How about tomorrow night? Li Minyang agreed readily, knowing that if used wisely, these fair-weather friends could prove invaluable in critical moments. All right, it's settled then. See you tomorrow. Chun Chuntian waved dismissively as he led the group away, their motorcycle roaring through the small town. Now, only Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng remained. The latter grinned widely, extending a hand. Minyang, where's my 30? You dare ask me for money? Li Minyang shot back with an unamused expression, kicking him while simultaneously gripping the back of his neck, just as he had done that morning, pressing his head against his knee. You dare to call for reinforcements against me? No matter what, I will deal with you, Li Minyang explained as he delivered a couple of elbows. Shui Pengpeng howled in distress. Ouch. Li Minyang, let go. Get up. You son of a... We grew up in the same neighborhood. Is it necessary to go this far? Shui Pengpeng quickly caved, realizing there were no witnesses present. Pride was irrelevant. Remember this. If you dare to bring people to harm me, I will ensure chaos descends upon your household, Li Minyang warned, releasing him but pointing a finger at Shui Pengpeng. Breaking free from the constraints of societal expectations felt exhilarating. One lives, but once. Why should I bear humiliation? Shui Pengpeng gasped for breath, resembling a beaten spouse. Li Minyang shot him one last glare, turned, and took a few steps before pivoting back. What else do you want? Shui Pengpeng exclaimed in panic. Got any cigarettes on you? Li Minyang inquired, already reaching into Shui Pengpeng's pocket to retrieve the half-pack of Huazi. Perfect. That's my half-pack of cigarettes back. Wait, I only took 2 or 3 of your mango cigarettes. You can't just take my half-pack of Huazi without a thought. Shui Pengpeng protested, feeling wronged. Did you forget you also ate a few bananas at Tao Jinfa's house? Without me, would you have gotten that benefit? Li Minyang retorted irked, before hastening away. Are you even a college student anymore? Shui Pengpeng fumed. For Lu Ziliang, this night was charged with excitement. Upon returning to the provincial capital, he eagerly called several well-placed college classmates for a gathering. Li Minyang has truly embarrassed himself. It seems his name has brought him misfortune. Not only did he fail to marry the daughter of a director, but he also lost his job. Lu Ziliang proclaimed loudly. He quit his job? What on earth was he thinking, severing his own path? Has he lost his mind? It appeared that even the most outstanding individuals in college struggled to adapt to the realities of society, perhaps even less capable than the rest of them. Laughter and banter filled the air as they seemed to revel in the suffering of those around them, using it to highlight their own superiority. Perhaps in his previous life, Li Minyang had only faced harm from the Tao family and never experienced the disdain of his classmates, especially during his ascent, surrounded by loyal friends. Now, however, it seemed he was surrounded by those eager to take advantage of his downfall. What? The child isn't even Li Minyang's? What? It's still uncertain? Ha ha! How utterly humiliating. Laughter erupted from Lu Ziliang and his group of classmates. Have you heard about Huang Wandong? Who would have thought her father held such a high position? She certainly didn't show any signs of it during university. A classmate initiated a conversation. Huang Wandong, is it? A girl exclaimed, her eyes brimming with envy. And soon the chatter about Huang Wandong became rife with flattery. At present, Huang Wandong and Li Minyang have ascended to the pinnacle of notoriety within their circle of classmates. The desk lamp emitted a feeble glow, casting flickering shadows of Li Minyang upon the wall. It was already 3 in the morning, yet he felt no inclination to sleep, with stacked newspapers towering like a small mountain beside him. The frequency of significant events and the emergence of remarkable individuals left Li Minyang pondering the inexorable current of the era, as if everything was preordained. The disintegration of the Soviet Union loomed in the latter half of the year, concealing immense wealth within. How to profit amidst the roaring flames, and how to set sail through the crashing waves. Opportunities lay at everyone's feet, yet were grasped by but a select few. Li Minyang was poised for action. Chapter 15, Ramblings. The old residential building comprised merely 2 stories, with neighbors living in close proximity, and when it came time to cook, people crowded the corridors. If any household had a bit of commotion, the news would spread like wildfire. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the courtyard, filled with the joyful sounds of children at play, especially on the second-floor corridor, where iron hoops clanged incessantly. That sound resonated in the mind. Indulging in a leisurely slumber felt like an extravagance. Upon learning of Li Minyang's resignation, Tian Shuyan and Li Jinong constantly sighed, their negativity seeping into their younger sister, Li Liang, who had always looked up to her brother. Don't worry, little sister, it's not a big deal. Working at the tax bureau was hindering my development. Many have resigned to pursue opportunities. I am merely following the trend, Li Minyang reassured with a smile, gently ruffling his sister's hair. In his recollection, his sister was of the same cohort as that lad named Mao Do, wasn't she? Little sister had been accepted into a prestigious provincial university with outstanding grades, while that boy hadn't even made it into a junior college. Li Liang beamed. Brother, if you do business in the provincial city, we can see each other often. Indeed, Li Minyang agreed. Just as he stepped out of the room, he heard Tian Chulian's nagging. Why endure hardship out there when you can earn comfortably here? Sigh, what sin did we commit to encounter someone like Tao Qingqing? Have you decided what to do in the provincial city? If not, perhaps you should find a temporary job to settle in first. Mom, don't worry. There are numerous classmates in the provincial city. I won't lack a place to stay, Li Minyang consoled with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't burden his classmates. They were all newly employed, each with their own difficulties. Asking for help would only diminish his own worth. I have repaid all my debts and should have a little over 1,000 left. Consider a loan for me to venture into some small business in the provincial city. I'll repay you both once I earn. Li Minyang said as he approached Li Jinong to discuss finances, reassured by the fact that the household had no significant expenses and that the couple's salaries were decent, thus justifying his request. When you're in the provincial city, don't be too frugal. If money runs short, just ask the family. Don't be stingy with food. Li Jinong earnestly advised, saying no more, acknowledging that the situation was as it was and permitting his son to go. Li Minyang felt a lump in his throat at the silent paternal love, unsure of how to express such a simple yet profound request with grandiloquent words. Hey, are you cooking noodles? Boomed Tian Xiushan's voice from the entrance, swaggering in and tossing 2 packs of instant noodles onto the cabinet. Liang, come out. Your uncle brought you some noodles. Really? Li Liang exclaimed excitedly, rushing out to sweetly smile at her uncle before darting to the corridor to boil them. At that moment, Instant noodles were a rare treat, especially the seasoning packets, which children would often pilfer, sprinkling a bit into their palms to lick. "Brother, do you want some?" "I don't want any," Li Minyang shouted, offering his uncle a cigarette. "Oh, you've upgraded, starting to smoke Huazi now," Tian Qiushan grinned. "A friend from downstairs gave it to me. I helped him with something," Li Minyang casually replied, turning to retrieve 500 yuan to hand to Tian Qiushan. "Uncle, this is money I owe your family. I got back the betrothal gift from the Tao family. Minyang, if you need money in the provincial city, take it. Our family isn't too tight." Tian Qiushan declined the money. "Uncle, please accept it. We can discuss it again if I need funds," Li Minyang insisted, pressing the money into Tian Qiushan's hands. "Minyang, I have a few well-connected friends in the provincial city. If you encounter any troubles, just let me know," Tian Qiushan remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, a confident glint in his eyes, as if he could resolve any issue in the provincial city. "Uncle, if there are good projects for collaboration, what do they do exactly?" Li Minyang inquired with genuine interest, contemplating the simple idea of resource integration. Everyone was family, and he wouldn't mind sharing good projects to prosper together. Of course, the ability to effectively utilize connections was a skill in itself. Just as Tian Qiushan prepared to launch into an impassioned speech, shouts erupted from downstairs, followed by the sounds of smashing and crashing. "Shui Peng Peng, give me back my money. Where the hell are you hiding? Get out here." A group venting their frustrations descended upon Shui Peng Peng's home, which had no valuables to speak of, leaving the place in shambles. A woman in her 50s, clutching a baby less than a year old, stood helplessly at the door, too fearful to intervene, as both adults and children cried, creating a scene of heart-wrenching despair. Li Minyang, who typically showed little interest in such matters, was about to continue discussing his uncle's friends when he turned to see Tian Qiushan at the door, calling out, "Quick, go check what's happening downstairs." Reluctantly, Li Minyang ventured out to see, knowing that Shui Peng Peng often stirred trouble, and enemies seeking retribution was not a new occurrence. The corridor on the second floor was packed with onlookers, and Liang had abandoned her noodles to peer down. Li Minyang took a glance before retreating back inside, unable to bear the sight of the woman and child in such distress. However, assistance among neighbors was limited to mere gestures. It wouldn't do to let them go hungry. Ultimately, Shui Peng Peng had brought this upon himself, likely hiding away somewhere. Afterwards, Tian Qiushan did not return for dinner. His visit had primarily been to deliver noodles to Liang. After hastily finishing his meal, Li Minyang rode his bicycle to repay his debts. At this point, it was essential to repay proactively. It would be too embarrassing if someone had to bring it up later, unlike in the future when borrowers would become akin to lords. When repaying, Li Minyang would also bring some fruits and express gratitude, ensuring everything was settled properly before moving on to the next debt. Never merely dropping off the money and leaving. Lending money was a significant favor, and one should not assume that familial or close friendships entitled them to such assistance. Helping was a kindness, not helping was a duty. Li Minyang sent a message to Huang Nuandong in advance, arranging to have lunch together at noon, during which he would also return her money, thereby settling all debts related to the Tao family's betrothal gifts. Upon returning to the tax bureau, Li Minyang felt a profound sense of sentimentality. The once familiar position would no longer be part of his life, and he was determined to tread a path filled with brilliance and live freely. Amidst his musings, a familiar face appeared in Li Minyang's line of sight. "Why are you out before your shift?" he inquired with a smile. "I'm just trying to keep pace with Director Zhao," Huang Wandong shrugged, and the two walked side by side down the bustling street. Chapter 16, Only I Understand Him. The dumpling stall was already teeming with patrons, and Huang Wandong paused to savor the aroma. "Is this what you're having for lunch?" Li Minyang asked with a calm smile, standing beside Huang Wandong in line. "Yes." Huang Wandong nodded intently, her gaze fixed on the master preparing the dumplings, her greedy expression clashing starkly with her freshly curled hair. Though she had intended to adopt a mature demeanor upon starting her job, her youthful naivety often slipped through. "It's too sunny. I'll stand in line. You should find some shade," Li Minyang suggested, gently pushing her back, inadvertently brushing against the strap of her undergarment. Huang Wandong frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Li Minyang was also focused on the dumpling master, his expression resolute as if he were about to join a political party. He could swear that his previous mistake was entirely unintentional. His years of affection for Huang Wandong often led to moments of unguarded physical concern, making him forget her youth. "No need," Huang Wandong stammered after a prolonged silence, unable to meet his gaze again. She recalled Chang Ning's words from the previous night, and within mere seconds, she reached a conclusion. Perhaps a man only recognizes the worth of those around him after experiencing a contrast in relationships. For instance, herself? It wasn't tea, as Chong Ning suggested, that Li Minyang was frivolous with matters of the heart, moving on to new relationships effortlessly. Rather, he'd been deeply wounded, which allowed him to appreciate the goodness in others. Thus, with a mere slight flirtation from Li Minyang, Huang Nuandong dismissed Chong Ning's word from her mind. After all, how astute could a girl be who would abandon a job in the provincial capital to pursue her? Li Minyang noticed the blush creeping across Huang Nuandong's cheeks and felt a surge of joy. It seemed she was no longer as averse to him as at the outset. As a seasoned veteran in the bureaucratic system, he felt adept at navigating the emotional landscape of young women. To be honest, Li Minyang had always wanted to marry Huang Nuandong. She was not only wealthy and from a respectable family, but she also possessed a kind heart and genuine affection for him. Such a woman was rare indeed. But winning her affection required a certain finesse. Nuandong, I truly apologize for earlier. I didn't mean to touch you. I was just worried you might be too warm, he admitted, his voice faltering. His face flushed with embarrassment, while his other hand discreetly pinched his thigh to regain composure. It was as if he had committed an unforgivable sin and was now wallowing in regret. Oh, it's all right. We've been classmates for so long. I know your character well, Huang Nuandong reassured him, her heart swelling with certainty that no one else understood him as she did. The youthfulness of their camaraderie was palpable. They ordered some dumplings, and Li Minyang bought 2 bowls of congee from the stall, settling on the library steps to eat. When are you planning to leave? Huang Nuandong asked between bites. Early tomorrow morning, he replied. So soon? She exclaimed in surprise. I want to get to the provincial capital early to find some work. At my age, idling around is hardly acceptable. Li Minyang brushed a stray strand of hair from the corner of her mouth, testing her reaction to see if she might respond with undue fervor. However, Huang Nuandong's ears turned crimson, her fingers gripping her chopsticks tightly, her large eyes blinking uncontrollably. Then, with a serious tone, she said, Minyang, you don't need to worry about work. I can talk to my father and have him arrange something for you. After all, your degree speaks for itself. As for Director Tao, I can handle the paperwork. In that moment, Huang Nuandong took it upon herself to shoulder responsibilities while inadvertently creating a bit of trouble for her father. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away, in Fuhai City, Secretary Huang coughed violently after setting down his teacup. Are you all right? Wu Qiuhua of the Provincial Tax Bureau inquired with concern. I'm fine, no worries. Wu Director, I apologize for the trouble Huang Nuandong's situation has caused you. Thankfully, her file wasn't transferred. Otherwise, the process would have been far more complicated, Secretary Huang responded. His words polite, yet underscored with an expectation that the file must be processed since it hadn't been transferred yet. It was merely a routine procedure for a child to intern in a township, and such experience would serve her well. Today's youth lacked the resilience we had as educated youth sent to the countryside. Wu Qiuhua readily agreed, reminiscing about those times with a hearty laugh. Secretary Huang continued to converse with Wu Qiuhua for a while longer, his earnestness stemming from concern for his wayward daughter, reflecting a side of himself that seemed more aligned with his wife's disposition. Nuandong, I appreciate your good intentions, but I am determined to pursue a path in business. To be honest, Li Minyang glanced at Huang Nuandong, his gaze softening, filled with warmth. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she felt a flurry of confusion. Since my troubles began, you have remained steadfast by my side while others have merely laughed at my misfortune. Only you can fathom my sorrow, and if it weren't for you, I might not have endured. Li Minyang understood Huang Nuandong's nature well. His heartfelt confession had the power to dismantle her defenses. She stuttered, then quickly rummaged through her pocket for her wallet. Minyang, you don't have to rush to pay me back. If you need money for your business, I can lend you more. Nuandong, it's fine. You don't need to worry about me. Just take your money back. You've already helped me enough, he insisted, grasping her delicate hand. The softness of her skin sending a jolt through him. Put your wallet away, he said firmly, though his stern gaze belied a desire to pull her into his embrace. Yet, he knew he must proceed with caution, ensuring she felt comfortable. Having risen to such a high position within the system, Li Minyang had become adept at reading people and leveraging connections, making the task of navigating a young woman's affections seem trivial. If you ever find yourself in trouble, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Don't feel embarrassed. After all, we have been friends for many years, Huang Nuandong urged, her nerves causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. Nuandong, I will forever remember your kindness, regardless of my future circumstances. As long as it concerns you and you are willing to confide in me, even if it's a crime, I will stand by you without hesitation. Once again, his gaze was as resolute as when he considered joining a political party. Oh, what crime? You speak of such ominous things. Huang Nuandong leaned her chin on her knees, her heart racing. Chongning doesn't understand Minyang. Only I do. After a while, once they finished their meal, Huang Wandong purchased a sweet melon on the side and playfully stuffed it into Li Minyang's arms before sprinting away. Chapter 17. Speak accordingly to your audience. In the late hours of the night, a table in a small restaurant was particularly boisterous. The group had been feasting for several hours, with bottles of liquor strewn across the table, showing no signs of leaving, and their attire suggested they were far from respectable. The restaurant owner wore a worried expression, unable to urge them to leave, resigned to their presence. Li Minyang exhaled clouds of smoke, his demeanor unrecognizable from that of a university student, resembling an aimless youth instead. So, Minyang, you have quite the connections in the provincial capital, Chen Shunong remarked intrigued. He anticipated that this simple dinner would unveil business prospects. Am I foolish? The tax bureau pays well. Why would I resign? I haven't committed any errors that would warrant dismissal, Li Minyang declared, gesturing grandly, his words punctuated with fervor. Some of my uncle's friends are involved in foreign trade in the provincial capital, but let us keep this between us brothers. Don't let it slip outside. Suddenly, Li Minyang's tone lowered. What's wrong? Chen Shunong's eyes widened, his hand affectionately resting on Li Minyang's shoulder, his ear close to his lips. He thought to himself, if Minyang truly has connections, we could become great allies. The Great Goose is on the verge of disintegration this year, plagued by social unrest and insufficient productivity, which has led to a substantial demand for everyday necessities in the region. The goods we possess here could fetch exorbitant prices there. You must have heard of the exploits of that old moo, right? He made over 100 million in 89. In 89, a group of acquaintances of my uncle casually engaged in transport business, earning tens of thousands each month. Over there, it's practically akin to picking up money. It's nearly impossible not to become prosperous. Why should I remain tethered to a meager salary of over 100 at the tax bureau? With these connections, why would I still be working? What a waste. Li Minyang, overflowing with enthusiasm, inadvertently sprayed saliva onto Chen Chuanong's face. Instinctively, Chen raised his arm to wipe it away, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness by taking a gulp from his wine glass. Hearing about such lucrative opportunities made Chen's heart itch with desire. He was entirely unconcerned with the details and eagerly wanted to forge a connection with Li Minyang. You university students certainly have plenty of connections, he complimented, raising his glass in camaraderie. Brother Chen, it's not merely about connections. Earning money largely depends on relationships. Otherwise, you wouldn't even find the way into the industry, Li Minyang asserted, underscoring his own significance. Yet, he had little in terms of genuine connections. In this era, it was simply a matter of survival of the bold and demise of the timid. Bluster was all that mattered. Besides, what if my uncle truly had connections? His demeanor this morning was exceptionally grave and serious. That statement holds truth. Everywhere, it's all about relationships. Chen Chuanong nodded vigorously, indicating his strong agreement. His father had dealt with numerous matters, and he was quite familiar with the intricacies involved. Minyang, once we reach the provincial capital, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. There is no need for formality. In this area, I still wield some influence. Chen Chuanong hastily sought to reinforce his connections while showcasing his own status. Of course, Brother Chen, if you come to the provincial capital, do inform me in advance, and I shall treat you to a grand feast of fine delicacies, Li Minyang reciprocated, adeptly navigating the social nuances. How kind. Chen Chuanong clinked his glass with Li Minyang's, and after setting it down, casually mentioned, Minyang, if there are any profitable ventures, do not forget your old brother. We could collaborate. Rest assured, Brother Chen. To speak frankly, whether the money goes to you or anyone else, I will certainly prioritize my brothers, Li Minyang said, putting his arm around Chen, and the two burst in a hearty laughter. Li Minyang elaborated on the intricacies of business, from overarching policies to minute strategies, peppered with professional jargon that left Chen Chuanong and his friends in a state of astonished silence. Impressive. Truly a commendable university student. They praised, albeit in simple, unrefined words, lacking in sophistication. Just as their lively conversation reached its peak, an individual approached stealthily, interrupting Li Minyang's boasting. Brother Chen, are you dining here? The newcomer was Shui Pengpeng, who had gone a day without food to evade debts. Remembering Li Minyang's mention of a meal yesterday, he had scoured the restaurant to find them. Chen Chuanong scrutinized Shui with a disapproving glare, the furrows on his brow deepening. Shui smiled awkwardly, but no one engaged with him, and he shamelessly squeezed himself onto a nearby seat. Suddenly, without warning, Chen Chuanong delivered a resounding slap across Shui's face. You scoundrel, Shui Pengpeng. Did I invite you to sit? You were looking to cause trouble for Minyang, unaware that he is my brother? At that moment, Chun Chuanong felt an inexplicable urge to defend Li Mingyang, not for any other reason, but to showcase his own standing. Shui stammered, startled, rising hurriedly from his chair, only for Chun to kick him down to the floor. Brother Chun, surely this is excessive. Shui's face twisted in pain, raising his arms in surrender. Touch my brother, and that's unacceptable. Chun Chuanong's demeanor turned menacing as he lifted a chair, ready to strike again. Such is human nature. The more cowardly the opponent, the more brazen he became. Brother Chun, let it go. It's not a significant matter, Li Mingyang quickly interjected, pulling Chun back. After all, Shui and I are from the same dormitory. A trivial conflict shouldn't escalate this way. I was just joking around with Minyang. Shui hastily chimed in, trembling as he stood up, clutching his stomach. From now on, watch how you speak to my brothers, Chun Chuanong warned, pointing a finger at Shui, panting with fury as he reclaimed his seat. Shui stood there awkwardly, ignored by all, and Li Mingyang merely cast him a fleeting glance. As a fellow dormitory mate, Li Mingyang was already being quite generous by not causing trouble for him. Yet, he was not a benevolent person, having lived his life like this. He had to face the consequences alone. Overindulgence in sympathy could lead to a myriad of troubles. Shui Pong swallowed hard, forlornly departing, having sought a meal only to leave empty-handed and beaten. Later, Li Mingyang and his companions lingered for over an hour, enjoying their food and drink before finally departing, leaving the owner of the establishment to breathe a sigh of relief. Chun Chuanong insisted on giving Li Mingyang a ride on a tricycle, but Li Mingyang declined, asserting that the distance was short and he was primarily concerned about Chun having consumed too much alcohol. The night roads could be perilous. After seeing off Chun and his companions, Li Mingyang made his way home, only to spot a familiar figure not far off. Shui Pong, hunched over, was gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Chapter 18, Departure. Minyang, could you lend me a hand? Shui Pong implored. His posture slumped as he approached Li Mingyang with a pitiable plea. I lost my own job and have no income. How could I assist you? Li Mingyang shook his head, pulling out a cigarette to smoke, withholding any generosity for someone he held in low regard. You did retrieve the bride price. Just lend me 200, will you? I just need to tide over for a few days, and I'll return you 250. This way, you'll earn a neat profit of 50. Shui Pong rubbed his hands together, wearing a sycophantic expression. You're quite the mathematician, aren't you? 250? Li Mingyang took a deep drag from his cigarette, too disinterested to respond. The bride price was borrowed. Once returned, it was all gone, and he truly had no cash on hand. Li Mingyang saw no need to offend someone like Shui Pong with harsh words, opting instead for a gentle refusal. Minyang, considering we're from the same dormitory, please help me just this once. I'm truly out of options, Shui Pong lamented, sighing heavily. Enough. Li Mingyang waved his hand, unwilling to waste any more time. Shui Pong, rather than begging so pitifully, wouldn't it be better to haul bricks at a construction site for a few days? Don't expect outsiders to clean up your mess. They'll only relish your misfortune, including me. When your mother finally succumbs, you'll find yourself utterly alone, even without someone to hand you a tissue. With that, Li Mingyang extinguished his cigarette, hastening his departure. However, after a moment of silence, he called back. When I pass by the convenience store later, I'll grab some noodles and eggs for your mother and child. But I want to give you any cash. For someone living as you do, there's truly no point. Shui Pong watched as Li Mingyang walked away, no longer begging, and turned to disappear into the shadowy alley. As long as my mother and child can get by, he muttered quietly to himself. The next day, at 5 in the morning, Li Mingyang set out in the dark to catch the earliest van to the provincial capital, hoping to settle in early. He intended for his family to worry, but they insisted on seeing him off, and thus they all departed together in their only mode of transportation, a dilapidated bicycle bought in '83, now showing its age. After securing their luggage, they walked to the bus station. Brother Yang. At that moment, Hao Ido was waiting downstairs. This young man was also heading to the provincial capital to work for his sister, and they had arranged to travel together for mutual support. Mao, good morning. Li Minyang greeted with a smile, while Hao Ido pouted, not bothering to resist, and allowing his nickname to be used. He wore a new pair of jeans that his mother had insisted he should save for the provincial city, yet he stubbornly donned them early in the morning, unfazed by the possibility of soiling them on the way. At this moment, he casually wiped his hands on his back pocket, softly whistling. Stop dawdling. Let us move quickly, Li Minyang urged, irritated by the slow pace of the young man. Hao Ido felt a bit embarrassed by the remark, but was more concerned about Li Liang, a tall and handsome girl whom many young men in the courtyard likely admired. However, Li Liang walked silently, not even glancing at Hao Ido. As the group exited the courtyard, a tricycle flashed its lights at them, and Chun Chuanong, yawning, rode past. It was memorable for Li Minyang as it marked his first early rise, yet he had given it to Li Minyang. "Minyang, hop in, brother will give you a ride," Chun Chuntian exclaimed, leaping down from the vehicle to help with the luggage, displaying remarkable enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting good news from the provincial city. "Hey, Chunji, I appreciate the ride." Li Minyang hurriedly helped with the luggage, feeling it would be rude not to accept such kindness. Who was this Chun Chuano? Perhaps Li Liang and Tian Shulian didn't recognize him, but Hao Ito knew well that he was the most successful in the area. When did Brother Yang develop such a close relationship with him, even calling him brother? "This kid from our courtyard is accompanying me to the provincial city. Let him sit in the back, and I'll take the passenger seat," Li Minyang declared, settling into the front seat of the tricycle, reminiscing about the last time he had ridden in one. "Thank you, brother," Hao Ito timidly acknowledged, even bowing slightly to Chun Chunom before cautiously taking a seat in the back, acting rather ineffectively. Waving goodbye to his family on the quiet street, the tricycle roared away. Quite an impressive sight indeed. However, the stretch of unpaved road was a true ordeal, jolting Li Minyang's heart and soul. Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes fell into his palm. Huazi. Instinctively, Li Minyang looked up, noticing that Chun Chunom was focused on driving, while Hao Ito was staring at him. Clearly, the cigarettes had slipped from Chun Chunom's pocket. Li Minyang swiftly tucked the Huazi into his pocket, smoothly shifting his body, executing the motion with fluid grace. Upon realizing what had happened, Hao Ito hurriedly averted his gaze, thinking that if Chun Chunom asked, he would simply act oblivious. Before long, they arrived at the bus station, where an Iveco was already parked at the roadside. Li Minyang and Hao Ito hastily boarded the vehicle with their luggage. "Shinji, I'll grab a seat. Thanks for the ride. Hurry back, and I'll inform you as soon as there's a good opportunity," Li Minyang urged eagerly. "All right, let us keep in touch," Chun Chuntian replied with a smile, waving as he rode off on the tricycle, reflecting on how efficiently Minyang was quick and decisive, and most importantly, clever. Dealing with such a person was quite comfortable. "Brother, we're far away now, it's fine," Hao Ito said, leaning against the window. Once the tricycle was out of sight, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of relief. "Good, not bad. Once we reach the provincial city, I'll treat you to a bottle of soda," Li Minyang teased as he leaned back in his seat. As the sun began to rise, the driver opened the window and shouted a few times before the vehicle slowly moved forward. Soon, they were on the main road, the day brightening, with sunlight flooding the street and streaming through the windows, bathing the entire cabin in golden light. Meanwhile, at the county town, someone was in distress. "Isn't this supposed to be in this pocket? Where'd it go? It's not in this pocket either. Could that kid in the back have taken it? It's possible. Kids nowadays are quite mischievous." Chun Chunom grumbled, harboring resentment towards Hao Ito, though he checked his pockets multiple times without ever suspecting Li Minyang. After all, he was a university student, highly cultured. On long-distance buses, fares are typically collected after the journey begins. To the provincial city, it cost 12 yuan per person, quite expensive, considering Li Minyang had treated Chun Chunom and others to a feast the previous night for only 11 yuan. Note at that time, due to a low number of vehicles and limited travel options, the only way to travel from the county town to the provincial city was via passenger vehicles, making it a high expenditure given the large population. However, when it came to Li Minyang, the fare was 22 yuan. "Why do I have to pay 22 yuan? I don't have much luggage, just 2 nylon bags." The young lady in front said it was for you. The man accompanying them scrutinized Li Minyang with disdain, judging him for his neat appearance while criticizing him for being stingy towards his wife. "Be a little kinder to your wife, and luck will follow. Otherwise, the road will only get narrower," he muttered discontentedly. "What?" Li Minyang was utterly baffled. "Minyang," a voice filled with longing rang from the front of the cabin. Su Pong, tousled hair and all, approached with a cheeky grin, striding past. After days without proper hygiene, Su Pong's once fluffy hair now hung limply, emanating a distinct odor, making it difficult to discern his gender. Given his frail appearance, anyone would mistakenly assume he was a woman. "Goodness, you're a guy?" Zhang, who was accompanying him, exclaimed, finally realizing the truth. "There are no job opportunities in the county town. I must head to the provincial city to find work. Minyang, lend me some money for the fare, and I'll pay you back as soon as I earn some," Su Pong said, shrinking his neck and smiling ingratiatingly. "I have no money," Li Minyang replied coolly, leaning back in his seat and shutting his eyes to continue sleeping. Hao Ito imitated him, not wishing to engage with Su Pong, who had once bullied him. "If you have no money, you should get off the bus," the man accompanying them immediately said, grabbing Su Pong by the collar and attempting to pull him forward. In those chaotic times, especially in transportation, one could encounter all sorts of individuals, and those traveling were typically tough characters who wouldn't waste time with pleasantries. Having not eaten in over a day, Su Pengpeng felt dizzy and grasped the armrest. Calling out to Li Minyang, Minyang, we're from the same courtyard. Help me this once. I'm going to the provincial city to earn more money for my mother and child. Hey, stop. Li Minyang pulled out some money and handed it over. Had it not been for Su Pengpeng's plea, he wouldn't have considered helping him. Seeing the money, the man accompanying them immediately released Su Pengpeng, who awkwardly made his way to the back, stubbornly negotiating with a young lady to switch seats, now sitting just across the aisle from Li Minyang. Hey, you even brought oil cakes. Let me have a bite, Su Pengpeng exclaimed, snatching the bag from Li Minyang's lap and devouring it hungrily. What a person you are. Li Minyang frowned slightly, but decided to let it go, thinking it was just a bag of snacks. He allowed Su Pengpeng to have his way and resumed his slumber as the swaying vehicle rocked like a cradle, lulling him into a deeper sleep. Come on, Minyang. Lift your hand. I want a drink, Su Pengpeng said, grabbing the thermos from under Li Minyang's hand, twisting the lid off, and taking large gulps. He had eaten too many cakes and was starting to choke. Li Minyang, half asleep, caught sight of Su Pengpeng's greasy mouth as he drank from his thermos. Damn this guy, he thought, but upon reflection, he realized that Su Pengpeng's audacity was truly remarkable. Earlier that morning, Li Minyang had just had a disagreement with Su Pengpeng, who then called people to beat him up. Yet here he was, having the audacity to ask for money after everything. The night before, Li Minyang had even struck him, and now he was back for more food and drink, as if none of these events bothered him at all. Minyang, do you have any cigarettes? Su Pengpeng asked cheerfully. Get lost, Li Minyang retorted. Li Minyang could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him, turning away to continue his slumber. Comforted by the thought that enduring this brief journey would suffice, for in the future, he feared he might not even catch a glimpse of him again. At around 10 in the morning, Secretary Huang of Fuhai took the initiative to call Tao Jianfa, informing him that his daughter was seeking a transfer and, out of both obligation and propriety, a word of introduction to the tax bureau in Xuyang was in order. Huang Ziyuan found himself rather troubled by work-related matters, perplexed by the sudden whim of his daughter, Nguandong, who had called the previous night, eagerly wishing to return to Fuhai with no desire to wait even a day longer. Secretary Huang, it's no trouble at all. This is hardly a bother. Nguandong is not only diligent, but principled as well. To be honest, I truly regret losing such a talent, Tao Jianfa flattered, subtly elevating Huang Xin in the process. He gripped the receiver tightly, having risen to make this call. That's quite commendable on your part, Huang remarked warmly, his tone devoid of any formality, for he and Tao Jianfa shared a long-standing acquaintance, having worked together in the same team during their grassroots assignments. How have you been? I heard your daughter is getting married. He continued. I should have returned for a visit, but the pressure has been overwhelming lately. Our state-owned enterprises are undergoing reforms, and Fuhai is a key district. I've been working nonstop, Huang Ziyuan elaborated, noting that individuals in his position typically would not invite someone of Tao Jianfa's rank unless they shared a particularly close relationship. Such invitations could lead to complications if others were present who might prefer to avoid certain encounters. Generally, officials like Huang would attend banquets uninvited, requiring clerks to make the necessary arrangements in advance. Old-class leader Tao Jianfa relaxed his demeanor, that familiar term of endearment bridging the gap between him and Huang Ziyuan. My daughter's life is so difficult. She is entangled with an unreliable man, already carrying his child, yet he refuses to take responsibility, causing chaos in our household. He lamented. Tao Jianfa, a shrewd individual, understood how to deepen their rapport by discussing personal matters, evoking a sense of camaraderie. Is that so? Huang Ziyuan's voice lowered, and he sought to comprehend the situation at Tao's home. Tao Jianfa, known for embellishing tales, painted a vivid picture of the unfortunate circumstances, eliciting sympathy for his daughter's plight. Alas, old-class leader, this is all my doing. I should have introduced her to Qingqing earlier. But when Li Minyang first joined our unit, he didn't seem like this kind of person at all. Tao Jianfa sighed once more. Li Minyang. Huang Ziyuan's voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. He was no stranger to this name. When his daughter was assigned to university, she had insisted on having this individual placed in the provincial capital. The employment situation in Fuhai had been dire, prompting him to defer her request, promising a future opportunity for a transfer. Could it be? Huang Nguandong's hurried trips to the county and back to the provincial capital were all due to this Li Minyang? Jianfa, I'll hang up for now. We must catch up sometime, Huang Ziyuan said, placing the phone down, his heart sinking with an inexplicable weight. He needed to have a serious conversation with Huang Nguandong about Li Minyang, for the girl was naive, too trusting to realize she was being taken advantage of. By midday, the vehicle from Xuyang arrived at the provincial capital station. Chapter 20. This fellow can get things done. The bus station in Fuhai resembled a chaotic medley, a veritable cacophony. with no semblance of security checks in place. As the vehicle approached the station, individuals pressed their faces against the windows, brandishing signs for hotels and loudly advertising their services. Businesses often resorted to physical altercations to capture customers. How Ito sat up straight, his excitement palpable as he observed the scene. Although he was nearing 19, he had never ventured beyond the county, nor had Li Liang, as most children from the county were similarly confined. To speak candidly, the majority of those who traveled to the county were there for medical reasons. As the vehicle came to a halt, a throng of people converged upon them. Li Minyang instructed Hao Ito to keep a firm grip on his luggage as he squeezed through the crowd, paying no mind to Shui Pengpeng, who had tagged along. "Hey, handsome, need a place to stay? It's quite affordable. Hey, young man, we have pretty girls." The touts were so aggressive that they nearly pulled people in. Hao Ito intended to respond, but Li Minyang pulled him away, heading toward the station exit, wary that any further conversation would result in them being physically dragged away. "Where is your sister waiting?" Li Minyang asked urgently. "She said she'd be at the entrance of the Furu Hotel," Hao Ito replied promptly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the provincial capital was far hotter than their hometown. Quite the coincidence, Li Minyang mused, momentarily pausing. Despite his familiarity with Fuhai, it had been ages since he had last visited. The old city remained a vivid memory, yet now it appeared transformed beyond recognition, an entirely different landscape. "Didn't you attend university here? How can you not find a hotel?" A familiar voice broke through, and upon glancing over, he was surprised to see Shui Pengpeng following him. "No, you go about your business. Don't tag along with me," Li Minyang replied disdainfully, his gaze landing on a low building across the street, which he surmised was the Furu Hotel, where Fan Pupu and Zhou Junzi awaited his arrival. He then guided Hao Ito across the street, and indeed, the entrance bore the 4 brass characters of Furu Hotel. "Brother Yang, that's my sister. Hey sis, over here." Hao Ito excitedly waved his arms, and soon a modestly dressed young woman came running towards them. "Minyang, thank you for your help," Li Yiqing greeted shyly, a strand of hair brushing her forehead as she approached, her delicate features marred by an unmistakable fatigue, lacking any semblance of youthful vigor. Currently assisting at the restaurant, her workload was heavy, beginning at 9 in the morning and stretching until 11 or midnight, with additional complications arising when dealing with drunken patrons. "Not a bother at all. Are you busy? How about I treat you all to a meal?" Li Minyang offered with a smile. "Brother Minyang, that's too much trouble. I'll take my brother to eat at the restaurant. We have staff meals after 2. I need to settle him quickly. If I delay, I won't be able to work this afternoon, and I've only taken half a day off," Li Yiqing explained, already lifting her brother's bag and nodding to Li Minyang before heading towards the bus stop. Watching the siblings depart, Li Minyang found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had yet to immerse himself in the city's vibrancy since arriving, rushing off to work, even neglecting to buy some soda for Mao Do. Such was the norm for the weary. "Minyang, oh dear, I'm so sorry I'm late." Just as I was about to leave, I was suddenly called to a meeting. Junzi had some last-minute business and couldn't make it, Fan Pupu exclaimed, rushing in, his shirt clinging to his skin, hair damp as if drenched in water. "Fatty, if you keep this up, you won't be able to keep your nickname for long," Li Minyang teased, hastily retrieving cigarettes to share. "Brother, you've worked hard," someone else interjected, snatching the opportunity to offer Fan Pupu a cigarette, also a Huazi brand. "Hey, Shui Pengpeng, why are you still following me?" Li Minyang felt a surge of irritation, wondering why this person was like a stubborn adhesive he couldn't shake off. "Minyang, why so formal? We grew up together in the same compound, recognized each other in our toddler years. Now that we're out here, who else can I rely on if not you?" Shui Pengpeng said, leaning against Li Minyang in a manner reminiscent of a spoiled child. "Your skin is thicker than a wall. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Besides, have we ever been close? We hardly interacted. Now hurry along and stop bothering me." Li Minyang frowned, unable to tolerate Shui Pengpeng any longer. "Why get so worked up on such a hot day? Be careful not to get heat stroke," Shui Pengpeng remarked earnestly, offering Li Minyang a cigarette, which was promptly swatted away. He refused to accept it. "Minyang, don't you need a helping hand in your business endeavors? Let me put it this way. If you allow me to accompany you, I shall no longer require you to purchase cigarettes for me." Shui Pengpeng promptly stuffed half a pack of cigarettes into Li Minyang's pocket. "Where the hell did you get these?" Li Minyang retorted, tossing the pack back at Shui Pengpeng. "Stop wasting my time with this nonsense, and hurry up." He then proceeded to secure his luggage onto the bicycle, and despite being forcefully pushed away, Shui Pengpeng immediately returned to assist him. The entire situation left Fan Pupu utterly speechless, pondering how Li Minyang could attract such friends. "Are you trying to provoke me into anger?" Li Minyang exclaimed, seizing Shui Pengpeng by the collar and bellowing, raising his fist as if to strike him. "Minyang, if you abandon me, I will starve. Just let me stay with you for a few days until I can find a job and leave. Please, I beg you, let me accompany you. Xue Pingping's voice quivered with desperation. His lips pouted in a pitiful manner as he gently placed his hand over Li Mingyang's. Reminiscent of a woman pleading with her partner not to strike her, a truly heart-wrenching sight. Fong Pu stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself, his lips curling into a smirk as he found the scene somewhat amusing. Can you just leave me alone? Xue Pengpeng pleaded. I came to the city relying on others as it is. Do I really need to be burdened with a dependent? Did he throw us both out? Li Mingyang, feeling utterly defeated, began to plead with Xue Pengpeng. Even if they do throw us out, we must stick together. I am determined to stay by your side. Xue Pengpeng's expression was resolute as he clung tightly to Li Mingyang's arm, refusing to let go. Enough of this. Besides, with all this luggage strapped to the bicycle, we can't possibly fit 3 people. How about we designate a meeting point instead? Li Mingyang attempted to devise a way to extricate himself from Xue Pengpeng. No worries. I'm thin, Xue Pengpeng replied, leaping onto the crossbar of the bicycle. See, there's room for me. Brother Peng, I genuinely regret it. Let me lend you some money. No need to repay. Just leave quickly. Li Mingyang was exasperated and ready to offer money. If you're going to give me money, then do so. I want both your money and your company. No amount of beating will deter me, Xue Pengpeng said with a playful pout, his proud face framed by tousled hair fluttering in the breeze. Li Mingyang stood there, bathed in the harsh sunlight, rendered speechless, never having felt so at a loss for words. Fong Pu leaned closer to Li Mingyang and suggested, why not just take him along? It seems you can't shake him off. This guy has the tenacity to make things happen. Chapter 21. Finding a place to stay. Fong Pu struggled to keep up, burdened by the sheer weight of the luggage, especially with a small woman perched on the crossbar, rendering it impossible to ride. Consequently, Li Mingyang glared in frustration as the heavily laden bicycle trundled down the city streets, epitomizing the image of a rural dweller entering the urban sprawl. Fatty, when we hit an incline, you need to hop off and give it a push. Don't just sit there. After a brief ride, Li Mingyang was already drenched in sweat. Mingyang Xue Pengpeng leaned slightly, feigning concern, raising his arm as if to wipe the perspiration from Li Mingyang's brow, only to have the sweat drip onto his own hair. Don't touch me. Li Mingyang's reaction was rather extreme. All right, you two, save your energy and stop flirting. Fong Pu chimed in from behind. The trio bickered all the way. Nanjian Village in Fuhai City, known as a hub for migrant workers, offered a modest single room with a fan for a mere 9 yuan per month. However, the conditions were deplorable. Trash littered the area, and a foul stench permeated the air, teeming with all manner of individuals. Fights and brawls were commonplace, and the Joint Defense Office frequently dispatched officers to apprehend troublemakers, rendering the place chaotic. Frankly, a university student like Li Mingyang was ill-suited to reside there. Nevertheless, it was conveniently close to Fong Pu's workplace, roughly 2 kilometers away, and Fatty's workplace provided dormitory accommodations. After nearly 2 hours of glaring, Li Mingyang finally arrived in Nanjian Village, his shirt soaked with sweat. Fong Pu had taken the afternoon off, showing no urgency, believing it imperative to ensure his dear friend was settled before he could relax. Upon their arrival, a large pack of dogs barked furiously, while a few onlookers regarded them with curious eyes, instantly recognizing them as newcomers with their bedding rolls in tow. Xue Pengpeng quickly bent down to pick up a stone, preparing to hurl at the dogs, but Li Mingyang swiftly intervened, whispering a warning. A barking dog doesn't T-bite, just walk normally. But if you throw a stone and hit one of those dogs, they won't be wild dogs anymore. Someone will come out to extort money from us. Isn't that absurd? Fong Pu cast a worried glance at Li Mingyang. Yet, Li Mingyang merely shook his head lightly, appearing unfazed, believing that one adapts to their surroundings. He was simply a wandering drifter, fitting right into this milieu. However, Fong Pu, with his head bowed, couldn't shake off the notion that being a university student placed him on a higher pedestal, a sentiment not entirely unfounded, given the esteem accorded to students at that time. As for Li Mingyang, he had long ceased to regard himself as a university student. As the trio walked past a trash bin, an elderly man rummaging for scraps inadvertently tossed refuse that landed on Fong Pu's heel. Ouch! Fong Pu grimaced in pain, while the old man continued to hurl garbage in Li Mingyang's direction. Are you all right, Pu? Li Mingyang hurriedly inquired. It's nothing serious, Fong Pu replied, shaking his ankle. But that old man has no manners. As long as you're fine, Li Mingyang murmured, then, in a fit of anger, shouted at the old man, stop that. The old man turned, bared his teeth at Li Mingyang, then defiantly continued to rain down garbage upon them. Let us go, Mingyang, with people like this. We can only count ourselves unfortunate. Fong Pupu tugged at Li Mingyang. All right, let us leave. Li Mingyang turned on his heel without a moment's hesitation, explaining, There's no point in confronting that old man. Shouting at him was merely to alleviate your worries, so you wouldn't think I'm not standing up for you. Having faced consecutive misfortunes, Fong Pupu's mood soured. Initially, he had harbored a positive outlook regarding Li Mingyang's resignation, believing that one must adapt to survive. However, now he felt disheartened. As for Lu Ziliang and his companions, they were merely waiting to revel in Li Mingyang's misfortunes. Minyang, how about we find another place to live? A few yuan here where there doesn't really matter. After all, money is earned, not saved. Fong Pupu's tone was serious. He was eager to whisk Li Mingyang away from Nanjin village, a place unfit for them. Fatty, while it's true that money is earned, before I learn to make money, I must first learn to save it. Right now, every single yuan I have is from my parents' frugal savings. How could I possibly use that money to indulge myself? I simply don't deserve it. Li Mingyang chuckled nonchalantly as he stepped into a narrow rental room. The sign outside boldly proclaiming a single room for just 7 yuan a month. Shui Pengpeng followed closely behind, deeply moved by Li Mingyang's words. A university student who could endure hardship and possess such acumen. What about himself? All he needed to do was stick with Minyang, and he felt more certain than ever about his current, albeit brief, life direction. Li Mingyang didn't even bother to inspect the room upstairs. He simply confirmed the arrangement with the landlord, reasoning that at such a price, inspection was unnecessary. They then ascended to the 3rd floor, and upon opening the door, a wave of foot odor assaulted them, a lingering gift from the previous tenant that almost made Fong Pupu retch. The cramped room contained only a single bed and a fan, lacking even a proper place to settle down. As for washing up, there was a communal yard behind the building where everyone went. Minyang, this bed isn't too narrow. 2 people can fit just fine, Shui Pengpeng remarked with satisfaction, eagerly beginning to spread out the bedding. Brother Peng, you really ought to find a job quickly and leave. You've seen how things are with me. There is no need for you to endure this hardship alongside me. Li Minyang truly dared not speak harshly to Master Peng, only wishing to expedite the departure of this esteemed gentleman. Shui Pengpeng remained silent, his head bowed in diligent labor, intending to sway Li Minyang with his actions. For he firmly believed that this gentleman could not possibly possess a heart of stone. After a brief tidying up, the 3 men managed to make the room appear somewhat inhabitable, and soon thereafter, Li Minyang led them out for a meal at a noodle shop conveniently located just across the street. Starving, Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng devoured their noodles with fervor, while Fong Pupu, clutching his chopsticks, sat motionless, not having taken a single bite. Seizing the opportunity during Li Minyang's pause for water, Fong Pupu eagerly inquired, Minyang, what business do you plan to pursue? I'm going to conduct some market research. Fatty, don't worry, brother. I have a plan. I didn't come to the provincial city on a mere whim, Li Minyang replied with a smile. All right then, brother. I trust you, Fong Pupu nodded. Hesitating for a moment before continuing, it's probably that Lu Ziliang who spread the rumors. The classmates are all discussing your situation, and the atmosphere is getting increasingly troubling. Saying things like you're unwilling to take responsibility and abandoning your family. How can I control what others say? The situation is what it is. I'll just focus on my own life, Li Minyang replied nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned, as he resumed eating his noodles. Fong Pupu observed Li Minyang intently, suddenly feeling an unfamiliarity. The kind of open-mindedness and resilience was indescribable, strange. Chapter 22. Shui Pengpeng. The urban game is too deep. After 11 at night, the landlord cut off the electricity, and the buzzing electric fan fell silent, leaving the cramped room feeling like a sauna. The so-called partition consisted of mere foam boards, allowing Li Minyang to distinctly hear the grinding of teeth from a worker in the adjacent room, as if it were right beside him. The cacophony of snores from all directions was incessant, creating a constant background noise. Shui Pengpeng, making smacking sounds, rolled over, his tousled hair brushing against Li Minyang's chest. At first glance, there was a hint of ambiguous intimacy to the scene. One might mistake it for a tender moment shared by a young, impoverished couple striving in the city as they slept. Li Minyang, fatigued, pushed Shui Pengpeng's head away and turned to sleep in reverse, head down and feet up, allowing for a bit more space between them. Yet the slightest movement caused him to break into a sweat. The moonlight streamed through the open window, illuminating his youthful face, extinguishing any remnants of sleepiness. The imminent disintegration of the great goose, coupled with the inescapable economic downturn, had become a foregone conclusion. The extreme inadequacy in manufacturing had led to a severe scarcity of market goods. Meanwhile, Huaxia had just emerged from over a decade of reform and opening up. its most commendable asset being the manufacturing of light industry, with a progressively rich variety and abundance of goods. No longer constrained by the severe mismatches of supply and demand characteristic of a planned economy, which required specialized coupons for fabric and electrical appliances to regulate microsupply and demand. Certainly, the rapid advancement of light industry was a boon derived from demographic dividends. The workers were diligent and pragmatic, a treasure unique to Huaxia. Today, Huaxia's products not only held a price advantage, but were also relatively novel in design, including stationery, clothing, and daily necessities, which had undoubtedly become hot commodities in the Great Goose Market. The crux of the matter lay in the inadequacies of Huaxia's market economy, which, at least for trade with the Great Goose, offered no shipping channels. Goods could only be transported through the trade of middlemen via long-distance trains. The booming business of second-hand dealers could be illustrated with the simplest example of a lighter, which could be purchased directly from manufacturers for around 30 cents, yet could fetch a staggering price of $1 if transported to the Great Goose. As a key city for textile and light industry, Fuhai City possessed a significant advantage in procurement. Minyang was adept at leveraging various policies to align with development. However, one needed capital as a stepping stone. In this era, some toiled diligently for a meager salary of $100 or $200 a month, while others were already raking in profits daily. To ride the wave of this era, one must be willing to take risks. A look of determination and fierceness flashed across his youthful visage. It was not just a matter of who had the wits, but also who had the ruthlessness and courage. Minyang, wake up. It's time for breakfast. A gentle voice called to Minyang, momentarily leading him to believe he was back at home in a county town. Groggily opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Shui Peng's round face. I made you instant noodles. Instant noodles? Huh? Did you steal my money? Minyang jolted awake, shooting up like a fish leaping from water, quickly lifting the mattress to check that the 900 yuan remained intact. The money is still there. Look at you, needing to spend money on 2 packets of instant noodles. But this bowl was borrowed. Hurry and eat it. I need to return it, Shui Peng said with a pout, handing the bowl to Minyang. In the future, don't engage in such petty theft. Minyang admonished Shui Peng seriously while lifting the bowl to eat heartily. It would be even better if he could snag an egg to go with it. I'll think of a way. This isn't a big deal, Shui Peng said nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette and sitting on the edge of the bed. The door to their room stood wide open, allowing a refreshing draft to flow through, while the corridor bustled with the hurried footsteps of workers heading out. The street below had also grown noisy. Minyang, what are we doing today? After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Shui Peng looked at Minyang with a serious expression. Minyang paused, finishing the last bite of his instant noodles before slowly replying, Peng, I'll give you 50 yuan shortly. Whether you pay it back is up to you. Considering we grew up in the same courtyard, I'll help you one last time. You need to find a proper job quickly. There are others at home waiting for you to support them. Minyang's meaning was clear. He was urging Shui Peng to leave. Minyang, yes, Shui Peng, am indeed unproductive and engaged in petty theft. Not just you. Even those who often hang around with me look down on me. Shui Peng suddenly stood up, his expression turning grave, emotions escalating. That slap and kick from Chun Chunon woke me up. No matter how I tried to please them, it was futile in their eyes. I was merely a pest, never regarded as a person. Minyang, I want to make something of myself, to give my mother a better life and ensure my child can afford milk powder. But I truly lack the ability and don't know what to do. The most educated person I know is you, a university student. Minyang, you need assistance in business, right? Instead of hiring someone else, it would be better to use me. As for wages, you could decide. At the very least, I'm wholeheartedly with you. There are too few good people in this world. Minyang, please let me accompany you. I beg you. In the face of Shui Peng's passionate plea, Minyang found himself momentarily speechless. He had never seen this person so earnest before. However, one thing was certain, Minyang needed help. The path of the middleman was inherently perilous. Without a reliable companion, it felt akin to walking on a tightrope. Yet the crucial question remained. Could Shui Peng be trusted? Peng, to be honest, I plan to become a middleman, selling goods in the Great Goose. But this path is fraught with challenges. There are those who carry goods and those who carry knives. Many have met their demise along the way. Minyang laid the situation bare. Shui Peng's earlier demeanor had stirred something within him. Perhaps it was the shared nights spent on the same bed? Minyang decided to give him a chance. But if Shui Peng's temperament proved unsuitable and he failed to deliver, Minyang would not hesitate to abandon him. Minyang, as long as it earns money, I fear nothing. Whatever you need me to do, I will do, Shui Peng declared emphatically, quickly offering Minyang a cigarette. A smile creeping onto his lips, his heart brimming with joy. Make sure to shave your head. It's a disadvantage in a fight. If someone grabs your hair, you're done for, Li Minyang teased with a chuckle, taking the cigarette and taking a deep puff, only to break into a fit of violent coughing the next moment. Cough, cough, cough. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Where did you buy this cigarette? It's fake. Li Minyang furrowed his brows. His face instantly flushed crimson from a fit of coughing. As for the small shop across the street downstairs, I could tell it was a facade, yet I couldn't return it. I just had to make do. Thus, I continued to draw from the meager supply, which was better than having none at all. Chapter 23. The Connections of Uncle. When stepping out to attend to business, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. Before leaving, Li Minyang donned the formal attire he had purchased upon joining the tax bureau: black trousers, a crisp white shirt, and polished black leather shoes that gleamed as if freshly shined, presenting an image akin to that of a business traveler. In stark contrast, Peng Yi had finally washed his hair, ridding himself of the greasy odor, yet his well-worn jeans and a food factory-printed tank top, paired with checkered sandals, severely diminished his overall appearance. When urged to get a haircut, Peng Yi had been quite reluctant, but upon emerging with a buzz cut, Li Minyang was momentarily taken aback. Wow, your face is quite large. Brother Peng, with this look your original hairstyle had more character, Li Minyang jested. I told you hairstyle doesn't matter, Shui Peng lamented. Subsequently, Li Minyang led the rather comically distressed Shui Peng to a clothing store, where they spent a mere 10 yuan and 70 cents to procure a complete formal outfit for him. Compared to his previous rugged Dickies jeans look, Shui Peng seemed transformed. Ha ha, look at me. I resemble someone who works in a formal establishment, Shui Peng exclaimed excitedly as he admired himself in the mirror. If you wear this while running errands, no one will doubt you, Li Minyang teased, and the two stepped out of the clothing store amidst laughter. At the time, communication was anything but affordable. Even a call within the province cost 50 cents. Trusting his uncle implicitly, Li Minyang dialed Tian Xiushan's number. He had left in such haste that he and T had the chance to discuss the connections his uncle had in the provincial capital. Uncle, do you have any connections in the clothing industry? Or perhaps in stationery or daily necessities? Anything that can be connected will do. I plan to stock some goods for sale in northern cities, Li Minyang inquired, hesitant to disclose to his family that he was venturing into the business of reselling goods. Of course, Tian Xiushan replied without hesitation. Uncle, I would appreciate your help in establishing a connection. We don't need to take advantage. Just want to ensure we're not exploited as outsiders with inflated prices, Li Minyang expressed eagerly. Minyang, I have an old friend who has worked at a clothing factory for over a decade. I will give you the address. You can go directly to him. I'll call ahead to inform him, and this will be settled, Tian Xiushan assured with confidence. All right, thank you, Uncle. Li Minyang glanced at Shui Peng, both of them smiling joyfully, thinking that his uncle was indeed quite reliable. There's no need for thanks. Just wait for me to arrange everything, his uncle replied, instilling a sense of security. After jotting down the address, Li Minyang purchased some fruits before hastily setting off for Dongying district, which was over 15 kilometers from Nanjing village. After transferring between 3 buses and walking 2 kilometers, Li Minyang and Shui Peng finally arrived at Dongshi clothing factory. However, it was precisely noon, making it unwise to approach the people there abruptly. What if the management had already settled in for lunch? That would create an awkward situation for everyone. Fortunately, there were several small eateries nearby where they could enjoy a simple meal. The heat outside was unbearable, and staying in the small restaurant offered at least a chance to cool off with the fan. After consuming 2 bowls of rice with vegetables, they lingered in the establishment, continuously refilling their cups with free tea. Cough, cough, cough. The landlady coughed pointedly, making it clear she wanted them to leave. Yet Li Minyang and Shui Peng, in perfect harmony, lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. They remained there until 2:30 before finally departing. Truly, it takes a thick skin to endure such treatment. The Dongshi clothing factory was a state-owned enterprise, but its dilapidated appearance spoke volumes about its poor performance. Just as Li Minyang and Shui Peng took a few steps inside, a sharp voice rang out. We'll let you in. Come here. Who are you looking for? The security guard barked, his menacing demeanor akin to a wolf ready to pounce. No wonder some state-owned enterprises were being phased out. There are always those who believe themselves superior. Sir, we are looking for Qin Shengli, Li Minyang replied politely. The security officer's brow furrowed, and he soon revealed a toothy grin. Oh, haha, you must be Qiushan's nephew. Are you Uncle Qin? Li Minyang managed a strained smile, wondering if his uncle had merely introduced him to the gatekeeper. That's me. I just saw you at the small restaurant. Why did you take so long to come? Qin Shengli exclaimed, pulling Li Minyang towards the security office. At this point, Li Minyang had no choice but to offer the fruit, though he was reluctant to part with it, and he felt compelled to engage in polite conversation. Uncle Qin, my uncle often speaks of you back home. reminding me to visit you once I arrived in the provincial capital. As a young man, if there's any physical labor needed, just let me know. I was closest to your uncle back in the day. It's been nearly 10 years since we last met. Qin Shengli reminisced, clearly pleased by Li Minyang's words as he affectionately patted his shoulder. After listening to Qin Shengli recount old times, Li Minyang inquired about the situation at the Dongying clothing factory. Although he held no grand expectations, he had come this far and didn't he wish to leave empty-handed. I'm not quite sure about the specifics, but we haven't received salaries for 3 months, Qin Shengli replied, his expression serious. Uncle, do you think I could meet our factory manager? I wish to discuss procuring some goods and conduct some serious business. I assure you, I will not speak out of turn and cause you any embarrassment, Li Minyang added earnestly. The manager is accessible as long as I'm on duty. You can go in whenever you wish, but today, there's a high-ranking official from the city conducting inspections, and outsiders aren't allowed in. Qin Shengli said with a look of concern. Upon hearing this, Li Minyang was even more eager to understand the situation. With 3 months of unpaid wages, what could the leadership possibly discuss? The manager must be under immense pressure given the current state of state-owned enterprise reform. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to obtain a batch of inexpensive surplus goods. Uncle, what if I wait in the security office? I'll go in to see the manager once the city officials leave. That way there won't be any conflict, Li Minyang humbly suggested. That works, Qin Shengli replied, his face lighting up as he poured tea for Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng, and the three engaged in light conversation. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, a commanding voice filled the room, instilling fear among those present. I don't care what methods you employ. All employee salaries must be dispersed by the end of this month without exception. Any delays will result in your application for closure and the immediate dissolution of the leadership team. Huang Ziyuan's words were heavy with authority. Following this stern directive, the office fell into an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the increasingly labored breaths of several individuals. Chapter 24. Chengde Foreign Trade. Sun Shui, the manager of the Dongying clothing factory and its primary overseer, felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his chest as he received a reprimand from Secretary Huang. His breathing became labored, and every muscle in his body tightened. Moreover, his position as manager was highly contentious, as his uncle had previously held the same title. After his uncle retired, Sun Shui took over, and though the transition followed proper voting procedures, the sensitive nature of his lineage invited gossip. Especially with the factory having gone 3 months without salaries, the public perception of Sun Shui could hardly be favorable. The finality of Huang Ziyuan's threat to dissolve the leadership team left Sun Shui feeling as if he were facing an adversary, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After enduring the reprimand, Huang Ziyuan deemed there was no need to linger any longer, and the group rose to depart. Sun Shui hurriedly sent him off, feeling compelled to utter a few words, yet finding them to be mere platitudes. Secretary Huang, I shall steadfastly remember your directives, diligently implement all tasks, improve the operational conditions of the factory, and ensure the basic livelihoods of our employees. Sun Shui continued his discourse, but Huang Ziyuan strode away briskly, never casting a glance in his direction. The current state of state-owned enterprises was exceedingly dire, and next year's audit would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Thus, it was imperative to administer a stern lesson to the derelict officials, serving as a warning. Otherwise, no one would learn from their mistakes. Look, that's the leader's car. Qin Shengli shrank by the window, pointing outside. Do you see that bald man sprinting along? That's our factory director. He looks much older than he is. He's barely past 30. He scoffed. He only became the director thanks to his uncle. He lacks any real ability and merely delays salary payments. His tone dripped with disdain. Uncle Qin, the factory director, is just in his early 30s. Li Minyang nodded slowly. This information was particularly significant. All newly appointed young officials brimmed with passion and a desire to achieve, having experienced that phase themselves, rather than merely coasting through life. Do you really think this young fellow can accomplish anything? Look at the chaos he's caused in the factory. We used to have plenty of orders from various enterprises, but since he took over, he's gradually lost those contracts, with enterprises now sourcing from private factories. He can't even compete with them. What sort of capability is that? He might as well leave sooner than later. Qin Shengli regarded Li Minyang as a confidant, venting his frustrations, something he would not have disclosed upon their initial meeting. In interpersonal relationships, a sense of connection was paramount, and he found Minyang to be quite approachable. This information was immensely valuable to Li Minyang. It could be inferred that the primary business of the Dongying garment factory had been to manufacture uniforms for enterprises, and, with a new director like Sun Shui, maintaining the existing relationships would be a formidable challenge. A decline in orders was inevitable, For buyers, private enterprises offered greater profits. So why would they collaborate with state-owned companies? Many people's mindsets remained unchanged, believing that state-owned enterprises should operate in a certain manner, while private enterprises were forever inferior. Uncle Qin, let me wash you an apple. Li Minyang became attentive, almost like Qin Shengli's nephew. After gaining a thorough understanding of the situation in Dongying, he proceeded with Shui Pongpong to the office building. The four-story office building was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of people. Upon reaching the director's office, he finally heard the faint sounds of conversation. Knock, knock, knock. Li Minyang gently rapped on the door, and a voice floated out, inviting him in. Sun Shui initially assumed it was the production line leader coming to discuss wages. Who's this unfamiliar face? Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Shui immediately rose to his feet. Noticing the manner of dress, he deduced that they must be employees from some unit. Gentlemen, which unit are you from? What brings you here? Sun Shui couldn't help but think that perhaps they had come to discuss orders, which would alleviate his pressing concerns. Hello, Director Sunday. We are involved in foreign trade and have come to discuss potential cooperation. Li Minyang spoke in a relaxed tone, extending his hand to shake Sun Shui's. Generally, the etiquette of a handshake dictates that the host welcomes the guest or the leader reaches out to the subordinate, establishing a hierarchy. However, Li Minyang positioned himself above Sun Shui. Hello. Sun Shui was still somewhat bewildered. Foreign trade? I'm not quite clear on the situation. But seeing the tall figure so composed and confident, he felt a sense of respect. Please have a seat. Let's discuss matters. Sun Shui gestured for them to sit, poured some tea, and only then settled beside Li Minyang to commence their discussion. What are your names? Our company is Chinda Foreign Trade, primarily engaged in the import and export of Huaxia products, as well as domestic sales channels. Li Minyang produced a pack of cigarettes, offering it to Sun Shui. This particular pack had been a gift from Chun Chuanom. Aware that he needed to impress these individuals, he had been reluctant to smoke them until now. I am Li Minyang, responsible for product procurement, and this is Shui Pongpong, the deputy manager of my department. By elevating Shui Pongpong's status, Li Minyang indirectly raised his own. Upon hearing his introduction, Shui Pongpong quickly smiled and nodded at Sun Shui, unable to utter a word in such a setting. Chinda Foreign Trade? Sun Shui furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had encountered this company's name. Is it a foreign enterprise? No, it's a local enterprise in our Huaxia. The company was established in Jingping, and we have made significant inroads in the northern market. However, we're just piloting in Fuhai City, so you might not be familiar with us. When discussing his own company, Li Minyang exuded confidence, which left a deep impression on Sun Shui. The crucial factor in communication was attention to detail, especially in an era of information asymmetry. This was particularly vital. Li Minyang was a master in this regard. In his previous life, he had encountered countless entrepreneurs, and it was no exaggeration to say he had an astute understanding of people. I see. Sun Shui elongated his tone, a broad smile spreading across his face. What does your company intend in terms of cooperation? Dongying has been an established garment factory for over 20 years, with top-notch employee skills and production lines, both locally and nationally. He eagerly praised, though the truth was that Dongying was not facing technical issues, but rather problems with management and operations. Director Sun, if Dongying's operational condition were satisfactory, Chinda Foreign Trade would not have sent me here to discuss cooperation. You need not extol the virtues of Dongying. The issues are evident. The competitiveness of your products has been diminishing, otherwise you wouldn't have been abandoned by enterprises. Li Minyang's tone was confident and forthright, positioning himself advantageously with that remark. All you need to understand is that I am here to bring money to Dongying. The subsequent statement from Li Minyang invigorated Sun Shui, causing him to swallow hard and lean forward. Hearing the prospect of financial assistance sent Sun Shui's heart racing. The factory was plagued by severe inventory issues, and orders from enterprises had plummeted dramatically. To put it bluntly, Dongying was teetering on the edge of a precipice. Yet, suddenly, someone was offering to bring money, akin to receiving a bottle of water in a parched desert. You're not joking, are you? Sun Shui could no longer contain his excitement, a smile creeping onto his lips, fueled by genuine enthusiasm. Li Minyang lifted his teacup, taking a leisurely sip, appearing remarkably relaxed, as if discussing a trivial matter, while he keenly observed the shifts in Sun Shui's expression. Mr. Li, what exactly is the proposed method of cooperation? Sun Shui inquired impatiently. The cooperation model is quite simple. If the quality of Dongying Garment Factory's inventory meets the standards, Chinda will offer a reasonable purchase price, ensuring Dongying's profits. Moreover, if market sales meet expectations, Chinda can procure as much inventory or production volume as Dongying can provide. Li Minyang explained casually. Mr. Li, you can rest assured about the quality of Dongying's products. We supply directly to enterprises, adhering to stringent standards enforced by our procurement personnel. Sun Shui was eager to affirm, and upon seeing Li Minyang finish his cigarette, he promptly produced his own, even thoughtfully lighting it for him. Mr. Li Minyang accepted the cigarette, taking a deep drag, his brows slightly furrowing, revealing traces of concern. However, the question of whether the garments could sell depended not only on quality, but also on style, which was paramount. Sun Shui smiled, remaining silent. The styles of garments supplied directly to enterprises were hardly fashionable. Li Minyang, noticing Sun Shui's silence, concluded that he lacked confidence in the styles of Dong Ying's clothing. Otherwise, he would have been eager to express his thoughts. Since the abolition of clothing coupons in 1984, people's tastes in fashion have become increasingly refined. Today, individuals not only consider the texture and fabric of garments, but also prioritize style and brand as essential criteria for selection. Li Minyang succinctly elucidated the collection standards of Chengda foreign trade, inadvertently striking at the very vulnerability of Dong Ying's apparel industry. Director Sun, if it is convenient, might you first escort me to inspect the factory's inventory? I need to assess whether we can meet Chengda's acquisition standards, thus sparing you some of your precious time. Li Minyang proceeded with a directness that exhibited professionalism and a keen regard for time efficiency. This unintentional contrast left Sun Shui profoundly affected among Dong Ying's workforce. From the assembly line employees to the deputy factory managers, a pervasive lethargy pervaded their work ethic. Ha ha ha, Sun Shui chuckled lightly, then enthusiastically patted Li Minyang on the shoulder, saying, I see it's almost mealtime, Mr. Li. Why not have a meal first? It's not every day you come here. This is our fate, and I must extend my hospitality. We cannot let our guest go hungry. In this moment, Sun Shui adhered to the customary practices of entertaining business unit buyers, sidelining concerns about garment quality, believing that if he could take care of the person, the deal would naturally follow. Director Sun, let us first examine the inventory, Li Minyang replied amicably. As the head of the Fuhai region, I must prioritize my responsibilities and ensure Chengda's profitability. Everything else is secondary. His words, though couched in politeness, conveyed a direct message. I am not swayed by your hospitality. If the garments do not meet the acquisition standards, all else is irrelevant. Ha ha ha. Sun Shui chuckled awkwardly, then quickly gave Li Minyang a thumbs up, admiring his work ethic. How could one so young attain such a position? Director Sun, you flatter me, Li Minyang replied, casting a casual glance at Shui Pengpeng. Choosing not to elaborate further, Sun Shui paused, having noticed the sidelong glance, but unable to decipher its meaning. Is it convenient now, Director Sun? Li Minyang inquired once more. Convenient, of course. Sun Shui nodded vigorously, realizing that they had no choice but to proceed under the circumstances. The three then rose, but Li Minyang, somewhat bashful, asked, Director Sun, where's the restroom? My colleague, and I would like to freshen up. I'll show you. Sun Shui responded with enthusiasm, promptly leading them out of the office, indicating that the restroom was at the far eastern end of the hallway. Shui Pengpeng was unconvinced. Having consumed ample tea at noon, he doubted Li Minyang genuinely needed the restroom. However, once they entered, Li Minyang's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Pengpeng, he whispered when we reached the warehouse. Remember to simply shake your head when I look at you. Do not utter any unnecessary words. Merely convey your dissatisfaction with the garment styles. Understood. Shui Pengpeng nodded vigorously, his tension palpable. Relax, Li Minyang reassured him. Remember your current role. You are the deputy manager of Chengda Foreign Trade. With a sigh of relief, Shui Pengpeng smiled. Even if the title was somewhat fictitious, it nonetheless filled him with excitement, and he endeavored to adjust his mindset, as this was an experience entirely new to him. Upon exiting the restroom, they found Sun Shui waiting with a beaming smile, gesturing for them to proceed downstairs, his demeanor remarkably humble. This was the proper attitude, after all, as Chengda was the principal party. Dong Ying's warehouse sprawled over 1,000 square meters, a testament to the peak shipping volumes of yore. Now cluttered with garments accumulating layers of dust, a sight that would cause distress to anyone who beheld it. Director Sun, your inventory levels are quite severe, Li Minyang remarked as they walked. With seasonal changes, new styles should be introduced, yet the order volumes from enterprises continue to dwindle, resulting in an ever-increasing inventory burden. Furthermore, external sales channels have been usurped by private apparel enterprises. Many venerable state-owned garment factories, including some well-known textile mills, have succumbed to such circumstances. Indeed, Dong Ying finds itself in such a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Sun Shui conceded, acknowledging the current operational difficulties. Suddenly, Li Minyang fell silent. Circling the warehouse a few times, his expression growing increasingly grave, which left Sun Shiwei feeling unsettled. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, Li Minyang halted, casting a meaningful glance at Shui Pengpeng, silently seeking his opinion. Shui Pengpeng shook his head, opting for silence as he stepped aside to smoke, his attitude indicating a clear disinterest in Dongying's merchandise. Director Sun, I have thoroughly assessed Dongying's apparel. I will report back to headquarters. But any specific acquisition matters must await a response, Li Minyang stated with a smile. Sun Shiwei's face fell. He understood the implications of Li Minyang's words, a polite refusal. The fleeting opportunity had vanished, leaving him in despair. Mr. Li, perhaps you might consider reviewing the inventory more closely? There are indeed several batches with quite appealing styles. Sun Shiwei implored, grasping at Li Minyang's arm with a tone of desperation. Director Sun, they simply do not meet the criteria. The styles are too outdated. And these garments are evidently unsellable, Li Minyang responded firmly, shaking his head resolutely. Mr. Li, surely there must be some that are marketable. Please help us out. I assure you, it will not be in vain. How about we have a meal first? Our fish is exceptionally well prepared, Sun Shiwei suggested, his words laden with implications of potential incentives. Director Sun, I cannot entertain this, Li Minyang retorted sharply, his furrowed brow reflecting his displeasure, which caused Sun Shiwei's heart to sink. Yet, just when Sun Shiwei was on the verge of disappointment, Li Minyang unexpectedly took the cigarette pack from his hand, pocketing it, then gestured towards Shui Pengpeng, who was still smoking with his back turned. Director Sun, business is not about personal favors. Especially since I'm still a student at a university in Fuhai. We may not be close, but we are neighbors. We should find time to meet, Li Minyang remarked. Nodding slightly, Sun Shiwei suddenly realized that Li Minyang's earlier shake of the head towards Shui Pengpeng indicated that speaking was not appropriate in his presence. Yes, indeed. Business is not about personal favors, Sun Shiwei echoed, choosing not to elaborate further, and leaned closer to Li Minyang's ear to repeat, we must find time to meet. Very well, then, Director Sun, we shall not impose further. Li Minyang's tone returned to normal, and his action of pocketing the cigarette pack suggested a willingness to accept potential benefits in exchange for assistance. Are you not staying for a meal? Sun Shiwei asked, eager to see them off. With this understanding, Sun Shiwei's spirits lifted and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. From their first interaction, Li Minyang had been carefully gauging Sun Shiwei's mindset, words, and actions, laying the groundwork for future dealings. For someone of Li Minyang's stature, managing a small factory director was a straightforward affair, especially in an era marked by information asymmetry. It is human nature to seek one's own interests, and Li Minyang's approach was not only grounded, but also remarkably authentic. Meanwhile, the security guard, Old Chin, continued to munch on fruit sent by his nephew, contemplating a dinner outing once they emerged, unaware that they were about to depart in the factory director's prestigious vehicle. Chin Shengli displayed a grin, revealing his large yellowed teeth. Mr. Li, with such formidable skills, your company does not provide a vehicle? That seems rather disrespectful to talent. Sun Shiwei initiated a light conversation, eager to flatter Li Minyang while seeking assistance. Director Sun, in private enterprises, even our boss does not provide cars. We come to Fuhai to explore the market and engage in marketing, not for indulgence. Unlike state-owned enterprises, where anyone with a sufficient rank is afforded a car. Li Minyang jested, albeit concealing the embarrassment of his own financial struggles. Alas, Sun Sudong sighed deeply, reflecting on the myriad lessons to be learned from private enterprises. In state-owned enterprises, many employees exhibit a sense of entitlement, demonstrating poor execution and often shirking responsibilities. Li Minyang remained silent, glancing ahead at the bus stop, and hurriedly said, Director Sun, just drop us off at the station. We will take the bus back to the hotel. Such a hassle. I can simply drive you back. Sun Shiwei eased off the accelerator. Director Sun, we cannot, as our company has strict regulations against excessive contact with clients. Li Minyang quickly waved his hands. Very well. Generally, I shall leave you here. Observing Li Minyang's composed and meticulous demeanor, Director Sun understood he must maintain a certain decorum in front of the young man. Thus, he halted the vehicle at the bus stop. By the time Li Minyang and his companions returned to Nanjian village, night had descended. The atmosphere buzzed with life. As narrow alleys thronged with people, the air filled with the persistent calls of street vendors. Of course, conflicts occasionally erupted here, with neighborhood watch members brandishing loudspeakers to apprehend troublemakers. Minyang, I never anticipated that you, a university student, would possess such clever ideas. What should I do next? Shui Pengpeng inquired excitedly along the way. Starting tomorrow, we will continue to visit other factories. It need not be solely about clothing. We should inquire about the lowest prices and not place undue hope on the Dongying garment factory. Disappointment is merely a facet of life. Often, the most unexpected opportunities arise from the least anticipated circumstances. The pivotal issue now is our insufficient funds for purchasing goods. Even if we consider student loans, the lack of collateral or a business license means we won't receive much. Minyang spoke earnestly. Traveling nearly 8,000 kilometers for geese is hardly worthwhile if we carry too little merchandise. Even if we obtain a business license for a loan, the bank's lending will be quite limited due to the short establishment period. All right, then we shall continue our factory visits. By the way, Minyang, does your venture into foreign trade have any significance? Shui Pongpong asked with a bright smile. His curiosity piqued as he found this day exceedingly fulfilling. Integrity is fundamental. To win people over through virtue. This is the literal meaning, Minyang explained with a smile. Exactly, we must prioritize integrity and win people over through virtue. Shui Pongpong strode proudly through the bustling alley, his attire of pristine white seeming out of place, yet he felt distinctly unique compared to the others. However, the duo, who spoke of integrity, soon found themselves engaging in a bit of deception with their first client, raising questions about their professed values. Upon reaching the hotel, Fong Pu and Zhou Junzi were already waiting, having spent some time there and brought a few items. Minyang, the past few days have been overwhelmingly busy, and I couldn't get away until now. I hurriedly asked Fatty to bring me here, Zhou Junzi said, firmly patting Minyang on the shoulder. I understand, bro. Work comes first, Minyang replied, mirroring the gesture and sharing a knowing smile. Hey, what about that thick-skinned guy? Did you send him away? Fong Pu inquired with a chuckle, expressing his enjoyment of the company. He's right here, Minyang joked, glancing at Shui Pongpong. My goodness, what a transformation. Seriously, man, how could you abandon such a unique hairstyle? Your face could rival mine. Fong Pu teased, causing the trio to erupt in laughter. For the joys of manhood are indeed simple. Planning to dine together, Minyang and Shui Pongpong ascended to change their clothes, unwilling to wear work attire for casual occasions. However, upon witnessing Minyang's living conditions, Zhou Junzi felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Resigning from a formal job was indeed a risky venture, evident in the state of affairs around them. Chapter 27. The flirtation begins. Fong Pu and Zhou Junzi, well aware of Minyang's nature, knew that he would never let them pay when they met up, so upon arriving at a small restaurant, they ordered only a platter of cold dishes and staple foods. Huang Wandong is about to be reassigned. Let's gather with our classmates in the provincial capital next Saturday. I fear everyone will rush to curry favor. Who could have foreseen that the girl trailing us would have such powerful connections? Fong Pu remarked with a smile. Is Huang Wandong returning next week? Minyang inquired. Her connections are not something to be taken lightly. By the way, Minyang, Huang Wandong called and asked me to inform you to reach out to her. Fong Pu said, casting a knowing glance at Minyang, beginning to sense Huang Wandong's interest in him. Yet, their disparate social standings rendered the situation less than realistic. All right, I'll give her a call later. I've just settled in and have been quite busy. Minyang recalled the silly girl, a smile creeping to his lips as memories of their playful banter flooded back. Minyang, what line of work do you plan to pursue next? Zhou Junzi asked earnestly, his character being one that seldom indulged in jest. I'll import clothes, toys, and such, and sell them other places. For now, I just want to stabilize my life. Minyang replied casually, his temperament not inclined to hastily divulge his situation. It seemed more meaningful to share once actions have been taken. Zhou Junzi furrowed his brow. Speaking in a low tone, resigning and diving into the unknown is indeed not as simple as one might think. Lu Ziliang's words hold some truth. Ignore that scoundrel Lu Ziliang. He is merely waiting to gawk at our misfortune. He even called to inquire about Minyang's situation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Fong Pu retorted with indignation. Minyang, don't be too disheartened, as long as you're willing to work hard. Tomorrow will be better. Zhou Junzi quickly reassured him. Ha ha ha. I say, you two need not comfort me. I've never believed in the notion that tomorrow will be better. The only certainty in life is its uncertainty. My current circumstances are challenging, and you will encounter similar trials, albeit at different stages. All we need to focus on is diligently performing our tasks. The results will speak for themselves. Minyang spoke eloquently, though Zhou Junzi and Fong Pu remained unfazed, igniting a spark in Shui Pongpong. Well said. Shui Pongpong clapped enthusiastically, his face a mask of sycophancy. After their meal, Zhou Junzi and Fong Pu departed, inevitably discussing Minyang on their way. Venturing into business is not a simple endeavor. Having connections makes it easier otherwise. It can be quite arduous, Fong Pu remarked gravely. Minyang was so outstanding in university. Who could have predicted he would stumble so significantly upon graduation? Zhou Junzi expressed his concern. Even among such close friends, he was truly pessimistic about Li Minyang's prospects. Minyang, how have you been recently? Have you settled in well? Is there anything you need help with? The delicate voice of Huang Nuandong came through the phone, instantly dissipating Li Minyang's fatigue. All is well, rest assured, Nuandong. Will you really be in the provincial capital next week? How did you manage such a swift transfer? Li Minyang asked while seated on a chair in a small shop. Noticing Shui Pongpong stealthily pocketing a pack of cigarettes before darting out. Yes, the transfer was just a normal procedure. Huang Nuandong's voice suddenly faltered, becoming awkward, as her hurried departure had left her family in a rush. That's wonderful. I thought I would have to wait until next month to see you. But it seems next week will suffice. Li Minyang's tone was tender and sincere, each word imbued with longing, akin to ripples gently spreading across a serene lake. Thank you. In that moment, Li Minyang offered a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Minyang, why are you thanking me all of a sudden? Huang Nuandong's voice trembled slightly. I am uncertain as to how to express my gratitude, but I sincerely thank you for returning early, allowing me the opportunity to see you sooner. The old rogue pretends to be shy, speaking in a hesitant manner, while the true nature of Li Minyang is revealed as he observes the landlord rummaging through his pockets in search of a lost cigarette. Huang Nuandong's breathing grows increasingly labored. She can scarcely articulate a word, her cheeks flushed with heat, overwhelmed by sensations she has never experienced before, feeling utterly defenseless as her heart races like a startled fawn. For someone like Li Minyang, who is seasoned in such matters, to captivate a young lady is akin to child's play, yet his affections are genuine. He feels a profound reluctance to entrust this naive girl to anyone but himself. Well, I must go. You should get some rest, he concludes. Huang Nuandong, in a flurry, hastily disconnects the call, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought until, moments later, a silly smile breaks across her face. Ah hee 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 hee. Suddenly recalling something, she pouts her lips in displeasure and calls her father. Nuandong, what is it? Huang Ziyuan asks, setting aside his glasses and leaning back wearily on the sofa. Father, can't the work transfer be expedited? She inquires. This is the fastest it can be done. Why are you in such a hurry? He retorts. I warn you, do not engage in any scandalous relationships. His tone grows stern as he recalls the matter concerning Minyang, causing discomfort in his heart. Oh, Dad, I simply miss home. Is it necessary to speak so harshly? Huang Nuandong coos playfully. Miss home, huh? My daughter. Do not fret. You will be back soon, he replies, his mood lightening instantly. After Huang Nuandong has reiterated several details regarding the transfer, she hangs up contentedly, though she is likely to awaken in laughter from her dreams once again that night. What on earth? Why do I keep losing cigarettes these past few days? This situation is unprecedented. I must have encountered a seasoned hand. The landlord muses, a frown marring his brow as he glances at Li Minyang. Young man, did you happen to see anyone pilfering cigarettes? He inquires. I did not see anything. Have you lost a cigarette? Li Minyang shakes his head innocently as he exits the small shop. Upon returning to his room upstairs, Li Minyang is struck by a scene that leaves him in a state of lingering tranquility. The clothes worn by Shui Pongpong, freshly washed and hung by the window. He turns his head, and in a gentle tone, she urges, Minyang, quickly remove your clothes. I shall wash them for you. Is it not rather surprising that Peng Ye is so considerate? Li Minyang gulps, feeling a touch embarrassed, but ultimately succumbing to her insistence. Quickly, take them off. Yet another sweltering night descends as Li Minyang tosses and turns, contemplating the affairs of the Dongying garment factory. It is prudent to set that matter aside for now. He must incite Sun Sudong's urgency to achieve more with less effort. Meanwhile, Sun Sudong is also preoccupied with procurement issues at Qingda Foreign Trade, particularly haunted by Secretary Huang's words that echo in his mind incessantly. Chapter 28, The Current Market Environment. The next day, as dawn breaks, Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong hastily depart, making their way to the bus station at the village entrance. Regardless of their shabby and dilapidated living conditions, the two are dressed with an air of vitality, sporting white shirts, black trousers, and polished black leather shoes, reminiscent of business owners arriving from afar to conduct market inquiries. However, the buses at this hour prove to be more congested than ever before. The subway offers but a single line through the city, costing 50 cents per ride, while the only means of transportation from Nanquan to the city is the bus, which costs merely 5 cents for a circular route. Laborers have already crowded around the station, an overwhelming throng with no visible gaps. Upon spotting a bus approaching in the distance, the crowd rushes forward, eager to secure a position at the station, knowing that most will likely be unable to board. Riding the bus requires speed, agility, and a certain lack of shame, for otherwise, one may find themselves left behind. As the bus doors swing open, a throng surges forward. Li Minyang, tall and robust, leans forward to grasp the doorframe, effectively blocking those to his left. And with a leap, he enters the vehicle. Turning quickly, he notices that Shui Peng is no longer by his side, her expression one of distress as she hesitates behind. Peng, hold on to your monthly pass and hurry up, he calls out urgently. At this moment, a monthly bus pass costs 5 yuan, and losing it would feel akin to a grievous wound. A monthly pass allows for unlimited rides within the city for a month, making it particularly suitable for someone like Li Minyang, who traverses Fuhai daily. Shui Peng, in a panic, pays no mind to whether her polished shoes might be soiled, desperately pushing forward and attracting a flurry of curses, until she finally finds herself standing at the steps of the bus door. Come on, everyone, let us make room. We all have our struggles. Let us squeeze in, she shouts, and once she has fully boarded, she turns with a different demeanor. No more pushing. We'll be crushed. Wait for the next bus. As the door closes slowly, those who have boarded exhale a collective sigh of relief, having successfully navigated a challenging ordeal. A fleet of bicycles begins to weave through the bustling city streets, and the lively Dongjie intersection becomes increasingly animated as the city gradually awakens to activity. The urban village projects in Fuhai City have yet to commence, with state-owned enterprises predominantly concentrated in the Eastern District, where most light industrial production capabilities are gathered, facilitating Li Minyang's market research. Since the 1970s, nominal tariffs have remained at a relatively high level, and although the pace of nominal tariff reductions quickened in the 1990s, state-owned enterprises received substantial support, leading to the vigorous development of light industry, yet they now face severe oversupply. Similarly, high-tech industries, such as automotive and semiconductor sectors, continue to struggle with oversupply. The lack of breakthroughs in high-tech technologies compels enterprises to seek rapid profits through procurement. Meanwhile, high tariff protection policies have led light industries to the brink of saturation, resulting in unsold goods that cannot be absorbed domestically. Thus, the need arises for middlemen and buyers to indirectly regulate the market and address the unsold surplus in light industrial production, while policies simultaneously impose strict controls and allow for rampant growth. People are no strangers to middlemen. It is no exaggeration to say that the 1990s were an era rife with middlemen and buyers, for state-owned enterprises grappling with severe oversupply. Collaboration with middlemen is a coveted solution to sales issues. The case of Old Moo exchanging canned goods for aircraft revitalized a canning factory on the brink of bankruptcy, setting a precedent that many now await. For heads of state-owned enterprises, most, like Sun Shuwei, are reluctant to relinquish their current societal standing. Huang Ziyuan, as the top official in the city, has imposed strict mandates on state-owned enterprises, ensuring that loss-making entities face bankruptcy and that some leadership teams are dissolved. The current market environment can be succinctly described as one where an excess of light industrial enterprises, protected by high tariffs, struggle to sell their goods, leading to severe oversupply. In the future, a significant number of ineffective state-owned enterprises are bound to be eliminated, while emerging private enterprises will remain vigilant, setting the stage for a fierce competition that will inevitably result in a wave of layoffs. Li Minyang aspires to define himself beyond that of a mere middleman. He aims for Qingda Foreign Trade, a highly specialized firm dedicated to the circulation of goods, adopting a lofty posture. Stop. Who are you looking for? You can't just walk in without a greeting. Get out now. An elderly guard at the entrance of Hongyun Garment Factory shouts as he rushes out to confront them. We are seeking your manager. Li Minyang replies nonchalantly, his brow furrowed and his tone curt, revealing his displeasure. Surely, one must register to enter. If anyone can come in, who will be responsible for lost items? Though the guard's tone is reproachful, it quickly softens as he realizes that this individual carries an air of significance. The cigarette trade has become increasingly difficult. Which unit are you from? The old man inquires once more. We are from Jingping. Our company is Qingda Foreign Trade, primarily representing sales for enterprises lacking import and export rights. Addressing inventory pressures, and Hongyun Garment Factory falls within our scope, Li Minyang explains formally. Such formality leaves the old guard momentarily stunned. The previous scowl on his face vanishes, replaced by a welcoming smile. I understand now. Next time you come, feel free to enter directly. Thus, Li Minyang and Shui Peng strode confidently into the office area, subsequently seeking out the office director to briefly explain their situation. At that moment, the person in charge, Niu Li Bao, was busy inspecting the workshop. This situation warranted considerable attention. Li Minyang and his companions had barely spent a few minutes in the factory director's office, having not even finished reading the newspaper, when Niu Li Bao hurriedly returned, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, having rushed back. Apologies for the wait, Gentlemen, Niu Li Bao said, extending his hand to shake hands with Li Minyang and the others. He quickly produced some cigarettes. Director Niu, you are too kind. It is perfectly normal for us to wait. Just yesterday in Dongying, we waited for over an hour due to a meeting with city leaders. We fully understand the pressure you responsible figures are under. Li Minyang's seemingly casual remark elevated the conversation's level. Being well acquainted with the work arrangements of the city leadership, he understood that inspections were often random. They would not occur in succession, rendering them ineffective and wasting an entire day. Therefore, Hongyun was a place where one could speak freely and without reservation. Niu Li Bao's demeanor immediately grew serious. He retrieved a lighter to light Li Minyang's cigarette and, after a brief pause, said slowly, the pressure of inventory is overwhelming, especially with the emergence of private clothing brands, which has intensified competition. If we do not have new products for the changing seasons, we cannot sell anything. Each quarter brings additional pressure on our stock. The warning from Secretary Huang to Sun Shui had spread throughout the industry, and clothing enterprises were in a dire state of loss. Leaders like Niu Li Bao were understandably anxious, burdened by significant pressure. Li Minyang took a deep drag from his cigarette, choosing not to rush into a response. Niu Li Bao noticed the change in Li Minyang's expression but hesitated to inquire directly, opting instead to chuckle awkwardly. The office fell silent for a moment. Director Niu, let's get straight to the point, Li Minyang said, his demeanor suddenly grave. You mentioned the significant inventory pressure. Dongying faces a similar issue. However, the styles there lack market competitiveness, and the prices I can offer would be exceedingly low, compelling me to abandon any thoughts of raising them. What worries me most is that our established clothing factories are producing styles that are too outdated to meet market demands. Shall we first examine the garments in the warehouse? With this statement, Li Minyang subtly applied pressure on Niu Li Bao, highlighting the shortcomings of the legacy clothing factories while elevating his own position. The underlying message was clear: do not waste my time. I do not mean to boast, but Dongying cannot compare to Hongyun. Sun Shui seems unable to think beyond fabricating work uniforms for enterprises, exhausting his energy on networking. Years ago, I shifted my focus to the market, deliberately avoiding competition for procurement opportunities with enterprises. The styles of Hongyun's garments are simply incomparable. We operate on an entirely different level. Unexpectedly, Niu Li Bao reacted with irritation, being a person of quick temper. Li Minyang smiled faintly as the three of them stood up and swiftly exited the office. On their way to the warehouse, Li Minyang briefly introduced himself and exchanged business opinions with Niu Li Bao. Director Niu, you're absolutely right. We should abandon the route of procuring for enterprises and invest in market operations sooner rather than later. Li Minyang initially agreed with Niu Li Bao's viewpoint, but then furrowed his brow, speaking in a somber tone. However, while ideals are rich and abundant, reality is quite stark. The pace of new garment styles is accelerating. We're no longer in the 1980s when a piece of polyester could last for years. Quality is no longer the key. People now prioritize style and brand. Not to mention Fuhai's clothing factories, which are severely burdened by excess inventory and lack of funds, facing immense challenges in transformation. Even the garment factories in a Magic City are struggling with operational difficulties, and the promotional efforts of the model teams are extremely limited. The prevailing trend will inevitably lead to the elimination of a significant number of clothing enterprises. Li Minyang was instilling a sense of crisis awareness in Niu Li Bao. The latter's face, which was initially filled with enthusiasm, suddenly fell, and he remained silent throughout the journey, clearly troubled about the future of Hongyun. The warehouse at Hongyun was comparable in size to that of Dongying, yet the operational conditions here were markedly superior. Numerous small vendors came to procure clothing, and a few traders from other provinces were engaged in bargaining. Due to the lack of brand power among these domestic garments, they had no direct retail outlets and could only rely on this method for distribution, having yet to carve out their own sales routes. Their mindset still stuck in the 1980s. The styles of garments with accumulated inventory were noticeably superior to those in Dongying. Li Minyang faina takazwali inspectiun. His smile broadening as he expressed his satisfaction. However, his mind remained preoccupied with the batch of custom work uniforms from Dongying, particularly the winter styles. As the demand for winter clothing was paramount. Director Niu, it is indeed far superior to what is available in Dongying. We are clearly operating on two different levels. What is the lowest price you can offer for the garments? Given Qing to scale, the minimum order quantity would be at least 10,000 pieces. With that, Li Minyang opened the floodgates, instantly causing Niu Li Bao to break into a broad grin. The most severely overstocked items are leather jackets, totaling 17,000 pieces, with the retail price outside hovering around 100 yuan, while production costs are approximately 60 yuan. If you were to take them all, I could offer you 50 yuan per piece. Niu Li Bao exclaimed, his excitement evident as he extended a hand. If one understood the industry, they would recognize that it was challenging to negotiate a lower price. Excluding transportation costs to northern regions, the profit margin was considerable. Mr. Lee, this price is absolutely the lowest I can offer. Hanyan has never handled goods this way before. Look at this order form. Even the traders need to pay 55 yuan, and that is for a substantial quantity of over 1,000 pieces. Niu Li Bao presented the order form to Li Minyang. Li Minyang scrutinized the order attentively, while Shui Pengpeng leaned in, and after a brief moment, they exchanged satisfied glances, seemingly pleased with Niu Li Bao's offer. Mr. Niu, your sincerity is commendable. I can fully accept this price. I will promptly report this and proceed with the necessary procedures. Once the agreement is confirmed, Chengda Foreign Trade will immediately transfer the funds to your side. At that moment, Li Minyang readily agreed to the quoted price, his voice resonating clearly, ensuring that even the staff beside Niu Li Bao could hear him distinctly. To clear the entire inventory of leather jackets, over 15,000 pieces, would amount to a staggering sum of 750,000 yuan. Ah, Mr. Li is indeed a decisive person. Niu Li Bao exclaimed excitedly, shaking Li Minyang's hand vigorously, his smile widening as the urgent issue was suddenly resolved. Mr. Li, come, let us retire to the office for a moment. I must ensure you are well entertained at lunch today. Niu Li Bao's enthusiasm was palpable as he threw an arm around Li Minyang's shoulders, his warmth radiating. While discussing our cooperation is indeed necessary, let us postpone the meal for now. Our Chengda Foreign Trade has certain regulations. We cannot become too close to manufacturers, as it could lead to complications if reported. Rest assured, the order will not be influenced by any dining arrangements. Integrity is our foundation, and our principle is to win people over with virtue. Once we finalize the cooperation agreement, I shall treat everyone to this meal. Li Minyang graciously declined Niu Li Bao's hospitality as they continued their conversation on the way to the office. Shui Pengpeng followed behind, initially hoping for a chance to enjoy a sumptuous meal, only to find that it had slipped away. However, with the leather jacket selling price amounting to 750,000 yuan, Li Minyang could only afford around 10 pieces with the change in his pocket, likely not even enough to cover the transportation costs. What grand scheme was Li Minyang truly orchestrating? Shui Pengpeng furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend the subsequent maneuvers of Li Minyang. After engaging in a discussion with Niu Li Bao for over an hour, Li Minyang eloquently articulated his insights, traversing the expansive landscape of market development and the path of corporate reform, thereby rendering his arguments exceedingly persuasive. This undoubtedly elevated Niu Li Bao's regard for the young man, prompting him to boastfully declare, Mr. Li, in Fuhai, Hangyun Apparel undoubtedly stands as the preeminent leader among this batch of state-run garment enterprises. As for Dongying, after Secretary Huang's reprimand, it is akin to a death sentence. It is certain to be among the first to fold. Li Minyang smiled in acknowledgement. Yet Niu Li Bao's assessment of Dongying conveyed a significant piece of information to him. When it came time to depart, Niu Li Bao insisted on treating him. But Li Minyang remained resolute in his decision to leave, which left certain individuals feeling unsettled and apprehensive, given the magnitude of the deal at stake. Chapter 30. The Gradual Unfolding of Strategy. Minyang, is it really such a burden to share a meal? Shui Pengpeng pouted, following Li Minyang to a roadside stall where they ordered only 2 servings of noodles, indicative of their rather frugal existence. Being treated by individuals like these could diminish their negotiating leverage in the future. It would be prudent to maintain an air of mystery and keep them guessing about their true intentions. When people grow anxious, they are likely to seek information from various sources. Li Minyang chuckled and offered a brief explanation before lowering his head to devour the noodles. Minyang, what do you mean? I don't quite grasp your point. Shui Pengpeng furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed by the insinuation. You will come to understand in due time. Our immediate priority is to visit every private clothing factory, ensuring they are all aware of Chengda Foreign Trade. This way, the existence of such a company becomes a reality. Li Minyang urged, emphasizing the need to eat quickly. Shui Pengpeng refrained from questioning further, realizing that pondering would yield no answers, and instead focused on his meal. Cough, cough, cough. A child began to cough violently due to someone smoking nearby, prompting the child's mother to express her displeasure, which was met with a barrage of insults. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Stop making a fuss in front of me. I will smoke. After hurling insults, the man took a deep drag and blew smoke rings toward the child and the woman, glaring at them menacingly. Onlookers were unable to intervene, feeling that the man was excessively bullying them, yet none dared to speak up, fearing trouble for themselves. This young man is quite audacious, Shui Pengpeng remarked as he rose to refill his bowl with soup and took a seat beside the smoker. Enough. No need for words. Confiscate. After 2 in the afternoon, Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong continued their visits to other garment factories, navigating the process of Chengda foreign trade with remarkable ease and establishing a strong sense of trust. Furthermore, Li Minyang was highly satisfied with the clothing styles from the factories they visited that afternoon, promptly committing to orders and promising to follow up, resulting in a mutually joyous atmosphere. As the workday came to a close, a throng of bicycles surged through the streets like a wave. And it was at this moment that Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong made their way home. Fortuitously, Li Minyang found a vacant seat on the bus. After sitting down wearily, he gazed out at the street scenery, his expression growing contemplative. In total, they had surveyed 4 garment factories that day, with Hongyun employing the most workers, 564 in total, while the other 3 factories averaged over 300 employees each. The Dongying garment factory they surveyed yesterday had the fewest workers, yet still boasted over 200. In Fuhai, aside from textile and cotton factories and other upstream enterprises related to apparel, there were 4 garment factories directly engaged in clothing sales, each with over 300 employees. These garment factories, facing imminent elimination, collectively employed nearly 3,000 individuals. The implications of such mass unemployment would impose tremendous social pressure, an unsettling thought. This figure did not even account for the impending bankruptcies of other enterprises, leading to a tidal wave of layoffs. The relentless march of time would inevitably cast a harsh shadow, reflecting the struggles of ordinary wage-earning families, which seldom found representation in literature. To speak bluntly, one could gain insight into the plight of the laid-off in Songbei, where some women were driven to desperate measures. Having once held a high-ranking position, Li Minyang instinctively pondered these pressing issues. The advent of significant events loomed ever closer. By the way, did you manage to grab any cigarettes at lunchtime? We can't afford to waste this, he recalled, retrieving the pack of cigarettes from Shui Pongpong and stowing it in his pocket, then giving a stern warning. Do not resort to this again. But Minyang, when have you ever turned down cigarettes that I brought? Shui Pongpong replied with a resigned expression. Isn't this supposed to be about virtue? Old Chong, did anyone from Chengda Foreign Trade come by your factory this afternoon to discuss orders? The head of Hongyun Apparel, Nyo Li Bao, lingered after work to call an old friend. Did it come by? Why do you ask? Old Nyo, are you implying that they visited you as well? Factory Director Chong inquired loudly. They were here this morning. A fellow named Li Minyang came. Did he verbally confirm any orders with you? Nyo Li Bao pressed urgently. He did. He requested 3,000 units of last year's trendy women's plaid shirts right off the bat, giving the impression of a major enterprise. He even inquired about the wholesale price for leather jackets, and I quoted him 55, but he did not respond. By the way, did he ask you for leather jackets? I recall you have a substantial inventory of them. What price did you quote? Director Chong continued. I offered 50. So low. No wonder he fell silent after inquiring about the leather jacket price. It's because you provided such a low quote. Hey, old Nyo, if you have a good output, could you help clear my leather jacket stock as well? At 50? Director Chong implored, his tone urgent, as they were all eager to move inventory and recoup some funds, with wages still owed to the workers. That Li Minyang is exceptionally shrewd. No wonder he declined the invitation today. He's comparing prices. I must quickly inform Old Kong. He has a considerable inventory of leather jackets as well. As long as we two do not undercut each other, the price cannot drop below 50. If we start competing against each other, Li Minyang will profit immensely. Nyo Li Bao hastily ended the call, while Director Chong was still speaking. He immediately dialed Director Kong. Old Kong, has anyone from Chengda Foreign Trade visited you? Nyo Li Bao was already sweating profusely. Chengda Foreign Trade? What is that? No, not at all. Director Kong replied candidly. That's a relief, Nyo Li Bao sighed, and after a brief pause, he swiftly explained, Old Kong. Here's the situation. Chengda Foreign Trade is involved in garment sales and has the capacity to sell products overseas. This morning they inquired about the base price for leather jackets, and I quoted 50. While this price is low, they can clear their inventory. The purpose of my call is to emphasize that the price of leather jackets must not fall below 50. At this critical juncture, we must stand united. Is that so? Director Kong's voice grew more serious, gripping the phone tightly as he sought further details. Meanwhile, Director Chong was also conversing with other factory heads, emphasizing the need for solidarity to avoid price chaos. Li Minyang leveraged these individuals' cleverness, instilling uncertainty in Nyo Li Bao and his peers, prompting them to probe each other's situations. Thus, the notion of Chengda Foreign Trade took on a tangible reality. They would not question the existence of Chengda Foreign Trade. Their only concern was whether their longtime friends might betray them for the sake of sales, resulting in even lower prices. Li Minyang's game was only just beginning. and the big players within this system possessed formidable strategies. Chapter 31. Mutual Probing, Growing Urgency. Overnight, China Foreign Trade, a company hailing from Jinping, stirred considerable ripples in Fuhai. The heads of several garment factories were engaged in a flurry of phone calls, anxious to ensure that no one would undercut the purchase prices. Especially agitated was Niu Li Bao, who fretted over the more than 10,000 leather jackets languishing in the factory, leaving him in a state of unease. The other factory heads were discreetly probing each other, insisting that they must agree on a price, unite, and not engage in infighting that would only benefit outsiders. Currently, Niu Li Bao and his colleagues were not concerned about the authenticity of the Qingda Foreign Trade Company. Rather, their anxiety stemmed from whether they could successfully clear their inventory, as internal discord was simply out of the question. Chang Xiangshan, the head of Xishan Apparel, maintained a close relationship with Sun Xuwei from Dongying. After conversing with several other leaders, as he was about to depart, he decided to update his old friend and made a phone call. Ever since Secretary Huang had sternly criticized Sun Xuwei in Dongying, the other leaders had been avoiding him, fearing they might be implicated. Xuwei, has that Qingda Foreign Trade Company visited your factory in Fuhai? Chang Xiangshuan inquired while puffing on a cigarette. Yes, they have, Sun Xuwei replied, still standing as he had just stepped out of his office. Hearing the phone ring, he quickly returned to answer it. Today, he had expected Li Minyang to come and discuss the acquisition, given the clear hints dropped yesterday about potential benefits. However, he had waited all day without a visitor. What goods did you agree upon? What prices? Chang Xiangshuan hurriedly asked. I've settled on prices with Niu Li Bao and the others. You mustn't undercut us. What price? Sun Xuwei's brow furrowed deeply, his voice involuntarily rising several pitches. Are you saying Li Minyang has placed an order with you? How much are they ordering? 3,000 women's plaid shirts from me, which is a modest quantity, but over 15,000 leather jackets from Niu Li Bao, effectively clearing his inventory, Chang Xiangshan replied, smacking his lips in envy. Hearing such an exaggerated order quantity, Sun Xuwei felt a pang of anxiety, swallowing several dry gulps of air as a stark sense of disparity washed over him. It was one thing to suffer collectively, but the thought of everyone prospering while he faced bankruptcy was a bitter pill to swallow. This was the anguish weighing on Sun Xuwei's heart. No wonder Li Minyang had gone silent today. He had evidently reached out to them to place orders. Sun Xuwei had hoped for good fortune, anticipating that Li would visit him. Xuwei, how much stock has Li Minyang taken from you? Don't just pry into my affairs, Chang Xiangshuan complained, expressing his dissatisfaction with Sun Xuwei's lack of communication. None has been taken from me, Sun Xuwei replied, his tone somber. None at all, Chang Xiangshuan's loud voice repeated, undoubtedly rubbing salt into Sun Xuwei's wounds. None. That's all for now, Sun Xuwei said, feeling the weight of silence descend as he abruptly ended the call. He stood alone at his desk for a long while, and it was only after a moment that he noticed several employees waiting in the corridor, clearly anticipating his presence. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that they were recent university graduates who had joined the factory. Despite the factory's dire financial situation, it still had recruitment quotas. In the 1980s, university graduates typically found positions in reputable state-owned enterprises or institutions, but by the 1990s, the number of graduates had surged, leading to increased competition for jobs, even in smaller enterprises, without the luxury of choice. Chongning was particularly unfortunate, having been assigned to the Dongying garment factory. The distribution process was absurd, as there were no examinations. For instance, a marketing major could end up in a garment factory. You graduated from a prestigious university, right? Perfect. You're a talented individual. Utilize your knowledge to improve the factory's performance, they would say. Regarding Chongning's job transfer, Huang Wandong had approached her father, but at that time, even Li Minyang's job transfer was impossible. Given the exceedingly challenging circumstances, many state-owned enterprises were on the brink of collapse, placing an immense burden on Huang Ziyuan. Director's son, can we receive part of our wages? Since being assigned to this factory, we haven't received a single penny, and I can no longer ask my family for money. They are struggling too. Chongning stepped forward as a representative of the new graduates, seeking communication with Sun Xuwei. Sun Xuwei elongated his response, his gaze evasive. In the dim light, his face was etched with desolation. He truly felt unworthy to face these graduates. To put it bluntly, recruiting them to Dongying felt akin to dooming them. He was filled with self-reproach for squandering their youth. There's a company from Jinping called Qingda Foreign Trade. I've been negotiating with them about shipments these past few days. Once the prices are finalized and the agreement signed, payments will be made promptly. All wages will be settled at that time. Sun Xuwei continued to paint an optimistic picture, even though it was a mere mirage. Yet, what other recourse did he have? He could only delay the inevitable. If he were to disclose the factory's dire situation, chaos would ensue, while the new graduates might take it lightly. The veteran employees could incite a riot. Chong Ning and her peers remained innocent. Upon hearing the director's words, their faces lit up with joy, believing it to be true. "Thank you, Director Sun." Chong Ning expressed her gratitude, and the others followed suit, their eyes reflecting naive hope. "All right, you all should head back." Sun Shui waved them off and turned back to his office, neglecting to turn on the lights. He sank into the sofa, chain-smoking, becoming one with the shadows around him. After much contemplation, it appeared that the only person capable of resolving the factory's issues was Li Minyang. It was imperative to expedite the payment of a month's wages to ensure the employees could survive. Niu Li Bao, Chang Xiangshuan, and Sun Shui, these factory heads, could never have imagined that the so-called high-caliber talents they valued were currently huddled in a cramped, rudimentary workers' dormitory, smoking counterfeit cigarettes procured from others. "Pung Pung, be careful. Don't let the landlord downstairs catch you. You can't allow someone to strip a sheep bare. We need to switch it up," Li Minyang advised. "Don't worry about it. I've got years of experience and know my limits," Pung Pung replied, sitting up with a furrowed brow, pondering the landlord's ruthlessness in selling fake cigarettes. From the start, if he had been sold fake cigarettes, he wouldn't have realized it. He might think the real ones are fake, Li Minyang said dully, leaning back against his pillow. "Get some rest. Tomorrow will be another exhausting day." "Minyang, you sleep first. I'll wash our socks," Pung Pung said, preparing to rise. "Pungya, do you really need to be so considerate?" Li Minyang pulled him back, feeling a bit bashful. It's nothing. Just go and rest," Pung Pung replied, stepping out with the socks, then immediately donned a triumphant expression, muttering under his breath, "Just wait. You'll come to rely on me. Would you really dare to cast me aside?" Chapter 32, Unknowingly Drawn into the Game. The following day, when Li Minyang returned to the garment factory to discuss the order, he distinctly felt the resolute intent of the leaders, their gazes fixed upon him, as if he were a delectable piece of meat. Moreover, Li Minyang was certain that these factory heads had conferred with one another, as the prices they offered were evidently prearranged. However, that was precisely his aim, to relay the information to Sun Shui. In desperate times, people are capable of the most irrational acts. Li Minyang understood that for individuals like Niu Li Bao, he left an impression of being affluent and extravagant, with an order volume that was undoubtedly substantial. However, the notion of procuring goods before payment was simply unrealistic in this context. That would be akin to a pipe dream, as everyone was astute. "Comrade Kong Shan, you've all agreed on a private price for the leather jackets, right? It's 50 for the selling price? If that's the case, I see no need for further research. I can simply approach Niu Li Bao for the pricing," Li Minyang said, altering his demeanor. No longer the amicable figure of the previous days. Instead, he now stood with an air of displeasure under the scorching sun, hands clasped behind his back. However, this portrayal seems to align more closely with his meticulous and earnest work ethic. Otherwise, he would not have consistently declined the goodwill of others. "Mr. Li, the quality of our leather jackets is no different. The only distinction lies in the factory labels. This price of 50 simply cannot be further reduced. We are currently demonstrating our utmost sincerity," Kong Shan expressed, his anxiety palpable. Yet, the words did not seem to resonate, as he pondered why he could not perceive the quality of Hongyan's products as worthy of such a price. Li Minyang's disdain was evident as he sought to nitpick, deliberately stirring discord. "We can inspect the production materials. Come, let's head to the workshop now," Kong Shan shouted, his frustration evident. "I can ascertain whether you have adulterated the materials." Li Minyang pursed his lips. Such a statement was audaciously provoking, and nearby manager Shui exhibited a similarly distrustful demeanor, occasionally emitting sounds of disapproval. At this price of 50, not even a penny less can be offered." Kong Shan raised his hand dismissively, his temper rising, unwilling to waste further breath on this towering figure. "Director Kong, if you could reduce the price by 2 yuan per jacket, I would purchase all the stock you have accumulated." Li Minyang leaned in to negotiate. "I cannot accommodate that. Not a single cent can be discounted. Seek your bargains elsewhere," Kong Shan said, puffing on his cigarette, not offering Li Minyang a single shred of concession. "Then I shall reconsider." Li Minyang glanced at Shui Pung Pung, both preparing to depart. Kong Shan continued to smoke, not uttering another word until they exited the factory. He swiftly returned to his office and dialed Niu Li Bao. "Old Niu, Li Minyang has indeed attempted to lower the price, wanting a further reduction of 2 yuan per jacket, which I did not agree to. Now he has left." Kong Shan fumed, still seething with anger. "Haha, old Kong, this is exactly right. As long as we hold firm on the price, Li Minyang will have no choice but to return and order from us obediently," Niu Li Bao replied, his voice brimming with mirth. "In any case, I have offended him, and should he seek supplies later, a portion will inevitably come through me." Kong Shan emphasized gravely. "Do not fret, old Kong. As long as the price remains stable, We shall reap the rewards this time. Judging by Li Minyang's demeanor, the demand will certainly not decrease, Niu Li Bao reassured him. After discussing further details, they ended the call. With a buoyant spirit, Niu Li Bao began to whistle in his office, only halting when someone knocked on the door. Entering was Sun Shuwei, the head of Dongying, wearing a forced smile. Upon seeing his face, Niu Li Bao's forehead furrowed in displeasure, akin to someone who had swallowed a fly. What brings you here? Niu Li Bao demanded. Director Niu, I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. I have a surplus of winter work uniforms, and I heard that Chengda intends to order over 10,000 leather jackets from you. Perhaps we could explore a bundled sales arrangement, Sun Shuwei proposed. Get out. The old models from Dongying have gathered dust. Not even for free would they be accepted. What makes you think we could collaborate? Niu Li Bao interrupted, his irritation palpable. You might as well call your uncle. Without the capability, do not occupy the space while your hundreds of workers suffer. His words left no room for Sun Shuwei's dignity, especially given the sensitive nature of the uncle-nephew relationship. Niu Li Bao's level of authority made such a public rebuke even more humiliating. Yet, his disregard stemmed from Secretary Huang's reprimand. He could not compromise with ineffective officials and expect to garner goodwill. Sun Shuwei's chest quivered slightly from the insult, akin to receiving two resounding slaps in public. His throat dry and constricted. Nevertheless, he managed to force a smile. Director Niu, if we could bundle our sales, I can assure you of substantial profits. And the work uniforms are quite fashionable. With no other options, he resorted to flattering. Leave now and stop your incessant prattling. I could have the security escort you out. And that would be most unbecoming. Niu Li Bao thundered, glaring at Sun Shuwei as though he were a predator ready to pounce. Humiliated, Sun Shuwei exited only to find a crowd of onlookers in the hallway, pointing and laughing derisively. Initially, the situation had not seemed so dire. Sun Shuwei had been actively communicating with various enterprises, seeking to secure orders for the autumn collection, hoping to provide a deposit to help his factory through this difficult period. However, a major company named Chengda Foreign Trade had emerged, boasting a reputation for integrity and a well-heeled general manager, Li Minyang, who placed large orders upon visiting factories. An opportunity had presented itself, appearing to offer salvation to these cash-strapped, traditional garment manufacturers. Yet, Dongying was left behind, as if it had been singled out for criticism by Secretary Huang, scorned and derided by all. While other factories had a chance, Dongying had been condemned to failure. Why? Unbeknownst to him, Sun Shuwei had become embroiled in a desperate situation. He had reached his breaking point, which explained his willingness to beg Niu Li Bao for assistance. Sun Shuwei hurried down the stairs, almost fleeing, while he faced the expectations of hundreds. When would they be paid? They needed to survive. Pong pong. Let us move swiftly to the next factory. We must visit all remaining garment manufacturers today. Li Minyang's expression was grave, his pace quickening. Chapter 33. All but butchers with knives. As for the remaining garment factories, Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong did not merely skim the surface upon arrival. They directly broached the subject of pricing, incessantly driving the prices down, leaving both parties dissatisfied. Nevertheless, this approach saved time, and by 4 o'clock, they had assessed the landscape of the old garment factories in Fuhai City. There is still time. Let us check out the lighter factory. If the garment venture falls through, I'll apply for a university identity loan, and we can sell lighters at Dage. We must prepare for contingencies, Li Minyang remarked as they walked. Though the profits may be modest, it's still better than many other ventures. Consider it a valuable experience. Minyang, you need not placate me. I will do whatever you ask. To be honest, I'm reluctant to remove this formal attire, and I dream of Manager Shui. Ha ha ha. Shui Pongpong laughed heartily. After all, with their daily slumber in the same bed, a bond had formed between Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong, revealing qualities in Pong that were quite commendable, such as his amiability and ability to handle the situation. Drink? No, we must categorically eradicate such shameless acts of thievery. Minyang, I still feel skeptical about this plan. Selling goods first and paying later? No one is a fool, especially the factory heads who are quite astute. They wouldn't fear being swindled. Such an arrangement is unlikely to succeed, and we could very well be driven away. Shui Pongpong shook his head repeatedly, finding the idea increasingly absurd. Do you genuinely believe you can clear out Dongying's accumulated winter inventory? The volume is considerable. It seems implausible. That is precisely why we must be prepared for contingencies. At least we've grasped the market price for the garments. Once we earn some money, we can think about selling them with more confidence. Li Minyang replied with a smile, though some thoughts remained unvoiced. The game had already begun, and only those embroiled could be oblivious to the pressure Sun Shuwei faced. Should the final conflict intensify, the situation would unfold naturally, and he would be unable to refuse. If Sun Shui were a pig, then Yo Li Bao, Chong Xiangshuan, and Kong Shan had inadvertently become butchers wielding knives, stabbing into the flesh of that unsuspecting pig without realizing it. Li Minyang awaited a point of conflict to escalate, allowing those butchers to wield their knives. Everything would then fall into place. In matters of uncertainty, Li Minyang has always been thoroughly prepared and fully committed, while simultaneously accepting the possibility of failure. Indeed, Shui Pengpeng nodded vigorously, reflecting on how university students possess a distinctive mindset that is paramount for success. In Fuhai, there exists only one factory that produces lighters, located about 4 or 5 kilometers away. As Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng hurried to inquire about prices before the end of their workday, Li introduced himself as a bulk buyer, indicating a substantial order. However, the manager in charge of shipments, accustomed to such encounters, showed little interest and was reluctant to engage further. The factory's price remained fixed at 60 cents, while the retail price could soar to over 5 yuan a dage, rendering the prospect of haggling over a mere few cents rather trivial. The manager, visibly impatient, dismissed them with a curt response. It is noteworthy that the production and design of lighters during this period significantly differed from the commonplace lighters that later became popular, resulting in relatively higher prices. Ultimately, after surveying the factory, Li Minyang decided against making a purchase, drawing disapproving glances as they hastily departed to catch the bus, which reflected the status of the general manager of Chengde Foreign Trade. On the bus, Li Minyang, initially drowsy, was suddenly struck by the sight of a familiar figure. Was that Chongning? It was the first time since arriving in Fuhai that he had unexpectedly encountered a classmate, evoking a sense of warmth within him. Chongning, Li Minyang called out, leaning toward her. Chongning, taken aback, turned with surprise, hesitated briefly, and then nodded subtly before turning away, seemingly treating him as a stranger. Just getting off work? Li Minyang ventured awkwardly, sensing her aloofness, which contrasted sharply with their previous rapport. Chongning replied softly, not even glancing back, while Shui Pengpeng, some distance away, grinned at them. How have you been? Where are you working now? Li Minyang continued, attempting to engage her in conversation, though a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him over her inexplicable coldness. Li Minyang, what brings you to Fuhai? Are you here because of Huandong? Eager to catch up? Suddenly, Chongning raised her voice, her tone indicating something was amiss. Li Minyang narrowed his eyes, noticing the emblem on her work uniform, Dongying Garment Factory. So, she was employed there. He realized he needed to be cautious about his interactions with Sun Sudong in the future. Chongning, what do you mean by that? I resigned from the tax bureau to seek a means of livelihood. What does my coming to the provincial city have to do with Huandong? Li Minyang replied earnestly. Let us hope not. Chongning scoffed sarcastically, having just ended a tumultuous relationship. The matter with Tao Qingqing still unresolved. She found it nauseating that he would rush into another romance. Chongning was overly concerned about Huandong and misinterpreted Li Minyang's intentions, responding with hostility. Moreover, Lu Ziliang's disparaging remarks had further tarnished Li Minyang's reputation, making him appear less than respectable. Now, viewing Li Minyang, she could see he lacked a formal job and was impeccably dressed. Was he merely relying on Huandong for support? Such a man exhibited no sense of responsibility. Chongning, I'm unclear about the source of your animosity. However, I can unequivocally state that in the matter concerning the Tao family, I have been the victim. Why should I feel guilt? I deserve to live well and confront the Tao family, for that is how I honor those who care for me. As for embarking on another relationship, that is my own affair and has no bearing on anyone else. Li Minyang articulated clearly, his composure unwavering and devoid of anger. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions, Chongning retorted coldly, convinced that Li Minyang was far too cunning and adept at feigning innocence. You are not privy to my thoughts, nor are you a mind reader. If your understanding of me is limited to our university days, then that is rather amusing. Li Minyang countered with conviction. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Huandong's friendship, fearing the tarnishing of her image through malicious gossip, I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge her existence. Chongning snapped, revealing her disdain. Look at you now, without a formal job. It would be wise to recognize your place, she exclaimed, only to regret her words the moment they left her lips. These were Lu Ziliang's private insults aimed at Li Minyang, insinuating he had come to the provincial city solely to pursue Huandong, a man brimming with ulterior motives. Even the abandonment of Tao Qingqing was perceived as a malicious scheme hatched upon discovering Huandong's familial background. Nevertheless, Chongning soon adopted a fierce demeanor, glaring at Li Minyang with hostility, unwilling to yield in their confrontation, determined to protect Huandong's interests. Li Minyang lost all interest in conversing with Chongning and turned to leave. Chapter 34. The Escalation of Conflict. In the ensuing days, Qingda foreign trade exhibited an unusual silence. Mr. Li, responsible for the Fuhai market, seemed to have vanished without a trace, no longer seen negotiating with the garment factory. The leadership of the garment factories had assumed that by stubbornly holding onto their prices, they could easily manipulate Li Minyang, expecting him to flounder like a headless chicken and ultimately return to place orders. Fuhai is comprised solely of our factories. We dictate the pricing. And it is not for you, Li Minyang, to meddle. However, Li Minyang's inexplicable absence left Niu Li Bao, Kong Shan, and others feeling quite disheartened, prompting them to summon the heads of each factory to Hongyun Garments for a meeting. Naturally, Sun Shuwei was excluded from this assembly. In the smoke-filled conference room of Hongyun Garments that morning, the attendees exhibited a considerable craving for nicotine, their voices rising in a cacophony. Punctuated by the sound of fists striking tables, it resembled a brawl more than a meeting. The leaders of this era's factories, particularly the older generation, boasted tempers that were notoriously volatile. Hongyun's leather goods were experiencing the most significant overstock, and Mr. Li had the highest demand for leather goods. Naturally, Niu Li Bao was keen to avoid unfavorable pricing. If we can ensure a steady flow of goods, I believe we can afford to offer concessions to Qingda foreign trade. Kong Shan shouted, visibly displeased, as he was the first to criticize Li Minyang's pricing strategies and now found himself feeling used as a pawn. Indeed, as long as we can guarantee a steady output, some concessions can be made. However, if we rigidly stick to our prices, we may frighten them away. I also think we should lower our prices a bit and communicate more with Mr. Li. We cannot afford to be completely inflexible. In an instant, the tide of discontent turned towards Niu Li Bao, who had initially proposed the stringent pricing. Enough. No more second-guessing. Niu Li Bao slammed the teapot onto the table, his face stern as he stood up, pausing momentarily before raising his voice. Are we not striving for the collective benefit by adhering to these prices? It is exceedingly challenging to transition in the current environment, with private enterprises continuously undercutting us, seeking to drive us to extinction. If we engage in infighting and recklessly lower our prices at this critical juncture, how can we expect to sustain our operations? Niu Li Bao's expression grew somber as he scanned the room, plunging the office into a brief silence. His subsequent words were laden with personal sentiment. I understand everyone as frustration. The state-owned enterprises are on the brink of significant reforms, which will inevitably lead to the elimination of many loss-making companies. We, as established garment factories, find ourselves in a precarious position. None of us wish to face redundancy in the end. The opportunity we have now is hard-won. Should we not unite and seize it with both hands? Moreover, to be candid, our quoted price to Li Minyang is already quite competitive. We are in Fuhai, and we cannot allow him to dictate terms over us. Niu Li Bao's eyes widened, his finger pointing out the window as though Li Minyang were standing there. Mr. Niu's point is well taken. We cannot allow outsiders to walk all over us on our own turf. Chang Xiangshuan from Jixiang chimed in, his words carrying considerable weight, as Li Minyang had placed an order for 3,000 women's plaid shirts with him. Indeed, everyone needs to maintain composure. We cannot afford to lower our prices further. This is utterly ridiculous, allowing someone who hasn't even matured yet to gain the upper hand over us. Exactly. We cannot yield. The tide of public opinion swiftly shifted, with people directing their ire towards Li Minyang, their hostility towards him intensifying as tensions escalated. At that moment, a staff member burst into the office, clearly in a state of urgency, rushing over to Niu Li Bao to convey some pressing matter. Bursting into laughter, Niu Li Bao waved his hand dismissively, saying, Li Minyang is here with me now. I will go meet him. I'll update you all shortly. Just wait for me. With that, Niu Li Bao briskly exited the conference room. While the others began to murmur amongst themselves, their spirits lifted at the prospect of financial gain. Meanwhile, in the office downstairs, Li Minyang was savoring a steaming cup of tea, yet before he could take a sip, Niu Li Bao pushed the door open and strode in. Mr. Li, a warm welcome to you. Niu Li Bao extended his hand from a distance, warmly shaking hands with both Li Minyang and Shui Pampa. Director Niu, I returned to Jingping a couple of days ago to discuss the inventory situation at Fuhai with the leadership at Qingda. We are planning a total procurement amount of 4 million yuan, Li Minyang stated. Upon hearing this figure, Niu Li Bao's face broke into an uncontrollable grin, his excitement palpable. However, as your pricing is rather uniform, I won't be visiting each factory individually. It's unnecessary to waste time on that, Li Minyang remarked with a teasing tone, subtly indicating that he was no longer concerned about the underhanded price negotiations. Indeed, Mr. Li, Niu Li Bao nodded vigorously, his smile stretching from ear to ear, as he hastily offered Li Minyang a cigarette, even lighting it for him with great care. We truly cannot lower our price any further. This is a testament to our sincerity. Director Nyo, when it comes to pricing, there's no need for us to let a few yuan ruin our goodwill. This business needs to be sustainable in the long run, Li Minyang replied, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, effectively signaling the end of the price haggling. Yes, we are indeed looking to establish a long-term partnership. We handle production while Chengde takes care of sales. This path can certainly be traversed together, Nyo Li Bao exclaimed joyfully, feeling he had discovered the route to the factory's transformation. There's one more matter I need to trouble you with, Director Nyo. Li Minyang's expression turned serious. Speak freely. I will certainly make it happen. Nyo Li Bao eagerly responded, thumping his chest in assurance. Since the prices across your factories are so aligned, I propose to hold a procurement meeting. I would appreciate it if you could organize the heads of each factory to attend, thus saving me time and finalizing the order quantities in unison. Absolutely no problem, Nyo Li Bao exclaimed, gripping Li Minyang's hand with palpable excitement, his facial muscles twitching with enthusiasm. This is a lifeline. There's a chance for the factory's transformation. Director Nyo, given the substantial benefits I'm bringing, you ought to extend me a warm welcome, Li Minyang suggested, his intention clear. Tonight, hospitality was due, and he subtly hinted that only upon the successful completion of their dealings would he indulge in Nyo Li Bao's hospitality. Very well, that's settled then, Nyo Li Bao readily agreed, just as the dinner hour approached. Although Li Minyang had not initially intended to partake in this meal, he noticed several vehicles parked downstairs, suggesting that other factory heads were conveniently gathered at Nyo Li Bao as for discussions on pricing. Given this scenario, he felt it necessary to perform a display of camaraderie in front of them, knowing it would exacerbate the existing tensions. Shui Pong Pong momentarily failed to grasp the situation, having been preoccupied with thoughts of whether to incorporate garlic into his noodle dish at lunch. Are we really heading out for a meal? He wondered, recalling that Li Minyang hadn't mentioned it earlier. What was he plotting now? Chapter 35. The 4 million yuan procurement meeting. Li Minyang was indeed a distinguished guest. Nyo Li Bao had just confidently assured the heads of other factories to wait for him, only to turn around and drive off to entertain Mr. Li right before their eyes. Concerned about the potential appearance of old classmates from his time in Dongying, Li Minyang felt an acute need to avoid any disruptions to his plans, making this dinner imperative. Moreover, his approach towards Nyo Li Bao had grown increasingly cautious. Having once held a high position, he was compelled to pay special attention to these nuances. Damn it! Has Nyo Li Bao abandoned us? He is not sneaking off to secure orders from Li Minyang, is he? Kong Shan fumed, cursing vehemently. What a hypocrite! Even Chang Xiangshen couldn't help but leap to criticize, despite having previously supported Nyo Li Bao. Let us not leave. We'll wait for Nyo Li Bao to return and demand an explanation. Yes, we deserve an explanation. The other factory heads echoed angrily, refusing to budge as they awaited Nyo Li Bao's return. Meanwhile, Nyo Li Bao drove his compact car straight to the Fuxing Grand Hotel, the most upscale dining establishment in the area. The glory days of the garment factory were long past, especially in the Fuhai region, where local factories had once thrived, necessitating company vehicles for their heads. However, as factories closed, these vehicles were being reclaimed. Nyo Li Bao regaled Li Minyang with tales of past glories, and their rapport gradually deepened. Upon entering a private room, the lavish hospitality offered by Nyo Li Bao took Li Minyang by surprise, as the culture of drinking had become quite pronounced. Accompanied by the director of Hongyun Garments, they ordered 10 dishes, including several rare delicacies that would soon be unavailable. Director Nyo, I hardly dare to touch these dishes. I must clarify that the procurement amount of 4 million yuan comes with strict purchasing criteria and is not to be taken lightly. We want to simply be purchasing garments from Hongyun, Li Minyang said, a hint of concern in his voice, carefully maintaining the youthful persona he wished to convey, as overly shrewd behavior would seem disingenuous. Rest assured, my friend, I won't impose any difficulties on you. Just adhere to the planned procurement quantities, Nyo Li Bao reassured him, placing a hand on Li Minyang's shoulder, even changing his form of address to denote a brotherly bond. Yet little did he know, this younger brother was a master manipulator, feigning naivety while cunningly devising schemes against him. As the leader of the Fuhai garment industry, I am not so narrow-minded. My only desire is to create opportunities for my fellow brothers. I would never only consider myself, Nyo Li Bao proclaimed grandiosely, attempting to project an image of generosity and nobility, all the while knowing that he could not accommodate the substantial 4 million order. Nevertheless, this feast was indeed a service to the other factories, allowing them to bask in his success. Brother Nyo, with your assurances, I feel much more at ease. At the procurement meeting, I will place orders with each factory according to the quantities planned by Chengde. Li Minyang responded with a relieved smile. He refrained from drinking, instead remaining seated. Ideally, now that they had reached a consensus, they should toast to celebrate. However, he felt somewhat awkward in this regard. Come on, Li Minyang, let us have a toast. Niu Li Bao raised his glass, taking the initiative to clink it with Li Minyang's. Yet, he added, that said, if conditions permit, your procurement direction should lean slightly towards Hanyan. After placing his glass down, Niu Li Bao nodded, and the office director promptly produced 2 black bags, handing them to Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng. These were not extravagant gifts. Each contained a pack of cigarettes. As a seasoned player, Niu Li Bao understood the importance of gradual relationship building rather than overwhelming gestures. Li Minyang, if you can help me alleviate some of the inventory at the procurement meeting. I am certainly not a stingy person, Niu Li Bao hinted, taking a drink himself, the implication clear. Understood. I'll keep that in mind, Li Minyang replied with slight hesitation. Ultimately acquiescing. With everyone in sync, the dinner proceeded smoothly, shifting away from discussions of procurement to focus on camaraderie, ensuring that they enjoyed their meal and drink to the fullest. Shui Pengpeng finally enjoyed a sumptuous meal with Li Minyang. At 2 in the afternoon, Niu Li Bao, reeking of alcohol, returned to the factory, where he was surrounded by the factory leaders, such as Kong Shan and Chang Xiangshun, as if he were a criminal on trial. So, Niu Li Bao, you abandoned us to secretly curry favor with Li Minyang. Confess, did you clandestinely secure an order? They berated him with heightened agitation. Quiet down. Do you really think I am that sort of person? I bring you splendid news, Niu Li Bao declared, confidently taking a seat, leisurely lighting a cigarette, and taking a puff with squinted eyes. What good news? They pressed. Come on, spill it, stop the theatrics. The factory leaders leaned in eagerly, and Niu Li Bao raised 4 fingers. 4 million. I secured a 4 million order quota from Li Minyang. The room erupted in astonishment. Kong Shan and Chang Xiangshun exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the revelation. Old Niu, don't ist with us. Is this true or not? Chang Xiangshun inquired urgently. Of course it's true. Would I joke about such matters? Niu Li Bao replied, smugly rising to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. On Sunday, Chengde Foreign Trade will hold an order meeting, during which agreements will be signed with each factory. Make sure to attend punctually. This opportunity is one we must seize. He paused, casting a discontented glance at a select few before continuing. This order meeting was hard-won by our firm's stance on pricing. Otherwise, could Li Minyang be so accommodating? He would undoubtedly seek to negotiate lower prices behind our backs. Therefore, at the meeting, we must adhere strictly to the prices we have agreed upon. Absolutely. We must stick to our agreed prices. You truly have foresight, old Niu. They cheered, praising Niu Li Bao with raised thumbs, filling the office with an atmosphere of jubilation. After much deliberation, they finalized the pricing and departed one by one. Chapter 36, plunged into despair. After enjoying the meal with Niu Li Bao, Li Minyang did not leave with him, but instead sought out the hotel manager to secure the venue for Sunday's order meeting. The venue must exude sophistication and appear formal, aligning with Chengde Foreign Trade's esteemed reputation. However, Fuxing had yet to host such a business event, making pricing a challenge. I'll hold a monthly order meeting. If successful, we can establish a long-term partnership, but you must offer me the lowest rates, Li Minyang insisted, generously slipping a packet of cigarettes into the manager's pocket, his tailored suit and the 2 additional packs tucked under his arm, enhancing his commanding presence. The manager dared not underestimate him. Behind him, Shui Pengpeng grinned, having just prepared to offer the manager a mango cigarette, which he deftly tucked away. Rest assured, boss. We will certainly provide you with the best rates, but how do we define success? We lack experience with such events, Manager Liu replied, his demeanor overly sycophantic. I can handle the venue setup, but during the order meeting, we'll need to provide water and materials for the factory leaders. So you must send extra hands to assist. Service must be impeccable, Li Minyang elaborated. Yes, Manager Liu nodded, albeit non-committally, his attitude somewhat dismissive. Several important leaders will attend. If the meeting proceeds smoothly and they are satisfied, it will greatly enhance Fuxing's reputation. I can also have fruitful discussions with the tax bureau afterward, Li Minyang noted. Absolutely, boss. We will ensure adequate staffing and not let the leaders down. Manager Liu promptly changed his tone, nodding vigorously. I enjoy serving leaders like you. Ultimately, they agreed on the lowest possible discount. Yet the venue rental still cost Li Minyang 300 yuan, which pained him. Following that, Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng hurried to the marketplace to arrange for banners and draft the crucial purchase and sales contract. Pengpeng, here, S30, be frugal. As my funds are dwindling, hurry and get the banners made as per my specifications while I print the materials. We'll meet at home tonight, Li Minyang instructed before rushing onto a bus, leaving Shui Pengpeng bewildered in the wind. Wait, 30 yuan to be frugal? The banners alone cost 298, leaving me with just 2 dimes to spare. What am I meant to save? Moreover, Li Minyang took the cigarettes, claiming they would be distributed at the meeting. Mango cigarettes are hardly presentable. Shui Pengpeng stood dazed for over 10 minutes, unable to regain his composure, while Li Minyang, having been frugal, was left with just over 400 yuan. Regarding the order agreement, Li Minyang planned to draft 2 contracts, one for Niu Li Bao, the shadow contract, and the other, the official contract for the heads of the other factories. Treating Niu Li Bao to a meal today, right under the noses of other factory heads, felt almost fortuitous. What good news? Just a chaotic order meeting. Let it stir as much as it can. Sun Shuwei, having learned of the 4 million order meeting from Chang Xiangshuan, rushed to Shishan Apparel. Hold on. Have some water. Chang Xiangshuan motioned for Sun Shuwei to sit, but he was too anxious, shouting, "What's the situation? Tell me quickly. Is there really a 4 million order?" Their camaraderie ran deep, having entered the workforce together. So after Secretary Huang's incident, he was the only one willing to extend support amidst inadequacies. Chengda Foreign Trade is indeed investing 4 million for our order meeting. That is a done deal. Niu Li Bao has reviewed the agreement, and you can attend as well, but Chang Xiangshuan's tone grew grave. Niu Li Bao and his group certainly won't treat you kindly. I can't predict how severe things might get. Prepare yourself mentally. Huh. Sun Shuwei chuckled helplessly. I've faced Niu Li Bao's tirades before. I'm past caring. My only concern is whether Li Minyang will value my goods. He didn't T-quote me last time. That's indeed troublesome, Chang Xiangshuan remarked, shaking his head, unsure how to resolve it. If the prices in Dongying drop too low, it would be better to sell to middlemen, thereby avoiding Niu Li Bao's group. The issue is they don't even value your goods. How can you sell a high price? Xiangshuan, what if? Sun Shuidong leaned closer to Chang Xiangshuan, adopting a pleading tone for the first time. What if we bundle sales with your stock? The plaid shirts from Xishan have great market potential. They're hot commodities in the prefecture and township markets. Li Minyang is aware of the demand and is eager for that stock. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for 3,000 pieces. We could negotiate terms with him, insisting that any goods sourced from you must come from Dongying. Stop right there. Chang Xiangshuan interjected sharply, interrupting Sun Shuidong. I cannot jeopardize Xishan Apparel for your risk. Recovering some funds from Chengda Foreign Trade is critical for me. I must promptly cover employee wages. A notice has come down from above. This is non-negotiable. If wages are delayed for 3 consecutive months, we face closure. Chang Xiangshuan's expression darkened significantly. Short-legged, can you help me this time? I truly cannot face my employees right now. I dare not meet their eyes. The newly hired batch of graduates has yet to receive a single penny. Sun Shui's emotions surged with agitation. The 3 consecutive months of unpaid wages pierced his heart, causing his body to tremble slightly. I am like a clay Buddha at this moment. Regardless, I have shared the situation with you, having shown my utmost goodwill. How to respond next is entirely your concern. Chang Xiangshuan tossed out a remark, stood up, and left with a forceful slam of the door, leaving Sun Shui alone in the office. At that moment, Sun Shui felt a profound sense of despair, as if abandoned by everyone, and soon his sorrow and fury reached a fever pitch. Ah, damn it, go die. Sun Shui suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, recklessly smashing objects within the office, truly resembling a madman, yet still eliciting no sympathy, only deep ridicule. Chapter 37, A Place Not Meant to Be. As long as Li Minyang oversaw the work at the Fuxing Hotel, checking on the progress, he would discreetly hand a pack of cigarettes to manager Xiao Lu, fully embodying the demeanor of a big shot. After Shui Pengpeng had generally arranged the promotional banners in the hall, he arrived just in time. Manager Xiao Lu, tomorrow is the ordering conference. Your welcoming duties must be impeccable. We cannot allow the leaders to feel the service is lacking. Furthermore, this table will not suffice. Hasten to prepare a red cloth to lay over it. The standard must be elevated. Li Minyang's brow furrowed as he surveyed the venue, continuously reminding, fearful of any oversight. The leaders attending this time were of considerable importance, and no mistakes could be afforded. Li Minyang, feeling uneasy, added, rest assured, everything will be arranged properly. I've ensured the waitstaff are well prepared, all selected for their beauty. Additionally, I prepared the finest tea, guaranteed to be of the highest hospitality standard from Fuhai. Manager Xiao Lu patted his chest, passionately assuring him, his pockets bulging with 2 packs of cigarettes. According to the hotel's pricing, for the 300 yuan given by Li Minyang, the hotel would only provide the venue. To have their staff serve you specifically would incur an additional cost. However, with Li Minyang's lavish gestures, speaking of projects worth millions, Manager Xiao Lu wished to curry favor with this connection, pondering future opportunities. The manager merely needed to adjust the staff schedules, and it would be a simple matter to arrange a few people to assist. Xiao Lu is quite dependable, Mr. Li. You need not worry. If an opportunity arises, we could truly employ this brother, Shui Pengpeng remarked, causing manager Xiao Lu to beam with delight. Indeed. Li Minyang nodded in agreement, casting a profound look at Xiao Lu, truly starting to take notice. Manager Xiao Lu of Chengda Foreign Trade couldn't help but glance at the sign above the venue, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. This company is remarkable, founded on integrity and winning people over with virtue. With Mr. Li and manager Shui's extravagant spending, it was clear that Xiao Lu had indeed been won over by virtue. Xiao Lu, here are several kipeos for the waitstaff responsible for welcoming guests. They must appear more formal, Shui Pengpeng said, handing Xiao Lu a bag. Got it. Manager Xiao Lu quickly accepted, each action exceedingly attentive. These are rented. Be careful not to get them stained with grease, Shui Pengpeng reminded, aware of his financial constraints. After advising Xiao Lu on several precautions and thoroughly inspecting the venue, Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng finally felt at ease to depart. All that remained was to wait for tomorrow. If the deal fell through, they would have to revert to their university identities to secure a loan, perhaps selling some lighters to the geese. Li Minyang did not wish for manager Xiao Lu to see them off, yet the man was inexplicably enthusiastic, rushing to open the door himself, even thoughtfully calling a taxi, the fare at that moment being quite exorbitant. Leaders, please get in the car. Manager Xiao Lu proactively opened the car door. Ah, Xiao Lu, you're thoughtful. You truly have an eye for detail. Li Minyang said helplessly as he settled into the vehicle, with Shui Pengpeng occupying the passenger seat. After the taxi drove off, manager Xiao Lu even stood by the roadside, watching them leave, elated, thinking to himself, what keen insight I possess. The previous exchange between Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng had truly left him in awe. The taxi driver was also thrilled. Initially believing he had picked up two wealthy bosses, he planned to take a longer route, but as they reached the next intersection, the boss in the back called for a stop. What is the matter? The driver was startled and quickly eased the car to the side of the road. I lost my walkie-talkie, Li Minyang said as he exited the vehicle, with Shui Pengpeng following closely behind, tipping the driver 20 cents as a token of appreciation. The driver was quite puzzled, wondering if he should have taken him back to look for it. However, in the next moment, he watched as the two big bosses sprinted away and jumped onto a crowded bus. Minyang, this way, hurry, Shui Pengpeng urged as they raced after the bus. We must hurry. We might miss the last one. Currently, Penggu had developed a conditioned response. Upon spotting a bus, he instinctively began to run. As dusk settled, Nanshan village grew lively once more. The neighborhood watched seemingly apprehending someone, with distant shouts and curses creating a sense of unease. Locals were embroiled in disputes over foundational issues, and someone brandishing a kitchen knife in public only heightened the alarm. Fong Pu led a group of classmates to the bottom of the building where Li Minyang rented. Their fashionable attire starkly contrasted with the surroundings, and they looked on in shock and disdain at the unfolding chaos. The environment was dire, filled with migrant workers, and one could never tell who might be lurking within, making it quite perilous. Warm winter. How about I escort you ladies out first while the others wait here, for Li Minyang? Lu Ziliang stepped forward, keen to demonstrate his sense of responsibility. Huang Wandong, finally back in the provincial city, had arranged a dinner gathering with her classmates for Saturday, now only awaiting Li Minyang's arrival, which prompted her to visit Nanshan village. As for the large group of classmates following, their concern for Li Minyang was hardly genuine. Had they truly cared, they would have visited long ago. It was clearly due to Huang Wandong that they sought to curry favor with her. It's all right, I'll wait for Minyang. Huang Wandong shook her head in refusal, but cast a worried glance at the pitch-black house across the street, where two scantily clad women stood, their purpose easily surmised. Surely, they were prostitutes. Is Minyang living in such a wretched place? Has life truly become so dismal? Huang Wandong's heart suddenly grew heavy. Ziliang, if you all wish to leave, you may do so. We can meet at the restaurant later, she suggested, not wanting her classmates to endure discomfort alongside her. It's fine, let us wait together. I wouldn't feel right leaving you alone here, Lu Ziliang insisted, his concern obvious to anyone with discerning eyes. You filthy scum. Suddenly, two women burst from the darkened house, engaging in a fierce brawl on the street, while a man in his 50s hurriedly pulled up his pants and fled. This scene was undoubtedly a desperate attempt to attract clients. The two women tugged at each other's hair, tumbling to the feet of Huang Wandong's group, causing the university's students to hurriedly step back, several female classmates turning pale with fright. Living here right across from the brothel is truly revolting, Lu Ziliang scoffed, his scorn directed at the obvious target, and everyone understood. At that moment, Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng returned, weary from the day's exertions. What brings you all here? Li Minyang chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding environment. Chapter 38. What future could he possibly have? Warm winter, you're back? Today is Saturday, right? Look at my memory. I apologize for making you all wait. Li Minyang finally remembered the classmates' gathering, having been reminded by Fang Pu earlier. However, he had been so busy these past few days drafting the Yinyang contract, ensuring that every detail was authentic. This is not a trivial matter. It requires an immense investment of energy. Li Minyang has been toiling away almost around the clock these past few days. Minyang, you. Huang Nuandong hesitated. Originally prepared to say many things, but at that moment found it difficult to articulate. The environment in Nanjian village is exceedingly harsh, and the recent scene of two women quarreling in the street lingers vividly in her mind, creating a profound sense of disparity within her. How can you live in such a place? Ultimately, Huang Nuandong posed this question, her eyes filled with discomfort and anxiety. Because the rental prices here are quite affordable. I just needed a place to settle down. It's really not a big deal once you get used to it, Li Minyang replied with a nonchalant laugh. Glancing at the other classmates. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes and we'll be down shortly. Minyang, this place is truly off-putting. What is that establishment across the street? I genuinely fear that one day you might lose control and fall ill. I think it would be best to move out as soon as possible. Lu Ziliang interjected loudly, feigning concern for Li Minyang, but his words were steeped in sarcasm. Several classmates nearby joined in with laughter. Ha, Ziliang, if you wish to move, I could speak on your behalf and possibly negotiate a lower rate for you. Don't pretend to be interested in my situation. I have no such inclinations, Li Minyang retorted sharply. Lu Ziliang's face turned crimson in an instant. He had recently gained widespread recognition, and his status among classmates had soared. As a clerk within the system, he felt entitled. He wrongly believed that Li Minyang, who had not dared to challenge him before, needed his flattery and could not afford to stand up to him. Li Minyang, can't you take a hint? I'm merely concerned for you. How did I not realize you had such a temper? Your mind must be muddled. Lu Ziliang stepped forward, shouting, his gaze fixated on Li Minyang as if he were ready to fight. Lu Ziliang, you would do well to watch your language and refrain from cursing. If it weren't for our camaraderie, you'd surely be nursing a swollen face after that remark. Li Minyang warned, pointing at Lu Ziliang. Meanwhile, Shui Pengpeng had picked up a stone from somewhere, ready for confrontation. Go ahead, strike me if you dare, and I'll have you thrown in tonight. Lu Ziliang boasted, standing defiantly beside Li Minyang. The atmosphere became charged, with classmates rushing in to mediate, while Huang Nuandong hurriedly positioned herself in front of Li Minyang. Minyang, calm down. It's not worth making a scene between classmates over a mere comment. Huang Nuandong instinctively grasped Li Minyang's collar. All right, Nuandong, I'll heed your advice. Li Minyang lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone gentle. His emotions ebbed and flowed with ease. Were it not for the reception scheduled for the following day, he would not have tolerated Lu Ziliang's provocations. Furthermore, it is worth noting that in a past life, Lu Ziliang had held the position of clerk for over a decade, ultimately owing his elevation to Li Minyang's support, albeit minimal contact existed between them. It was surprising to witness his current demeanor. He had played the role well then, and assisting him seemed less appealing than aiding a dog. Wait here for a moment. Nuandong and I will head upstairs first. Huang Nuandong turned to address the other classmates, swiftly taking Li Minyang's hand and ascending the stairs. Who is Huang Nuandong protecting? It was evident to all present. Lu Ziliang wore a sullen expression. Huang Nuandong's defense stung more than a slap to his face. He had high hopes of forging a connection with the Huang family, and if a marriage were to materialize, his path would be smooth sailing. Chang Ning's expression was equally grim. He increasingly perceived Li Minyang as a man of profound depth. How is it that Huang Nuandong's simple advice rendered him so compliant? His eyes shimmered with a tenderness reminiscent of flowing water. Yet, Chang Ning felt a sense of aversion towards Li Minyang, who was the object of his best friend's affection, having ruined her wedding, resigned from his job, and now wallowing in a dismal existence, only to desire reconciliation with her shortly thereafter, an utterly intolerable situation. It seemed that Huang Nuandong and Li Minyang shared a strong bond. Shu Ruo, the girl over there, remarked with an air of mockery, then sidled closer to Lu Ziliang, adding with feigned concern, Ziliang, don't stoop to Li Minyang's level. He is grappling with a significant disappointment. Once so popular in university, he now finds himself unemployed. It's only natural for him to be unresponsive. So it's best to avoid him in the future. So some thought they could lend a hand to Li Minyang, but some truly do not deserve it. Lu Ziliang sneered dismissively. Ziliang, don't overthink it. It's not worth your effort. Just look at how Li Minyang has turned out. He brought this upon himself. Came the chorus of voices from his supporters. Exactly. It's not like we'll be seeing him again. If it weren't for Huang Wandong, who would bother visiting him? Without a job, and mingling in such a place, his personality has become quite peculiar. It's likely to remain that way. They chimed in. Right. It's bound to stay this way. What future does he have? A group of men rallied, pointing fingers at Li Minyang, aligning themselves with Lu Ziliang, as the moment called for taking sides. Ha. Indeed, Li Minyang will remain in this state. What prospects could he possibly have? Lu Ziliang laughed heartily, the gloom lifting from his face. The girl, named Shu Ruo, laughed particularly heartily, her conspicuous work uniform adorned with auspicious characters. She had also been reassigned to a rather undesirable position. While the Factory S performance was marginally better than Dongying S, it was still lackluster, with wages long overdue. Not long ago, Nioli Bao had reassured the employees during a meeting, promising that all wages would be dispersed soon. The impending closure of the garment factory had left everyone anxious, and Shu Ruo was eager to transfer positions, as finding a new job was exponentially more challenging than switching roles. Presently, the only individuals in the class with the capability to assist were Huang Wandong and Lu Ziliang. Exactly, Ziliang, look at that Li Minyang. What future does he hold? There's no need to stoop to his level. Shu Ruo flattered Lu Ziliang. Zhou Junzi maintained a stoic expression, while Feng Pu voiced his displeasure, exclaiming, "Mind your own business." Meanwhile, upstairs, Li Minyang glanced back and noticed Shui Pongpeng, the oblivious youth, trailing behind. He hurriedly fished out some money, but, finding no change, handed over a 5 yuan note. "Come on, let us go," Li Minyang urged in a hushed tone. And Shui Pongpeng, understanding the unspoken cue, slyly pilfered half a pack of mango cigarettes from his pocket, grinning widely. "You're such a failure, always relying on others," Li Minyang muttered under his breath. "You were the one who warned me to be cautious and not to attract attention," Shui Pongpeng retorted boldly before turning to leave. In the narrow corridor, only Li Minyang and Huang Wandong remained. Suddenly, the motion sensor lights flickered off, plunging them into darkness. Chapter 39. Witnessing how an older man flirts. Huang Wandong, who had been afraid of the dark since childhood, instinctively turned around. The older man, deliberately leaning forward, caused the petite woman to inadvertently find herself in his embrace. The lights flickered back on, and Huang Wandong looked up, her face flushed crimson upon realizing they were in each other's arms. Why did the lights turn off so suddenly? Huang Wandong quickly stepped back, her head bowed low, too embarrassed to meet Li Minyang's gaze. It was evident that their relationship had always been good, yet they had never engaged in such intimate contact. However, recent encounters had been rife with suggestive gestures, much like their last meeting in the county. Wandong, I didn't mean to hug you just now. I was worried you might be scared, so I instinctively leaned forward and didn't expect you to come closer, Li Minyang stammered, his face reddening as his voice dropped lower, revealing his own shyness. In truth, he had his hands tucked in his pockets, pinching his thigh to regain composure. If one were to appear overly intentional at this moment, it would be indistinguishable from lewdness, likely provoking discomfort in the lady. Matters of the heart require a gradual approach. One must act with propriety. It's all right. I should have been more careful. It's not a significant issue. Minyang, don't be nervous. Huang Wandong, despite her own discomfort, found herself comforting Li Minyang, further affirming her belief in his respect for gender distinctions and his reverence for women. Li Minyang appeared visibly unsettled, gritting his teeth as he inhaled deeply before unlocking the door to his rented room. As Huang Wandong leaned against the doorway, she caught sight of the cramped space, barely accommodating a single bed, and her eyes grew misty. "Minyang, how can you live in such a place? Let us not stay here, shall we? If you're short on funds, I can help." Grasping Li Minyang's arm, she implored him, her heart aching at the thought of his suffering, which felt like a thorn piercing her soul. She could not bear to see him endure even a modicum of hardship. Li Minyang gazed down at her fair visage, emotions surging uncontrollably within him. He was loath to let such a remarkable girl slip away, yearning to embrace her tightly. Yet he refrained, gently patting Huang Wandong's back in an effort to console her. It must be noted, however, that this girl was pleasantly plump, her touch exceptionally delightful. "Wandong, I have come to realize that it is not merely your name that embodies warmth. It is your entire being that envelopes me in comfort." Li Minyang's eyes glistened, and this time, he refrained from pinching his thigh to quell his emotions. "I am at a loss for how to articulate my feelings at this moment, but Wandong, your words are enough. I understand the purpose of my struggles, to ensure your happiness and prosperity." With heartfelt sentiment, Li Minyang expressed his affection, simultaneously gauging Huang Wandong's receptiveness to their budding relationship, especially in light of the lingering shadows cast by Tao Qingqing's past. Huang Wandong's gaze became distant, as she lowered her eyes elsewhere, clearly avoiding the conversation. Seizing the moment, Minyang shifted his tone. Regardless of the role I may play in your life in the future, I will always be your steadfast support, ensuring you face no injustices and never pressuring you in any way. I say this merely to convey that you hold a special place in my heart. Whatever choices you make moving forward, I shall willingly offer my devotion. Thus, he reassured her, Mwandong, you need not feel any pressure. This declaration, seemingly a retreat in their budding romance, was, in truth, a candid affirmation of his unwavering commitment to her, even if she did not reciprocate his feelings. He desired her to know that, regardless of her response, their relationship would remain untainted by awkwardness. Minyang, though appearing somewhat timid, bore an undercurrent of anticipation as he awaited Huang Nwandong's reply. Minyang, Huang Nwandong's lips curled into a smile, a flicker of joy illuminating her features. It was evident she was moved, unwittingly ensnared in the web of his affections. Such a man, who sought nothing in return, stirred her compassion for his past wounds, prompting her to step into the room. Let me help you tidy up your place. Nwandong, there's no need. I can manage on my own, Minyang quickly interjected, grasping her arm, which felt delightfully soft. He understood that while Huang Nwandong had not directly addressed the matter, she had tacitly accepted the ambiguity of their relationship. Time would merely bridge the gap. Those entrenched in the system possessed the utmost patience. Nwandong, the others are waiting downstairs. I can take care of this. I'll just change clothes quickly. Why don't you wait for me in the hallway? Minyang smiled, feigning forgetfulness while still holding her pleasantly rounded arm. Minyang, you Haven Tea clarified your living situation. You truly shouldn't stay here. It's too chaotic and unsuitable for us. If you're in need of money, I can lend you some, no repayment necessary. Huang Nwandong raised her chin, her brow furrowed in earnest concern. Nwandong, it's genuinely all right. If I lack the courage to endure this hardship, how can I aspire to build a future, to support a family? Minyang chuckled lightly, his voice gentle. Don't worry about my living arrangements. It's merely a phase I must endure. I must accept my current circumstances and adapt while striving to change my situation through hard work. Huang Nwandong stared into Minyang's resolute eyes for several seconds, sensing his confidence and resilience, thus deciding to refrain from further discussion on the topic. His courage only endeared him to her more. Nwandong, please step outside and wait for me. At that moment, Minyang reluctantly released her soft arm, his palms slick with perspiration. But I'm afraid of the dark. Is the hallway light broken? Huang Nwandong said shyly, pursing her lips. Then turn your back to me. I'll change in no time. As he spoke, Minyang had already shed his shirt, revealing a well-defined physique, surprised at how fit he still was in his youth. It was an opportunity to showcase it. What a nuisance you are, Huang Nwandong exclaimed, hastily turning away, though her playful reproach lacked any real annoyance. In fact, she relished the flirtation. Yet, Minyang feigned delay. Where'd I put my clothes? Where could they be? Thus, he paraded in front of Huang Nwandong, bare-chested, for several moments before finally locating his attire in the cramped room with but a single storage compartment. Meanwhile, Huang Nwandong's cheeks had flushed a deep crimson. I'm ready. Let us go. After what felt like an eternity, Minyang finally declared, yet Huang Nwandong dared not rush ahead, obediently following beside him, relishing their shared moment of intimacy. Chapter 40, The Jealousy of Green Eyes. As Minyang descended the stairs, he distinctly sensed the hostility emanating from Lu Ziliang and his cohorts, who occasionally emitted derisive sounds. Mocking him, Minyang could hardly be bothered to engage. With his composure, he regarded them as mere children, reminiscent of their once juvenile antics. Please hold on a moment. I'm going to call for a taxi. Huang Nwandong smiled at her classmates before stepping into the nearby convenience store. Her extravagant display of generosity eliciting gasps from the inexperienced onlookers, akin to a country bumpkin suddenly thrust into the life of a landlord. At that time, taxis were scarce, and hailing one in a remote area necessitated a phone call for reservations, often incurring a 2 yuan service fee, and given the number of people present, they would likely need 5 vehicles. That was 10 yuan gone, just like that. By the way, I heard Nwandong's mother is involved in some significant business, quite wealthy. The classmates whispered, their perceptions of Huang Nwandong shifting dramatically. Minyang remained unfazed, squatting in a corner, smoking, when Fong Poo ambled over, his demeanor playful yet sleazy, hinting at unsavory intentions. So it's all wrapped up already? Under 10 minutes? Including foreplay. That's barely a 2 or 3 minute affair. Shut it. Minyang playfully smacked Fong Poo's belly, both sharing a laugh at their frivolity. Honestly, I've noticed Huang Nwandong seems genuinely interested in you. She often calls me to inquire about your well-being, and after getting those curly locks, she looks quite stunning. rivaling the likes of Xiao Ru and Chongning. Fang Pupu whispered again. Really? Li Minyang's gaze sharpened, now recognizing the familiar work attire of Xiao Ru, likely from the Hongyan garment factory. It was apparent that allowing Niu Li Bao to handle the external dealings had been a prudent choice, prompting Li Minyang to ponder the pressing social issues at hand. The unique economic framework had led to state-owned enterprises dominating the economy, yet their outdated management and lack of competitiveness resulted in inefficiencies, making the elimination of underperforming entities inevitable. This was of utmost importance. The allocation of this batch of university graduates was, indeed, quite tragic, as the mounting pressures of employment posed an insurmountable challenge, leading to a precarious societal unrest. The sweeping wave of layoffs will undoubtedly bring suffering to countless families. The era of prosperity that was once cultivated, along with the trend of venturing into the private sector, has indeed produced a few fortunate individuals who have amassed wealth. However, its primary function has been to pacify the masses. The reality is that for every success story, there are far more ordinary lives left untouched. Take, for instance, the rise of esports in 2023. How many have truly excelled in competition? Yet, the audience for gaming reaches hundreds of millions. The odds of success are, in fact, more daunting than gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. While there are benefits to this era, they are reserved for a select few. Most of our forebears have lived rather unremarkable lives, haven't they? The direct consequences of this trend compel individuals to continuously lower their expectations for employment in order to provide for their families. Fuhai City is indeed a disaster zone. After the audit work concludes next year, how will the leadership respond? Li Minyang cannot help but furrow his brow, genuinely concerned for them. What are you staring at? Xiaoru noticed Li Minyang's gaze and called out irritably, having felt scrutinized for far too long. Could it be that you have some unsavory intentions? Xiaoru, you must tread carefully. There have already been female colleagues who fell victim, only to find their reputations tarnished, leaving them with nothing. Lu Ziyang immediately interjected with a mocking tone. Ha! As if I would be blind enough to be interested in him. Look at how far he has fallen. What potential could he possibly have? Xiaoru, spirited and alluring, tossed her freshly straightened hair, seemingly preparing to confront Lu Ziyang. Li Minyang shook his head in resignation. This Xiaoru, in his previous life, would have turned heads upon seeing him. He had once assisted her with her child's schooling issues, but beyond that, their interactions have been limited due to the vast chasm between their social standings. Lu Ziyang and the others erupted in laughter, exchanging barbed remarks, particularly Xiaoru, whose smile was dazzlingly bright. You can laugh like that when Hongyan clothing goes under. I would admire you for it, Li Minyang said, lighting a cigarette, having lost the desire to engage with such individuals. Chongning leaned in closer, his expression solemn as he addressed Li Minyang. Please conduct yourself with dignity and recognize your place. Chongning, focus on your own affairs and refrain from meddling in others' lives. Isn't it exhausting? Li Minyang felt an unusual irritation, shifting his position. After casting a fierce glare at him, Chongning turned away. What a repugnant individual. He really has set his sights on Wandong. Has the situation with Tao Qingqing been resolved? Chongning's lips were pressed tightly together, his disdain for one individual reaching its peak. Minyang, why have they suddenly turned so hostile towards you? Fang Pu inquired, visibly irritated. It's simply because some individuals harbor jealousy over my relationship with Huang Wandong. Li Minyang glanced at Lu Ziyang, fully aware of his thoughts. Yet, as a mere secretary, he was hardly worthy of such envy. Let us not forget that Lu Ziyang has offended someone, which is why he has languished as a secretary for over a decade. Look at his current pathetic state. He is surely the type to curry favor with anyone. Lu Ziyang, the opportunist, was previously interested in Xiaoru. Wasn't he? Fang Pu scoffed disdainfully. You'll soon discover just how adept Lu Ziyang is at masquerading. He excels at leveraging relationships with classmates. Li Minyang eagerly anticipated Lu Ziyang's inevitable missteps. Before long, Huang Wandong emerged from a small shop, waving to the group. Shall we go? The taxi should be arriving shortly. The main party then set off, with Lu Ziyang and Xiaoru flanking Huang Wandong, effectively pushing Chongning aside. Wandong, your curly hair looks lovely. It truly suits you. I regret straightening mine. Xiaoru cooed, linking her arm with Huang Wandong's as if they were the closest of friends. Wandong, have a sip of soda. The weather in the provincial capital is significantly warmer than in the county. You must stay hydrated, Lu Ziyang chimed in, feeling quite pleased with himself. As if such attentiveness and care for female colleagues were rare among men in such respectable positions. Li Minyang remained silent, engaging in conversation with the rotund fellow beside him. But upon reaching the entrance of Nanshan village and stepping into the taxi, something intriguing transpired. Huang Wandong cast a meaningful glance at Li Minyang. Although no words were exchanged, the implication was unmistakable. The two shared an unspoken understanding, settling into the same vehicle, nestled closely in the back seat. Huh? Lu Ziliang panicked, feeling envious, and hurriedly squeezed in next to them, while Xiao Ru swiftly took the front passenger seat. Not again, Lu Ziliang, don't crowd me. Li Minyang feigned innocence, leaning slightly towards Huang Wandong, and then chastised, I'm truly baffled. How can you be so inconsiderate? We're all classmates. What are you trying to orchestrate? Am I orchestrating anything? Lu Ziliang dramatically pointed at Li Minyang, nearly bursting with indignation. Just a moment ago, he had merely brushed against Li Minyang, yet now, he exaggeratedly leaned towards Nguyen Dong, clearly using Li Minyang's name to take advantage of the situation. If you're not orchestrating, then why push me? Li Minyang sighed, as if he had suffered a grave injustice, turning to Huang Wandong, who remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together in apparent nervousness. However, such matters may be approached with a touch of boldness, provided that the female companion does not object. Moreover, with Li Minyang's opportunity for a farewell, Huang Wandong was receptive. Look, you pushed again. As the taxi turned a corner, Li Minyang bumped into Lu Ziliang's shoulder, leaning towards Huang Wandong once more. How can you be so shameless? You beast! Lu Ziliang roared in outrage, but Li Minyang ignored him, leaning towards Huang Wandong. Whispering something that elicited peals of laughter from her, she appeared quite delighted. Isn't Li Minyang a morally dubious character, taking advantage of you? How can Huang Wandong be laughing? This is more unbearable than making Lu Ziliang eat excrement, Xiao Ru thought, trying to engage Huang Wandong in conversation. But the latter's attention remained fixed on Li Minyang, responding only intermittently. Lu Ziliang was equally deprived of opportunities to converse with Huang Wandong, as Li Minyang's imposing presence effectively blocked her. To make matters worse, he shamelessly exclaimed, Wandong, Lu Ziliang is pushing me again, feigning shyness. Lu Ziliang's face contorted with frustration, having endured the ride in a state of agitation. After about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the Shenyuexing Grand Hotel, a venue of exceptional caliber in Fuhai, surpassing even Fuxing in prestige. As everyone disembarked and stood at the entrance, they displayed a mixture of awkwardness, with only Li Minyang and Huang Wandong appearing at ease, as it was their first visit to such an upscale establishment. Let us proceed. Our private room is on the second floor, Huang Wandong announced confidently, leading the way as the daughter of Secretary Huang. Though she often displayed an endearing naivety, she certainly held her own in significant matters. True to its reputation as a foreign-funded hotel, upon entering, guests were greeted with a lavish visual spectacle. The dazzling chandeliers were a sight only seen on television. The bowing staff welcomed them with a greeting that startled the patrons, leaving them feeling rather out of place. The service was leagues beyond that of state-run establishments, and everyone appeared somewhat bewildered by the opulence. Yet, Lu Ziliang managed to put on a facade, nodding slightly with an air of familiarity and declaring, last time I accompanied several high-ranking officials for a business discussion. We dined here too. Once settled in the private room, Huang Wandong had already arranged the menu. As the tea was freshly brewed, the staff promptly served the first dishes, light and fragrant conch, lychee meat, drunken ribs, and white-cut Hetian chicken, complemented by a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall for each guest. Just the initial offerings left everyone drooling, a feast far superior to what they had enjoyed during the new year. For a moment, no one knew how to begin, exchanging glances and feeling a touch of awkwardness. Please, everyone, don't be shy. Feel free to eat, Huang Wandong urged, picking up her chopsticks to serve herself, thereby breaking the tension. As the revelers indulged in hearty meals and sipped their drinks, they gradually let their guards down, reveling in the camaraderie of old classmates, free from the presence of outsiders. Wandong, you are far too kind. This is my first visit to such a place. It seems I shall benefit from the good fortune of being associated with our esteemed classmate, remarked Tian Xinjing. Though it was merely a compliment, it was laden with implications, indicating a desire to align closely with Huang Wandong. Indeed, having Wandong among us is a blessing. However, Ziliang is also doing quite well. He is the youngest clerk in our unit. Our class will depend on both of you in the future, someone else chimed in, bringing Lu Ziliang into the conversation, prompting him to beam with delight. To be associated with Huang Wandong in such a manner was indeed a stroke of fortune, as it was said that a talented man deserves a beautiful partner. We are all classmates, bonded by the closest of ties, and I will certainly do my utmost to assist everyone, Lu Ziliang declared with a sense of loyalty, raising his glass in a toast. The focus of the gathering quickly shifted to the two of them, Huang Nuandong and Lu Ziliang, as others endeavored to curry favor with them. Li Minyang, however, felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to flatter anyone, least of all Huang Nuandong, and certainly not Lu Ziliang. He simply focused on his meal, contemplating whether he could pack some leftovers for Peng Peng later. Unexpectedly, the conversation turned towards him, initiated by Tian Xinjing, with Lu Ziliang grinning slyly beside him, undoubtedly orchestrating this turn of events. Minyang, what's the situation with Tao Qingqing? You should share with everyone. We're genuinely concerned about you, Tian Xinjing said, feigning a look of deep concern. In an instant, all eyes turned to Li Minyang. The room fell silent, and the atmosphere grew solemn. Only Huang Nuandong lowered her head, attempting to evade the subject, as it involved someone she cherished, a painful topic regardless of circumstances. Since everyone is so curious, I shall take this opportunity to clarify things, lest certain individuals continue to spread unfounded rumors and cause harm, Li Minyang stated, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Ziliang before beginning to speak. Given the current situation, I would rather resign from my job than endure even a modicum of disrespect from the Tao family, for I possess a man's dignity. Throughout this relationship, I have made every effort to accommodate my partner, never committing any act that would wrong the Tao family. Furthermore, discussing the matter of Tao Qingqing openly is unnecessary. It only serves to wound me further, and is frankly an insult. Li Minyang, since this has caused you such distress, I presume you will need time to heal and will not rush into another relationship, correct? If you are too hasty, it would reflect poorly on both you and the woman involved, as if it were premeditated, which would invite scorn. Lu Ziliang interjected eagerly, locking eyes with Li Minyang, clearly seeking to exert moral pressure, knowing full well Huang Nuandong's closeness to Li Minyang. Yes, Minyang, I believe you should take some time to calm down and sort out your life. It would be inappropriate for any woman to reside with you in Nanjing village, Changning added, throwing in her own sharp comment. In that moment, all attention was directed at Li Minyang. You all seem to have your opinions. Don't come to me for favors in the future, Lu Ziliang warned, his tone laden with accusation. What moral pressure are you applying? You're the last person qualified to impose judgment on me or anyone associated with me. What are you so anxious about? Is this all you can do? Play petty games? Li Minyang retorted, his voice firm and resolute. Yet, if it weren't for Huang Nuandong's presence, Li Minyang would have already stormed out, severing ties with these people. He felt no need to maintain relationships with those who did not understand him. However, he could not allow Huang Nuandong to misunderstand him. He had to bear the brunt of the malicious gossip, ensuring that his words were directed toward her. What moral pressure have I applied? You are adept at dodging the real issues. It's quite hypocritical, Lu Ziliang exclaimed, visibly agitated, leaping from his chair and pointing an accusatory finger at Li Minyang. Earlier, Changning also mentioned your living conditions. You reside in a place where not even a dog would linger. Your life is in disarray, and under such circumstances, you expect to drag a woman into this dark existence? How shameless! Lu Ziliang continued, his voice rising. Li Minyang, if I were in your position, I would not even consider seeking a relationship, as it would only burden another person. You currently have no job, and when funds run low, you must extend your hand to your family for support. Do you have no sense of shame? With your current state, you are truly ill-suited for a relationship. To put it bluntly, you would be a burden to anyone, Changning added, her tone calm yet firm, attempting to reason with him. The logo of the Dongying garment factory on her attire glimmered under the light, drawing attention. Soon, another colleague from the factory, Xiaoru, stood up, representing Hanyun garments. Li Minyang, one must not lack a sense of responsibility, especially as a man. Without a job, what prospect do you have? Do not bring misfortune upon others. One must not be selfish. Indeed, how can one expect to succeed? Graduating from university without a job is a waste of effort, the chorus of voices chimed in, all directing their criticisms at Li Minyang, standing on a moral high ground. The words stung, leaving Li Minyang momentarily speechless. Yet, before he lacked money and status, any flattering words would be futile, as they would merely dismiss him as simplistic in thought and inconsiderate in action. Enough of this clamor. Is it truly entertaining to target a single individual in this manner? Minyang fought for our Class S rights during university, did he not? Is it necessary to kick someone when they are down? Huang Nuandong exclaimed, standing up defiantly, her outburst startling everyone. This was the first time they witnessed the usually gentle Huang Nuandong display such fiery anger. Li Minyang chose to disregard the slanders. They were inconsequential figures, and their interactions would end here. Yet, he could not bear to see Huang Nuandong suffer. Let us all strive to get along. There is no need to rush to conclusions about anyone. I, Li Minyang, am fully aware of my limitations. I cannot provide her with a solid material foundation, and I would never wish to drag her into hardship, he said, casting a deep gaze toward Huang Nuandong. His voice was steady and heartfelt. Although he did not name her directly, everyone present understood he referred to Huang Nuandong. In light of such malice, Li Minyang's calm demeanor reflected immense self-assurance, and Huang Nuandong met his gaze with equal trust. Of course, her trust stemmed from a profound understanding of emotional dynamics. You all, one and all, remember this moment. Do not expect favors from me in the future, Li Minyang declared, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go, a flicker of defiance flashing across his face. Having once held a position of power, he knew that a kind heart alone would not suffice for ascendance in this world. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Fang Pu, dissatisfied, scoffed and served Li Minyang some food, advising him to take care of himself, while the others positioned themselves as if they were high-ranking officials. Zhou Junzi, maintaining a stoic silence throughout, cast a few disapproving glances at Lu Ziliang. Fatty, do you think we are blaming you? We are merely concerned, hoping our friend makes wise choices and does not find himself still residing in Nanjing village next year, Xiao Ru added, her tone dripping with sarcasm. All right, since Nuandong has made her stance clear, let us eat. Minyang, you must strive to meet everyone's expectations, they urged, the tension still palpable in the air. Tian Xinjing uttered a diplomatic remark, a man who had always exhibited a certain smoothness during his university days, adept at avoiding offense from either side. However, today was an exception as he directed his attention towards Li Minyang. Li Minyang's impression of him was rather superficial, although the wave of layoffs had not directly affected him. The factory's performance had remained dismal, compelling him to endure without any alternative path. Many aspired to rely on Secretary Huang. Yet given the current economic climate, that individual was truly overwhelmed, as a multitude of people found themselves without work, unable to find stability, and even contemplating job changes. At the very least, one must be exceptionally competent. To navigate this tumultuous tide, one must align with capable private entrepreneurs who are willing to forge ahead amidst the currents of time. The ensuing meal was steeped in tension. Lu Ziliang incessantly recounted matters from their workplace, who he encountered today, which director he would dine with tomorrow, all the while diminishing Li Minyang's stature. Others echoed this sentiment. Even Xiao Ru, with her unremarkable garment factory job, felt compelled to offer a few compliments, mentioning trivial matters about housing allocations. Essentially, the aim was to demonstrate to Huang Nuandong that Li Minyang had little future and would inevitably slip up. Li Minyang, disinterested in these petty grievances, seized an opportunity to converse with Huang Nuandong. Nuandong, I will need to travel out of town soon to assess the market. Once I finish these hectic days, I will take you shopping. Where would you like to go? By the way, what is your current occupation? Huang Nuandong inquired eagerly, a smile gracing her lips at the mere mention of shopping. I'm heading to Jingping to engage in some small-scale trade. No need to worry. It's a legitimate business, Li Minyang replied with a smile. That is good to hear. I'm truly sorry for how they treated you today. I had no idea they would be so harsh. Huang Nuandong's expression turned serious. I want to organize gatherings like this again. Nuandong, please don't say that. You enjoy lively gatherings. We can continue to meet as long as it brings you joy. Your happiness is what matters to me, Li Minyang responded earnestly. Huang Nuandong pursed her lips, casting aside the earlier coaxing of others, yet the words she longed to express, "You are truly wonderful," remained unspoken. As the clock approached 10, the crowd began to disperse, some calling out to head to the disco, while others wished to visit a video hall, reveling in the exuberance of youth. Li Minyang hastily took his leave. Others assumed he was embarrassed, but in truth, he simply had no time to waste and needed to finalize contract matters. The ordering meeting was set for tomorrow. Chapter 43. The meeting commences. August 25, 1991, Sunday. Chengda Foreign Trade Ordering Meeting. Venue. Fuxing Hotel, 2nd floor exhibition hall. If the trade fair at this time was exceedingly fashionable, resembling a bustling marketplace with a plethora of goods, drawing crowds in unprecedented numbers, then this ordering meeting was its stark opposite. There were no celebratory drums or banners. Even an archway was absent outside the hotel, scheduled for 9 a.m. The entire venue was eerily quiet, exuding a sense of desolation. Within the hotel's 2nd floor, the corridor leading into the meeting hall was adorned with a long red carpet, and upon glancing upward, 2 tall women clad in kipeos stood at the entrance, poised to warmly welcome guests. Their demeanor was impeccably dignified, akin to that of formal staff in an official establishment. Manager Xiao Lu was particularly attentive to this matter, having been explicitly instructed by General Li. Inside the hall, the banner for the Chengda Foreign Trade Ordering Meeting was prominently displayed above the podium. while the VIP tables below were already set with ceramic teacups, purchase contracts, pens, and writing paper. Each VIP table bore the name of the factory head. With Niu Li Bao seated in the front row, while in the fashion industry of Fuhai, there was conspicuously no seat arranged for Sun Shuwei, as he had not been invited. Simultaneously, on one side of the hall, 4 or 5 receptionists stood gracefully, ready to serve tea to the distinguished guests. Li Minyang endeavored to oversee every detail, ensuring the venue appeared upscale and sophisticated, enhancing its business attributes to align with the image of Chengda foreign trade. Everything was meticulously prepared, and manager Xiao Lu eagerly anticipated the opportunity to showcase himself before the leaders. Meanwhile, in the foreign exchange alley, 2 figures were busy at 7 in the morning. Minyang, how about we just find a black one instead? It could be half the price, and those burly fellows won't notice a thing. In the foreign exchange square, Shui Peng Peng grinned, clearly reluctant to part with his money. Let us avoid any mistakes at the last minute, Li Minyang grimaced, ultimately handing 50 kwai to a white foreign gentleman, designating him as the person responsible for connecting Chengda foreign trade with overseas channels today. Rest assured, I can speak Chinese. The foreigner replied, accepting the money and patting his chest, responding in broken phrases. Best to keep your words to a minimum, when necessary. I will communicate with you in English. If it weren't for your suit, you wouldn't be worth this much, merely sitting for 2 hours without any effort. Li Minyang thought to himself, lamenting the expense. The foreigner, however, appeared quite dutiful, nodding earnestly. After finalizing the arrangements, the 3 hurried to Fuxing Hotel, still with some time before the meeting commenced. Where is our dedicated vehicle? The foreigner inquired. It's on its way, Li Minyang replied, gazing into the distance. The foreigner, named Tom, raised his hand casually, glancing at his watch, when suddenly he felt someone pushing him from behind, causing him to stumble forward in confusion. Li, what are you doing? Tom exclaimed, startled by the sudden rush, as Li Minyang hurriedly propelled him forward. The car has arrived. We must hurry, or we'll miss our seats, Li Minyang explained, the first to reach the vehicle and ensuring Tom had a seat. Li, why is it a transit vehicle? Tom asked, still bewildered as he settled into his seat. This vehicle is spacious, Shui Peng Peng muttered softly. Mr. Tom, our dedicated vehicle broke down en route. We had no choice but to make do. Besides, you haven't experienced public transport in Huaxia yet, so let us provide you with a taste of our hospitality. Li Minyang chuckled, patting Tom on the shoulder with a warm smile. Momentarily at a loss for words, Tom found solace in Li's genuine and enthusiastic demeanor and chose not to dwell on the matter. Throughout the journey, Li Minyang diligently reminded Tom of various protocols, emphasizing the importance of being succinct and nodding appropriately while leaving the rest to fate. Shortly after 8, they arrived at the hotel and, upon meeting manager Xiao Lu in the hall, began to orchestrate the preparations with urgency. Remember to send someone out to greet the guests. We must escort the leaders to the venue, never allowing them to find their own way. That is a grave misstep. Xiao Lu, you must anticipate this in your future endeavors. I should have to remind you, Li Minyang instructed, taking on a commanding tone. Manager Xiao Lu, eager to please, constantly glanced at the foreigner with a sheepish grin, then instructed the service staff to await at the hotel entrance. At 8:50, the vehicles carrying Niu Li Bao and the other factory leaders arrived at the hotel entrance, having coordinated their arrival times. However, before they could open their own doors, several receptionists and kipeos promptly approached to assist them. Ah, thank you, Niu Li Bao said, a bit embarrassed, as he had never received such treatment in his own factory. Chang Xiangxuan, Kong Shan, and the other factory leaders mirrored his expression, clearly unaccustomed to such attention, as they had yet to reach that level. Esteemed leaders, please follow us to the 2nd floor, the receptionist said with bright smiles, extending their hands in invitation, though they too were nervous, eager to please, especially since Li Minyang had elevated their position so high. Very well, thank you for your efforts, they replied. Niu Li Bao was exceedingly courteous, and shortly thereafter, the head of the factory area followed him into the hotel. Initially, the atmosphere felt rather mundane, but upon ascending to the 2nd floor, the ambience shifted dramatically as everyone stepped onto the crimson carpet, especially upon entering the venue. All the factory heads were compelled to take notice. Chengda Foreign Trade exuded professionalism, unmistakably a corporation accustomed to hosting similar procurement events. The attendees promptly took their seats according to the names at their respective tables, while the ushers swiftly attended to refreshments, showcasing an impressive attention to detail. As they looked up, they noticed a foreigner seated at the central position of the podium, his brow furrowed as he intently studied documents, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Remarkable indeed. That must be the overseas channel, a procurement event worth 4 million. Certainly, the distributors had come to assess the goods. The level of sophistication was truly high. Niu Li Bao and his companions whispered among themselves, increasingly astonished. Meanwhile, downstairs, another vehicle pulled up at the hotel entrance, and a hurried figure exited and briskly entered the establishment. This individual was Sun Shuwei, who had arrived uninvited, intentionally delaying his entry to avoid an awkward encounter with Niu Li Bao. Regardless of how the day would unfold, he was determined to meet Li Minyang to advocate for Dong Ying's interests. It is worth noting that prior to this procurement meeting, Li Minyang had explicitly stated that each factory could only send 2 representatives, the factory head and the office director responsible for contract signing. Li Minyang was rather meticulous, concerned about familiar faces showing up. And thus, the event commenced. Chapter 44. Numerous actors and a sole spectator. Esteemed heads of the factory areas, greetings. On behalf of Chengda Foreign Trade, it is my distinct honor to welcome you all to today's procurement meeting. As the first large-scale procurement operation for Fuhai, this undoubtedly marks the beginning of our long-term collaboration. Your presence holds immense significance for Chengda Foreign Trade. This will be a pivotal moment for Fuhai Apparel as we venture into the American market. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Tom. Li Minyang delivered an impassioned speech, met with continuous applause from the audience. The foreign gentleman smiled and waved his hand, interjecting a few phrases in English, which undeniably added to the atmosphere. Li Minyang's gaze fell upon Sun Shuwei in the audience, his eyes momentarily gleaming with intensity, as if he were fixating on a lamb awaiting slaughter. 2 scenarios emerged. Had Sun Shuwei not attended today, any incident during the procurement meeting would take time to reach him. However, now that he was present, it was the best possible outcome. Yet, it was highly probable he would come, as his circumstances were dire, with various pressures compelling his attendance. At this moment, Niu Li Bao, Kong Shan, and Chang Xiangshuan were still loudly celebrating this significant occasion. Only Kong Shuwei sat alone, glancing around, utterly devoid of anyone to converse with, appearing extremely helpless. He was engulfed in panic, feeling abandoned by this procurement meeting. While other factories welcomed a turning point, he alone was mired in a quagmire. The so-called turning point was merely a facade orchestrated by Li Minyang, transforming Niu Li Bao, Kong Shan, and others into unwitting actors, while Sun Shuwei remained the sole spectator. Li Minyang had traversed every apparel manufacturer in Fuhai City, securing orders from all but Dong Ying, which had not even received a quotation, dismissing their goods without a second glance. This ignited a sense of crisis within Sun Shuwei, exacerbated by Secretary Huang's criticism looming over him like a guillotine. Sun Shuwei hoped that Li Minyang could extend him favors and discuss procurement matters, but his overtures had been met with silence, as if his messages had vanished into the abyss. Consequently, he was left to beseech Niu Li Bao, Chang Xiangshuan, and others. Yet, even the most basic respect eluded him, let alone assistance. Soon after, the exhibition and sales event hosted by Li Minyang, with a procurement volume of 4 million, undoubtedly became a day of jubilation for the apparel manufacturers. They all anticipated that their factories would rise from the ashes, turning losses into profits. As the situation escalated, Niu Lishan, Chang Xiangshuan, and Kong Shan became the executioners, while Chengda Foreign Trade momentum no longer required Li Minyang's cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly descended into complicity. The matter of Chengda's substantial procurement reverberated throughout the industry, with factories deliberating on how to negotiate prices. As Chengda Foreign Trade's influence grew, who would dare to question this company? Everyone was preoccupied with shipping their goods, viewing this opportunity as a crucial support for their corporate transformation. Sun Shuwei was no exception, placing unwavering trust in Chengda Foreign Trade's capabilities, akin to grasping a lifeline, as he scoured the venue for opportunities. Our company has always adhered to the principle of integrity, governed by virtue, continually expanding our operational scope. Li Minyang's resonant voice continued to echo, while the metaphorical knives of Niu Li Bao, Chang Xiangshuan, and others were poised to strike at Kong Shuwei. The procurement orders were placed on each table, detailing quantities, amounts, and shipping methods, inviting everyone to review. Should the terms be acceptable, we could sign contracts immediately. Li Minyang finally broached the procurement agreement. The heads of the factories immediately scrutinized the contracts, their lips curled in delight. As he descended from the stage, Sun Shuwei hurriedly approached in a flurry. "Mr. Li, please consider Dong Ying Apparel. I can offer you the lowest price." Sun Shuwei grasped Li Minyang's arm, cautiously glancing at the foreign gentleman at the podium and manager Shui to the side, before hurriedly stepping aside. A sealed envelope had already found its way into Li Minyang's pocket. "Mr. Li, I implore you, this is merely a token of goodwill. I will certainly remember your kindness." Sweat beads trickled down Sun Shuwei's gray shirt, soaking a substantial area, and his brief plea left him gasping for breath. This is inappropriate. Truly inappropriate. Li Minyang thought to extract the envelope, but Sun Shuwei clutched it tightly, swallowing nervously, whispering, "Mr. Li, you possess overseas sales channels. The unsold inventory of Dongying apparel is no issue for you. It's merely a small effort on your part, and rest assured, I will not forget your assistance." In the next moment, Li Minyang's gaze darted anxiously towards the foreigner and manager Shui. The expressions of the sly old fox revealing a desire for the money while fearing exposure, a visage remarkably vivid. It was amusing. In the system, did he not face such scenarios daily? To maintain one's integrity while avoiding offense was exceedingly challenging. Inviting the foreigner for 50 yuan was merely a display of strength before the major manufacturers, primarily to demonstrate to Kong Shuwei, "I possess overseas sales channels." Otherwise, how could one expect to entrust their goods to him? Just as Li Minyang hesitated, caught in a quandary, a commotion erupted from Chang Xiangshuan's direction. "Wait, something's amiss. Manager Shui, weren't we to procure 3,000 women's plaid shirts? Why are there only 500 now? With such a disparity in quantity, I cannot meet the original price." Chang Xiangshuan stood up, exclaiming loudly, shattering the harmonious atmosphere of the meeting. Before manager Shui could respond, other factory heads clamored urgently, "My order quantity is also incorrect. If it's only 1,000 leather jackets, I cannot offer the shipping price of 50. It must be 55. Kong Shan slammed the table and stood up. "My order quantity is also wrong. Only 300 pieces? I cannot provide you with such a low purchase price. After all this effort, you want this small amount of goods from me? This is ludicrous." In an instant, the venue erupted into chaos, with Tom at the podium standing bewildered, while Shui Pongpong refrained from clarification, instead approaching Niu Li Bao, continuously signaling with his eyes. "Director Niu, please mediate this." With that remark, the situation grew intriguing. Why would they expect Director Niu to mediate? On what basis did Manager Shui believe that Director Niu would side with him? Indeed, previously, Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong had discussed the procurement meeting, which had been hosted by Niu Li Bao. Amidst the chaos, Li Minyang tucked away Sun Shuwei's envelope and swiftly made his way towards Niu Li Bao. "What? You want me to explain?" Niu Li Bao exclaimed, bewildered, as he pointed to himself. "Director Niu, hadn't we previously agreed that you would ensure the order quantity?" Li Minyang interjected. This seemingly innocuous remark, however, acted as a catalyst, igniting the fury of the factory heads to a boiling point. Could it be that Niu Li Bao had clandestinely signed a dubious contract with Qingda? What did he mean by guaranteeing order quantities? Did he truly believe he represented us? Did he possess the audacity to claim such authority? A few kind words, a casual address of brother, and yet, beneath it all, it was merely his age that commanded respect. The tension escalated, prompting Sun Shuwei to lean forward, sensing a glimmer of hope. "How can I guarantee the shipment quantity? What do you mean by that? This is utterly nonsensical." Niu Li Bao stared at Li Minyang, perplexed, still maintaining a modicum of politeness in his tone, while the underhanded contract he held differed entirely from the terms agreed upon with other factories. As a long-term supplier for Chengda Foreign Trade, Hanyun Apparel was mandated to deliver an initial supply of 30,000 units, with the procurement price for the leather jacket set at 47 yuan. The purchase prices for all clothing styles have been adjusted downward, a stark contrast to the firm prices Niu Li Bao had previously negotiated. What did this signify? It was Niu Li Bao who had rallied everyone to stand firm on prices. And now, in a bid to secure Hanyun Apparel's position as a long-term supplier for Chengda Foreign Trade, he had covertly undercut the prices behind everyone's backs. Why did he also involve other manufacturers in this pricing scheme? It was because Chengda Foreign Trade's demand exceeded what Hanyun could supply in the short term, necessitating assistance from other factories. Kongshan and Chang Xiangshuan had unwittingly become mere supporting characters, foolishly united in their resolve to uphold the prices and weather the storm. While Niu Li Bao, driven by self-interest, had betrayed them all, this scoundrel had secretly signed a bottom-line agreement with Chengda Foreign Trade to become their long-term supplier, which explained Li Minyang's deliberate mention of this in his opening remarks. He was alluding to Niu Li Bao. "Director Niu, you must resolve this matter yourself. Whatever means you employ, the initial quantity must be guaranteed. Otherwise, I cannot grant you the status of a long-term supplier." Li Minyang's mouth curved downward, his expression darkening as he fixed a piercing gaze on Niu Li Bao, awaiting his response, clearly displeased with the factory head's dissatisfaction. What do you mean?" Niu Li Bao gaped, only to have Li Minyang angrily slam the contract down in front of him, growling, "Look at the required shipment quantity in the contract. Reassess it." The attention of the crowd instantly shifted to that very contract. Chang Xiangshan, quick on the uptake, snatched the contract before Niu Li Bao could react and began to read aloud. The very first clause stated that Hongyun Apparel, as a long-term supplier for Chengda foreign trade, had proposed a price reduction agreement. You scoundrel, Niu Li Bao. You deceived us into standing firm on prices, only to privately lower them for your own benefit and secure a long-term deal with Chengda foreign trade. Damn it. We've become the sacrificial lambs. With that, Chang Xiangshuan seized Niu Li Bao by the collar, his face flushed with rage. Let me see that. Kong Shan then took the contract, and soon others crowded around to read it. Outrage erupted as shouts filled the air, and Niu Li Bao found himself surrounded, with some even beginning to shove him. Niu Li Bao, you're a piece of work. I'd love to smash your face in. The cacophony of insults continued as the venue descended into chaos. Manager Xiao Lu panicked, wanting to step in and mediate, but found himself unable to break through the throng. Li, is this the showcase you organized? I am utterly disappointed, Tom bellowed as he descended from the podium. Mr. Tom, please let me explain. Li Minyang hurried over, his demeanor frantic. I want no explanations, nor do I wish to see the process. I demand results. Guarantee me the shipment quantity. Understood? Tom retorted, visibly displeased. Understood. Understood. Li Minyang nodded fervently, like a sycophant. With that, Tom stormed out in a huff, making a swift exit from the hotel, having completed his task and pocketed his 50 yuan. Throughout this, Sun Shuwei had shadowed Li Minyang, keenly absorbing the foreigner's admonishments, believing he had gleaned vital information. The foreign distributors were in need of supplies. In the next moment, Li Minyang glared fiercely at Niu Li Bao, advancing towards him and jabbing a finger at his nose. You must provide me with an explanation today. You will guarantee the shipment quantity, no matter what. Niu Li Bao, known for his fiery temper, was already on edge, furiously questioning why Li Minyang was placing blame on him without reason. How dare he approach and insult him so brazenly? This was Fuhai. Such insolence was courting disaster. Damn you. Niu Li Bao retaliated with a kick, causing Li Minyang to stumble backward, terrified of the confrontation. Li, you should leave. There's no point in reasoning with that scoundrel. Let him deal with his own inventory. Shui Pongpong shouted urgently, creating an opportunity for Li Minyang to be alone with Sun Shuwei. Thus, Li Minyang hurriedly departed, leaving behind a scene of disarray, with Sun Shuwei closely trailing him. Li, Niu Li Bao was never a good person. There's no need to get worked up over someone like him. Sun Shuwei continuously soothed Li Minyang's frayed nerves, secretly fanning the flames of discord, thinking himself quite clever. Once they descended the stairs and exited the hotel, Li Minyang finally exhaled deeply, his mood appearing to lighten as he turned to offer Sun Shuwei a cigarette. An opportunity had arisen. Sun Shuwei accepted the cigarette, lit it for Li Minyang, and promptly spoke up. Li, how much supply does the foreign channel require? Dong Ying can provide it. I have the most substantial inventory on hand. Li Minyang seemed to suddenly grasp something, turning sharply to look at Sun Shuwei, who was grinning broadly, his pockets bulging with the envelope he had given him. Sun Shuwei, convinced of his own cunning, was subtly hinting and reminding his counterpart. Everything unfolded so abruptly, yet for Sun Shuwei, it was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Chapter 46. Upon reflection, the entirety of the situation was overwhelmingly vast. Director Sun, navigating this matter presents a significant challenge, compounded by the likely discord among Manager Shui's perspectives, primarily due to the antiquated styles from Dong Ying, which pose considerable operational risks. Li Minyang turned to glance at the hotel entrance, his anxious demeanor evidently betraying his sense of vigilance. Was he perhaps fearful of encountering Manager Shui descending the stairs and stumbling upon something he ought not to see? Sun Shuwei broke into a grin, stroking his balding head. If you say so, then I understand perfectly. Director Li, the situation in Dong Ying is rather intricate. You remain somewhat uninformed about our factory's actual circumstances. Come, let us step aside for a moment so I can elucidate the matter to you properly. Sun Shuwei grasped Li Minyang's arm, steering him towards his vehicle. As he scrutinized the bald man, Li Minyang felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. If this comrade were to truly enter the system, he would effortlessly corrupt the resolve of any indecisive cadre. This is rather inappropriate. Li Minyang furrowed his brow, turning back thrice in a token struggle before being propelled into the car by Sun Shuwei. Director Li, let's find a quieter spot. Sun Shuwei, ever astute, wasted no time waiting for Li Minyang to suggest it, swiftly driving away from the hotel. Meanwhile, a heated dispute raged in the exhibition hall on the second floor, where Kong Shan and Chang Xiangshuan encircled Niu Li Bao, demanding explanations. Damn it, you were the one who orchestrated this price fixing, and now you sneakily undercut us, playing us for fools. What a scoundrel. Want to sign a long-term supply contract with Chengda? Even if I were to lower prices for Chengda, you shall not have your way. The crowd's ire swelled, And although Niu Li Bao endeavored to clarify, none were inclined to heed his words. I see now. This performance by Li Minyang is merely to sow confusion among U.S., driving down prices. We absolutely cannot lower our prices, or we'll fall into his trap. Niu Li Bao glared furiously. Still no one doubted the authenticity of Chengda's foreign trade. The crux of the matter was that Chengda had no motive to deceive any of the factories. What was the purpose? A transaction where goods are exchanged for payment. What was there to fear? This was Li Minyang's cunning. He had managed to convince those intimately familiar with him of Chengda's strength, making the situation seem genuine. Niu Li Bao and Kong Shan began to undercut each other's prices, escalating the conflict. This was sufficient to ensnare Sun Shui, who believed it without question. After a brief stay, Shui Pengpeng seized the opportunity to slip away. The squabble among Niu Li Bao and his cohorts was now trivial. Ideally, it would lead to a collapse in prices, further unsettling Sun Shui. This Minyang, how intricately he weaves his schemes, with such ruthless tactics. Does he truly resemble a recent university graduate? He is, in truth, a cunning fox. Shui Pengpeng was struck with awe. It was only now that he grasped the veracity of the intricate game Li Minyang had described, one that had even allowed him to adapt to the persona of Manager Shui. Sun Shui pressed the accelerator hard towards the southern suburbs, parking beneath the shade of a large tree. Yet, within mere moments, the vehicle began to jolt violently. Director, this matter is indeed complex. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the foreign channels demand too much. The goods from Dongying do not meet standards. And why is there so much money in this envelope? I cannot accept such a burden. Li Minyang pushed the envelope back towards Sun Shui. The old fox's expression turned grave, his innocent demeanor seemingly saying, "Oh dear, I was blissfully unaware that it contained money. Perhaps it was merely postcards? Ah, didaktoli. Please take it. This is truly inconsequential. You must negotiate with those foreigners. Surely, there are expenses involved for handling matters in Dongying, and I shall cover this. Regardless of the outcome, I am genuinely grateful to you." Sun Shui perspired profusely, fearful that Director Li might refuse the money. Once accepted, he would inevitably owe an explanation. A stark contrast to previous verbal insinuations. My primary concern is the meeting. The goods from Dongying will undoubtedly fail to pass inspection. That is evident. If prices are driven too low, there is no necessity for them to procure goods from me. Director Sun, truly, I feel a remarkable rapport between us. Business is not about personal ties. I have no reason to deceive. I cannot accept this money. Li Minyang tossed the envelope into the back seat. What did this imply? The styles from Dongying were outdated. To ensure profitability, one could not rely on standard channels. Hence, do not expect an upfront deposit. Goods must be dispatched first. Director Li, I trust you have a plan. Regardless of the outcome, let's at least give it a try. Sun Shui leaned forward, reclaiming the envelope and forcefully stuffing it into Li Minyang's pocket. The foreigner had insisted on guaranteeing supply, a statement etched firmly in his mind. This opportunity could not be squandered. Director Li, lend your brother a hand. This envelope is your rightful reward for hard work. Rest assured, I am not a stingy man. Shadows shifted as sunlight struck Sun Shui's face, causing him to squint involuntarily, dryly licking his lips. Brother, I will give it a shot. I shall directly negotiate with Mr. Tong. Li Minyang nodded. Good, give it a try, ha ha ha. Do ensure you give it your all. I have faith in you. This will certainly succeed. The vehicle finally ceased its tremors. Li Minyang instructed Sun Shui to drop him off at the entrance of Nanshan Village. Brother, you should head back. I will find a phone booth to call a taxi. It's best you don't accompany me. What if we encounter acquaintances at the hotel? I must avoid suspicion. Li Minyang leaned against the car window, speaking with caution. Should you say that, brother, I understand everything. Very well, I shall take my leave. Sun Shui waved his hand, speaking no further, and drove off into the distance. Li Minyang turned and entered the village. Upon returning to his residence, he leisurely enjoyed the breeze from the electric fan. Approximately half an hour later, Shui Pengpeng returned, drenched in sweat. How did the discussions go? He inquired eagerly. I managed to secure a small amount for shipping. Li Minyang gestured towards the envelope by the bed. In a couple of days, I will seek out Sun Shui again, but I cannot appear at other factories. You must go alone. It would be best if you could drive the prices down. I understand. Shui Pengpeng nodded emphatically, taking the envelope and opening it with astonishment. What the hell? There's even 1,000 in here. So much. At the regular price, across several factories, the pressure on Dongying's goods is the most severe, especially with the winter styles being predominant. They are perfect for selling to Canada Goose. I wonder if Sun Shui will let the goods go. As the moment of truth approached, Li Minyang too felt a surge of tension, his expression turning grave. It was no jest to extract hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of goods relying solely on a flimsy sales agreement was an arduous task. I can hardly fathom, Shui Pengpeng stammered, his body trembling, the enormity of the situation overwhelming him. Dust particles danced in the beam of light as the two men remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Time seemingly suspended. Chapter 47 Beepers. Following the tumult of the order conference, Minyang vanished from sight. No one knew what this individual was preoccupied with. While only Shui Pengpeng tirelessly traversed various factories, relentlessly pushing prices down. Was the upheaval merely a tactic for price suppression? Regardless, the current clothing market had descended into chaos. It was reported that Kongshan had reduced the price of sweaters to 46 yuan in a bid to clear inventory. The ongoing price wars between factories only heightened Sun Shui's anxiety, as he feared Qingde might preemptively sign contracts with external firms. He awaited Li Minyang's maneuver, aware that he had gone to Jingping to secure channels with foreigners. In truth, for the past 2 to 3 days, Li Minyang had remained holed up in Nanshan village, deliberately stalling Sun Shui, ensuring that the price turmoil continued to fester. To alleviate Sun Shui's psychological burden post-resolution and foster mutual trust, Li Minyang ventured to the market, gritting his teeth and purchasing a pager. If one were to owe someone hundreds of thousands in goods and subsequently be unreachable for an extended period, it would inevitably culminate in a grave crisis of trust. At that juncture, one cannot rule out the possibility of Sun Shui resorting to drastic measures. However, the cost of a pager is not trivial. The mere activation fee exceeds 100, while an economical digital model costs 180 a year, translating to 15 yuan a month. The price of a Chinese character pager is even steeper, starting at 600 yuan annually. Despite this, Li Minyang opted for the most affordable option. Nevertheless, when factoring in various ancillary expenses, he ended up spending over 500 yuan. Such a fleeting device, destined for obsolescence in just a few years, is indeed exorbitantly priced. Li Minyang meticulously examined the pager amidst the bustling marketplace, where patrons jostled for space and passers-by at the electronics counter cast glances in his direction. Minyang, a melodious voice rang out from a distance. He turned to see Huang Nwandong approaching, accompanied by a few familiar faces whose expressions were as grim as cucumbers. Among them were Lu Ziliang, Chang Ning, and Xiao Ru, all of whom seemed rather displeased. In Fuhai City, the number of large shopping malls is limited, making encounters with acquaintances all but inevitable. Nwandong, Li Minyang exchanged glances with the girl adorned with long eyelashes, both of them smiling sweetly. A wave of joy washing over him like a refreshing breeze from an electric fan. What brings you here? Huang Nwandong inquired softly, but before Li Minyang could respond, Lu Ziliang strode forward, astonished, exclaiming, Li Minyang, what on earth are you holding? You actually bought a pager? His eyes bulged with disbelief, as if witnessing the most extraordinary spectacle. Huang Nwandong finally noticed the object in Li Minyang's hand. Her surprise mirrored that of Lu Ziliang's. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly inquired about the price, concerned he might have overpaid. How much did it cost in total? Leaning closer, she whispered, you should return it quickly. This counter charges quite a premium. My sister-in-law also sells electronics, and you could have informed me earlier to get it cost. I spent over 500, and it's already been unwrapped, so returning it is out of the question. He sighed, lamenting that outsiders had profited from his expenditure. Li Minyang raised an eyebrow as they exchanged flirtatious glances, while Huang Nwandong, with her large eyes darting, turned away to feign interest elsewhere. Oh, still quite affluent, I see. Lu Ziliang remarked sourly, his discomfort palpable as he could not bear to witness Huang Nwandong's evident concern for Li Minyang. He could not help but interject sarcastically. With this money, you might as well relocate. I work in a government position and wouldn't dare purchase a pager, feeling it inappropriate for my status. Some people are just obsessed with appearances, not realizing they might end up unable to afford their next meal. Honestly, it's quite indulgent, Li Minyang. What purpose does a pager serve for someone without a job? Who would even contact you? Xiao Ru's voice dripped with derision, her words lacking any semblance of kindness, though she was clad in her work uniform from Honyun, indicating her own financial struggles. Chang Ning, dressed plainly, remained silent but wore a scornful expression, further convinced of Li Minyang's pretentiousness and unreliability. Mind your own business. I have no desire to engage in conversation with you, Li Minyang thought to himself, wishing to avoid any unpleasant exchanges, particularly to spare Huang Nwandong from discomfort. Enough of this, Huang Nwandong said, her brow furrowing slightly as she shot a glance at Lu Ziliang and Xiao Ru, her tone tinged with irritation. Lu Ziliang wilted under her gaze, feeling the weight of her words, while Xiao Ru fell silent, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Minyang, What's your pager number? I'll note it down. Wait, I'll jot down yours as well. Li Minyang produced his notepad, and the two exchanged numbers, the small leather notebook becoming a staple among the youth. Shall we dine together? Huang Wandong asked hesitantly, aware that Li Minyang would likely decline to join Lu Ziliang and the others, but reluctant to ignore Chongning. That would be too overt. A lady should not be excessively forward, she mused, maintaining a sense of decorum. Wandong, I'll certainly seek you out before heading to Jingping. As long as you wish for my company, I won't concern myself with others. Lu Ziliang and the like are inconsequential. Do not dwell on it. However, I truly have matters to attend to today and must depart. Li Minyang's words were gentle, bringing comfort to Huang Wandong. Ultimately, he still had to rely on his uncle, needing to check in with the security guard at Dongying, Qin Shengli, to relay certain information. Very well, Minyang, we shall take our leave then? Huang Wandong waved lightly, her reluctance palpable as she watched his tall figure meld into the crowd, only to let her hand fall in disappointment. Wandong, your thoughts are perilously misguided, Chongning chided, grasping Huang Wandong's arm with a serious tone. He has no job. What need has he for a pager? Such a person is far too superficial. Indeed, Wandong, we only have your best interests at heart. Li Minyang's character is suspect. You must maintain your distance, Lu Ziliang added earnestly. Could it be that his purchase of a pager is a ploy to deceive young women? Xiao Ru's words were laced with hostility, though she refrained from naming Tao Qingqing, subtly implying her disdain. Let us not dwell on this. Let us eat, Huang Wandong said, her agitation prompting her to stride ahead, disinterested in any further criticisms of Li Minyang. Chongning watched her dear friend's retreating figure, anxiety gnawing at her, as she feared Li Minyang might lead Huang Wandong astray. Minyang's words just now were too considerate of me. Seemingly disregarding himself, Huang Wandong thought, suddenly bursting into a fit of giggles. Chapter 48. The True Master of Strategy. In the dark of night, in a small restaurant, Li Minyang treated Uncle Qin to a meal. They ordered 4 dishes, thoroughly enjoying their fare, and after exchanging a few words from his uncle, he broached the subject at hand. Uncle, please keep a close watch on Director Sun's movements over the next few days. Inform me immediately of any developments. Moreover, my affairs must remain confidential from anyone at the factory. I too am employed elsewhere and face unavoidable challenges. Rest assured, young man, this small matter is well within my capabilities, Qin Shengli assured him, having imbibed a few glasses of wine, feeling as though he owned all of Fuhai City. I'll ensure everything is arranged clearly. Uncle, do eat more. My tolerance for alcohol is low, and my stomach has been acting up lately, so I want to join you in drinking today. Li Minyang, noticing Qin Shengli's poor drinking habits, opted not to partake, diligently serving him more food instead. Younger folks ought to practice their drinking, otherwise it can hinder progress, Qin Shengli remarked, pointing his chopsticks, taking on a role of mentor. Li Minyang allowed him to speak, eager to send him home soon, as uncertainty loomed in his mind. Could he truly be relied upon? Uncle, is this the connection you've introduced to me? Yet, it seemed Li Minyang was merely overthinking, for the following morning, Kong Shuwei drove out of the hospital. Qin Shengli approached him, inquiring, Director, where are you headed? To Shishan Garment Factory. Sun Shuwei replied indifferently before driving off, not realizing that the security guard at Dongying was, in fact, Li Minyang's most significant connection. Once the car had departed, Qin Shengli hurriedly dashed to a small shop to relay the message via pager to Li Minyang. Peng Peng, hurry, go to Shishan Garment Factory and negotiate a lower price with Chang Xiangshuan. Take a taxi, and don't be nervous. You are now Manager Shui. Remember the script I prepared for you. Li Minyang urged him earnestly. Shui Peng Peng nodded vigorously, sprinting off, and once in the taxi, pulled out a wrinkled piece of paper, muttering his lines under his breath. Meanwhile, at Shishan Garment Factory, Sun Shuwei was increasingly anxious, fearing that Li Minyang had not finalized matters, and that Manager Shui would prematurely secure the contract. Thus, he sought to gather information from a friend. Old Chang, what is your current quote for Chengda Foreign Trade? What conditions must be met for a long-term contract? In the office of Chang Xiangshuan, Sun Shuwei lounged on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, neglecting to offer him tea, seemingly nonchalant as he posed a casual inquiry. Securing a long-term contract with Chengda is no easy feat. The primary concern is ensuring the initial supply volume. Yet the current inventory in the factory falls woefully short of expectations. This necessitates reallocating stock from other factories, but everyone is vying for this long-term contract. It's quite a challenge. Chang Xiangshuan set down his newspaper and joined the conversation. Niu Li Bao is exceedingly treacherous, attempting to use us as a buffer to ensure the initial supply volume, thereby meeting Hong Yun's criteria for signing a long-term contract. Damn it. Will he get his way? Dream on. Chang Xiangshuan stood up, cursing vehemently. At this juncture, every conflict arising between the factories was meticulously calculated by Li Minyang, demonstrating the true prowess of a heavyweight within the system, orchestrating events with finesse. Consequently, the fierce competition between factories only served to highlight the formidable stature of Chengda foreign trade. As for whether Niu Li Bao was attempting to set a trap for Li Minyang, it was all a ploy to drive down prices. Who would believe him? There would be no doubt cast upon the strength of Chengda foreign trade. Hiv. Sun Shuwei smiled thinly, yet his concern for the situation on Li Minyang's side was palpable. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, and Shui Peng burst in, panting heavily, his demeanor revealing urgency. Director Chang, I have a reference price for you. If it's acceptable, Chengda can sign a long-term supply contract with Xishan. Shui Peng spoke anxiously. What is it? Chang Xiangshuan replied, his excitement rising. Momentarily forgetting about Kong Shuwei, still seated on the sofa. What is the price? Are there any requirements for the initial shipment? Chang Xiangshuan hastily inquired. The volume for summer apparel is entirely manageable for Xishan, and as for the price, it can follow the rates discussed during the procurement meeting. However, for winter garments, Xishan's inventory is limited. We need at least 20,000 pieces, and Chengda's purchasing price must drop by 3 yuan. But once the long-term contract is secured, it will undoubtedly guarantee Xishan's profits, ensuring the factory operates smoothly. Director Chang, I don't care what methods you employ, as long as you can source the goods from other factories to meet Chengda's demands. Of course, if high-price buybacks result in personal losses for you, that's a matter for you to contemplate. Having achieved these conditions, I could represent Chengda and sign the long-term supply contract with you immediately, without waiting for Li Minyang's approval. And I would promptly issue a prepayment. Manager Shui's expression was grave, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and his confrontational tone indicated a conflict with Li Minyang. They were both striving for something. As long as we can sign the long-term contract, I assure you I can procure the goods from other factories, willing to absorb any price discrepancies. I will bear all those losses. Chang Xiangshuan tightly grasped Manager Shui's hand, shaking it vigorously, his cheeks twitching with excitement. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Manager Shui, prepare the winter stock. I must report to Jinping. Upon my return, we will immediately finalize the long-term contract. Shui manager added, his urgency palpable. Of course, I have no problem with the winter stock. Hurry to Jinping. Chang Xiangshuan's body trembled with anticipation. All right, I must leave now. I wouldn't dare keep you. Allow me to see you off. Shui Peng and Chang Xiangshuan exited the office in quick succession, yet throughout, Manager Shui did not cast a single glance at Sun Shuwei. In the corridor, voices and hurried footsteps reverberated, rendering Sun Shuwei unable to remain seated any longer, his breath becoming increasingly labored. This Manager Shui is about to sign a long-term contract with Xishan Apparel. Sun Shuwei stood dazed, unaware of how he managed to meander down the stairs, eventually driving towards Dongying. His journey was fraught with peril, nearly colliding with trees on several occasions. Yet when he reached the narrow path leading to the nearby factory, a tall figure awaited anxiously. Presently, Kong Shuwei slammed on the brakes, flinging open the car door and shouting, I just went to Dongying to find you. But you weren't there. I've been waiting here. Let us find a more suitable place to talk. Li Minyang appeared equally urgent, quickly taking the passenger seat, a hefty folder in hand. Manager Shui just went to see Chang Xiangshuan. They're preparing to sign a long-term contract. Kong Shuwei exclaimed as he maneuvered the steering wheel. I know, so let us hurry. Quickly, Li Minyang urged, and the vehicle took off like an arrow, vanishing down the narrow path. As afternoon settled in, the market vendors busied themselves, while the gatekeeper, Old Qin, continued his chess game, a seemingly ordinary afternoon. Yet who could have fathomed that the gears of many destinies were turning at that very moment? Chapter 49. Something significant will happen. Throughout the journey, Sun Shuwei rambled incessantly, sweat soaking his collar, while Li Minyang's expression remained grave, his furrowed brow taut with tension, responding only with the occasional terse acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the two men requested a single room, their impatience palpable as they hurried upstairs, causing the attendant to stare in bewilderment for a moment. Is it really that frantic? In these times, suitable venues for discussions were scarce. Li Minyang had grown accustomed to conducting meetings in hotels, within the quiet confines of the room. With the curtains drawn tight, a low murmur filled the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. The upper management at Chengda Foreign Trade has made it abundantly clear that the styles in Dongying will not pass the review. It's a foregone conclusion that the employees' work uniforms do not meet procurement qualifications. Li Minyang leaned back against the sofa, observing the fidgeting Sun Shuwei, their contrasting behaviors starkly evident. Presently, you surely have other solutions. If funding is an issue, I can prepare more. I won't let you toil in vain. Sun Shuwei stood, desperate, repeatedly interrupting Li Minyang. You must negotiate further. You must help me secure this. I assure you, your compensation will not be shortchanged. Manager Shui is already en route to Jingping. We must act swiftly. Sun Shui pointed emphatically towards the door, his face nearly contorted in anguish. Increased funding had become his sole leverage in negotiations. Without it, what other options remained? This was his last lifeline. Days prior, newly hired university students had thoroughly cleaned the workshop, yet they had not received a single penny from the factory. What was their motivation? Earlier that morning, Old Qin, the gatekeeper, had inquired about salary, but Sun Shui had not dared linger, pressing the accelerator to leave. These images flooded Sun Shui's mind, and suddenly his throat felt parched. A ringing in his ears emerging, perhaps from standing too abruptly, causing a momentary drop in blood flow. His face turned pale, an image of utter distress. Director Sun, Li Minyang rose, seizing Sun Shui's arm, forcefully pulling him back onto the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the coffee table. Voice elevated. Sit tight. Don't panic. Listen closely. This is no longer a question of funding. What is it then? Sun Shui murmured, instinctively clutching Li Minyang's sleeve. Ha! Li Minyang let out a cold laugh, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, casually tossing the pack onto the table. Which factory we signed the long-term contract with ISNT subject to Shui Pingping's whims. I am the regional representative responsible for the Fuhai market. It's me. Let him go. Let him run to Jingping to report. I'll watch him dance. Let him jump all he wants. As he spoke, Li Minyang's demeanor shifted, his face contorted with ferocity, a rage so potent it seemed he could strangle Shui Pingping. What shall we do then? Sun Shui asked instinctively, his tone unconsciously becoming obsequious in response to Li Minyang's attitude. Since it can't pass the review, then we simply won't present it, and there is no need to follow Qingda's official protocols. Li Minyang fixed his gaze on Sun Shui, leaning forward, and the room fell into an eerie silence, the voices from downstairs starkly intrusive. Ah, Aunt Zhang, from where did you procure such a bounty of fish? Their size is quite impressive, and the profits must be substantial. You went out to sea yesterday? Really? Given the torrential rain, you dare to venture out? That's remarkable. It's nothing unusual. I've grown accustomed to it. Rainy days are actually quite favorable for fishing, as the fish tend to leap onto the boats. In truth, when Li Minyang initially sat in the guardhouse, observing the peculiar license plate departing from the gates of Dongying, he began to orchestrate this scheme. Every word he subsequently uttered was deliberate. He had presumed that the connection his uncle introduced would be a minor leader within the factory, someone with a degree of influence. With his status as a university student, he believed it was highly probable he could secure inventory from the factory initially and settle the payment later. During their phone conversation, Li Minyang reassured Tian Qiushan, advising him not to put anyone in a difficult position, to maintain the standard pricing for purchases, and to avoid being deceived. This was merely a courteous facade, indicating that no special prices were necessary. However, he insisted on acquiring the goods first for sale, with the understanding that he would settle the payment afterward. Each of his statements was a carefully laid step, culminating in his ultimate inquiry. A method of dialogue Li Minyang had grown quite accustomed to. Who would have imagined that the significant connection his uncle spoke of was none other than the guard? Qin Shengli, who had also contributed a considerable amount of fruit. In his previous life, Li Minyang held a prominent position within the system. He understood all too well what that license plate signified. He was acutely aware of the dire reform issues facing state-owned enterprises and the immense challenges Dongying was encountering. Otherwise, how could that license plate be allowed to pass? It risked becoming a cautionary tale, subject to public denunciation at a grand assembly. Thus, he was determined to test the waters. In his discussions with Shui Pingping, Li Minyang had sought to temper any excessive expectations, wary of the emotional turmoil that could ensue from potential failure. Yet, certain events are destined to occur at pivotal junctures, spurred by the tremendous waves of change in the era. Indeed, they are bound to happen. With a resolute tone, Li Minyang stated, Director Sun, let us bypass Qingda foreign trade and deliver the goods directly to the overseas distributors. Mr. Tom has made his requirements abundantly clear. He seeks a supply volume, and the methods of delivery are of no concern to him. This way, there would be no need to worry about how Shui Pingping would report back in Jingping. The foreign distributors would not approve of any dealings with Meishi Mountain Apparel since they had already consumed the inventory. Thank you, Mr. Li. Sun Shui's face brightened with joy. After swallowing hard, he eagerly interjected, let us hurry to deliver the goods. We mustn't allow Manager Shui to beat us to it. Please allow me to finish. Li Minyang said, a hint of impatience flickering in his brow, which Sun Shui promptly noted. He bit his lip and offered a sycophantic smile. First and foremost, Bypassing Chengda foreign trade means that the relevant agreements must be signed under my name alone. Understood, understood. That is perfectly reasonable, Sun Shui nodded vigorously, harboring no doubts about the necessity of this arrangement. Li Mingyang's gaze sharpened momentarily. Given the current trajectory of events, there is no longer a need for the ornate facade of Chengda foreign trade, as entering into contracts with Dongying could lead to the exposure of business licenses. Revealing the truth, conducting business under Li Mingyang's personal name was feasible, yet he could still leverage the influence of Chengda foreign trade. After all, he was the regional representative for the Fuhai market. Who would question that status? Mr. Li was being called repeatedly. However, due to Dongying's excessively outdated inventory and the absence of financial backing from Chengda foreign trade, foreign distributors were also reluctant to shoulder the risk. As a result, Dongying could only proceed with a model of sale first, payment later. Li Mingyang chuckled lightly, emphasizing, initially, no funds will be remitted to Dongying in any form. Sun Shui stared intently at Li Mingyang, a furrow forming on his forehead, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. No funds remitted at all? Not even a deposit? Sun Shui inquired, struggling to comprehend. Li Mingyang merely nodded in affirmation, as if it were an entirely reasonable expectation. But the demand from the distributors exceeds 20,000 pieces. How can we send such a substantial quantity from Dongying without a deposit? This has never happened in Fuhai. Mr. Li, perhaps you can negotiate further? Sun Shui's voice was almost pleading. Director Sun, I lack the capacity for further negotiations. To have reached this point, I have exhausted all my connections. Do not expect the distributors to assume any risks on our behalf, or else. Li Mingyang's expression turned icy, his tone sharply rising. Why would they choose to collaborate with Dongying? Based on your balding head or my height? The clothing styles are outdated, devoid of any competitive edge. If we continue down this path, the inventory will become mere dead stock. The stipulation of no upfront payment was a condition set forth by the distributors, and it was irrefutable. Otherwise, they would not even consider Dongying. Payment would only be remitted after sales were realized. But Mr. Li, can such distributors guarantee sales? What if the clothing does not sell overseas? Dongying would be left in a precarious position, likely bearing the cost of returns. With all this back and forth, I fear Dongying may not survive until next month and face bankruptcy. Sun Shui rambled on. Yet, this concern was not unwarranted. Under the usual trading procedures, the risk should not fall upon a manufacturer. Whether the goods sell is the responsibility of the distributor. However, at present, all the risk lay squarely on Dongying's shoulders. To speak bluntly, the distributors felt no pressure. If the foreign buyers were irresponsible, they would not even know where to direct their tears. Director Sun, you have misunderstood. It is not merely the cost of returns. You will also be responsible for the expenses of loading the goods for shipment. Li Mingyang, ever considerate, did not forget to point out Sun Shui's miscalculation. What? Sun Shui's mouth fell open in astonishment. He was genuinely intimidated. Mr. Li, this risk is simply too great. Director Sun, the situation Dongying finds itself in is critical. The road ahead is completely blocked. Bankruptcy appears to be a foregone conclusion. Any path we take now, even if it entails some trial and error, poses less risk than what we originally faced. Li Mingyang slowly retrieved the consignment agreement from his folder and handed it to Sun Shui. He was well aware of the art of negotiation, having handled numerous significant affairs. Understanding that this matter could not afford any semblance of deceit, by laying the risks out plainly, Sun Shui would be more inclined to accept them, for he was in the position of seeking assistance from Li Mingyang. Thus, any attempt at subterfuge on Li Mingyang's part would only seem insincere. This is the consignment agreement, Sun Shui remarked, his brow furrowed, as he carefully examined the document. Li Mingyang paused momentarily, then elaborated calmly. Director Sun, the concern you harbor regarding unsold goods is indeed valid, but you underestimate the capabilities of the distributors. Those willing to accept Dongying's goods must have planned their operations in advance to ensure market viability. For a brief moment, only Li Mingyang's voice resonated in the room, outlining the first part of the purchase agreement, which specified the transportation costs Dongying would incur and the timeline for payment. However, upon reaching the latter section of the document, Sun Shui began to fidget uncomfortably. Mr. Li, the purchase price is rather steep. Sun Shui straightened in his seat, alarmed. The consignment agreement stipulated a unit price of 45 yuan for a winter work uniform, a figure that was only marginally lower than that of leather jackets. Even when considering the procurement prices for Dongying's actual winter work uniforms, inclusive of profit margins, they barely reached 30 yuan, not accounting for the expenses incurred during the initial procurement phase. This represented a profit margin exceeding 15 yuan, amounting to a staggering 300,000 yuan for 20,000 pieces. The dilemmas faced by the factory would be effortlessly resolved. This was not merely about liquidating inventory at low prices. It was about reaping substantial profits. Do not rush. Continue to read further, Li Mingyang said, his expression stern. Gesturing for Sun Shuwei to peruse the consignment agreement. Sun Shuwei hastily continued reading, while Li Mingyang produced another new contract from his folder, slowly expounding, for winter work uniforms. I have aligned the pricing with that of leather jackets. As for how much the distributors ultimately sell, that is their prerogative, and we have no authority to question it. However, it is imperative that our profits are secured. He emphasized the word "our" with particular weight. Sun Shuwei took the new contract. On its leather surface, prominently inscribed with the words Consignment Commission Agreement. In the next moment, his gaze toward Li Minyang transformed entirely. As for expenses like envelopes, we are all comrades here. There is no need for such formality. Please refrain from mentioning it in the future, let alone providing it, Li Minyang stated, indicating that the meager benefits previously given were of no interest to him. I can offer you a procurement price of 30 for the work attire, but any surplus will be my own gain, and you shall compensate me for the consignment commission. Li Minyang spoke in a low voice, locking eyes with Sun Shuwei. It became evident that Li Minyang intended to pocket the profit margin of 300,000. But was that all there was to gain? Surely, there must be profit to be had. Otherwise, it would seem too contrived. The price of 30 offered to Sun Shuwei was not insignificant, and the remaining profits, which could be sold at an exorbitant price in Greater Russia, would belong entirely to Li Minyang. No wonder he quoted a price of 45 to the distributors. Sun Shuwei murmured, finally understanding the rationale behind such a high pricing. The new contract in his hands felt like a shadowy agreement, revealing Li Minyang's considerable appetite for profit, as he seemed intent on taking a slice from the distributors as well. In order to ensure the smooth sale of the clothing from Dongying, I will accompany the distributors to Greater Russia. The goods must be transferred at Jingping, Li Minyang continued. Greater Russia? Isn't that a channel for the United States? Sun Shuwei exclaimed, his voice nearly cracking. Most of the speculators' channels are in Greater Russia. Sun Shuwei had contemplated sending someone there to sell, but the journey was perilous. There was only one K3 train, spanning 826 kilometers, with the train police disembarking at Erlienhout when crossing the border. Numerous shocking incidents had already been reported, and state-owned enterprises dared not take such risks. It is common for those in power to be bewildered, while ordinary people fail to recognize opportunities that lie before them. Years later, only a few who succeed will lament their past decisions. In contrast, the channels to the United States are perceived as exceedingly secure, devoid of any risk, and carry an air of prestige. Reflecting on the route to Greater Russia, departing from Jingping, crossing the national border at Erlian Station, traversing Mongolian territory, passing through Ulaanbaatar, and finally reaching Moscow, the thought alone was overwhelming. Isn't the journey to Greater Russia fraught with challenges? Our little boat is prone to capsizing. It would be wiser to venture to the United States. The profits can be yours. Perhaps you could devise another plan, Mr. Li. The United States? Who there would be willing to purchase goods from Dongying? It might be feasible. I'll offer you an acquisition price of 8. Would you accept? And I still stand to gain a commission? Li Minyang suddenly stood, his mood elevated, interrupting Sun Shuwei while gesturing toward the window. Even fishermen dare to venture out to sea in the rain. Why? Because the fish are plentiful. Am I to fear the tumultuous waves? The greater the storm, the higher the price for fish. Li Minyang's face was already flushed. Chapter 51. 2 paths lay before you. Choose one. Sun Shuwei gazed up at Li Minyang, momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth agape, ultimately unable to utter a sound. This Mr. Li was poised to sell my goods without needing to invest a single cent, nor bear any financial risk, and he would profit even more than I. Sun Shuwei mused inwardly. Li Minyang suddenly smiled, relaxing his tense demeanor. Sitting back down, he picked up a cigarette from the coffee table and offered one to Sun Shuwei. In business, ultimately, discussions must conclude amicably. Director Sun, do you believe I bear no risk? That I wouldn't need to spend even a penny? I'm going to pull a fast one? Li Minyang inquired calmly, lighting his own cigarette. Sun Shuwei took a deep puff, grinning slightly. Though he said nothing, the sentiment was understood. The style of the clothing from Dongying has been clearly communicated by the distributors. It absolutely cannot be sold in the United States. So do not harbor any illusions. To put it bluntly, it would be like tossing it into a slum. It's nothing but a pile of relief goods. Li Minyang began to explain methodically. However, the same items in Greater Russia tell a different tale. Dongying's winter inventory is severely excessive, precisely because of the climate there, where winter apparel is in desperate need. Only by delivering Dongying's goods to Greater Russia will they hold value. Li Minyang articulated the market's decision with clarity. seemingly elucidating while subtly informing Sun Shuwei that there was but one path before him. He then intensified his tone. Director Sun, considering such a large shipment destined for Greater Russia, do you think there would be no risks without proper arrangements by the distributors? Do you truly believe that anyone is qualified to deliver such a sizable load? Furthermore, marketing in Greater Russia is not as simple as setting up a stall here. There will be countless troublemakers who could even steal your underwear. Do you believe that? Li Minyang raised an eyebrow. Sun Shuwei chuckled lightly twice. The atmosphere no longer as heavy as before, requiring a bit of levity. The distributors will deliver Dongying's goods directly to local clothing stores for sale, as I mentioned earlier. Theoretically, there is risk, but in reality, there is little to worry about. This route has been traversed many times. After all, even drinking water can lead to choking. He continued, the final settlement in rubles and the legal means of bringing the money back to China to ensure we receive our share is a highly intricate process. So, Director Sun, how much energy and money do you think will be required to navigate these networks? Does this not count as an investment? You must understand that the distributors invest far more than you do. Sun Shuwei slowly nodded, gradually aligning with Li Minyang's argument. Director Sun, Li Minyang said, patting Sun Shuwei's shoulder with an air of familiarity, let's speak frankly. If I travel back and forth for this endeavor, it must be worthwhile for me to proceed. If the profit is merely trivial, I truly cannot undertake it. Your envelope, my friend, is not of great value. I could directly acquire it. My words carry some weight with the distributors, but as for the price. With that, Li Minyang pushed 2 copies of the contract towards Sun Shuwei. The price will be at most around 8 or 9. I wouldn't assent. However, once the inventory is cleared, circumstances change. Dongying faces chronic decline or bold innovation, carving out a path for survival. Now, the choice is yours. The weighty words detonated in Sun Shuwei's mind, his gaze fixated on the 2 agreements on the coffee table, unable to divert his attention. Even disregarding the commission owed to Li Minyang, at the procurement price of 30, selling 20,000 pieces would yield 600,000 in returns. After deducting 200,000 in loans, it would suffice not only to settle employee wages but even to issue year-end bonuses. In contrast, at the acquisition price of 8 or 9, repaying the bank loan would barely suffice, let alone cover employee salaries. The factory's issues would persist. As Li Minyang pointed out, whether it was sooner or later, the outcome remained the same. With each day of excess inventory, the closer they edged toward dead stock. Providing Sun Shuwei with hope, then plunging him into despair, the factories participating in the order meeting had celebrated for long. And the curses hurled at Niuli Bao still echoed in memory. Yet in the depths of despair, a flicker of hope emerged. The order meeting had revealed contradictions. Thus, this glimmer of hope became crucial, akin to a final lifeline. Perhaps, only by grasping this last lifeline could Dongying survive. Until that moment, Sun Shuwei had never doubted Li Minyang's capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Minyang's strategy was to continually underscore the authenticity of Chengda foreign trade. The leaders of the factory were overwhelmed in their pursuit of long-term contracts, while Mr. Li, responsible for the Fuhai market, certainly had a formidable background. Engaging in non-compliant activities has become exceedingly commonplace. Humans die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. At this moment, Li Minyang's gaze resembled that of a leopard, fixated intently on its prey, with perspiration trickling from his palms, perhaps exacerbated by the oppressive heat. With the situation having escalated to this point, further discussion would only dilute the gravity of the matter. Yet, Sun Shuwei's brow was furrowed, remaining motionless for quite some time, appearing to endure an agonizing wait with each passing minute. For a fleeting moment, Li Minyang even contemplated selling the pager and obtaining a loan to trade in lighters if Sun refused to comply. Director Li, how many days will you spend in the E? How will I be able to contact you once you arrive there? Sun Shuwei inquired. This question enlightened Li Minyang, igniting a sense of optimism within him. This matter was likely to succeed. You can send me a message on the pager, and I will return your call, Li Minyang replied. Expertly placing the pager on the coffee table, his movements as practiced as if he had long possessed the device. This journey to the E primarily involves distributing clothing to local stores, which may require some time. I cannot specify exactly how long, but a month should suffice. Director Sun, you can notify the factory later. All employees will receive their full salaries and performance bonuses in October. Upon hearing Li Minyang's words, Sun Shuwei could not help but smile broadly, thinking how this young director Li always managed to articulate what resonated with him. Oh, how do you understand me so well? Sun Shuwei dreamed of the day when all employees would receive their wages in full. How shall we proceed with signing these 2 contracts? Sun Shuwei picked up a fountain pen. Just the names and ID numbers for the signatures will suffice. This is my endorsement. Take a look. Li Minyang explained in detail while his heart swelled with joy. Chapter 52. The bow is drawn. Once the consignment agreement was signed, the relationship between Li Minyang and Sun Shuwei transformed. They departed the hotel as brothers, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Are they really getting all mushy? The front desk attendant regarded them with disdain, thinking, how could such a tall and handsome man be fond of a bald fellow? This world is utterly mad, brother. Once I return, I will issue the announcement regarding the full salaries and performance bonuses for employees in October. Sun Shuwei said with a smile as they settled into the car, though it appeared to be a jest. It was in fact a prompt for Li Minyang to expedite the shipments and bring back the money swiftly, as he had already made the announcement. Brother Sun, I assure you there won't be any issues on my end. I have traversed the DE channels countless times, and I am quite familiar with the routes. However, the timing of the salary disbursement ultimately depends on when the factory's goods are loaded and dispatched to Jingping. Li Minyang replied nonchalantly, subtly urging Sun Shuwei in return. Such seasoned operators in this system are adept at gaining advantages in conversation. Sun Shuwei nodded with a grin, clearly invested in matter. Within the consignment agreement, there was a clause stipulating that if Sun Shuwei breached the contract and unilaterally withdrew from the purchase, he would owe Li Minyang a service fee of 20,000 yuan. What's the deal? You can't just backtrack after I've contacted the channel vendors, right? This was a common human concern, and Sun Shuwei hadn't even considered it. But one must admit, the old fox was exceptionally prudent in his dealings. The two continued their casual conversation, with Li Minyang becoming more animated as he spoke about his relationship with manager Shui. My uncle is the vice chairman of Qingda Foreign Trade. So if I make even the slightest mistake, someone always stands ready to criticize me, especially after I took charge of the Fuhai market. Countless eyes are upon me. With his arm draped over the car window, Li Minyang smoked while chatting with Sun Shuwei in a tone reminiscent of friends venting about colleagues. The information about Sun Shuwei had come from Uncle Qin at the gate, and Li Minyang's mention of it was a deliberate attempt to foster a sense of closeness between them. Initially, Shui Pengpeng was supposed to manage the Fuhai market. That was the internal rumor, but when I suddenly seized that position, discontent brewed, and he began targeting me. The dual contracts involving Niu Libao were his machinations. After the mishap at the ordering conference, he promptly reported it to the company, stabbing me in the back. Huh, did he think I'm a pushover? Could he possibly make Shui Pengpeng comfortable? If he thinks he can take credit for the Fuhai performance through my connections, then no one will achieve that. Li Minyang's emotions surged, and he erupted in curses. This expression was merely a conventional tactic, a means to vent his frustrations while maintaining his persona. By hinting at his connections within the channels and the upper echelons of the company, Li Minyang aimed to convey to Sun Shuwei that his background was not to be trifled with. They had indeed aligned themselves with a formidable ally. Only once the goods were loaded onto the train in Dongying could Li Minyang's anxious heart finally find peace. Your situation mirrors mine, Sun Shuwei suddenly exclaimed, looking at Li Minyang with astonishment. My uncle, my dear uncle, is the director of the Dongying factory. Because of this connection, many were resentful when I arrived, and I faced daily reports against me. Brother, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths, sharing the same plight. Some people simply envy our ascent, but we can only silence those mouths by executing our tasks flawlessly. Li Minyang's tone grew more earnest as he exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Shuwei, and the two burst into hearty laughter. The Fukan sped through the bustling streets, where someone was conspiring to undertake a significant venture. At 2 in the afternoon, having satiated his hunger, Li Minyang returned to Nanshan village. Brother Sun had been exceedingly gracious, and after locating Shui Pengpeng at a roadside stall, he discovered him engrossed in a bowl of noodles. Why does your face look suddenly swollen? Li Minyang inquired, concern etched on his face as he sat beside Shui Pengpeng. I was caught sneaking a smoke, Shui Pengpeng pouted, recounting an incident on the bus that had delayed him. Otherwise, he would have finished his meal earlier and been asleep by now. That's quite normal, Li Minyang nodded. What do you mean by normal? Wow, your words wound me deeply. When have you ever not indulged in a stolen smoke? Shui Pengpeng raised his swollen face, resembling a pig, with noodles in his mouth. Wait, why are both sides of your face swollen? Li Minyang pressed, his expression turning serious. I got slapped on both sides. How could both cheeks not swell? Shui Pengpeng stared at Li Minyang in confusion, wondering what he meant. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought one slap would suffice. That person seems quite volatile. Li Minyang avoided Shui Pengpeng's reproachful gaze, standing up to pat his back. Hurry and eat. I have important matters to discuss with you. With that, Li Minyang ascended the stairs, leaving Pengpeng momentarily stunned before he finally lowered his head to continue eating. Wait, does Minyang have some sort of illness? As Li Minyang opened the electric fan upon returning, Shui Pengpeng soon followed, drenched in sweat, with grease still smudged around his mouth. neglecting to wipe it away. Minyang, what is up? Did it work out? He asked, breathless and eager. The agreement has been signed, Li Minyang replied calmly, handing the contract to Shui Pengpeng. While internally he was already filled with exuberance, having stepped into the tide of a new era, though he habitually concealed his joy. So, does that mean we're going to make a fortune? Shui Pengpeng could not contain his excitement, exclaiming as he quickly opened the contract. Upon clearly seeing Sun Shiwei's name in the signatures, his body trembled involuntarily. Damn it, Minyang is incredible. He pulled out over 20,000 items from Dongying without spending a dime, and the transportation costs are all covered by Sun Shiwei in advance. It's like a dream. How could he possibly sign? Shui Pengpeng exclaimed, practically spitting as he spoke. This is worth hundreds of thousands. I never even dared to think it would come to fruition. It's simply luck. I happened to meet an honest old son, Li Minyang replied nonchalantly, elucidating how fantastical the entire situation was, drawing a parallel to how old Mao once traded a mere mouth for an airplane. Pengpeng, our trials are merely commencing. Our current roles as middlemen demand unwavering resolve. Regardless of the arduousness of this path, once the arrow has been loosed, there is no turning back. If you wish to accompany me, then ensure you adhere closely this time. Li Minyang's expression was exceedingly solemn, and Shui Pengpeng offered no further words, merely nodding emphatically. You are to proceed to Jingping. Regardless of whether there are matters to attend to, it is imperative that you send me a pager message daily. We must communicate via telephone once, and I will await Sun Shiwei's confirmation on when the goods will be loaded before I embark for Jingping. Understood, Shui Pengpeng replied in a low voice. The two continued their discussion for quite some time, and approximately 20 minutes later, Shui Pengpeng departed Nanjian village with his luggage. Chapter 53. This young man is unyielding. 3 days after the consignment agreement was signed, Sun Shiwei had broached the subject with other members of the factory leadership. Upon learning that payments would not be settled immediately, and that even the transportation costs had to be covered by Dongying, they vocally opposed the decision. Sun Shiwei, are you leading hundreds of employees to ruin? What if the goods do not sell? How much will we need to subsidize for return shipping? After all the hassle, the inventory could turn into a heap of unsellable goods. The deputy factory director, Wei Laishun, with his yellowing teeth, banged on the table, vociferously opposing Sun Shiwei without a shred of deference. Even though Sun Shiwei held the position of factory director, he could not assert authority over seasoned employees like Wei Laishun, who deliberately defied him. This situation was akin to a subordinate suddenly challenging their superior. Naturally, the latter would not take kindly to it, nor heed their words. Is that Li reliable? Sun factory director, you should not be swayed by him. It would be better to let Qingda Foreign Trade take the goods at a lower price and settle the overdue wages for a month. Otherwise, we may not even afford meals. Chu Fangkong from the office grumbled in discontent. This woman in her 40s spent her days munching on seeds and perusing newspapers, occupying her seat without engaging in any tasks. Sun Shiwei, maintaining a stern demeanor, declared resolutely, the factory urgently needs to carve out a new path. If we dispose of the inventory at a low price, we want to even be able to repay the bank loans, let alone pay wages. The agreement has been signed, and should any mishap occur, I will bear the consequences. Subsequently, Sun Shiwei left the office in a huff, seething with frustration at the parasites who contributed nothing yet incessantly nitpicked and offered unsolicited opinions. However, it was imperative for the leadership team to reach a verbal consensus, as this was a crucial step in the factory S reform. Otherwise, if the veteran employees banded together to write a letter of complaint against Sun Shiwei, it would spell trouble. Yet, the following day, Sun Shiwei's perspective underwent a complete transformation. A torrential downpour struck that night, wreaking havoc in Dongying, soaking all the garments piled at the warehouse entrance. Sun Shiwei hurriedly dispatched individuals to clean up, but the attitude of the veteran employees left him astounded and disheartened. The workers managing the warehouse simply discarded the goods in the courtyard, treating them as refuse. Is this how you conduct your work? Sun Shiwei bellowed, pointing at the heap of garments on the ground. Seeing the factory director in such a rage, many employees gathered around. How do you expect us to work? Demonstrate first. We can't even receive our wages. Where we find the strength to do anything? The lead warehouse worker squatted down and declared he was done, prompting several other workers to turn away, lighting up cigarettes and engaging in idle chatter. The factory had not disbursed salaries for 3 months, and the employees' morale was exceedingly low. Tensions were always just a spark away from igniting. With their grievances directed squarely at the factory director, only the newly hired college graduates still held some respect for the director, but even they were gradually being influenced. As Sun Shiwei stood there, the crowd around him grew larger, and he felt increasingly trapped. He fixated on the pile of garments, his back slightly hunched, presenting a rather pitiable figure. Dead stock, a heap of unwanted dead stock. Li Minyang's words reverberated in Sun Shui's mind. It was no wonder Qingda looked down upon them. Even the factory's own employees treated the garments produced with such diligence as rubbish, let alone outsiders. At this juncture, Sun Shui's emotions were exceedingly fragile. Chongning, what are you planning to do? Don't be the first to stick your neck out. Even Director Sun has become a cautionary example for the organization. Who knows how long he can last? Seeing Chongning approach to tidy up the garments, a colleague promptly restrained her, gravely advising against it. Chongning hesitated, ultimately refraining from assisting, while several new college graduates remained rooted in place. After several minutes, Sun Shui turned and walked away, remaining silent, while the warehouse workers continued to revel in their mockery, erupting into raucous laughter, even provoking derision from the crowd. At worst, they might be suspended, but they could enjoy a few days off at home. Whether they returned or not mattered little, especially with no wages to consider. Sun Shui, as the factory director, had reached a point of utter failure. For reasons unfathomable, Li Minyang had become his last bastion of support. Upon returning to his office, he sent a pager message. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Minyang returned the call. Brother, what's the situation? He inquired. Sun Shui exhaled deeply, pausing for a few seconds before confiding his woes to Li Minyang, a shared experience owing to their familial ties. You've given them an inch, Brother Sunday. If you continue to procrastinate, the consignment deal will surely fall through. At this point, if you assert anything, they counter with something else. It's all about defiance. Li Minyang's tone escalated, his frustration palpable. What should we do now? Sun Shui asked, eager for guidance. First, suspend all those warehouse personnel and retain the keys with you. Regardless of whether the factory pays wages or not, the necessary penalties must be enforced. Accountability will come later. A fierce determination radiated from Li Minyang's visage. In his previous life as a leader, who would dare to deceive him in such a manner? Borrow 100 of their bravado, and they wouldn't stand a chance. And then, Sun Shui pressed, increasingly viewing Li Minyang as a pillar of support. Next, contact the transportation fleet. By tomorrow night or the night after, have all the goods from the warehouse transported to the station. What does that deputy factory director's nonsense matter? Why indulge them? If this drags on, your path will be completely obstructed. Can they truly have your best interests at heart? Li Minyang's words struck Sun Shui like a dagger, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Astonished by the young man's audacity, as the factory director, he was being urged to take decisive action, suspend the warehouse staff, and clear out the inventory under the cover of night. Yet, Sun Shui swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out. This was no exaggeration. There's no room for hesitation. Your state-owned enterprise operates with excruciating inefficiency, even if you personally guarantee it. Achieving a verbal agreement could take ages. Do you intend to let this linger? Inventory turning into dead stock? Moreover, if you attempt to move goods during the day, what if that imbecile deputy factory director intervenes? What will you do if someone tries to obstruct you? Don't waste time fretting over the opinions of those inept individuals. They're merely waiting to see you fail. Today's embarrassment is already palpable. They're likely anticipating your dismissal. So hurry up and take action. Li Minyang concluded with a sharp reprimand. Boom! A sudden, deafening noise erupted as the sky darkened at a visible pace, ominously brewing a storm. Sun Shui was jolted into clarity, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Damn it, I will not let them laugh at me. Tomorrow night, we'll move the goods. I'll contact the fleet and the transport management. Minyang, you must assist me. With newfound determination, Sun Shui stroked his bald head, wishing for an even fiercer storm to brew. The more tumultuous, the more valuable the fish. Yet, setting aside these thoughts, the depth of Sun Shui's reliance on the cunning old fox was becoming increasingly evident. Chapter 54. She has issues. Confirming the plan to move goods tomorrow night. Li Minyang hung up and immediately paged Huang Wandong, then waited by the phone for her return call. Pong Pong had been gone for 2 days, and his smoking quality had plummeted. Li Minyang felt somewhat awkward sitting idly in the small shop. He picked up a pack of the cheapest 5-bowl cigarettes, pondering their meager profit margins and wondering if they could possibly be counterfeit. With a sudden inhale, he grimaced as his face contorted into a bitter expression. The smoke was more potent than even dry tobacco, leaving his throat parched and irritated. Yet, he stifled his cough and turned to the shopkeeper, feigning enjoyment. What is going on? The shopkeeper, putting on an innocent facade, seemed oblivious. If it weren't for the fact that the old man had 4 sons and 3 daughters, Minyang might have been tempted to slap him. These cigarettes are surprisingly pleasant, he proclaimed, offering one to the shopkeeper with a generous spirit. The shopkeeper, puzzled, wondered aloud. What is this? Could it be that the counterfeit cigarettes are actually better than the real ones? Intrigued, he lit one up. only to be met with a violent fit of coughing that turned his face beet red, gasping for breath. Minyang, unable to suppress his own laughter, joined in, filling the shop with the acrid scent of imitation tobacco alongside the sound of their wheezing. At that moment, Huang Wandong's home was abuzz with activity. Her mother, Enai Qing, had just returned from an extensive 6-month trip to America, and the house was filled with relatives eager to join the festivities. Secretary Huang finally managed to put aside his work to gather with family for lunch. You only bully your father. Do you think I can let you get away with whatever you want at Fuhai? Are you aware of the immense employment challenges we face? The wave of layoffs is an undeniable trend. Your university education is a waste if it only brings your father trouble. Enai Qing reprimanded her daughter, exhausted from the time difference, yet frustrated by Huang Wandong's carelessness. Huang Wandong kept her head down, silently accepting the scolding, appearing remorseful, while her sister-in-law secretly reveled in the drama. Wandong, is there something you're hiding? The phone bill has skyrocketed. I just paid $10 and it's almost gone again. Who are you calling every day? Her sister-in-law, Jia Kaiyong, whispered conspiratorially. Don't say that. Huang Wandong snapped, casting a wary glance at her sister-in-law. Kaiyong giggled in response, clever enough to retreat, knowing someone was keeping an eye on Huang Wandong. The sister-in-law, impeccably dressed in a trendy outfit reminiscent of a television star, had inspired Huang Wandong's own hairstyle. Don't engage in any nonsense, Huang Ziyuan warned, his expression turning serious, anxious that his foolish daughter might associate with someone like Li Minyang. Regardless of who was right or wrong regarding the Tao family, the scandal was too significant to ignore, and the entire city was aware of it. The secretary couldn't afford to have his daughter dating a divorced son-in-law from the Tao family. It would be a disgrace. Dad, why do you say that? It's so annoying, Huang Wandong retorted, seizing the opportunity to retreat to her room as her pager buzzed. Enai Qing shot her daughter a stern look, granting her some leeway due to the presence of relatives, but she would not hesitate to issue a warning if her daughter truly acted foolishly. Minyang's message prompted Huang Wandong to bite her lip, a smile creeping onto her face as she hastily replied. Wandong, I'll be quite busy tomorrow, and I might not have time to find you. I may leave for Jingping tonight. If you're free, would you like to join me for lunch today? Minyang's voice was soft and inviting. Today at noon? Huang Wandong hesitated briefly. Sure, where should I find you? She quickly dismissed the family gathering from her mind, realizing that Minyang would be leaving the next day and wanting to accommodate him. Shall we meet at the entrance of the cultural mall? It's still early. Would you like to browse a bit? Minyang suggested, his voice as gentle as a drifting cloud, lifting Huang Wandong's spirits. A cool breeze wafted through the window, jingling the bells and tousling Huang Wandong's hair, transforming her surroundings into something beautiful. Let me check the time first. I'm not sure, she feigned busyness, casting a quick glance at the clock before hastily saying, all right, let us go to the mall. Huang Wandong had her own plans. She believed that a young man shouldn't be indulged too readily, and she had to maintain an air of modesty, occasionally rejecting his advances. All right, we'll see each other soon, Wandong. Don't rush. I don't mind waiting a bit longer, Minyang reassured her, his words causing the young woman on the other end of the line to chuckle. Hey, it's fine. I'll be quick. I might even be the one waiting for you, Huang Wandong replied before hanging up, rushing to the mirror to tidy her hair and spritz a bit of perfume from her sister-in-law's bag before stepping out, having never used such a product before. Meanwhile, the family gathered in the living room, chatting jovially. Enai Qing would typically arrange a meal with a simple phone call, but Secretary Huang preferred to avoid any extravagance. Let us just find a reasonable place to eat. No need for any fuss. Family gatherings should be kept simple, he insisted, his demeanor stern. Enai Qing sighed, knowing she had to concede to her husband's wishes, while the other family members dared not voice their opinions, aware of his strong principles and meticulous nature. The cheerful atmosphere dimmed slightly, but Huang Wandong, with her conspicuous bag, stood beside Huang Ziyuan. I need to stop by the office. I just received a sudden notice to work overtime, she said hurriedly, dashing towards the door. Stop. Enai Qing's sharp command startled Huang Wandong, freezing her in place. How did your office notify you? You were just asking for white-cut chicken, and now you're in such a hurry to leave? Let me see your pager messages. Enai Qing's face turned ashen, and Huang Ziyuan's warning triggered a sense of crisis within her. Jia Kaiyong, catching a whiff of the perfume Huang Wandong wore, guessed her intentions. It must be a date. And was it with that Li Minyang? She raised an eyebrow in warning, but chose not to elaborate. Mom, there are a lot of messages. Why are you snooping? I'm an adult now. I need to prioritize work, Huang Wandong mumbled vaguely, avoiding eye contact with her sister-in-law as she pushed open the door and dashed out, ignoring her mother's scolding. This girl must be up to something. It infuriates me. I'll settle this with her when she returns tonight. Enai Qing fumed, her hands on her hips, seething with anger. Huang Ziyuan's expression darkened further. It was evident there was a problem. If she truly pursued that Li Minyang, it would be a significant embarrassment. When I return, I'll at least give her a good talking to, Huang Wandong thought, realizing she had developed a rebellious streak. The ensuing narrative of the smuggler promises to be both exhilarating and authentic, certainly unlike any era fiction you have encountered. Please be patient as we unfold this tale soon. Additionally, let me share a humorous anecdote. A colleague ventured into the mountains for a pull, only to retreat due to the wild grass being too prickly. Ha! It made me laugh out loud. Chapter 55. Did you not hint at anything? Li Minyang, concerned about making Huang Wandong wait, decided to indulge himself by hailing a taxi to cover the distance from Nangan village to the city, arriving at the cultural mall in a hurry. However, the young lady was already there. Wandong, how long have you been here? Didn't I ask you to stay home a bit longer before leaving? Minyang exclaimed as he rushed towards her. Though his words were scolding, his gaze was filled with affection. Sunlight illuminated Huang Wandong's fair complexion, prompting Minyang to quickly shield her from the glaring rays, his exaggerated gestures indicating his reluctance to let her suffer even a little. He leaned slightly, gently blowing on her hair, causing it to dance in the breeze. His voice as soft as fallen leaves. Are you still feeling warm? One must admit, older men tend to be more considerate of young ladies. Otherwise, how could there be so many with a penchant for older gentlemen? I bought you some soda, Huang Wandong said, handing Minyang a bottle of cola before hastily entering the mall, her heart racing with excitement. Just now he got too close. That insufferable man, with so many people around. Even if he's preparing for a free-spirited romance, he should be mindful of the impact. His audacity is truly astounding. I cannot indulge him, or else he might expect to embrace and cuddle further. Huang Wandong silently chastised herself, contemplating how to adopt a stern demeanor to instill some hesitation in Li Minyang. She turned away, her brow furrowed, but only managed to maintain the facade for a fleeting second before he flashed me that charming smile. Huang Wandong, Minyang, come over quickly. There's a section with men's clothing. Let me show you some outfits. Her eyes squinted into crescent moons, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Wandong, I already have clothes. Let's explore upstairs, Li Minyang replied, gently gripping her shoulder, his palm fully enveloping it. Really, there's no need. Let's hurry along. Li Minyang held her slender shoulder, lightly nudging her forward for quite a distance before releasing his grip, his expression turning earnest. Wandong, could you please refrain from being so kind to me? Otherwise, I will constantly berate myself for not being good enough. Your affection feels nearly obsessive to me. You don't need to do anything but offer me the chance to be good to you. Could you allow me the opportunity to treat you well? The last sentence, a tentative inquiry, caused the old rogue's lips to quiver, appearing both tender and cautious, instantly rendering the emotionally vacant Huang Wandong defenseless. At that moment, should Li Minyang utter a word, she would gladly part with all her wealth for him. I haven't been that good to you, have I? Let us go, Huang Wandong murmured, lowering her head as she moved forward, gently tugging at the corner of Li Minyang's garment. This small act of initiative had already drained all her courage. However, Li Minyang, being quite the charmer, deliberately slowed his pace, prompting her to grasp his hem. When she turned back in confusion, she was met with his deep, affectionate gaze. Wandong, why are you tugging at my clothes? Li Minyang feigned innocence, effortlessly taking her small hand and enveloping it in his warm grasp. Huang Wandong's mind short-circuited. She felt flustered yet bewildered, allowing him to hold her hand, her senses acutely aware of the warmth radiating from him. Let us head upstairs, Li Minyang insisted, still not letting go, appearing remarkably nonchalant as he led Huang Wandong up the stairs. Only then did she realize, pulling her hand away forcefully, her face flushed with the warmth of the setting sun, almost burning with embarrassment. Li Minyang, are we not allowed to hold hands? He asked innocently. Sorry, I thought your tugging at my shirt was a hint. Hint my foot. Huang Wandong, already shy, buried her face further, pressing her lips together, wishing she could vanish into the ground. All right, I misunderstood. I'm not angry anymore. I'll write you a note of apology, Li Minyang said softly, stepping closer to gently caress her hair, applying just enough pressure for her forehead to rest against his chest. To an onlooker, they appear to be nothing more than young lovers reveling in their romance. It's fine, Huang Wandong's voice floated softly as she allowed him to stroke her hair. Reluctant to part from this moment of warmth, savoring it deeply, she genuinely believed that her earlier tugging on his shirt had inadvertently led to this hand-holding, and that it was all unintentional on his part, for he was inherently upright. They lingered close for a while before continuing forward, having spent a significant time in the mall, yet still not ascending to the second floor. Shall we move on? Li Minyang inquired. Huang Wandong nodded gently. Then shall we hold hands? No. I'm embarrassed. I'm still thinking about what just happened, she stammered. Li Minyang raised his hand to his nose, inhaling the lingering scent of her on his palm. I can't bear to wash my hands now. They still carry your fragrance. Oh dear, this old man is too skilled. Huang Wandong shot him a reproachful glance, hastening ahead and snorting disdainfully. What a pitiful display. Yet the next moment, she couldn't help but smile secretly, feeling that Li Minyang was irreplaceable. There was only one him in this world. Today's weather is lovely, Huang Wandong remarked. Li Minyang quietly followed behind her, the emotions swirling within him difficult to articulate as his gaze remained fixed on her delicate silhouette, unwilling to divert his attention. Wandong, you will never know how profoundly you matter to me in this life. No one shall take you from me. This world is too filthy, and no one else deserves you. Li Minyang suddenly fell silent. Huang Wandong turned back, feigning interest in the wares on display, yet subtly glancing at him. When she noticed he was still gazing at her, she felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to walk. Hey, handsome, why not buy your partner some jewelry? A woman called out while passing a stall. Wandong, wait a moment. Let me buy you something, Li Minyang said, stepping forward to grasp her arm. This intimate gesture seemed not to cross any boundaries. The bustling mall provided ample noise to mask their conversation. Minyang, Huang Wandong quickly shook her head. She frequented this mall and knew the jewelry here was quite expensive. Let us buy some, Li Minyang insisted, pulling her into the store. One hand selected gifts while the other remained firmly on her arm. I'll soon be going on a business trip and fear that other men might pursue you and you'll forget me. So I need to buy you more jewelry to bribe you. So you won't forget me too quickly when I return, he declared, presenting a delicate hairpin adorned with gems. What nonsense! Huang Wandong pouted, displeased, her voice barely above a whisper. I would never forget you. Wandong, let me put this on for you. Li Minyang carefully tucked the hairpin into her hair, gazing tenderly at her fair face, speaking softly. You look stunning. I can only imagine the good deeds a man must do to earn the privilege of marrying you. Stop with the empty flattery, Huang Wandong retorted, pulling away but then gently touching the hairpin as if it were a treasure. Chapter 56, A Narrow Path of Enmity. Tao Qingqing, after failing to secure a partnership with Li Minyang, faced mounting pressures and ultimately decided against having the child. In a small town where gossip ran rampant, particularly in today's intolerant society, she could hardly hold her head high, prompting her to seek employment in the provincial city. Tao Jianfa and He Yuzhen specifically traveled to the provincial city to assist their daughter in her job search. Finding a temporary position in the county was simple, but in the provincial city, it was far more complicated. Tao Qingqing scoffed at average jobs, yet her father lacked the capability to secure anything better. During lunch, the trio casually chose a modest restaurant, and while dining at a small table, Tao Jianfa noticed someone familiar in the adjacent private room. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock. Secretary Huang is here, he exclaimed. Surely you jest. Secretary Huang wouldn't dine in a place like this, He Yuzhen replied, skeptical. Oh, I know my people. It's definitely Secretary Huang. We worked together for several years. He was my team leader, Tao Jianfa insisted, growing excited. Really? He Yuzhen's eyes sparkled, lowering her voice. In that case, let us ask him to help arrange a job for Qingqing. At the mention, Tao Qingqing straightened, her face lighting up with hope. Having come to the provincial city, she felt unworthy of even meeting him, but now that an opportunity presented itself, they should seize it. Let us go meet Secretary Huang, she urged, her father smirking slyly. Is now the right time? He Yuzhen laughed brightly. It's perfect. It looks like a family gathering. If we don't seize the moment, we might not get another chance, Tao Jianfa said, already standing up, acknowledging the director's keen perception of the situation. The three of them quietly approached Secretary Huang's private room to knock. Meanwhile, Huang Ziyuan and Ni Qing were berating Huang Wandong for being thoughtless, their tempers flaring as they questioned who she had run off to find. Kaiyang, you're the closest in Wandong. Do you know who she has been associating with lately? Ni Qing wore a stern expression, her gaze fixed upon her daughter-in-law. Recently, Wandong had been frequently gathering with her university classmates, though the identity of these friends remained unclear to me. Jia Kaiyang appeared somewhat anxious. In such a family dynamic, pressure was inevitable. Ni Qing's face darkened further as she turned her attention to Huang Ziyuan. At that time, when Wandong arranged a job for Li Minyang, and you were unable to intervene, she sulked and ran off to the county town, and now she has followed that man to the provincial capital. Such is the situation, correct? Wandong's desire to return primarily stemmed from homesickness. She had merely been seconded without proper procedures, ostensibly to cultivate the child's resilience. In front of the relatives, Huang Ziyuan still sought to preserve his daughter's dignity. However, one must be cautious not to entangle oneself with that Li Minyang. The matter of marriage has been handled so carelessly. Can such a man be relied upon? Moreover, our family cannot afford to lose face. What a farce this has become. And I Ching lamented. For a moment, no one in the private room dared to utter a word, the atmosphere laden with tension. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Jia Kaiyang responded quickly, assuming it was the waiter. Is it you, Secretary Huang? Tao Jianfa grinned widely, his back hunched, his head bobbing in an exaggerated manner, exuding servility. Jianfa? Hello, what brings you to the provincial capital? Huang Ziyuan stood up, extending his hand to shake Tao Jianfa's, feeling it necessary to express gratitude regarding his daughter's job relocation. Alas, Tao Jianfa sighed deeply, his demeanor pitiful as he cast a lingering glance at Tao Qingqing. This man was skilled at steering the conversation toward his daughter, seeking to leverage Secretary Huang's influence. Qingqing's reputation has been tarnished by that Li Minyang. Unable to remain in a small county, she had no choice but to come to the provincial capital in search of work, yet she has no leads. My poor daughter. Her heart is too kind. Tao Jianfa lamented, disparaging Li Minyang to the point where others could hardly contain their irritation. Meanwhile, just outside the private room, Li Minyang and Huang Nuandong fortuitously visited the same restaurant, a mere stone's throw from the cultural square. Here, Huang Nuandong felt secure, contemplating that her mother would surely look down upon such a place, preferring a more upscale hotel. The two of them sat at a small table, engrossed in conversation. And as the white-cut chicken was served, Li Minyang promptly served Huang Nuandong, her bright red hairpin catching the eye. To any observer, it was unmistakable that the pair were romantically involved. Suddenly, the door to the private room on Li Minyang's left swung open. He instinctively glanced over, only to feel a chill run down his spine upon seeing Tao Qingqing standing at the entrance, accompanied by Tao Jianfa. What a twist of fate. A flicker of hostility crossed Li Minyang's face. His resentment toward this family lingered, unyielding and unforgiving. Huang Nuandong, still holding her food, followed Li Minyang's gaze and froze, unable to breathe. Huh? Am I seeing things? Is this an illusion? Huang Nuandong couldn't believe her eyes, even rubbing them in disbelief. At that moment, Secretary Huang and an I Ching were escorting the Tao family from the private room when they opened the door to find their daughter, who was supposed to be working overtime, dining with a tall man. What was that on her head? Had she received gifts from him? Huang Nuandong felt tears welling up, wishing she could forget the moment entirely. What a stroke of bad luck. Tao Jianfa's expression darkened as he witnessed Huang Nuandong and Li Minyang together. His heart wrenched with discomfort. Would he feel any relief? He then turned to Huang Xin, exclaiming, Secretary Huang, that man is Li Minyang. His character is questionable, so keep her distance from him. Upon hearing this, An I Ching's face turned ashen, her teeth clenched, emitting a grinding sound. Huh, don't spew nonsense. Tao Qingqing lacks virtue herself, and now seeks to cast blame on me. Spare us your repulsiveness, Li Minyang retorted, glaring fiercely as he rose from his chair, his imposing stature radiating a sense of intimidation, though he did not immediately recognize Huang Ziyuan. I'm too weary to converse with someone like you. Tao Jianfa feigned a meek demeanor, waving his hand as he pulled Tao Qingqing aside, while the venomous He Yuzhen remained silent, putting on a facade of amiability. Weren't you supposed to be at work? An I Ching's voice rang out, startling Huang Nuandong, who involuntarily trembled. Li Minyang furrowed his brow. Finally recognizing the individuals in the private room, a weight settled in his chest, knowing that Tao Jianfa had likely spoken many vile words. And in the eyes of the Huang family, he would hardly leave a good impression, let alone be regarded as a person of worth. I just finished and went out to eat with friends, Huang Nuandong explained, her voice tinged with guilt. Get back here. An I Ching struggled to restrain her emotions, yet could not suppress her anger. Huang Nuandong, feeling utterly dejected, trudged over, casting an apologetic glance at Li Minyang. It was this very glance that intensified the ire of An I Ching, Huang Zhen, and others, their gazes toward Li Minyang brimming with disdain. In swift succession, the door to the private room slammed shut with a resounding thud. The plot thickens tomorrow. Everyone, do not rush. Chapter 57, Striving with all one's might and devotion. Since the proverbial pot has been shattered, some lowly individuals insist on reversing right and wrong. With Li Minyang's temperament, he would undoubtedly make the Tao family pay dearly. Rising to join their table. What do you want? Tao Jianfa stammered, instinctively recoiling, his face betraying a flash of pain, a remnant of muscle memory. Let me make myself clear. Your family can forget about living comfortably from now on. If I ever have the chance to retaliate, I will crush you. Li Minyang's expression darkened as he cast a menacing glance at the three of them, his teeth gritted in fury. a ferocity that suggested he was ready to devour them whole. Li Minyang, do you think you could take a life? What are you afraid of? Tao Jianfa sneered, baring his teeth. Spit on my face. Li Minyang struck Tao Jianfa squarely on the forehead, the sharp sound echoing like a watermelon being struck. You old fool. You're truly despicable. What was that about your father just now? You asked for it. Li Minyang cursed vehemently as he stood up. You are a worthless wretch, raised without guidance. He Yuzhen lunged at Li Minyang, claws bared. Then let your father teach you how to be a person. Li Minyang retaliated with a swift slap, sending He Yuzhen crashing onto the table, food scattering everywhere. In the small county, He Yuzhen was notorious for her ferocity, always the aggressor. Yet here she found herself on the receiving end of Li Minyang's wrath. Li Minyang, I'm going to fight you. Tao Qingqing shouted, swinging her hand toward him. Then do your utmost, for I shall give my all. Li Minyang seized Tao Qingqing's arm, gritting his teeth as he delivered a resounding slap, instantly marking her face with 3 distinct handprints, leaving her dazed and reeling. Indeed, Tao Qingqing's gaze turned vacant. When he vowed to give his all, he meant it. Li Minyang was unwavering in his principles, valuing integrity and righteousness. If one believed Li Minyang to be a morally upright individual, they were sorely mistaken. Not being bound by any system, he acted with unrestrained fervor, detesting evil. This family had caused his demise in a past life, forcing him to wear the green hat of betrayal for a lifetime. Would he easily let them off the hook? Not a chance. Ouch. He Yuzhen howled from the ground, while Tao Qingqing clutched her face, finally processing the situation, glaring venomously at Li Minyang. Yet, the Tao family had grown subdued, refraining from making a fuss, especially Tao Jianfa, who had withdrawn into himself. Tao Qingqing, remember my words. Your life will never be easy, Li Minyang warned, pointing a finger at her before swiftly departing. Tossing 2 bills at the boss without waiting for change, for the gathering crowd was drawing attention, and lingering would only invite trouble. The enmity with the Tao family would not end easily. It would be a relentless cycle. As for Wandong, if Li Minyang lingered, attempting to explain to her family and hoping to leave a favorable impression, he would only complicate matters for Wandong. Such deeply ingrained perceptions are challenging to alter in an instant. Only by achieving a semblance of success can one possess a voice that commands attention. It is only then that others, especially men, might be inclined to truly understand you. Economic capability serves as your backbone in this starkly pragmatic society. What fantasies do you harbor? It is already a stroke of fortune to encounter a foolish girl who treats you well. Do you also expect her family to be naive? Avoid excessive chatter. It is ultimately the financial means that bring honor to one as wife and children. Dad, Mom, are you both well? Tao Qingqing, with tear-filled eyes, embraced Tao Jianfa and He Yuzhen, her hair in disarray, utterly disheveled at this moment. I must make Li Minyang wait. Tao Jianfa pointed towards the door, coughing violently, having never endured such humiliation in his lifetime. He Yuzhen was even more enraged, her chest aching as she gasped for breath. Meanwhile, within the Huang family's private room, Enai Qing could no longer contain her fury, her anger boiling over. Huang Wandong, I warn you, do not engage in disgraceful antics. Consider your father's position. We cannot afford to lose face because of you. Keep your distance from that Li Minyang. Let this be etched in your mind. He doesn't even have a formal job, does he? Just a vagrant. What can he possibly accomplish? Use your brain. A man devoid of responsibility will only drag you down and ruin your life. At that moment, only Enai Qing's voice resonated, and Huang Ziyuan's expression darkened. As his greatest fear had come to pass, he allowed his partner to berate Huang Wandong, while other relatives wore expressions of disappointment and frustration. Even Jia Kaiyang, who typically refrained from family matters, furrowed her brow, regarding Huang Wandong as possessing woefully poor judgment. Especially after Tao Jianfa's remarks, the disdain for Li Minyang only intensified. Speak up, do you hear me? When Huang Wandong bowed her head in silence, Enai Qing's anger surged, and she yelled sharply. I heard you, but your words are misguided. Huang Wandong suddenly became defiant, raising her head to look at Enai Qing with indignation. Minyang is not as you portray him. Besides, there are many who venture into the sea of commerce. Not all are aimless. Her resolute stance and articulate words were formidable. Enai Qing stood up, pointing at Huang Wandong, her arm trembling uncontrollably, her breath noticeably quickening. The other family members were taken aback. This girl had the audacity to confront Enai Qing. Originally seated next to Huang Wandong, Jia Kaiyang discreetly shifted away, fearing the fallout. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and such abrupt stillness can often be the most perilous. Huang Wandong felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, but then she reconsidered. She thought to herself that returning home might only result in a beating. Yet she must strive for something on Minyang's behalf. Having suffered indignities at the Tao family's hands, why should he bear the blame alone? Thus, her expression shifted slightly. "Do as you wish," she said, adopting a provocatively smug demeanor. In some respects, both Li and Huang exemplified strong personalities. "Just wait until we return. You will see how I handle you." And I Ching sat down with a calm exterior, though the veins in her neck bulged, still mindful of the other family members, determined to finish the meal. However, it was clear to all that this was merely the calm before the storm. Regardless of how others, including classmates like Lu Ziliang, underestimated Li Mingyang, dismissing him as a failure, and how even family members regarded him as a societal parasite, Huang Nuandong had always believed in him. No matter how Minyang fared in the future, she resolutely declared that she would not tolerate disparaging remarks about him. On a crowded bus, Li Mingyang received a page from Sun Shuwei, and by the time he returned the call after reaching Nanshan village, more than half an hour had passed. "Tonight we move. I have arranged for the transport. Minyang, I need your assistance." Sun Shuwei's tone was off, clearly brimming with suppressed anger. "All right," Li Mingyang replied emphatically, offering no further comment. Chapter 58, Dongying Station Team. 2 hours earlier, in the office of the Dongying Garment Factory, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Colleagues crowded the corridor outside various departments, whispering and gossiping quietly. Sun Shuwei stood alone at his desk, facing a chorus of ridicule. Ever since Secretary Huang designated Dongying as a model case, the factory leadership had been embroiled in daily disputes. Compounded by 3 months without salaries, anxiety permeated the workforce, leading employees to split into 2 factions. One faction, led by Deputy Factory Director Wei Laishan, advocated for a low-cost liquidation of inventory to first settle the employees' delayed wages. The other, represented by the newly appointed Sun Shuwei, sought to explore new marketing avenues, dedicating the factory's limited budget to market expansion. Initially, the newly hired graduates supported Sun Shuwei's vision, recognizing the need for reform in state-owned enterprises and the necessity for innovation in the garment industry. However, Wei Laishan's experience proved formidable. He vehemently championed employee welfare, insisting that regardless of the consequences, even if it meant selling off the factory's assets, employee salaries must be met, indifferent to the factory's future. After all, Wei Laishan was nearing retirement and had little concern for the factory's fate, focusing solely on enriching his own pockets in the limited time remaining. Gradually, more employees began to side with Wei Laishan. Even the new graduates began to feel a sense of aversion towards Sun Shuwei. Financial strain had tightened every employee's nerves. But once assets were sold off at rock-bottom prices, Dongying would be on the brink of collapse, leaving no one unscathed. I do not believe Wang Yong and the others are at fault. The continuous failure to disburse salaries has already placed a heavy burden on the employees' lives. Why escalate minor issues and make things difficult for the warehouse manager? Instead of wasting energy on this, why not think about how to sell the inventory to Chengde and at least provide employees with half a month's wages? Wei Laishan, under the guise of advocating for the workers, criticized Sun Shuwei's decisions. This argument erupted due to the warehouse manager's public defiance of the factory director's orders and a negative work attitude, resulting in Sun Shuwei confiscating Wang Yong and others' keys, along with withholding a month's wages and performance bonuses. According to the rules, this was a standard penalty. But now Wei Laishan had stepped in to champion the cause of the employees. Indeed, it seems you are stripping your own people bare while generously entertaining outsiders. Yet you can never manage to pay employees their wages. Director Sun, you are truly commendable. Chu Fangkong in the office raised a thumb, her provocative comment shifting the blame for the unpaid salaries on his son Shuwei, as if it were his doing, while in reality it stemmed from long-standing issues of unsold inventory. At this critical juncture for Dongying, as a veteran employee, you should spread positive energy rather than lead the charge in work avoidance. This key is confiscated, and all wages for this month will be withheld. Sun Shuwei slammed the keys onto the desk, his demeanor resolute, unwilling to yield even an inch. Huh, so you intend to withhold this month's wages? Wang Yong scoffed, stepping forward and mockingly waving his hand, his tone dripping with disdain. Go ahead and withhold my pay. As if you could actually manage to pay anyone. Do as you please, take the keys if you want, and feel free to inspect the warehouse. You flit about like a fly without any real work to do. His words elicited a wave of laughter. And soon Wang Yong led a group of warehouse staff out of the office, shouting, "Let us go, time to drink," and continued to mock. Do you even know who I am? They genuinely believe themselves to be of great importance, maintaining an inflated sense of self. Sun Shuwei's expression turned ashen, and the mocking voices echoing in the corridor ground his dignity into the dust. Meanwhile, Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong wore increasingly smug expressions. The situation had become clear. Sun Shui had become the factory's public enemy, with no one willing to support him. At this critical moment, the newly established marketing department was supposed to report to Sun Shui. Chang Ning, as the representative, was to deliver the well-analyzed market research materials to the factory director. But at this instant, she hesitated. Chang Ning began to express her gratitude towards the elder sister in the department, who had stopped her this morning from assisting Sun Shui in clearing the pile of clothes at the warehouse entrance. She realized that if she stood in the wrong line, she too would be implicated. Thus, Chang Ning refrained from approaching Sun Shui and directly handed over the research materials to Wei Laishun, reporting her work to him. This maneuver was undeniably malevolent in nature. Chang Ning, what do you mean by this? Sun Shui inquired through gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly. This was more treacherous than the attitude displayed by Wang Yong and his companions, who were merely passive and accepted their punishments. At this moment, Chang Ning's blatant disregard for Sun Shui's authority as the factory manager, by not reporting her work to him, was unmistakable. Chang Ning paused for a moment, her heart skipping a beat, yet she chose to go with the flow and ignored Sun Shui. Wei Laishun, delighted, took the research materials and pretended to glance through them before loudly praising. As expected a university student, the research is remarkably comprehensive and meticulous. Excellent work, truly commendable. The future development of Dongying relies on you young individuals. One must admit, Wei Laishun was adept at winning hearts. At that moment, Chang Ning beamed brightly. Yet she was still too young, a fresh graduate who failed to grasp the intricacies of the situation. In this scenario, it would have sufficed to say nothing. Whether the work was done or not was inconsequential. But why report anything? Why feel the need to be the first to speak out? As if Chang Ning were rallying everyone against Sun Shui? This scene was a blatant insult to Sun Shui, akin to a direct affront. If these individuals gained power, they would certainly seek to destroy him. Sun Shui glared at Chang Ning with venomous disdain, his hatred for her surpassing that for Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong. Once Chang Ning finished her report, Wei Laishun and the others departed, dismissing the punishment of withholding the warehouse keys without a second thought. As for the agency sales matter, as long as Wei Laishun opposed it, all the workers in the factory would follow suit. Even if Sun Shui signed and stamped the documents, it would be of no consequence. He would bear the penalty for breach of contract himself. If Sun Shui were to summon the transportation team to move the goods, Wei Laishun could unite the factory workers to drive them away, a notion that aligned perfectly with Li Minyang's suspicions. Li Minyang had experienced his fair share of such backstabbing. Presently, Wei Laishun awaited the opportunity to dispose of the inventory at a low price, eager to profit as much as possible. Regardless of Sun Shui's actions, he would oppose them, whether right or wrong. As Wei Laishun and his companions reached the corridor, he confidently declared, "No matter what, I will find a way to ensure your interests are protected. I am indifferent. We cannot let your paths be obstructed." This was met with enthusiastic applause, which rang in Sun Shui's ears like a series of slaps across his face. The factory buzzed with activity as various departments discussed the warehouse management issue, and it became evident to all that Sun Shui, as the factory manager, would not last long. At this moment, Sun Shui began notifying the transport team and called Li Minyang. Chapter 59, Departure. The sky gradually darkened, and suddenly a furious wind arose, sweeping through the streets and alleys of Fuhai like a wild beast. The metal sheets outside rattled violently, and soon the city lay in ruins, devoid of human presence. Beep, beep, beep. Several liberation trucks parked by the roadside, growling as shadows raced into the distance against the howling wind. "Brothers, over there," Li Minyang shouted, leading the charge, followed closely by three younger companions, Zhou Junzi, Fang Fanpu, and the lad Hao Ido. Among his university peers, Li Minyang could only call upon these two, and due to the lack of manpower, he had to trouble Hao Ido to take the night off. At that moment, Sun Shui leaned out from the passenger window, waving to Li Minyang and the others. Despite the cargo transfer being managed, he was concerned about the excessive inventory and had summoned more friends to assist, fearing they wouldn't finish by dawn. "Make sure you get on the truck," Li Minyang instructed, quickly jumping into Sun Shui's vehicle and squeezing into the passenger seat. Only after ensuring Fang Fanpu and the others were on board did he signal the lead vehicle to depart. "I only called 3 brothers. What about you, Sungo?" Li Minyang asked, lighting a cigarette as rain began to pour down. "With the crew I have, there are more than 10 of us. We can definitely finish in one night. It will be easier with more people," Sun Shui replied in a low tone, his brow furrowed, his demeanor tense and troubled. "What if the rain gets heavier? Won't it soak the goods?" Li Minyang questioned again. "Rest assured, there will be a layer of waterproof plastic beneath the tarpaulin. Nothing will get wet," Sun Shui assured. That's good to hear. Li Minyang lingered for a few more seconds on Sun Shui's profile before asking, Sun Go, what is the situation in the factory now? Are some of the old-timers deliberately targeting you? Sun Shui exhaled a long sigh, recalling the incident that still ignited his fury. Growling, damn it, the new batch of university students has started to ride on my coattails. There are fools among them who, during the work report, deliberately ignored me in front of all the leaders, submitting materials to Wei Laishun instead. Haha, once the factory starts running smoothly and I gain the upper hand, I will make that woman pay dearly. At that moment, Sun Shui's fierce expression made Li Minyang acutely aware of his intense anger. This behavior was indeed outrageous. The name Changming flashed through Li Minyang's mind. He recalled that she worked in Dongying, but such foolishness couldn't possibly originate from her. Could it? Surely. She wouldn't be foolish enough to be the one to stick her neck out. Minyang, those old-timers at the factory, the parasites who do nothing. Once this blows over, I will make sure to deal with each one of them. Sun Shui shook his fist as though envisioning those individuals right before him. The convoy continued onward through the torrential rain, visibility dwindling as darkness enveloped them. The factory workers are all siding with Wei Laishun, especially the older ones. I'm worried the gatekeeper might secretly report us. The relationship has soured completely. If this reaches Wei Laishun, I fear he will bring people to block us. Sun Shui expressed his concerns. Minyang, the situation at the factory is too complicated. Although I can sign the agreement and smoothly follow the process, if the workers refuse to allow us to load the goods, we will truly have no way out. Is there only old Qin at the gate in Dongying? Li Minyang quickly asked. At that moment, a fierce determination surged within him. He thought Sun Shui was being overly cautious. Given the gravity of the situation, how could one gatekeeper pose a threat? If he was truly afraid of trouble and unwilling to act boldly, then they should cut all communication lines. Yes, only old Qin. Minyang, do you know him? Sun Shui inquired, still adhering to a more cautious approach. If it weren't for Li Minyang's influence, he would never dare to take such risks. Then it's fine. Li Minyang smiled reassuringly, realizing they would ultimately have to rely on his uncle's connections, casually explaining, Old Qin has given me plenty of good cigarettes. He's on my side and won't side with Wei Laishun. Is that so? Sun Shui's face brightened, his admiration for the young Li Minyang growing. The journey continued, swaying unsteadily until they crossed the last intersection, arriving at the gate of Dongying. The iron gate rattled violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. Honk the horn, Li Minyang instructed, rolling down the window and leaning out. Sungo, you should lean out too so Old Qin can see you. If it's just me, this won't go smoothly. All right. Sun Shui nodded. As the horn blared, the lights in the gatekeeper's booth flickered on. Moments later, a small gap opened in the window, and Master Qin's head emerged, his expression filled with resentment. Old Qin, open the door. We need to clear the goods from the factory, Sun Shui shouted, while Li Minyang remained silent, merely observing Qin Shengli. Upon witnessing the commotion at the entrance, Qin Shengli immediately discerned the intentions of Director Sun, an illicit shipment, engaging in some sort of consignment sales. However, Wei Laishun was vehemently opposed to this. Logically, a prior notification should have been issued. Damn it, I am merely a gatekeeper, nearing retirement. What do I have to fear? Let them do as they please. Without uttering a word, Old Qin tossed the keys to Li Minyang, then with a decisive clap, shut the window, dismissing the affair as none of his concern. It was not he who initiated it. Li Minyang promptly leaped down to open the door, followed by Sun Shui, who struggled to brace the door's latch, allowing a stream of cargo trucks to enter the yard. Initially, Old Qin lay facing the entrance, but the blinding lights of the trucks compelled him to turn away and resume his slumber. Inside the warehouse, Sun Shui swung open the door to allow the freight truck to back in, and soon a group of young workers disembarked, diligently commencing the unloading of goods. Only the winter apparel must be moved, leave the rest untouched, Sun Shui commanded loudly. Meanwhile, Li Minyang called his brothers over for assistance, casually mentioning that they were helping a leader with the cargo, as they would need to rely on him for business lately. Fang Fanpu and others did not hesitate to join. As they worked, the brothers exhibited no inclination to slack off, laboring earnestly. Fang Fanpu and Hao Ito even shared a few jovial exchanges with Li Minyang, while Zhou Junzi remained silent, wholly absorbed in his tasks. It was only around 5 o'clock in the morning that they managed to load all the winter apparel onto the trucks, an impressive total of 27,000 pieces. Sun Shui had resolutely committed to the endeavor, loading as much as possible. The convoy dared not linger, quickly departing the factory grounds, while Qin Shengli reopened the window as Sun Shui tossed the keys inside. Old Qin remained silent throughout the ordeal. With a sigh of relief, Li Minyang gazed at the long line of trucks in the rearview mirror, finally able to relax, as the drawn bow had been released. The treacherous path of the smuggler, no matter how fraught with danger and profit, was set to commence. Chapter 60. Be ruthless in handling affairs. At Fuhai Railway Station, a steady drizzle fell incessantly, leaving the roads pockmarked and flooded. Li Minyang and son Shiwei hurried along, paying little heed to their appearance, their trouser legs caked with mud and their bodies soaked through. Unable to transport such a large quantity in one go, at most 20,000 pieces, they resolved to split it into 2 shipments, spaced 2 weeks apart. The railway freight staff busily recorded details in their logbooks, casting a glance at the 2 drenched figures. At that time, the transportation industry was still lagging behind. Trains with up to 150 carriages capable of carrying 20,000 tons were not scheduled daily, and missing one would mean a wait of several days. The critical issue was that one might not even secure a spot. Transportation remained the most pressing challenge. I communicated this over the phone, son Shiwei exclaimed, growing anxious as he offered a cigarette to the clerk. However, the staff member showed no inclination to engage, turning his back and impatiently urging the workers, hurry up with the loading, let the rest take it back. Adversity is the norm in life, and calamity often follows closely behind. Brother, may I have a word? Son Shiwei forced a smile, pulling the man aside. Meanwhile, Li Minyang remained stationary, realizing that joining them would be imprudent. However, his brow furrowed, and his expression was grim. Brother, I truly haven't prepared much. I am unfamiliar with the local market. Please devise a solution. Everything else can be negotiated. Son Shiwei slipped the meager 70 yuan he possessed into the man's pocket, while the transportation costs, including the transfer fees to Jingping, were entirely covered by Li Minyang. With such a large shipment, other units cannot accommodate it. I can't prioritize just you. At most, I can fit half a carriage more. Beyond that, I genuinely have no means. The clerk relented slightly, yet he sought to compel son Shiwei to make 2 trips. The rationale was simple. If he could delay the process, he would benefit twice. A cold flicker crossed son Shiwei's face as he glanced at Li Minyang, recognizing that his concession indicated the matter could indeed be resolved. Come here. Suddenly, Li Minyang's voice rose sharply, echoing in the rain-soaked air, as he stepped forward and seized the clerk's arm, dragging him into the puddles. What are you doing? The clerk's heart raced, having worked in this capacity for so long. He had never been treated so rudely. Open your eyes and take a good look at this cargo. Li Minyang pulled the man towards the loaded carriage, tearing open a package of clothing, unleashing his pent-up frustration in a near roar. These are uniforms destined for Jingping, procured jointly by the Quality Supervision Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and the Taxation Bureau. If they are not shipped on time and returns occur, leading to financial losses for state-owned enterprises, you will bear the responsibility. As he spoke, Li Minyang hurled several packages onto the rain-soaked ground. You want me to take the cargo back? I'll make it clear. If the truck cannot be loaded, this merchandise will remain at the station entrance. You handle it. He pointed an accusatory finger at the clerk and stormed off in fury. In that moment, the workers responsible for loading froze, particularly the previously irritable cargo manager, who dared not breathe, standing in stunned silence. Could he really be held accountable? Had he the capacity for such responsibility? To be frank, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Subsequently, Li Minyang and son Shiwei sheltered from the rain atop a platform, comfortably smoking, as they observed the loading at the station entrance. Moments later, to their surprise, the clerk returned to retrieve the soaked cargo, instructing the workers to continue loading. Get their goods loaded. The clerk tossed out this command before departing to another side of the cargo management station, unable to face the platform due to the tall figure standing there. People are despicable, Li Minyang muttered angrily, revealing a hint of defiance. Son Shiwei glanced at him, bursting into laughter. Aha, Minyang, you truly have a way with words, quite ruthless. Truthfully, had Li Minyang been more reserved, son Shiwei would have genuinely worried about this venture to Russia, given the numerous vexations they had encountered along the way. Yet, this young man was astute, not one to be trifled with. He knew when to be assertive, demonstrating a fierce determination and an uncanny ability to navigate complex situations. A mere glance from son Shiwei had sufficed for him to understand the gravity of the matter. Had Li Minyang followed along with a carefree demeanor, it was unlikely that the clerk would have accepted the bribe, and he would have undoubtedly posed further challenges. Li Minyang merely smiled, offering no further reply. He was all too familiar with how to handle such individuals, solely concerned with avoiding accountability. Once the uniforms were revealed, the situation escalated, and they were more cowardly than anyone. The 2 men fell into a brief silence, gazing vacantly at the gentle rain, utterly fatigued from a night's labor. Minyang, there are some matters we need to address openly. Suddenly, son Shiwei turned to Li Minyang, his expression unusually grave. Brother Sun, I know what you wish to convey. You can report my identification details to the police. If fraud is involved, I will take responsibility, Li Minyang replied, turning with a relaxed smile. Rest assured concerning this cargo, it is unlikely to lead me, Li, down the path of fleeing. However, the normal business risks will be borne by Dongying. Although such opportunities are rare, as you said, we must lay everything on the table. This batch of goods from Dongying, if it cannot be sold in the regular market, will be Dongying's loss. Should Li Minyang vanish in Russia with the cargo, he would be deemed a fraudster. Of course, Sun Shui would not escape accountability either. Minyang, it's not that I don't trust you, but I must clarify our situation. After all, Dongying is a state-owned enterprise. The cold rainwater brought Sun Shui to a sobering realization. He needed to apply some pressure on Li Minyang. As he was handling state-owned assets, time was of the essence, and he had to ensure the money was brought back promptly. Minyang, my current situation is quite dire. Wei Laishun and his associates will undoubtedly exploit this matter. If it drags on too long, it will indeed become a grave issue, and I will have to assure my superiors. Sun Shui paused momentarily, fixating on Li Minyang, then articulated each word with precision. If this agency sale fails to turn a profit within the stipulated time frame, I will resign and accept the investigation by the relevant authorities, ensuring that all employees receive their wages. Brother Sun, your unwavering trust in me will not be disappointed. I will certainly bring the money back to you by the end of September. Li Minyang spoke earnestly, patting Sun Shui on the shoulder. Excellent. Sun Shui nodded vigorously, and the two shared a hearty laugh. As they watched the loading process, they engaged in casual conversation, their camaraderie growing ever closer, akin to that of battle comrades. Brother, since your head is already bald, why not shave it completely? It would look more spirited. This ring of hair is quite unappealing, Li Minyang inquired, voicing his curiosity since he himself had no worries about hair loss. You wouldn't understand. Not shaving proves that I once had hair, Sun Shui replied, touching his bald head with a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes, lamenting the gradual loss of his comrades, strand by strand. At 10 o'clock that morning, Li Minyang boarded the train to Jingping, calling out, "We're off." Chapter 61, Going All Out. At the Dongying garment factory, Wei Laishun erupted in fury upon learning that the winter stock had been entirely cleared from the warehouse. He promptly convened an emergency meeting with the entire leadership team and announced the incident through the factory's public address system. At this moment, Sun Shui had yet to return from the train station, and Wei Laishun's actions had effectively sidelined him as the factory manager. Sun Shui's conduct was deemed exceptionally egregious. He displayed a blatant disregard for the other members of the leadership team, recklessly pursuing a high-risk agency sale while dismissing their objections. To put it kindly, this was labeled as irresponsibility, neglecting the livelihoods of hundreds of employees. To speak more harshly, it raised suspicions of personal ulterior motives. What if he colluded with outsiders to deceitfully appropriate state-owned assets? Meanwhile, the factory's broadcast repeatedly announced, Sun Shui signed an agency contract without permission, resulting in significant inventory losses for the factory. This behavior is exceedingly detrimental and threatens to cause severe financial losses for Dongying, harming the interests of employees. At first glance, this seemed an extremely serious matter, instilling widespread anxiety. Chongning couldn't help but sigh softly, relieved that he hadn't sided with Sun Shui. He had handed over the documents to Wei Laishun without much thought at the time, a decision that now appeared to be quite astute. As for Old Qin, he spoke little throughout the day. When leaders inquired about the previous night's events, he vaguely mentioned handing the keys to Sun Shui and then returned to his slumber, displaying an attitude of indifference as if he felt he had no right to question the factory manager's affairs. Wei Laishun found himself utterly powerless against Qin Shengli's nonchalance. Sun Shui anticipated the chaos that would ensue at Dongying. He knew Wei Laishun would escalate the situation. Consequently, he decided not to return and instead went directly to the relevant management department of the Finance and Assets Commission to report the situation. When he arrived in a disheveled state at Director Guo's office, he was surprised to find an elderly gentleman present, prompting him to bow slightly in respect. The elder was Lu Daguang, a renowned former leader of the Magic City Garment Factory, a prominent figure in the industry. His bold and tenacious demeanor had made waves since he established a model team back in '83, achieving unprecedented sales miracles, particularly during a performance in Jingping. Guo Ziyuan, director of the Finance and Assets Commission office in Fuhai City, was grappling with the revenue challenges faced by state-owned enterprises, particularly in the beleaguered garment sector. He had specifically invited Lu Daguang, seeking his wisdom. Shui, is there something you wish to discuss? Guo Ziyuan inquired coolly, his expression momentarily darkening before brightening as he turned to Lu Daguang. This is the head of the Magic City Garment Factory, your esteemed predecessor. If you have any operational questions, this is a rare opportunity to seek guidance. The director's emphasis was clearly on Lu Deguang, using the moment to flatter him while seemingly ignoring Sun Shui. Before Sun Shui could speak, the office door gently swung open, and a young man entered. Director Gua. It was Lu Ziliang, his smile radiant as he poured a cup of tea for Sun Shui before discreetly retreating. As a secretary, he should not have been involved in such matters, but due to Gu Yuan's approval of one of his written pieces, he had become overly eager to please, always seeking to ingratiate himself with superiors. However, Gu Yuan's expression was less than favorable. If Sun Shui required tea service, he would have arranged it himself. Was it truly necessary? After all, the Dongying garment factory had been singled out for special scrutiny by Secretary Huang. Director Lu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I am truly honored to encounter you here with Director Gua today. Sun Shui expressed his gratitude, remaining standing throughout the exchange, let alone drinking the tea. You're too kind. I merely arrived early, having been in this industry for quite some time without any remarkable achievements, Lu Daguang modestly replied, his keen eyes exuding an air of invisible authority, revealing his robust health, likely free from ailments such as hypertension. Comrade Daguang, we hope you can be seconded to Fuhai to continue shining in the garment industry. If you join us, the compensation will be at the highest level. Gua Ziyuan continued the conversation. Director Gua, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. But given the fierce competition in the current garment industry, the Magic City garment factory sales have been declining year after year. To prevent further operational decline, I've been re-employed at the factory, and this old body must endure yet again. Lu Daguang graciously declined, but noticed Gu Yuan's furrowed brow, prompting him to add, of course, I can organize a model team to promote our garment enterprises in Fuhai. Thank you so much. Gu Yuan eagerly shook his hand, revealing that this was indeed the reason for inviting Lu Daguang to Fuhai. Both Hanyun and Shishan brands lack brand strength. He hoped to leverage the fame of the model team to carve a path through the fierce competition in the garment industry. Were it not for the underperformance of his own enterprise, which regularly delayed employee wages, the director of the Finance and Assets Commission would not exert himself so. I hope Nyo Dandan and Inai Nana can come to Fuhai, Gua Ziyuan casually requested. Lu Daguang felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly nodded in agreement. In 83, Nyo Dandan and Inai Nana were immensely popular, but they had since retreated to the background, primarily focusing on training new models. Nevertheless, their influence remained, and reintroducing them to the stage would undoubtedly pose a challenge. However, with Lu Daguang present, refusing was not an option, and he would have to find a way to overcome all obstacles. Going all out, seeing that Director Gua was in good spirits, Sun Shui stepped forward, speaking earnestly, Director, I must report on a pressing matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Daguang ceased smiling, preparing to excuse himself, but Gu Yuan held him back. Shui, go ahead. It's a perfect opportunity for Director Lu to hear your insights, which are truly invaluable, Gu Ziyuan stated nonchalantly, though he underestimated the gravity of Sun Shui's words. Sun Shui paused briefly before continuing. Director, if Dongying does not reform and seek new avenues, it will be doomed under the parasitic hands of Wei Laishan and his ilk. What a bold declaration. Sun Shui's words struck like a hammer. Such revelations and accusations should ideally be discussed behind closed doors. Lu Daguang's lips twitched in embarrassment, realizing the fierce nature of affairs in Fuhai. Director, I need to step outside for some air. It's time for my blood pressure medication. Lu Daguang quickly stood, seeking an excuse to leave the office. This left only Sun Shui and Gua Ziyuan, the former boldly voicing his thoughts. With no other option, he felt compelled to fight back against those intent on ousting him from his position. Chapter 62, Enduring Hardship. In light of the current dire situation in Dongying, Gua Ziyuan harbors little fondness for the old guard, such as Wei Laishan. When it comes to the reform of state-owned enterprises, the initial step must involve the dismissal of a cadre of ineffectual individuals. Presently, as Sun Shui articulates his thoughts, the director perceives an opportunity arising. Ultimately, regardless of who it may be, this could serve as a pretext to relieve certain individuals of their positions, thereby issuing a warning to others in the factory. Sun Shui, you are now the foremost authority in the factory, and I shall support you in any operational decisions you make. The meaning behind Gua Ziyuan's initial statement is unmistakable. He shares disdain for Wei Laishan's factionalism, viewing the proposed reforms as mere platitudes devoid of substantive action, merely convening meetings and indulging in formalism. However, Gua Ziyuan swiftly shifts his tone, issuing a stern warning. Any loss of state assets will fall squarely on your shoulders. The gravity of this responsibility must not be underestimated. Director Gua, I am willing to bear all responsibility. If Dongying does not take this step forward and remain stagnant, then the so-called reform of state-owned enterprises, as mentioned by Secretary Huang, will be nothing more than empty rhetoric, with Wei Laishun being a significant parasite. Sun Shui unabashedly denounces Wei Laishun, his emotions escalating as he asserts, as the chief responsible person for Dongying, it is intolerable for Wei Laishun and his comrades to openly obstruct the enterprise reform. This is an egregious situation that must be dealt with seriously, lest Dongying be ruined by such individuals. Guo Ziwan takes a deep drag from a cigarette, silently listening to Sun Shui's grievances, while internally, he has already made his calculations. Shui, he responds, his address now notably softer, implement your plan as intended. First, resolve the operational crisis in Dongying, ensure that all employees receive their wages, and once the factory is back on track, I shall handle identifying the parasites. Sun Shui nods emphatically, savoring the director's words. No matter the discord in the factory, I'm only concerned with results. Employees have not received their wages for 3 months, and the factory is on the brink of closure. The financial burden must be shouldered by the government. The pressure is immense. Whoever can resolve these issues shall be considered a commendable comrade in the reform of state-owned enterprises. Conversely, those who do not will be recognized as parasites and will be dealt with accordingly. While granting Sun Shui substantial authority, Director Guo simultaneously imposes immense pressure. Should the agency fail, he would bear the primary responsibility, a point emphasized from the outset. Some individuals have grown accustomed to complacency, and the reform of state-owned enterprises necessitates the resolute and fierce determination exemplified by Guo Ziyuan. When can we expect the employees' wages to be compensated? Guo Ziyuan inquires in a low voice, his gaze suddenly turning severe, the unyielding aura he exudes instilling great pressure upon Sun Shui. By mid-October, Sun Shui replies, somewhat apprehensively, having delayed the date agreed upon with Li Minyang. Forget about mid-October, let it be the 10th. By the latest, by the 10th, ensure that all overdue wages are settled. Return now and issue a notice to reassure the employees. Additionally, I shall make a call to Wei Laishun. Guo Ziyuan waves his hand, and Sun Shui exits the office. Subsequently, a simple phone call from the director effectively silences Wei Laishun, who appears taken aback and promptly halts the factory's announcements. The authority wielded by the director of the Financial Asset Management Committee is indeed formidable. In the afternoon, Sun Shui returns to the factory, where all employees point and whisper about him. Yet leaders like Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong remain subdued, refraining from communication as they await each other's downfall. The situation reaching Director Guo inevitably leads to the dismissal of several individuals, a reality that Wei Laishun and Sun Shui both understand well. The path of agency sales becomes the pivotal factor determining who remains and who departs. And before the 10th of October, the distribution of all employees' wages is an announcement that Sun Shui himself personally writes on the blackboard and broadcasts. The employees' attitude towards him is markedly indifferent. Their allegiance is quite clear. The majority still struggle to grasp the situation. What Sun Shui did not anticipate is that, in the end, only the old gatekeeper, Qin, remains capable of orchestrating the proceedings. This old man, unbeknownst to him, is quite commendable, leaving the bald man feeling somewhat moved. After 2 days and nights, Li Minyang finally arrives in Jingping, as dusk gradually descends. Once the goods from Dongying are unloaded, they are placed at the freight station, ready to be loaded onto the K3 international train the following morning. Minyang, Shui Peng rushes over, embracing Li Minyang with excitement, exclaiming that if he had not come soon, he would have been reduced to begging on the streets. During this time, Shui Peng has been frequenting the train station, staying in nearby lodgings, lamenting his lack of funds to experience the warmth of a young lady. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tried it, knowing it would be leagues above the establishments in Nanshan village. As for the logistics of transferring the goods, he is already well acquainted. On the K3 route, the passengers are predominantly civil servants on business, with a considerable number being scalpers. The staff aboard this train are considerably more lenient than those in other regions. Given the current backdrop, it is essential to rely on scalpers to facilitate the movement of goods and resolve issues of overproduction. Hence, they turn a blind eye. Following the standard freight procedures incurs a significant cost, but given Li Minyang's substantial cargo, he must reluctantly sacrifice some of Sun Shui's profits for the sake of ensuring safety. As for the luggage carried by passengers, there are no explicit regulations. As long as it fits within the compartment, it is permissible, serving as a small boon for the scalpers. Li Minyang and Shui Peng do not need to follow this route, as they aim for a lighter load, which is both convenient and perilous. Should they exit early Ando and encounter armed individuals abroad without any goods to offer, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. You handle the loading procedures. I'll keep watch over the goods. Li Minyang hands the relevant documents to Shui Peng. Their roles are merely as agents. With this batch of goods spearheaded by the state-owned enterprise in Dongying, facilitating smoother operations, particularly on the K3 train, we are all compatriots. The current predicaments of state-owned enterprises are well known, and the staff will appropriately provide leniency. Minyang, if you want to return to the lodgings to rest, your clothes will be safe at the freight station. Outsiders cannot enter, only staff. Shui Peng expresses concern, noticing Li Minyang's haggard appearance, his eyes bloodshot. I am worried about the staff here. With so much cargo, we could easily lose a few packages without noticing. You go ahead. I will guard this place and return the room at the lodgings. I'll stay here at the freight station tonight. Under the dim light, Li Minyang lights a cigarette, taking a deep drag, gazing at the mountain of goods. All right, I'll go then. We'll guard the goods together tonight. Shui Peng replies earnestly before dashing off. Minyang truly can endure hardship, Shui Peng reflects, feeling invigorated. The time spent together has imparted invaluable lessons. As night deepens, the freight station becomes infested with mosquitoes. Yet two figures persistently circle around the cargo. Damn it, what a pair of paupers. A man mutters angrily in the darkness before begrudgingly retreating. In such circumstances, there are no opportunities. Note, the characters Lu De Guang, Niu Dan Dan, and Ai Na, and the appearance of the Magic City Garment Factory represent the original developmental trajectories of these individuals in a parallel world, with Zhou Yufeng not appearing, thus making the connections implausible. The two stories are unrelated. Chapter 63, The Train to Russia. September 7th, 1991, Saturday, Jingping Train Station, clear weather. The K3 International train departs with a thunderous roar, while vendors crowd the windows, peddling a variety of snacks, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, and sausages, items that are undoubtedly hot sellers. Due to the excessive length of the train, some passengers attempt to climb in through the windows, and shouts of curses fill the air as disputes break out over the space occupied by luggage, creating utter chaos. The scene resembles a hodgepodge stew, chaotic and jumbled. The goods from Dongying have been securely placed in the train cars. Due to the heavy fabric of the uniforms, it required 2 entire train cars to accommodate them, with costs being reasonable. It is said that a prominent figure from Jingping has chartered 17 train cars for this journey, with a diverse array of items being transported within the compartments. Certainly, the majority of the middlemen have yet to reach the stage of chartering entire train carriages. They are primarily individuals carrying goods, forming a vast collective. Given the stringent regulations imposed on passengers, each person is permitted to carry only a limited weight, typically no more than several dozen kilograms. Should one exceed this limit, substantial additional transportation fees are incurred. Consequently, the middlemen have begun to exhibit their ingenuity. For instance, with items such as canned goods, unless one is as affluent as Lao Mu, who has chartered 500 carriages outright, the transportation costs remain exorbitant. Naturally, the prerequisite for such operations involves navigating the complexities of interactions with the Russian train staff and customs officials to ensure the smooth transit of such a large volume of goods. However, for a lone middleman, carrying items of significant weight becomes cumbersome, and the exorbitant fees for excess baggage render the venture unprofitable. Thus, most opt for lighter winter apparel, such as leather jackets and down coats, which are easy to carry and not excessively heavy, yielding profits of at least tenfold in Russia. With a ruthless approach, one could transport over 100 items in a single trip, potentially earning thousands. On this particular journey, Li Minyang chose not to charter a compartment, but instead sat with Shui Peng in the noisy external carriage. On one hand, after paying the fare and transportation costs, he was left with merely over 200 yuan. On the other, the occupants of a compartment are easily scrutinized, and the sudden warmth from fellow countrymen abroad is often alarming. In the external carriage, he could also glean unique information, as it was a melting pot of diverse characters. If trouble were to arise beyond Early and Hote, the external carriage would be comparatively safer. Li Minyang surveyed the bustling station, traversing this route for the first time. People often extol the riches and glamour of the middlemen, but it is only upon stepping onto the K3 train that one can truly sense an inexplicable pressure. Anxiety, trepidation, and a sense of urgency constantly challenge his nerves. The most notorious incident was the robbery that occurred in 1993. Fortunately, it was now 1991, and while many individuals carried knives, the atmosphere was not as brazen. This route was still relatively passable. Minyang, he glanced around, noting that most middlemen were clad in leather jackets and down coats. I wonder how well our uniforms will sell. There's simply too many to keep an eye on. Shui Peng's chatter increased, clearly reflecting his rising panic. Less talking. Worrying won't change anything. We can only take it step by step. We are not the only ones chartering carriages. There will always be channels. The situation in Russia is far more chaotic than we imagine. Surely there are ways. Li Minyang spoke in hushed tones. With the impending dissolution of Russia by year-end, customs regulations had become exceedingly lax. Frankly, the local populace was in dire need of affordable goods from China, thus they would not impose significant restrictions. After all, it was all about money. They turned a blind eye, and at this critical juncture, money spoke volumes in Russia. However, Minyang, all right, let us keep our voices down. Use your expertise to observe those who seem suspicious. We must remain vigilant. Li Minyang leaned back and dozed off, knowing that his valuables were safely tucked away in his underwear pocket, thus untroubled by the prospect of theft. Shui Pengpeng, however, was wide awake, scanning the surroundings, inexplicably feeling as if a rat had fallen into a sack of flour, his fingers itching to move. The cacophony of the carriage resembled a lullaby, as Li Minyang sank into a deep slumber, free from worry until they reached Erlienhout, still under the watch of Chinese train staff. Around 7 in the evening, Li Minyang groggily awoke to the sight of an unfamiliar face. "You're awake, my friend. You've slept so long that it's already dark." The man chuckled, his countenance exuding warmth. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed impeccably, resembling a business traveler. Beside him sat another man wearing glasses who also smiled, though his attire did not suggest a middleman. His belly bulged, indicating he was concealing something, and his demeanor was notably cautious. "Ah, I didn't sleep well the other night. Where are we now?" Li Minyang stretched and pulled back the curtain to gaze outside, encountering only darkness, as if the train were traversing an empty cosmos. "No need to look, just recognize we're headed to Erlien." The man who resembled a business traveler cheerfully began to discuss the various places the K3 train would pass through, the precautions required, and the rules of the road. He was evidently a seasoned K3 traveler. Li Minyang's seat was positioned in a double arrangement facing a triple arrangement, with a small table between them, forcing passengers to huddle closely, their knees nearly touching. However, such seating was the most space-efficient. Over nearly 10 days of travel, passengers inevitably sought companionship, chatting or playing cards to alleviate boredom. By now, the adjacent 6-seat area had erupted into a spirited game of poker, drawing a curious crowd. At this moment, Shui Pengpeng had seemingly vanished, and Li Minyang only half listened to the man's discourse, not paying it much mind. However, the other man, who was clearly concealing something, leaned in closely, listening intently, his expression shifting to one of surprise when tales of vicious incidents were recounted. Unbeknownst to them, they did not recognize Li Minyang, and after a brief exchange, they began to understand one another. The loquacious man, resembling a government official, introduced himself as Li Yi. When asked about his occupation, he simply waved his hand, indicating it was confidential. The cautious man, who was nearly 40 and introduced himself as Su Haiba, was traveling to Russia on business, offering only vague explanations about his employer, seemingly reluctant to divulge details. It appeared that Su Haiba had gleaned much wisdom from Li Yi. Many pickpockets assess your financial status based on your profession, so one must refrain from showing off, as it could attract unwanted attention. Not long after, Shui Pengpeng returned, cradling a cup of instant noodles, his face a picture of concern. "Minyang, you must be starving. Hurry and eat. I've prepared it for you." The line for hot water was unbelievably long. Li Minyang stared at the large face in disbelief, pondering whether Shui Pengpeng had always been this considerate. As the night wore on, the carriage gradually quieted down, though the intermittent sounds of snoring filled the air. It was far from stifling, suggesting they had reached the northern fringes, considerably colder than southern cities. The temperature in Russia was even lower, likely ranging from 7 to 16 degrees Celsius, necessitating warm clothing. It was the perfect time to purchase winter attire, as in a month or two, the weather would turn decidedly frigid. Some middlemen, uncomfortable in their seats, resorted to placing their goods in the aisle, allowing them to rest more soundly, though such prime spots had to be claimed in advance. When venturing out, it was often a contest of who exhibited the least decorum, and thus reaped the greatest rewards. After just one full day of travel, Li Minyang felt the strain in his back and shoulders. Being tall, he was almost curled up in his seat, were it not for sheer fatigue. He would not have slept so soundly during the day. Presently, Li Minyang was not particularly tired, yet Shui Pengpeng was fast asleep, his round face resting on Li Minyang's shoulder, occasionally smacking his lips. If it weren't for that bowl of instant noodles from the night before, Li Minyang might have pushed him away. In this unspoken manner, their relationship was growing increasingly intimate, a fact that Li Minyang seemed oblivious to. He allowed Shui Pengpeng to lean against him, careful not to disturb him as he remained motionless. Opposite them, the man resembling a government official, Li Yi, had propped a jacket under his head and was sleeping soundly against the window. However, Su Haiba, seated nearby, frequently jolted awake, anxiously reaching for the concealed items in his belly. Suddenly, Su Haiba sat upright with a start, frantically groping his stomach before exhaling a long sigh of relief. Brother, unless it's cash or other valuables, it would be better to leave them on the small table. The more you act like this, the more attention you'll draw. Pickpockets are not interested in documents and such. Li Minyang kindly offered a reminder, but Su Haiba's complexion was dark and devoid of luster, exuding an air of fatigue. Although the item in question was not particularly valuable, it held significant importance for the unit. Thus, carrying it personally felt more secure to me, as I tend to worry excessively. Su Haiba gave an awkward smile, still reluctant to reveal the item. Brother, I am from Fuhai and engage in wholesale and retail of garments, he stated. Li Minyang extended his hand amicably. Unlike the loquacious Li Yi, he preferred to cultivate a closer rapport with Su Haiba. Having encountered myriad individuals, he often had an instinctive sense about them. At least he could see through some, but Su was a tad more enigmatic. Hee, I am in the magical city, representing my company on a business trip, Su Haiba said, shaking hands with Li Minyang warmly. Yet his demeanor remained overly polite and somewhat restrained. Brother, why were you the only one assigned by the unit? It's clearly stipulated that there should be at least 2 individuals for out-of-province travel, especially to such a distant place as Great Russia. Li Minyang's brow slightly furrowed. Discussions about work always rendered him serious, almost instinctively. It was supposed to be 2 of us, but I had an acute appendicitis attack that required immediate surgery. I couldn't complete the necessary paperwork for others in time, so I had to make this trip alone, Su Haiba replied with a tinge of helplessness. Is the destination Moscow? Yes, that's the final stop. Su Haiba nodded, leaning forward, his expression tense as he lowered his voice. I have no idea what the situation will be like after crossing Iranhot. I've heard it can be quite chaotic. Moreover, we still have to travel for another 5 days and 4 nights abroad. A colleague of mine was on the K3 and nearly lost his life. He was stabbed 3 times and suffered severe abdominal bleeding. My wife vehemently opposed my departure, but one must prioritize collective interests. We must remain cautious. Our sitting together is fate, and we should support one another along the way. Li Minyang nodded, contemplating before advising. However, the utmost caution should be exercised around fellow countrymen. Brother, if you happen to speak Russian, in Moscow, try to avoid those types of people. Don't trust their hospitality. Communicate independently and seek accommodations at local hotels. Thank you. Su Haiba responded with a smile and a nod. Don't worry too much. It's really not as perilous as you think. Li Yi, having awakened, stretched and smiled. It's not as dangerous as you imagine. Just avoid attracting attention. As my brother Minyang said earlier, unless it's something valuable. It's perfectly fine to keep in your suitcase, so just carry it confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Haiba genuinely retrieved the item from his pocket, revealing a document folder. The 2 seemed to have established a bond of trust. This is truly not something worth stealing. Just then, Shui Peng Peng also woke up, sitting up with renewed vigor, and chimed in on the topic of professional knowledge, making a couple of pointed remarks. A pickpocket doesn't simply reach for a pocket. They observe, approach, and then act. The process must be flawless. Otherwise, it's better not to attempt it at all. As he spoke, Shui Peng Peng gestured animatedly, vividly illustrating his points. Such finely honed skills could only come from years of experience. Haha, this brother seems quite experienced. Have you perhaps been inside? Li Yi asked directly, his laughter booming. No, I've never been inside. I know a few brothers on the road, and I've heard their stories, Shui Peng Peng replied, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he feigned interest in another direction. Who wants instant noodles? My treat, as there are few to fetch hot water now. Su Haiba inquired, feeling a bit peckish after a day of minimal movement primarily due to being alone. Upon hearing this, Li Minyang and Shui Peng Peng both laughed in unison. Flattering him, let our brother indulge us. However, Li Yi feigned seriousness, whispering, Brother Su, such matters should not be publicized. It's all too easy to attract unwanted attention. What? What should I do? Su Haiba panicked, glancing around, but everyone else appeared to be asleep. Brother Su, don't fret too much. We'll watch out for each other on this journey. Just be attentive, Li Yi reassured, nodding at Li Minyang and Shui Peng Peng, indicating their need for unity. Thank you. Su Haiba chuckled with a simple-hearted laugh. Well then, brother, I'll stretch my legs and brew you some noodles. What flavor do you prefer? Li Minyang stood, worried that Su Haiba might not offer. On the K3 train, most passengers were traders, and many carried some money, which allowed them to purchase higher-end goods, such as braised chicken and ham. Instant noodles were comparatively modest fare. Presently, Li Minyang had just over 200 in his pocket, with several days of travel ahead, necessitating frugality. Brother Peng, it's not as if you'll starve for 3 days. That would be quite miserly, he joked. All right, I appreciate it. Su Haibao laughed, handing Li Minyang 10 yuan as the latter stepped away from their seats. Whoever carries the goods bears the knife. It's hard to discern. Once we leave Iron Hot, things will become apparent, and all manner of characters will emerge, Li Minyang remarked, casting a deep glance at Li Yi. The train rattled swiftly, drawing ever closer to Iron Hot. As time passed, Li Minyang, Su Haibao, and Li Yi grew increasingly familiar with one another, offering assistance and support throughout the journey. For instance, whenever Su Haibao needed hot water for instant noodles, neither Li Minyang nor Shui Pongpong would allow their leader to do the work. They were quite proactive, after all, recognizing the importance of being considerate. Besides eating and sleeping, the four engaged in card games and listened to the boasts of other passengers. The traders were all quite the storytellers, making the journey anything but dull and rather enjoyable. On the afternoon of the third day, the train halted in Iron Hot, and all the Chinese railway police disembarked, signaling the train's imminent departure from the country. Li Minyang, Su Haibao, and the others gazed out the window, and as soon as the figures of the officers vanished from sight, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over them. "Oh dear, it seems we won't be able to sleep soundly from here on," a man nearby lamented, casting a shadow of worry over the group. Su Haibao instinctively looked to Li Yi, having already come to rely on him. Li Yi raised an eyebrow and replied casually, "It's not a big deal. Keep your spirits up and avoid drawing attention. If anything does arise, we have enough people." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong. "Yes, Brother Su, you've been treating us for several days. It wouldn't be right if you didn't help us in a pinch," Li Minyang remarked, his words sounding quite flattering, thinking to himself that Li Yi had a certain camaraderie about him. "Me too," Shui Pongpong nodded emphatically, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Ha ha ha, thank you. My three brothers. As the saying goes, one must rely on friends while abroad. Once this trip concludes, you're all welcome to visit me in the magical city. I will ensure you receive the hospitality you deserve," Su Haibao replied, feeling his spirits lift. "I might as well catch a quick nap now. I fear the night may bring unforeseen events, and we need to be alert," Li Minyang suggested. "That is quite considerate, Minyang. If anyone feels tired, the three of you can rest first. I'm not sleepy at the moment and can keep an eye on your belongings." Li Yi nodded in agreement. On long-distance trains like this, there typically weren't strict schedules. If one felt tired, they could simply sleep. Thus, Li Minyang, Shui Pongpong, and Su Haibao leaned back to rest while Li Yi stayed nearby. Not long after, the train continued its journey, the carriage remaining lively with noise, almost indistinguishable from conditions back home, until late into the night, as they passed Ulaanbaatar. Suddenly, an incident occurred. Li Minyang awoke abruptly to find Shui Pongpong and Su Haibao whispering, while Li Yi had buried his head on the small table, seemingly in deep slumber. The carriage was filled with the sounds of snoring, and everything seemed tranquil. Suddenly, Su Haibao's pupils dilated as he emitted a startled exclamation. Li Minyang and Shui Pongpong turned to see a gleaming knife being brandished. In an instant, adrenaline surged through the three, their anxiety reaching a peak. Encountering such a real-life threat was an unprecedented experience. Two individuals were rummaging through the pockets of slumbering patrons, while another pair brandished knives, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. It was uncertain whether other cohorts were lurking nearby. One of the knife-wielding thugs noticed Su Haibao and immediately approached him. Brandishing his weapon with a face contorted in a grotesque sneer, shockingly unmasked and seemingly unafraid of being recognized, a testament to his brutal nature. Su Haibao's complexion turned a ghastly white, trembling uncontrollably, and instinctively nudged Li Yi, who was soundly asleep and oblivious to the chaos. "Are you asleep?" The thug's voice was hoarse, sending shivers down the spine. "Sleeping, we're asleep." Li Minyang, quick to react, seized Su Haibao by the collar and yanked him down onto the table. To add a semblance of realism, he even pretended to snore a few times. Su Haibao, realizing the necessity, squeezed his eyes shut, though his legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. "Huh?" The thug leaned in, spotting the round face before him. "Damn it, you're still sitting up?" He thrust the knife forward. Pong Yi collapsed onto Li Minyang, eyes tightly shut, silent as if he had fainted from fright. "Oomph. What the hell? Speak again, and I'll stab you. Your face is broader than a pancake." The knife-wielding thug cursed angrily before turning back to resume his thorough search. "Minyang, what do we do? I'm so scared," Su Haibao whispered, his voice tinged with panic. "Minyang, I'm scared too," came the weak voice of Shui Pongpong, who lay draped over Li Minyang. "Come on, Peng Yi, you're a tough guy in our county. Is this really necessary?" Li Minyang muttered under his breath, frustration boiling within him. In a dire situation, could they really rely on him? In the county, one would only wield a brick, but this was a knife. The thuggish, unmasked face indicated he was no ordinary criminal. He might even have blood on his hands. Shui Pengpeng's trembling voice only heightened Su Haiba's fear, causing him to cling tighter to Li Minyang. Yet there were rules on the streets. If one dared to identify a thug, their path would be obstructed. Most would swallow their anger to avoid trouble, which only emboldened the criminals further. The main issue was that the authorities in Russia were reluctant to intervene. It wasn't until the notorious robbery of 93 that significant action was taken. Everyone remained calm. Sugu, could you tilt your head slightly? Your hair is blocking my mouth. We need to be sensible. After all, we were just reminded to sleep. Let us put some money in our pockets to avoid them leaving empty-handed, Li Minyang advised, emphasizing that in such dire circumstances, it was better to part with some cash than face dire consequences. All right, Su Haiba hastily fumbled in his pocket, clearly valuing his life. Producing 100 and stuffing it into his left pocket, anxious that the thugs might be dissatisfied. As for Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng, one had 10 yuan, the other 50 cents, while poor Peng Yi had only 50 cents, with all the cash in Li Minyang's possession. Minyang, I only have 50 cents. Is that enough to appease them? What if they get angry and drag me out for a beating? Shui Pengpeng panicked, his expression frantic. Don't worry. I'll slip 10 yuan into your left pocket. With both small and large denominations, it should suffice, Li Minyang whispered, barely opening his eyes to see the other fellow in the compartment also stuffing money into his pockets. It seemed to be an unwritten rule. No one wanted to complicate matters. If one had no money at all, it was seen as a lack of understanding of the situation. At that moment, the dangers of the train ride were only beginning to unfold. Minyang, you're really kind to me. Shui Pengpeng finally felt reassured, as footsteps approached in the quiet carriage. Su Haiba and Shui Pengpeng felt their hearts leap into their throats, while Li Minyang remained composed, contemplating how to react in case of an emergency. Unbeknownst to him, he had stealthily positioned a steel fork beneath his foot, a tool pilfered from a fellow passenger. In the next instant, the thug drew near, the glint of the knife unmistakably visible before them. The criminal first rummaged through Shui Pengpeng's side, retrieving a mere 50 cents, which incited his wrath. With a loud slap, he struck Shui Pengpeng's face, the sound sharp and painful to hear. Yet Shui Pengpeng, a tough man in his own right, remained silent, perhaps fearing further repercussions. He turned slightly to expose his other pocket, clearly indicating, "Sir, there's money in this pocket too." The thug quickly rifled through and extracted 10 yuan, satisfied, before moving on to check Li Minyang's pockets, finding another 10 yuan there. This methodical search was swift. The thug wouldn't want to escalate the situation unnecessarily, especially with the train approaching a stop. Of course, there were other gangs in Russia, far more dangerous, as they were not only after money, but could also take lives. Next was Su Haiba, who had 100 yuan in his pocket. Oh, the thug's eyes brightened. This was a lucrative catch. He then searched Su Haiba's clothing, even removing his shoes, ultimately uncovering over 600 yuan. Is there more? Hand it over. The thug slapped Su Haiba across the face, followed by the knife pressing against his neck, a mere inch away from drawing blood, the atmosphere charged with tension. Li Minyang cautiously lifted his head, observing the movements of the other thugs, his arm reaching down to grip the steel fork tightly. Meanwhile, Su Haiba was paralyzed with fear, akin to a helpless chick being lifted, gasping for breath, his pupils dilated, staring at the thug with a vacant expression. All that's left is the fare. Please, let me go. Suddenly, Li awoke, pleading as he hastily handed over his watch along with 30 yuan. He clasped his hands together, continuing to implore. I truly have nothing left. The train is about to stop. Please, show some mercy for future encounters. Only then did the thug lower his knife, casting a menacing glare at Su Haiba before swiftly exiting the compartment. But that single glare left Su Haiba drenched in cold sweat, his body drenched in a clammy chill. As the thugs jumped off the train, the passengers finally dared to speak, gasps of astonishment filling the air. It turned out everyone had been pretending to sleep. Oh dear, what bad luck. We encountered robbers at the first stop. This journey is bound to be fraught with peril, lamented one passenger, while a few female travelers began to cry, relieved that the gang had only sought money and not committed more heinous acts. Minyang, you said it would be both large and small denominations, and look what happened. I got slapped. That bastard hit hard. It hurts like hell. Shui Pengpeng complained, clinging to Li Minyang for comfort, still in a state of panic. Seriously, how do you thieves manage to be so cowardly? Li Minyang remarked helplessly, patting Shui Pengpeng's back to soothe him. As long as you're unharmed. That's what matters. I'll make sure to give you some proper cash next time. Sugu, are you alright? Li Minyang quickly inquired again. Minyang, thank you for earlier. Su Haiba, still shaken, turned to Li with gratitude in his eyes, speaking earnestly. Brother, how much was your watch? I'll repay you. I truly appreciate your intervention. Li, however, appeared far from relaxed, letting out a long sigh and fixing a serious gaze on Su Haiba. Suga, the watch is a trivial matter, but I'm primarily concerned about you being targeted. Didn't TI advise you to keep a low profile? Why would you have 100 yuan in your pocket? So careless of you to practically announce to the thugs that you have money, in the heat of the moment. Su Haiba had not thought through his actions, and neither had Li Minyang noticed how much he had stuffed into his pocket. What do we do now? Su Haiba stammered, swallowing hard as he turned to Li Yi, desperation in his voice. You have to help me. Brotherly, let us proceed cautiously. I merely closed my eyes for a brief moment, and this calamity unfolded, Li Yi lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Su Haiba, filled with trepidation, instinctively clutched Li Yi's arm, his few words amplifying the anxiety that hung in the air. Suga, the bandits have already jumped from the vehicle. It's quite challenging to keep an eye on them, and warning others is no simple task. If we tidy ourselves up, who could possibly recognize you? I genuinely fear you might have to swap places with Pong Pong. Do not be overly anxious. As Li Yi just mentioned, we shall take it one step at a time. And we are all here to support you, Li Minyang offered, attempting to provide comfort, though an inexplicable feeling of strangeness lingered in his mind. Why did it increasingly seem like a trap? Some matters appeared too seamless, and therein lay the irregularity. Despite Li Yi's eloquent explanations regarding the routes, he had conspicuously omitted the matter of money. How could one sleep so soundly by day and yet be so restless at night? It all felt too convenient. Meanwhile, Pong Pong was taken aback. Had he truly heard Minyang suggest that he swap places with Su Haiba? What was happening? Was my safety not as significant as that of a stranger? Surely, I must have misunderstood. Regardless, Suga, just follow my lead from here on out. Calm yourself. It's not a major issue, Li Yi reassured him. All right. Su Haitao stood up, relieved to have encountered them. Well then, Pong Pong, let's change positions. Good heavens. Shui Pong Pong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I can't believe I heard that correctly. After a brief moment, Li Minyang and Su Haiba switched places, while Pong Pong hesitated, fearing for his life. The group remained in a state of shock, discussing the earlier events when suddenly, desperate screams erupted from the adjacent compartment. Police, come here immediately. Cabin 1003. We've been robbed, and someone has been stabbed. Please hurry. The cries of despair sent chills down their spines, revealing that it was not merely a single group of robbers. Different criminal factions were at work in the neighboring carriage. Shui Pong Pong instinctively leaned against Su Haiba, but the demeanor of the Russian police was worryingly nonchalant, merely taking notes and arranging for an ambulance before dismissing the situation entirely. How can they be so indifferent? At least in our homeland, the lives of the common people are prioritized. Su Haiba could not help but exclaim. It is utter chaos, Li Minyang echoed, equally astonished. Realizing that the disintegration of Russia was imminent, and the internal management had likely reached its nadir, it seemed that any gruesome event occurring on this train would hardly be surprising. Chapter 67. The people in the compartment. That night, anxiety gripped the passengers, rendering them unable to sleep. The agonized cries echoed like a nightmare, haunting every ear. They sat in a heavy silence, devoid of the will to converse. Yet, the journey to Lombadar had only just begun, with 4 more days and nights ahead. Was there a fatality? Su Haiba asked timidly. 2 stab wounds to the abdomen. Given the extent of blood loss, it is likely dire. Li Minyang leaned forward, glancing toward the compartment, where a woman was weeping, presumably for her partner. It seemed the assailants had intended to assault her, a grim occurrence not uncommon on this train. What man could endure such a violation, leading to tragic outcomes? Yet, the Russian police merely posed a few questions before concluding their investigation, a display of irresponsibility. Su Haiba, still shaken, found himself speaking more freely. The injured party isn't a citizen of Russia. Naturally, they are reluctant to intervene. Such is the nature of society here, especially amidst the current unrest in Russia. Complaints are futile. Li Minyang stood and patted Su Haiba's shoulder, making his way toward the compartment, where the metallic scent of blood invaded his nostrils. This compartment, though cramped with only 4 bunks, was a precious commodity on the K3 long-distance train, reserved for those of affluence, as tickets were not easily acquired. Su Haiba could afford such accommodations, yet due to work obligations, strict travel regulations prevented him from meeting the standards. The aging green train had yet to be phased out, primarily featuring hard seats. Li Minyang stood at the doorway, peering outside to see 2 men engaged in an intense discussion with the train officer. They were likely friends of the injured. What kind of investigative attitude is this? A life is at stake. Just a simple registration? This incident occurred on Russian soil. We demand an explanation. Hurry and apprehend them. One man shouted, gripping the officer's arm tightly. Li Minyang raised an eyebrow. The man's accent bore a strong Beijing flavor, making his origins unmistakable. "We have already dispatched others to investigate. Please board the train immediately. You have delayed the entire journey," the Russian officer replied, devoid of empathy, urging the two Beijing men to board. "I need to know about my friend's condition." The Beijing man continued his protest. "Either board the train or inquire elsewhere. Do not waste my time," the Russian officer warned, pointing an accusatory finger. "You bastard." The man, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to lunge at the Russian officer, only to be restrained by his companion. "Xiangbei, do not act recklessly. If you lay a hand on him, you will be detained and expelled. Remember the purpose of this trip." Another shouted. "With such an attitude, how can we communicate?" Li Minyang lamenta, stepping off the train and pulling a 10-ruble note from his pocket. Though meager, it might serve as a means to facilitate communication, perhaps even in exchange for some clothing later. "My friend, I believe I can provide some evidence." Li Minyang smiled at the two Beijing men, then firmly shook hands with the Russian officer, discreetly slipping him the note. "I caught a glimpse of the assailants last night. I can provide your side with tangible leads." Li Minyang hastily communicated. While it remained uncertain whether the robbery and the stabbing were linked, at least there was a potential lead for the Russian police to follow. The officer's expression brightened, primarily due to the 10 rubles. "Gentlemen, why don't you board the train first? I will take your statement, my friend. You are too agitated to communicate effectively. This is not China. We must adhere to local customs. At least I remember their faces, which is valuable information." "Let us proceed step by step," Li Minyang suggested, his gaze fixed on the two Beijing men. "That would be most helpful," one of them nodded, leading the agitated man named Xiangbei back onto the train. However, as soon as Li Minyang turned around, he revealed a different demeanor. "Pardon the inconvenience. Allow me to briefly describe the assailants' appearances." Li Minyang's approach not only created an opportunity to engage with those in the compartment, but also assisted the Russian officer in resolving the immediate predicament. The officer, clearly uninterested in lengthy discussions, perceived such exchanges as mere time wasters. After a brief conversation, the Russian officer recorded the information, although Li Minyang could not comprehend the details. At the end, he casually inquired, "I am merely transporting clothing back and forth. I will be going to Moscow. Might you pause for a moment?" "Haha, certainly, my friend." The officer responded, clearly understanding the implication. "Could you facilitate a phone call to inquire about the injured party's condition?" Li Minyang casually proposed. Without hesitation, the Russian officer agreed and turned to make a phone call, with Li Minyang following closely behind. After a short while, word came that the injured party had lost significant blood but was not in life-threatening condition, thanks to timely medical intervention. Once Li Minyang had gathered all pertinent information about the hospital providing care, he returned to the train. With a rumble, the train slowly moved forward amidst the deafening noise. And Shui Pengpeng and Su Haiba could no longer remain seated. They stood to peer out the door, finally exhaling in relief upon spotting the tall figure approaching. "Minyang!" Shui Pengpeng called out with deep emotion, his voice tinged with tears. Alone in a foreign land, Li Minyang was his only support. As they were about to drive, he had been away from the vehicle for far too long, which was quite concerning. What a fool, causing such a ruckus. Li Minyang muttered in embarrassment before turning to head towards the private room. "Pengpeng, take a seat. It's all right, as long as he returns," Su Haiba reassured, pulling Pengpeng down, who seemed particularly fragile in that moment. "Knock, knock, knock." Li Minyang rapped on the door with vigor, and soon, a man named Xiangbei opened it. "Your friend is fine. He is out of danger and receiving assistance at the Rumines hospital, so you can rest easy," Li Minyang said with a smile. "Really?" The man named Xiangping peered eagerly inside, and the woman and man both stood up in excitement, rushing towards the doorway. "Is he truly okay? Brother, did you confirm this?" they asked in a flurry of relief. "Brother, please come in and sit." Xiangping urged Li Minyang into the room. Being out in the world, one never knows what types of individuals they may encounter. However, the ability to create opportunities and cultivate connections truly tests one's social skills. Ultimately, it all boils down to one principle: making others aware of your capabilities so that they may be mutually beneficial in their dealings with you. Li Minyang had managed to create such an opportunity. Inside the room, it was considerably warmer than outside, Li Minyang reflected, sitting by the edge of the bed and slowly recounting his communication with the Russian railway police, embellishing his role in the matter. Chapter 68, New Friends. The injured woman, named Guozhen, was indeed in a romantic relationship with the man. Upon hearing repeatedly from Li Minyang that her partner was safe, she let out a long sigh of relief, finally at ease. "Thank you so much," Guozhen exclaimed, shaking Li Minyang's hand with fervor. "No need for such formality. It was merely a casual inquiry," Li Minyang replied, casting a glance at the woman, who had carefully groomed her delicate willow-like brows and possessed a fair, oval face, a quintessential beauty, which explained why the assailants harbored malicious intent. Brother, your accent suggests you are from the south? Zhao Lu, the man, engaged in polite conversation, having previously held onto Jin Xiangbei at the railway police station. Though slightly older, he was still in his early 30s. Indeed, I am from Fuhai, Li Minyang nodded and, after pondering, inquired, how could the injured person go to the hospital alone without any company? It puzzled him that Guizhen, as a girlfriend, did not accompany her partner. Was there an urgent matter at hand? I couldn't get away. Zhao Lu shook his head and explained. Guizhen had to work as a translator. She genuinely couldn't stay. Both Xiangbei and I are in the same predicament, unable to leave our duties. Once we finish our work in Moscow, we'll head straight back to Lombardar. Jin Xiangbei added, looking quite remorseful. So, you're responsible for those 17 freight cars? Li Minyang cautiously probed. He had been observant during the loading process, having spotted Zhao Lu and thus sought to build rapport, as navigating the complexities in Russia would be much simpler with assistance. Jin Xiangbei and Guizhen paused, not responding immediately, but Zhao Lu answered directly. Indeed, that is correct. If my memory serves me well, you also arranged for freight. Did you not? My small dealings cannot compare to yours. Li Minyang chuckled sheepishly. Brother, Zhao Lu's expression suddenly turned serious. Do you possess an ordinary tourist visa? Yes. Li Minyang nodded vigorously, realizing he was conversing with someone knowledgeable. You must have a regular government passport, right? A note. A regular government passport requires a report application from an importing enterprise, followed by a diplomatic application, making it quite challenging to obtain. However, possessing such documentation grants one a pass through customs in Russia. Yes, Zhao Lu nodded gently, his expression turning complex. Given the current backdrop, those going to Russia for trade, aside from a few well-connected individuals, predominantly carry tourist visas. When approaching Moscow stations, they often lean out of the windows to sell goods, as products from China are highly sought after. Often, before reaching Moscow, their cargo would be sold out, and customs would turn a blind eye, given the minimal amounts involved, especially during such unique circumstances in Russia. Zhao Gu, is there anything I should particularly be cautious about that you could share? Li Minyang asked earnestly. To be frank, I am only resorting to this path out of desperation. He inhaled deeply, feigning emotion, and passionately recounted. The goods I carry are simply the overstock from a state-owned clothing factory, which has not paid its workers in 3 months. I cannot face them. They need to survive. It is said that traders make money, but I have no choice but to walk this path myself, seeking to sell this inventory, no matter how tough it gets, to ensure hundreds of employees receive their wages. I cannot betray them. Tears seemed to glisten in the eyes of this towering man, as he crafted the persona of a pragmatic and responsible factory leader. Meanwhile, the old merchant had already presented the procurement list from Dongying, confirming it was indeed from a state-owned clothing factory. Undeniably true, except for the lack of an agency sales agreement. Zhao Lu glanced at him, expressing no doubts about his words. After a moment of thought, he remarked, the current customs in Russia are quite chaotic. During loading in Jinping, they were completely indifferent. But in Moscow, they will impose deductions. After your trip, you should have a simple understanding of the situation, correct? Yes, that is correct. Li Minyang nodded affirmatively, leaning a bit closer to Zhao Lu. Upon arriving in Moscow, it is like encountering two different worlds. For your freight, they will either deduct half or demand a bribe of at least 100,000 rubles, which translates to over 20,000 Chinese yuan. Zhao Lu spoke in a low tone. Is that so? Li Minyang furrowed his brow, realizing that the precise information he had learned matched what he had been previously informed. However, lacking 100,000 rubles and losing half his cargo felt like a grievous wound. Although there was still profit to be made, the earnings from this venture would be drastically diminished. The current situation in Russia was indeed harsh. Li Minyang found himself in a quandary. Brother, I shan't take up more of your time. Thank you for the information. Even if half the goods are deducted, the selling price here in Russia should still yield substantial profits. Li Minyang stood, not concealing his intentions and appearing quite earnest. Yes, winter apparel is extremely popular in Russia, with profits on a single item often exceeding 6 times. However, with your tourist visa, you may not be able to stay long. You must make the most of your time. Zhao Lu rose and shook Li Minyang's hand. This exchange of truths served as a means of reciprocating the earlier assistance. All right. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Li Minyang expressed his gratitude politely as he prepared to leave. One cannot linger indefinitely. It is essential to maintain balance and not overwhelm others. Please take a few apples. Guizhen, the attentive woman, noticed Li Minyang's chapped lips, likely a sign of stress. Then I shan't be polite, Li Minyang replied, adopting a humble demeanor as he picked up half a bag of apples from beside the bed. Waving goodbye as he exited the private room. He seems like a genuinely honest person, Guizhen remarked with a light laugh. feeling reassured now that her boyfriend was out of danger. He certainly appears sincere. After all, those working in state-owned enterprises are quite different from the scheming traders. They possess a sense of responsibility. Zhao Lu nodded in agreement before locking the door of the room and propping it with a stick. After the chaos of the previous night, he truly felt that the back of the K3 train was becoming increasingly unruly. Of course, this was not yet the peak of chaos. In 1993, it was far worse, with one train being robbed 6 times and several women assaulted, causing a tremendous uproar that prompted a crackdown. Damn it, if they come again, I will not hesitate to take one down, Jin Xiangbei declared fiercely. Zhao Lu cast a glance at Guozhen, remaining silent. If financial loss could avert disaster, it would be the most favorable outcome. However, he feared that, like last night, the assailants might harbor malicious intent, which would necessitate a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, outside the carriage, I've brought a few apples for you all. Share them among yourselves, Li Minyang said as he stuffed his pockets full and tossed the bag to Shui Pengpeng. How did you manage to get into the compartment just now? Shui Pengpeng asked enviously. Just a bit of idle curiosity, Li Minyang replied nonchalantly, taking a seat with a serious expression as he touched the iron fork at his ankle, which he had picked up earlier at Zhao Lu's compartment door. He had initially wanted to strike up a conversation, but they had shown no interest. Now, however, they were acquainted. The atmosphere within the carriage gradually returned to normal, with small groups engaging in conversation. Li Minyang gazed out the window, lost in thought as the sky darkened. Chapter 69, The Crisis Approaches. The oppressive atmosphere in the stifling carriage reached a breaking point. Now and then, someone would wake from their slumber, anxiously glancing around. It seemed that no one would find peace that night. Shui Pengpeng's snoring thundered like a storm, causing him to lean heavily against Su Haiba, occasionally smacking his lips, deeply immersed in slumber. Although Su Haiba had switched seats with Li Minyang, fearing he might attract attention, he remained restless, his speech fragmented as he chatted intermittently with those nearby, seeking a sense of security. Li, how many days until we reach Moscow? What business do you have there? Surely no one remembers me, right? He lamented upon seeing Li return from the restroom. About 4 days, Li replied, crossing over the seats and settling down heavily, squinting as he muttered, Su Ge, you need to relax. Worrying won't help. Just close your eyes. I haven't seen you sleep yet. Su Haiba nodded and glanced at Li Minyang, who was resting with his eyes closed. He hesitated, opening his mouth, but ultimately remaining silent. Seems like the armed individuals have departed. After all, the Russian railway police have been alerted. The criminals must have their reservations and dare not go too far. People often succumb to a sense of false security. As we approach the next stop, passengers preparing to disembark should take note. Soon, the train announced its impending stop, and with a jolt, it began to slow down, awakening the passengers. Li Minyang turned to glance at the clock. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, shrouded in darkness with no signs of life around, an expansive desolation that evoked a sense of melancholy. The platform's lights were dim, resembling distant stars in the vast night sky, as if a gust of wind could extinguish them, adding to the desolation with only a couple of staff members standing by. It's freezing, Li Minyang shivered, hastily putting on his long-sleeved jacket as he felt the chill settling in. A few passengers with luggage began to walk towards the train door. The trader next to Li Minyang started to rummage through his bag, laying out leather jackets on a small table. Are you about to start selling already? Li Minyang inquired with a chuckle, instinctively glancing toward Zhao Lu and the other's compartment, noting that their door remained firmly shut, with no signs of anyone emerging to use the restroom. His position near the aisle made it convenient to move around, the carriage adjacent to the compartment, merely 4 or 5 meters from Zhao Lu's side. Yes, we'll start selling from the next stop. My goods are limited by the time we reach Moscow. They'll definitely be gone. I'll have to see if I can find some more to sell back home, the trader Ma San replied, familiar with Li Minyang and the others through their exchanges. I could bring some watches back to sell. They're easy to carry and fetch a good price. I usually don't share such good fortune with others. Ma San leaned in closer to Li Minyang, whispering. Understanding the implication, Li Minyang nodded and asked, how much will this piece sell for in rubles? Look at the materials. It's 100 pure cotton, sourced from the garment factory in the Magic City. The cost price alone is 140 rubles, and I'll sell it for at least 3,000 rubles. A guaranteed hot item, Ma San grinned, his disposition notably cheerful. Despite the surge of private clothing brands emerging, the public still held a soft spot for the Magic City garment factory, whose model teams had once captivated the masses. Note, based on the exchange rate at the time, 3,000 rubles equated to around 600 to 700 Chinese yuan. In 1988, the highest denomination of Chinese currency was a 100 yuan bill, with an average salary just above 100 yuan. This conversion is entirely accurate, so please rest assured. Indeed, it's excellent merchandise, Li Minyang remarked, feeling the fabric and smiling, having learned much about the trader's customs from Ma San. Let me help you out there. Li Minyang stood to assist, casting a glance at Shui Pengpeng, who remained soundly asleep. Ha ha, thank you. Ma San nodded appreciatively. Managing everything alone was indeed tiring, and having a helping hand was valuable. After about 10 minutes, the train gradually came to a stop, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Li Minyang's forehead. He no longer felt cold. Once seated again, Ma San tossed him a sausage, and Li Minyang reciprocated by tossing an apple back. Such is the simplicity of camaraderie among men. Suddenly, Li Minyang's pager beeped. It was a text from Sun Shiwei, asking him to return the call when he had a moment. Li Minyang tucked the pager away. The platform had signal, and after being in a confined space, he found it hard to discern how many days had passed. People took the opportunity to disembark for fresh air, stretching their limbs and smoking a few cigarettes. Seeing that Shui Pengpeng was comfortably asleep, Li Minyang chose not to wake him. Sugo, shall we get off and stretch a bit? Li Minyang offered, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. No, I'll just keep an eye on the luggage, Su Haibao replied nervously, glancing out the window at the pitch-black surroundings, feeling quite uneasy. I'll come down with you, Li Yi said, standing and patting Li Minyang on the shoulder. I can't. I have to watch the bags. Ma San shook his head, grinning at Li Minyang. Li Minyang paused at the compartment door, offering Li Yi a cigarette. You go ahead. I need to ask something. Li Yi accepted the cigarette without further questioning and stepped off the train. Knock, knock, knock. Li Minyang gently tapped on the compartment door, speaking softly, Zhao Ge. Would you like to step down for a smoke? Initially, there was no response, but just as Li Minyang was about to turn away, Zhao Lu's voice drifted out. Minyang. We've all fallen asleep, so we want to be going out. Sorry about that. Ah, no problem. You all rest, Li Minyang replied, saying little more before turning to disembark. It seemed Zhao Lu and the others were still shaken, and it was likely their compartment door would remain closed for the duration of their journey to Moscow. He wondered if, during the unloading, he could speak on his own behalf. Those who could procure ordinary business passports surely had connections. The cold wind whipped around him, a bone-chilling draft, and Li Minyang turned his back to it, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep, contemplative breath. Li Yi and Su Gu probably wouldn't attract attention, would they? Li Minyang casually inquired, sensing that Li Yi concealed much beneath the surface. His accent was hard to place, and he appeared unburdened. If this were a business trip, shouldn't there be traveling companions? Who can say? The situation in Russia is more perilous than the route through Ulaanbaatar. You'll know once you go, Li Yi replied, shaking his head, seemingly harboring many unspoken thoughts. Li Minyang refrained from probing further. Continuing the conversation would only yield terrifying tales of accidents, devoid of substance, only increasing the pressure. With a thunderous roar, the train emitted a high-pitched signal, preparing to depart once more. Let us go. Li Minyang extinguished his cigarette and stepped back onto the train, followed closely by Li Yi. The faint lights of the platform receded into the distance, and the carriage returned to its deep, nocturnal silence. Unbeknownst to anyone, during that brief stop, several figures managed to blend into the train. Chapter 70. Such ferocity. A first encounter. Once aboard, fatigue washed over Li Minyang, and he leaned back in his seat for a light doze, while Shui Pengpeng continued to snore deeply, his breaths echoing like thunder, as if he might choke at any moment. Su Haibao remained extraordinarily quiet, his eyes tightly shut. Occasionally, he would shift his body, leaving one to wonder if he had succumbed to slumber. Yet, his temperament seemed remarkably gentle, allowing Shui Pengpeng to lean against him. Had it been Li Minyang, one could only imagine how many times he would have had to shove that large face away. The atmosphere in the carriage was serene. No one traversed the aisle, and the hot water dispenser was unattended. Passengers rested peacefully in their seats, eyes closed. Suddenly, a series of coarse shouts pierced through the tranquility, like daggers stabbing in the mind, nearly stealing one's very soul. Hand over the money. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Quickly, quickly. Shui Pengpeng jolted awake in terror, instinctively glancing back, his face turning ghostly pale, mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to breathe. A band of robbers abruptly appeared at the carriage entrance, their sharp blades glinting under the light, and before the slumbering passengers could react, violence erupted in a flurry of fists and kicks. A woman cried out in despair, cradling her head, her pitiful gaze directed at the robbers. But soon, a punch landed squarely on her nose, blood gushing forth. Quickly, give me your money. One of the thugs snarled as he lunged forward with his knife, aiming for her forehead. The woman, now paralyzed with fear, disregarded her injured nose, allowing blood to stain her clothing as she hastily rummaged through her pockets, tossing out her watch, pager, and wallet. Another robber, spotting earrings adorning a woman's ears, seized the opportunity to snatch them, pulling with such force that her screams echoed throughout the carriage like a slaughtered pig. My ear. I'll give it to you. Just let go. Please, I beg you, let go." The woman knelt on the ground, blood streaming down her cheeks, her body shaking uncontrollably, yet the robber remained unyielding. His face contorted with malice as he continued to tug mercilessly. Nearby, a man, paralyzed with fear, felt his hair stand on end. He instinctively began to extract his belongings, even tearing open a small pouch sewn into his thigh, obediently producing his money. "It's all here, take it," he stammered, trembling as he offered his cash, narrowly escaping a brutal beating. One robber, wielding an iron rod, targeted a nearby man, swinging down hard on his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "Stop wasting time. Hand over your money," the man with the iron rod bellowed, causing nearby passengers to freeze in terror, hastily searching through their bags for any valuables. At the entrance of the compartment, the robbers hesitated momentarily, but Li Minyang, and others were gripped by sheer panic, their hearts racing as if they might burst from their chests. This was a scene none had ever encountered before. These robbers were no longer mere thieves, but violent marauders, devoid of humanity. What to do? Su Haiba sat paralyzed on the floor, his body limp, lacking even the strength to rise. Even the typically composed Li displayed signs of distress, swallowing hard repeatedly. Shui Peng was fully awake now, his lips trembling, and just as he turned to look back, a hand struck him squarely in the face, the sound echoing like a watermelon being smashed. Several robbers had already surged towards the entrance. "We're giving you our money." Li Minyang was the first to react, rising quickly to unbuckle his belt, extracting all the cash hidden in his underwear pocket and placing it on the table. "It's all here," he shouted frantically, glancing anxiously at Shui Peng, fearing a delay in his response. However, the only valuable item, a pager, was hastily concealed under the seat. The situation was perilous. They had no idea how many robbers were present, and their brutality was overwhelming. If they clung to their money, they would surely meet a grim fate. "My money is right here." Su Haiba quickly retrieved his cash, almost stripping off his clothes, presenting over 1,000 yuan on the table. His documents remained safely tucked in his bag. Li also hastily produced several hundred yuan, which the robbers swiftly snatched into a bag. Yet, Shui Peng could only offer 50, a sum that Li Minyang had previously set aside for him. The two brothers found themselves with barely over 200 yuan between them, when the robber turned his gaze towards Shui Peng. A sinister glint shone in his eyes as he raised his knife, seemingly ready to strike. The tension in the air became palpable. Beads of sweat formed on Shui Peng's forehead, his face ashen, his mind blank. Su Haiba, sitting beside him, felt himself growing faint. "Sir, we truly have nothing left. All our money is right here, along with our luggage. You can inspect everything." Li Minyang shouted desperately, fearing that the blade would plunge into Shui Peng. He quickly lifted the bag from the ground, unzipping it and spilling its contents onto the floor, gesturing urgently. Shui Peng hastily removed his shoes and even unbuckled his belt, allowing the robber to inspect him. The brothers appeared utterly submissive, their fear reaching an extreme. The robber finally believed that these two were indeed impoverished and, unwilling to waste time on them, struck Shui Peng with a resounding slap before turning to rob others. Shui Peng's cheek instantly swelled, and he felt dizzy, sitting in a daze, his breathing becoming labored. Li Minyang looked equally distressed, hunching over with his head bowed low, seemingly too frightened to meet the robber's gaze. Su Haiba clutched his head tightly, trembling uncontrollably, utterly paralyzed with fear, while Li similarly curled up in a corner. These four men, much like the other passengers, were frozen in terror, rendered helpless and vulnerable, mere prey for the ruthless robbers. Yet, Shui Peng alone bore the brunt of the violence, suffering the brunt of the attack as he had before. However, Li Minyang cautiously glanced towards the corridor, only to discover that there were 7 robbers, including a woman who was particularly vocal in her threats. "Damn it, is this all the money you have?" The woman seized Sam by the hair, yanking him to his knees with brutal force, right beside Li Minyang. "I swear, all the money I had is gone. I haven't even sold my goods yet." "I'm not lying," Masen cried out in panic. "Throw it all out." The woman kicked him hard in the groin, causing the grown man to curl up in agony, howling in pain. Masen's face twisted in torment as he pounded the ground, gasping, "It hurts. It hurts too much." The man wielding the iron rod approached, yanked open a window, and unceremoniously tossed San's bag out into the night. "Everyone, hurry up and hand over your money. Don't make me search for it." The woman shrieked, her cruelty serving as a warning to all. Many of the passengers, gripped by fear, scrambled to produce their money, terrified by the brutal display they had just witnessed. Chapter 71. Do not cross the line. The carriage was in disarray, filled with wails and despair. The passengers, pale as ghosts, curled up in their seats, allowing the robbers to beat, insult, and humiliate them, lacking even the courage to look up or speak. Ma San lay on the ground, groaning in pain, while Minyang noticed tears welling in his eyes, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Everyone talked about how easy it was to make money, yet the suffering they endured was unimaginable. Arriving in a foreign land, they faced countless oppressions and pressures. Earning a living had never been an easy task. It was all too easy to be envious of others' success. Minyang let out a heavy sigh. Witnessing familiar faces being so cruelly treated was an unbearable torment, an act of sheer madness. Not only had they stolen their money, but they had also discarded their goods. A pack of beasts. Finally, when there was nothing left to seize, the bandits strode towards the private room. As they approached the exit, Minyang and his companions instinctively huddled together, covering their heads. Su Haiba let out an uncontrollable gasp, a manifestation of his overwhelming fright. Suddenly, one of the female bandits turned around, and upon meeting her gaze, Shui Pengpeng and Su Haiba trembled violently, their demeanor as timid as that of a frightened calf. Damn it! The female bandit hissed through clenched teeth, delivering a sharp slap to Shui Pengpeng's face, mistakenly believing him to be the source of provocation. And she smirked with a sense of sadistic pleasure in her power over him. Shui Pengpeng dared not utter a word, instinctively lowering his head and shrinking his neck. At that moment, wishing fervently to be seated by the window. Damn it! Why was it always him who bore the brunt of the beatings? Is there no justice in this world? Once the gang passed through the corridor and reached the private room, the tension in the air began to ease. Though the atmosphere remained oppressively heavy, the patrons dared only to whisper amongst themselves, occasionally letting out pained groans, the mood despondent to the extreme. Minyang leaned forward slightly, whispering urgently, "Ma San, are you all right?" Ma San glanced at Minyang, remaining silent, his eyes weary as he shut them. If not for the slight tremor of his body, he could have been mistaken for a lifeless corpse, devoid of any semblance of vitality. They've thrown away our goods. This isn't just pushing someone to their death. Suddenly, a loud knocking resonated through the air, followed by the woman's shrill voice. "Open the door. Let me in. I'll kick it down myself and make you pay dearly." Minyang's heart sank, turning to look towards the private room, realizing it was indeed the one occupied by Zhao Lu and his associates. Several bandits surrounded it, pounding and kicking the door with force, yet it remained firmly shut. The remaining bandits rushed into other private rooms, and the patrons, eager to avoid a beating, complied, willingly presenting their valuables. In such dire circumstances, preserving one's life takes precedence over wealth. However, one room's occupants refused to cooperate, locking the door tightly from within. "There must be something valuable in there. Get the door open," shouted the man wielding an iron rod, striking the doorknob with brutal force, causing the door to shudder dangerously. A flicker of rage crossed Minyang's face as he silently gripped the iron fork concealed within the seat cover, gently nudging Shui Pengpeng's leg with his foot. "What's going on?" Shui Pengpeng's mouth fell open slightly. "We'll act based on the situation," Minyang whispered, his light words sending shivers down Shui Pengpeng's spine, who widened his eyes in alarm. "What are you planning? Have you lost your mind? They've finished robbing. It's no longer our concern." "Minyang, don't be impulsive." Shui Pengpeng shook his head anxiously, casting a worried glance towards the private room, clutching Minyang's arm tightly. "If things escalate, as a man, I can't just stand by. If I act, you must follow." Minyang's expression grew cold and ferocious. How could he witness the humiliation of women before him? If it came to that, he would risk everything. "Minyang, please." "I'm scared." Shui Pengpeng was on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend why Minyang would throw himself into danger, especially now that the robbery was over. Why show off now, when he could have acted when the slaps were being dealt? Su Haiba squeezed closer to the window, terrified that any confrontation would implicate him, having already made his stance clear. Minyang shifted his gaze from Su Haiba to Li Yi, who uttered a warning. "Don't cause trouble and drag us all into this," before turning his attention back to the view outside. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Zhao Lu shouted, "Xiang Bei, take the bedboard and brace it against the door, quickly. They shouldn't be able to get in." His neck veins bulged as he pressed against the door, the relentless pounding outside numbing his left arm and quickening his heartbeat. Jin Xiangbei remained silent, forcefully dismantling the door panel. The events of the previous night were still vivid in his mind. Those beasts not only sought money, but also aimed to assault Guizhan. Any man, especially a colleague, could hardly tolerate such a thing. Guozhen curled up in a corner, paralyzed with terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Get the hell out here. Open up. The battering intensified as more bandits joined in, shouting commands 1-2, 1-2, let us crash the door. Within moments, the door collapsed inward, burying Zhao Lu beneath it. Damn it! The woman leaped the highest, the first to rush inside. Jin Xiangbei was still busy removing the bedboard when a kick struck him hard in the waist. Hold him down and beat him. The female bandit bellowed, and several men lunged forward, kicking Jin Xiangbei mercilessly as he fell heavily to the ground. Hastily shielding his head while shouting loudly, "The money is in the bag. Take whatever you want." At that moment, he could only capitulate, hoping Guozhen might escape unscathed. Drag him out and beat him to a pulp. The female bandit led the charge, stepping out of the cramped space. One of the men wielding an iron rod grabbed Zhao Lu by the hair, pulling him outside and delivering brutal kicks to his abdomen. His glasses lost somewhere in the chaos. Oh, so there really is something valuable here. Suddenly, a male bandit, noticing Guozhen cowering in the corner, became uncontrollably excited. "What are you doing? What do you want?" Guozhen screamed in anguish as the group of male bandits descended upon her like ravenous wolves. "Help! Someone save me!" The entire carriage was filled with her desperate cries, a horror beyond imagination, yet the men within bowed their heads, too fearful to intervene. The female bandit continued to assault Zhao Lu, just beside Li Minyang. Chapter 72. The men's counterattack. Damn it, take the money but don't touch her. Jin Xiangbei was nearly driven to madness, still being held down and unable to rise, catching a glimpse of Guozhen being torn at by several men. Jin Xiangbei howled in despair, yet it was all in vain. His resentment towards his own helplessness was more unbearable than death itself. Outside the private room, Zhao Lu gasped for breath, the bandit still gripping his hair as he desperately clutched the man's arm, pleading, "How much do you want? Name your price. If I can't pay, I'll be your grandson. Just let the lady go. Please. Who are you to negotiate with us?" The woman leaped up, kicking Zhao Lu viciously in the side. Zhao Lu turned in agony to look at her, his eyes filled with profound despair. Guozhen's screams pierced through him like a dagger, twisting his heart, unbearable to the point of choking. At that moment, a voice like that of a wild beast erupted from the side, and before the roar had faded, a tall figure lunged at the woman. "Damn you, filthy wretch!" Li Minyang bellowed, bolstering his courage, as he plunged the iron fork directly into the female bandit's neck, causing blood to erupt like a fountain. The woman collapsed to the ground, clutching her wound tightly, instinctively looking up to see a size 45 foot descending upon her face like a dark cloud. "Get lost!" Li Minyang struck swiftly, charging towards the man with the iron rod, and in a flash, they grappled fiercely. "All men, come and fight them. How can you stand by while women are being humiliated? Let us go. Peng Peng, what are you waiting for?" Li Minyang pressed down on the bandit's hand, wielding the rod, while with his other hand he lunged the iron fork wildly, blood splattering everywhere. His fists and arms slick with the warmth of it. Shui Peng Peng let out a furious roar, abruptly springing from his seat, yet his body remained rigid, paralyzed by an overwhelming fear deep within him. Zhao Lu, quick-witted and swift, seized the iron rod from the man's grasp, glaring fiercely as he brought it crashing down upon the head of the male assailant. The thud resonated with a dull echo, blood gushing forth and pooling upon the floor. "Damn it!" Zhao Lu, seemingly driven to madness, turned to face the female bandit, who now appeared to feel a twinge of fear, shuffling backward. "No, my people are still inside. Are you seeking death?" Zhao Lu raised the iron rod high, straightening his body, and brought it down heavily upon the woman's right shoulder. Instantly, she let out a gut-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, convulsing as if electrocuted, likely suffering from multiple fractures. All of this transpired with remarkable swiftness. The remaining bandits in the private room rushed out, ceasing their assault on Guozhen, who thankfully had only been stripped of her clothing. "Take them down." One of the bandits bellowed, charging forward with a knife, but Li Minyang had already risen, grabbing a bag from his seat and hurling it towards the assailants, then pushing Zhao Lu as they fled. "To the restroom!" Li Minyang shouted, and together they dashed through the entire carriage, bursting into the narrow confines of the restroom. Zhao Lu promptly locked the door, both of them panting heavily, their adrenaline surging from their first violent retaliation, having drawn blood. "I will kill them all." Zhao Lu's previously gentle visage twisted into a fearsome glare. Within the restroom, the anguished cries of the female bandit could still be heard, but they were fading, nearing unconsciousness. Bang! 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 "Open up! I'll kill you!" The assailants relentlessly kicked the restroom door, Li Minyang bracing himself against it with his arm. Exchanging a glance with Zhao Lu, both their eyes ablaze with fury. Whoever rushes in first, I'll take them out first. Damn you. Minyang ruarat. His voice primal enough to momentarily halt the bandits at the door. The restroom door, sturdier than the private room, began to yield under the violent shaking. Not coming out. Huh, fine. I'll go back and deal with that woman. Just listen carefully and see how loud she screams. One of the bandits threatened, turning to return to the private room, intent on dragging the woman out to face public humiliation. In a frenzy, Zhao Lu contemplated opening the door to confront them. But Li Minyang quickly grasped his arm, whispering urgently, wait. If we open the door now, we'll be met with a flurry of blades. We can't withstand that. And my friend is still outside. Let us see if he makes a move. Zhao Lu nodded firmly, gripping Li Minyang's shoulder. Their bond forged in the crucible of survival, gratitude overwhelming him. A bandit rushed past Shui Pengpeng, who was still in a daze, when suddenly, a figure leapt from the ground. You scum. It was Ma San, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the bandit's head. His fury palpable as he was cornered into a fight for survival. The bandit crumpled to the ground, and Ma San seized the knife, plunging it into the bandit's back repeatedly, blood splattering everywhere. The scene was gruesomely chaotic. Nearby passengers were paralyzed with shock, shrinking back in fear. Yet Ma San, insatiable, noticed the bandit lying still and turned his knife towards the 4 remaining assailants. Come on, let me send you to your graves. He roared, and for a moment, the thugs hesitated, fear glinting in their eyes. Only 4 of the assailants remained able to move. Meanwhile, Jin Xiangbei emerged from the private room, trembling, wielding a wooden stick, prepared to fight to the death. The atmosphere in the private room grew tumultuous, several men displaying fierce expressions, ready to take action. Damn it, a pack of beasts. Do you think you can bully our women? We're not less than men. With one person taking the lead, the others found their courage. Let's go and kill him. One bandit, realizing the urgency, understood that if he didn't act decisively, they would be overwhelmed by the passengers fighting back. Stab him. The 4 bandits lunged forward with their knives. At that moment, Li Minyang pushed the door open, wielding the iron rod he had secured, and charged out alongside Zhao Lu. Let us unite and take them down. We need to reclaim our hard-earned money. Li Minyang's fervent shout ignited the men's spirits, causing the 4 thugs to hesitate, contemplating escape. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, one man, who had recently been robbed, dashed forward to snatch a knife, shouting, everyone attack. Don't be afraid of them. Ma San, in a frenzy, didn't care about the danger. He wanted to confront the bandits head-on, striding forward and swinging his knife at one of the assailants' heads. Li Minyang and Zhao Lu surged from behind, and in an instant, a dozen men pounced on the 4 remaining bandits, as the other passengers grabbed hold of the bandits. All the pin-up humiliation burst forth like a dam breaking. I'll smash you to pieces. One man tightly gripped the wrist of a bandit holding a knife, driving his head into the thug's nose, both of them crashing onto the seats. In an instant, countless feet descended upon the bandit's face. Within moments, the thug was dizzy, collapsing to the ground. Others followed suit, seizing another bandit by the hair, pulling him down with ferocity, fists raining down upon him like a relentless drumbeat. A woman fought her way forward, her face twisted with rage as she clawed at the bandit's ears. Her legs wrapped around his waist, exerting every ounce of strength she had, screaming, ah! The bandit shrieked even louder, let go. I'm gonna fall. Let go. In the blink of an eye, the entire carriage surged forward, some even leaning in to join the fray. Li Minyang, having only swung his iron rod once, was pushed to the back, unable to reach the bandits amidst the chaos. Under such circumstances, the bandits' resolve crumbled. The crowd, emboldened, overwhelmed them despite the knives they had once wielded. You're all dead meat. Ma San, bloodied with rage, swung his knife to attack, while the bandit he had stabbed lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around him. Seeing this, Li Minyang urgently called out, Peng, hold Ma San back. The bandits were now like lambs to the slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos. Don't ruin our bright future here. Shui Peng clung tightly to Ma San from behind. They've thrown away all my goods. Ma San's face flushed crimson, blood still staining his knife. Panting heavily, but gradually regaining his composure. Make way for me, Li Minyang shouted, shoving past several passengers, delivering 2 brutal strikes to one bandit, knocking him to the ground. Writhing in agony. Call for your father again, Li Minyang growled. Although the crowd had previously beaten the bandits en masse, they had not used weapons, holding back their strikes. But Li Minyang's iron rod was no ordinary blow. It shattered bones upon impact. Give me the rod. Zhao Lu snatched the iron rod from Li Minyang's hands, his fury insatiable, leaping onto a seat to launch himself towards the other end of the crowd. The female bandit lay motionless in the corridor, unaware of her fate. But Zhao Lu cared not. He aimed the iron rod at her leg, straightening his body before delivering a heavy blow. The scream that followed was indescribable. The female bandit, thrashing violently, jolted awake from her near unconsciousness by the searing pain radiating from her leg. Alas, oh dear, please spare me. I too am a victim of those men. The female bandit, disregarding her agonizing pain, began to weep in terror, curling her body into a tight ball, finally succumbing to fear. How dare you? Where is that bravado from earlier? Let me hear you scream. Scream, you wretched creature. Zhao Lu showed no mercy, striking the female bandit with his iron rod, rendering her silent as she lay on the ground, still as a corpse. Zhao, enough. Li Minyang rushed forward, urgently embracing Zhao Lu, insisting that the female bandit had already received a sentence worthy of 1,000 deaths, and there was no need to continue this brutality. Minyang, do not interfere. I must eradicate these beasts. Zhao Lu forcefully pushed Li Minyang aside, striding forward with the iron rod in hand. Clear the way. Zhao Lu's roar startled the passengers, who instinctively recoiled, parting to grant him passage, for they held a deep-seated respect for those who had instigated the violence. I will see you all perish here. Zhao Lu's visage twisted in rage as he raised the iron rod high, unleashing his fury. He struck indiscriminately. Which of you dared to tear my friend's clothing? I'll strip you bare. Cursing vehemently, he vowed to incapacitate these brutes who had sullied so many women. Zhao Lu seemed to have gone mad, each blow fueled with ferocity, and one bandit, struck on the left shoulder, turned pale and collapsed, retching on the ground. The bandit lay gasping for breath. Even as Zhao Lu stepped on his calf, he lacked the strength to utter a sound. Die, all of you! Zhao Lu continued his relentless assault, the carriage filled with cries of despair, as the once mighty bandits now cowered like frightened chicks, retreating in vain, unable to escape their fate. It was a spectacle to behold. A male passenger, invigorated, waved his fists, envisioning himself as Zhao Lu, wielding the iron rod against the bandits. Su Haiba, too, stood in exhilaration, shouting fervently, "Let's finish off these scoundrels." It was not until Zhao Lu exhausted himself that he ceased his onslaught, leaving the bandits sprawled in the aisle. Unresponsive, the scene a gruesome tableau, drenched in blood. Zhao, that's enough. You must calm down. We need to leave. Li Minyang hurried to Zhao Lu's side, tossing the iron rod to the ground, guiding him towards their compartment. At that moment, a round-faced fellow clapped heartily, exclaiming, "Hero! A hero who has saved our lives." Shui Peng Peng shouted, his applause exaggerated, prompting the other passengers to join in, cheering and venerating the two heroes. Remarkable, truly heroic. If not for them, many women would have faced desecration. Let's eliminate these beasts to prevent them from wreaking further havoc. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Li Minyang supported Zhao Lu, step by step, towards their compartment, while Shui Peng Peng finally displayed some discernment, a commendable trait for an elite in foreign trade, always ensuring good deeds are recognized, lest one appear foolish. At this moment, Jin Xiangbei regarded Li Minyang with newfound respect, moved to tears as he limped over to express his gratitude. Su Haiba, too, began to idolize Zhao Lu, jumping up to applaud, his ample frame shaking rhythmically, while he remained composed, his stern countenance inscrutable in thought. Ma San, do not overthink. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters, Li Minyang gently reassured Ma San as he passed by, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as the train gradually slowed, a beam of sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the carriage, heralding the end of night and the dawn of day. At this juncture, one would expect the bandits to leap from the train and escape, yet they lay lifeless, as if corpses, in the frigid corridor. Li Minyang, Zhao Lu, and Jin Xiangbei embraced tightly, returning to their compartment, a bond forged in the crucible of danger. Chapter 74. You are too honest. I fear you may suffer in society. The K3 bandit incident resulted in the train halting operations for the entirety of the morning. Due to the severity of the event, the Russian authorities adopted a serious stance, engaging in active discussions with the Chinese police. Among the 7 assailants, one was slain by Ma San's blade on the spot, while the fate of the others remained grim, particularly the female bandit, whose shoulder had collapsed and whose calf was grotesquely bent, a sight too harrowing to behold. Whether she would survive the day was uncertain. All passengers' counteractions were classified as justifiable self-defense, absolving them of any criminal liability, and after providing necessary statements, they returned to the train. However, among the passengers, 3 individuals, a man and a woman, sustained severe injuries and were dispatched to the hospital for treatment. Jin Xiangbei, too, required further examination, yet he insisted on returning to the train. No, I have pressing work to attend to, and as for my health, I am well aware of my condition. It is nothing serious, Jin Xiangbei maintained adamantly, leaving Zhao Lu at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the group was seated in a Russian police vehicle en route back to the K3 train, which would soon continue its journey to Moscow. Zhao Lu's injuries were minor, merely superficial wounds, while Guizhen, aside from being frightened, had suffered no physical harm. Minyang, I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I had not intended to survive. Guizhen, still shaken, sat in the passenger seat, turning to glance at Li Minyang, who was huddled in a corner, yet she noticed his brow furrowed, his expression pained, as if he were enduring a serious injury. Minyang, what is wrong? Guizhen inquired anxiously, her tone rising in pitch, as Zhao Lu and Jin Xiangbei exchanged worried glances towards Li Minyang. Huff, I am unsure if I fracture a rib. I suddenly feel intense pain, especially when inhaling, as if struck by a rod. Then we must take you to the hospital, Zhao Lu urged urgently. Zhao, no, I cannot go back. Li Minyang's anxiety surged, gripping Zhao Lu's arm tightly, shaking his head in anguish. I must find a way to sell the Dongying garments and bring the money back to the workers. I must go to Moscow. It is imperative. Witnessing such noble resolve and dedication to collective welfare over personal interest evoked admiration and sympathy, not only from Guizhen, but also from Zhao Lu and Jin Xiangbei, who were moved as well. Brother, at the Russian customs, think of a way to ensure the Dongying goods pass inspection. Clothing should be manageable, Jin Xiangbei suggested, taking the initiative without Li Minyang needing to prompt him. I knew it. With 17 freight cars heading to Russia, how could there be no means? Such connections are invaluable. Li Minyang felt a surge of elation, though he kept his hand in his pocket, pressing it firmly, feigning weakness. Enduring the pain, he pinched himself until he turned red. I was just pondering this issue. Merely adding an approval note on the shipping documents for a couple of freight cars should suffice. Even if they discern something amiss, they ought to extend us some courtesy, without requiring any further favors. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lu spoke earnestly. Suddenly, Li Minyang's emotions surged, and his expression was filled with sincerity. If you truly possess the capability, please lend me a hand. Assist this state-owned enterprise on the brink of bankruptcy, and help the hundreds of impoverished employees who are relying on this payment for their survival. Zhao Lu firmly grasped Li Minyang's hand, gently patting the back of it in comfort, and assured him, Minyang, rest assured, now that I have spoken, I shall not let your affairs fall through. Even if there are mistakes, I will cover any fees required for the shipment to the Great Russia Customs. With those words, Old Yin's heart found solace. He had encountered a benefactor. With this newfound camaraderie, once the first step was taken, could there not be a second? Upon realizing the market conditions, Li Minyang had prepared for the worst, thinking that at most, the Great Russia Customs might seize half of the goods. Yet, even in such a scenario, the profit margin per garment was approximately fivefold, still yielding a profit, albeit reduced. When the goods were being loaded onto the freight cars, Li Minyang paid special attention to the influential figure overseeing the loading of 17 cars, strategically choosing a seat near the private room to facilitate rapport. Now, it seemed the matter was settled, and he was aboard a grand vessel. Zhao Ge, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. I owe you a tremendous favor. I will comply with any request you make in the future. Old Yin, overwhelmed with emotion, began to forge connections. Minyang, what you say is unnecessary. If you hadn't stepped up, the three of us would have faced dire consequences. You are our savior. This small favor is nothing in comparison. Zhao Lu's tone turned serious, finding Li Minyang's excessive gratitude somewhat excessive. Brother Zhao, if you were simply robbed, I must confess I wouldn't have the courage to assist. But to harm a woman, I am a man. Even if it meant my own demise, I would not allow it to occur. Li Minyang suddenly spoke with fervor, revealing his true sentiments, aiming to deepen his character and dispel any suspicions of ulterior motives. As for Old Yin's pretense of injury, it was merely to instill psychological pressure on Zhao Lu and elicit self-reproach. Before he could even voice his request, it was offered freely. Minyang, Zhao Lu was left speechless, firmly holding Li Minyang's hand, reflecting on how genuine this fellow was. So ye, Li Minyang called out affectionately, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Minyang, how can I describe you? You are too genuine. I worry you may be taken advantage of in society. Zhao Ge, there's no helping it. I've always been straightforward and unable to beat around the bush. The officers from the Great Russia Police, who enjoyed listening to Huaxia songs, had a classic tune playing on the radio. True feelings are as vast as the grassland. Layers of storms cannot obstruct them. There will always be clouds parting. And when the sun rises, the brilliant sunlight shines upon you and me. Chapter 75, Arrival. Upon seeing Li Minyang return to the train, Shui Pongpong excitedly approached, his broad face radiating joy. Minyang, you got back those 200-odd rubles. All right, such trivial matters do not require your report to me. Step aside a bit. You're blocking my access to my belongings. Li Minyang pushed aside that jovial face, realizing that associating with influential figures meant a different caliber of life. Why concern himself with pocket change? Huh, where are you going? Shui Pongpong nervously inquired, leaning closely behind him. Where? Keep your distance. Damn it, at the moment when my life was at stake, you shouted like a fool. Do I look like a man from the old neighborhood? Don't ever say you know me again. Li Minyang, while organizing his luggage, felt a swell of frustration. Minyang, I too wish to slap myself. I was not behaving like a man at all. I don't know what happened. My body just wouldn't respond. If there's a next time, I will certainly stand in front of you. Shui Pongpong fervently explained. Enough. If there's a next time, I may not survive. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. I've seen through you, you rascal. Li Minyang scoffed, though he didn't hold a grudge, feeling somewhat unsettled. Was this broad face really not a street thug? How could he continue to mix with such company? Minyang, trust me. Shui Pongpong hastily grasped Li Minyang's arm. Where are we going? Take me with you. I'm going to the private room. Several new friends invited me over. There are empty beds right next door. Oh, help me with my luggage. Li Minyang suddenly clutched his stomach, sporting a constipated expression, and noticed Zhao Lu and the others boarding the train. Minyang, let me help you. Zhao Lu quickly approached. Shui Pongpong glanced at Li Minyang and, noticing a flicker of displeasure on his face, immediately understood and interjected. No, I can do it. Please, leader, step aside. I can't let you do this. He had already adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Zhao Ge, don't worry too much. I estimate that after a good night's sleep, I'll be fine. Li Minyang smiled, seeking to alleviate the tension. Once they reached Moscow, he would be rejuvenated. Watching Li Minyang enter the private room, Su Haibo felt a profound sense of reluctance. How could he return to the past? Such a formidable ally departing from his side left him feeling insecure. However, given the commotion that had ensued, the police in Great Russia would undoubtedly enhance their deployment, ensuring greater security for the upcoming journey. As the train continued its journey, the passengers gradually detached from the traumatic event, their emotions settling into a calm anticipation. Approaching the next station, the traders began to eagerly await, sensing the intoxicating aroma of money wafting toward them. The bustling scene at the platform stood in stark contrast to previous stations, now brimming with people. As soon as the train came to a halt, the traders eagerly flung open the windows, half their bodies protruding, goods in hand, and began shouting their wares. Down jackets from the Magic City Clothing Factory, only 3,000 rubles. Leather jackets for just 2,800 rubles. Hey, lighters, just 100 rubles each. Big sale. The traders gestured with their fingers, seemingly in perfect harmony with the people of Great Russia. Although they spoke different languages, communication was seamless. They zeroed in on the goods and promptly produced rubles for purchase, completing transactions with remarkable efficiency. Business was indeed thriving. As Li Minyang walked through the carriage, observing this scene, he could not help but marvel at how marketing was rendered unnecessary. The people of Great Russia seemed to snatch up goods with fervor. Provided the prices remained reasonable, they would immediately reach for their wallets. Within merely 15 minutes of the train stop, the traders had offloaded the bulk of their goods, with a few exceptionally swift sellers nearly clearing their stock. Subsequently, the train resumed its rapid pace, and the traders settled into their seats, counting their money. With rubles piled high like small mountains, ready to be stuffed into bags, there was no exaggeration in that statement. Such was the allure of the early 1990s for traders. With courage and acumen, one could thrive. However, most traders operated under tourist permits, limiting their cargo and disqualifying them from competing with someone of Zhao Lu's caliber. Individuals like Zhao Lu had already ascended to a foreign trade model. Ma San sat glumly in his seat, watching others rake in substantial profits while his heart bled. Ma San, what do you plan to do upon arriving in Moscow? Li Minyang circled the private room before returning to his original seat. Buy a ticket back. What else can I do? I've had the worst luck this time. Ma San replied weakly, truly lacking the motivation to speak unless Li Minyang had initiated the conversation. Ma San, now that we're in Moscow, we ought to earn something for the return trip, Li Minyang suggested. With over 27,000 pieces of goods to unpack and transport, he desperately needed assistance. Huh? Ma San finally lifted his head, an expression of astonishment on his face as he looked at Li Minyang. What do you mean? Well, I was worried about being watched before, so I hadn't mentioned it. I've booked 2 freight cars filled with winter apparel. Could you help me sell them? You have experience, and I'll pay you well, based on what you managed to sell. Li Minyang inquired. All right then. Ma San stood up excitedly, finally filled with vigor. If he truly returned from this trip to Russia without any money, What would he do? His family was relying on him for support. Thus, Li Minyang and Ma San engaged in an animated conversation, while Peng Yi was fast asleep and Li Yi whispered something to Su Haiba. Everything seemed as it always did. The train journeyed for 3 days and 2 nights without any further incidents, finally arriving in Moscow at noon on September 15th. The hardships endured along the way could only be articulated by those who had experienced them. It was no journey for the faint-hearted, and it was not an exaggeration to say that lives were risked for money. One should not envy such wealth, as it came at the cost of one's life. The traders hurriedly moved about, not lingering in the station, their primary concern being how to exchange rubles for dollars or convert them into goods to bring back to China. Each subsequent step was fraught with difficulty. In stark contrast to the train stations in China, Moscow's was undeniably grander. At the entrance of the subway tunnel, people hurried past, and vehicles lined up neatly in the square outside the station. Everything appeared so prosperous, yet in reality, it was precariously unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse. Li Minyang observed this scene, contemplating the alluring but untraveled path before him, feeling the immense waves of progress that had transformed a barren country into the world's second-largest economy. He realized he had immersed himself in a miracle, standing on the fastest route to wealth accumulation, with a core focus on economic development. Moscow, here I come. How splendid. Li Minyang stood tall, unable to suppress his exhilaration at the challenges ahead. Ah, splendid? Which girl is splendid? Shui Pengpeng quickly scanned the surroundings. Hey, that blonde with the big waves is quite something. Ma San pointed towards a foreign woman on the street. The two idlers, Li Minyang and Ma San, paid no mind to them. Chapter 76, Assimilation. Once all passengers disembarked, the cargo was finally tallied. Zhao Lu and others had preemptively reached out to the relevant departments in Russia for communication, with Guozhen playing a pivotal role as the sole person fluent in Russian. During their stay in the compartment, Li Minyang, maintaining his image as an honest man, offered many suggestions. Oh, this batch of clothes from Dongying is of exceptional quality. They were originally tailored for enterprises and institutions. Unfortunately, the design is too monotonous and not market-friendly. As the conversation progressed, the term customized became increasingly significant. Zhao Lu proposed supplying goods to the Russian company, suggesting their employees wouldn't need us to tailor work uniforms for them. The reasoning was straightforward. Zhao Lu slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing this point, while the earnest Li Minyang looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. What? Customized? Why can't I understand? Li Minyang was at a loss. He simply wasn't adept at navigating complexities, making him susceptible to being taken advantage of in society. As long as they could transport the goods out of the station, it signified they had formal procedures, and nothing would intimidate Li Minyang, whose eyes gleamed with greed. At that moment, in the operations department of Russia, it was not merely fabric, but work uniforms tailored for the employees of the tiny company. The cargo had not been approved for loading due to it not being on the procurement list. These uniforms were to be given away for free. Therefore, sir, this is our goodwill. If we were to charge for this, it would sadden us and harm our friendship. Guozhen's emotions were quite moving, and after a brief pause, the burly Russian stamped the loading agreement from Dongying. Thank you, my dear friend. The Russian even took the initiative to shake hands with Guozhen and the others in gratitude. 2 full freight cars of goods were approved without any additional cost, highlighting the chaos in Russia prior to its disintegration, akin to roses swaying in a storm on the verge of wilting. Meanwhile, Li Minyang and the others waited at the entrance of the hall. Following Zhao Lu was of no use, as lacking ordinary official passports could lead to unnecessary trouble. The tourist documents were only valid for a few days. The 3 of them loitered at the station entrance, and surprisingly, Shui Pengpeng and Ma San shared an unusual interest. Both fixated on a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman, eagerly comparing notes. Li Minyang was preoccupied with thoughts about the cargo, when suddenly he spotted 2 familiar figures approaching the entrance. Li Yi and Su Haiba. Why were they still together? Li Minyang waved his hand and called out, "Hey, old Su Li." Su Haiba quickly approached with a beaming smile, while Li Yi paused momentarily before hastening to catch up. Why are you still inside? Li Minyang casually inquired, having already waited nearly an hour. The fellow travelers had long since departed the station. I made an international call to report the situation to the unit. Su Haiba maintained a friendly demeanor. Oh, Li Minyang nodded, his gaze shifting to Li Yi, puzzled as to why he was still around when he had previously mentioned urgent business. Li Yi, what about you? Li Minyang asked again. I also made a call to a local friend. Li Yi replied tersely, his gaze drifting elsewhere, seemingly anxious and reluctant to engage further with Li Minyang. However, in Li Minyang's subconscious, he couldn't shake the feeling that Li Yi was not a good person, harboring secrets. Suge, where are you planning to stay these days? At this moment, Li Minyang's words seemed excessive, prompting Li Yi to click his tongue in annoyance. Minyang, it's getting late. We need to head out. Li Yi urged impatiently. We should stay at the Huarong Hotel. Su Haibao waved his hand, then followed Li Yi as they strode away, tossing a few packs of cigarettes to Li Minyang and the others. Take these. I don't smoke much. The Huarong Hotel was essentially a gathering place for traders. It was predominantly occupied by Chinese nationals, with few locals from Russia present. Suga, if possible, we should consider switching locations. That place can be quite chaotic. And our compatriots are the least reliable, Li Minyang called out, overtly implying Li Yi. Yet Su Haibao merely smiled and waved, disappearing from view. In a foreign land, one lacked the capacity to meddle in others' affairs. Li Minyang could only caution himself, wondering if he was overthinking the situation. Shall we share these cigarettes? Shui Pengpeng grinned, eyeing the cigarettes in Li Minyang's hand. Look at you, only concerned about the stock in your hands. Why not think of ways to score some foreign smokes? Li Minyang grimaced, but still tossed a pack of Huazi Dama, San, and Shui Pengpeng. After another 20 minutes, he finally spotted Zhao Lu and the others hurrying towards him, igniting his excitement. Quick, let's move, Li Minyang urged, finding Shui Pengpeng lagging behind. Zhao, go. Li Minyang adopted his usual innocent demeanor, extending his hand from a distance, while Shui Pengpeng raised his face, unmistakably a straightforward person. Who could have imagined this group resembling cowboys? Minyang, the procedures for the clothes from Dongying have been formalized, after the approval and review of the process. We can exit the station. Zhao Lu grasped Li Minyang's hand firmly. Upon hearing this, Ma San's mind exploded, and he regarded Zhao Lu with newfound respect. No wonder Minyang had been making frequent trips to the compartment since boarding. It turned out he was trying to curry favor with such influential figures. What a talent for networking. Zhao Gu, on behalf of all the workers from Dongying, I sincerely thank you. You are a benefactor. I hardly know what to say. I want to kneel before you. The honest man became flustered, almost dropping to his knees, but Zhao Lu would not allow that, quickly reaching out to steady him. However, in a sudden motion, the large-faced man dropped to the ground, bowing before Zhao Lu and the others. Thank you, esteemed leaders. Thank you, he sobbed. Li Minyang turned in surprise, thinking, damn, Peng Yi is quite something. This left Jin Xiangbei and Guo Zhen utterly astonished, and they hurriedly rushed to offer their support, momentarily resembling a cluster of individuals embracing a single entity. On the sidelines, Ma San stood in disbelief. The two had been as cunning as monkeys within the confines of the carriage, yet now presented such a pitiable visage. Damn, I learned something today. When venturing into the world for profit, one must not only possess audacity, but also an utter lack of shame. After much effort to soothe the emotions of Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng, the group made their way toward the cargo station. Zhao Lu cast a glance at Ma San and quietly inquired, and who might this be? Ah, just another unfortunate soul. Those bandits discarded his goods, and I genuinely felt concern for him, so I allowed him to accompany me. Minyang, I cannot fault you. You are too genuine. Zhao Lu patted Li Minyang's shoulder, pondering to himself how his brother's kindness often led him to assist others. In truth, he needed to find some labor to engage in. Zhao Lu turned his head toward Ma San, nodding slightly, prompting the latter to eagerly stretch his neck and nod back, having been assimilated into the group. In Chapter 77, titled Friendship, it is noted that my brother's honesty often leads him to be taken advantage of in society. Thus, to what extent could Zhao Lu truly provide for Li Minyang? Minyang, on the outskirts of Moscow, we have several warehouses. Given that Dongying Apparel is our company as product being dispatched, we can store it there. Otherwise, carrying such a large quantity of goods and selling them on the streets could lead to accidents. The nighttime security here is quite poor. Soon, Xiangbei would assign a truck driver to deliver the goods to the warehouse, and you can simply ride along in the truck. Furthermore, Guo Zhen will assist you in creating some sales signage, so that the people here in Russia will recognize the unique qualities of Dongying workwear, which will greatly aid in your sales endeavors. I must make a trip to the Tiny company. Time is of the essence, and I must go immediately. Minyang, take this money for now. Zhao Lu halted, shoving a small bundle of rubles into Li Minyang's hands, amounting to 5,000. Nearly 1,000 Chinese yuan, a substantial sum indeed. Brother, I truly cannot accept this. Li Minyang firmly pushed the money back, genuinely feeling indebted for the kindness received and pondering how much more assistance he might require. Truly a benefactor of great stature. Minyang, take it. You will need money to eat, travel, and even for change. We can discuss repayment once you start earning. Zhao Lu insisted, forcefully stuffing the money into Li Minyang's pocket, patting his arm as he cautioned, do not resist me. You still have injuries, and any sudden movement may cause you pain. Make sure to visit a doctor when you can. All right, Brother Zhao, I understand. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart, Li Minyang replied with a deep breath. His tone sincere, as he greatly admired Zhao Lu's approach to life. What are you saying? I owe you far more, Zhao Lu retorted. By the way, you need to expedite the sale of your tourist permits. Understood, Li Minyang nodded earnestly. Then let us part ways here. I will await you in Jingping. Zhao Lu waved his hand, departing in haste. Ma San, lingering nearby, felt a profound sense of melancholy. Having been a trader for several years, he had never encountered a benefactor such as this. In hindsight, the earlier act of humility was not unwarranted. Had he been in the same position, he would have bowed too. By 5 in the afternoon, Li Minyang and his companions finally arrived at the warehouse on the outskirts. However, without Zhao Lu and Jin Xiangbei, the Russian truck driver exhibited a markedly different demeanor. Though unable to comprehend the curses spewing from his lips, it was clear he was impatiently urging them to move the goods. We'll handle it ourselves. Li Minyang refrained from complaining, opening the warehouse door and beginning the arduous task of unloading each item. He had never anticipated that knowing someone would grant him preferential treatment. The hardships he faced were inevitable. It was foolish to presume that Zhao Lu's assistance would elevate his standing to that of Zhao Lu himself. That would be sheer naivete. Shui Pengpeng promptly joined in, and with Ma San's history of enduring hardship, the task at hand seemed trivial. Thus, the three men labored fervently while several Russians leisurely smoked nearby. Upon arriving in Moscow, they had found the weather quite brisk. It wasn't long before they were stripped down to their vests. By midnight, the trio had successfully moved over 20,000 pieces of merchandise into the warehouse. Utterly exhausted and sprawled atop the piles of clothing, lacking even the strength to lift a hand. Shall we sleep here for the night? Li Minyang weakly inquired. That is fine, I can manage. At least it's more comfortable than trying to sleep on the K3 train aisle, Ma San replied, unfazed by any discomfort. Before long, Shui Pengpeng was already snoring, prompting Li Minyang to lean over and nudge him, as he had yet to finish relaying important matters. Go wake up, quickly, Li Minyang shouted, while Ma San, beside them, laughed heartily, marveling at the man's unparalleled ability to sleep. What? Shui Pengpeng bolted upright, instinctively covering his face in panic. Where am I? Minyang? Where are you? Stop howling. You're a disgrace. Li Minyang could no longer contain his frustration, glaring at Shui Pengpeng before continuing. Pengpeng, tomorrow, you and Ma San should take some goods to the city to sell. You must keep an eye on each other and ensure you accurately tally the sales. The price should be set at 2,500 rubles per item. This will provide a competitive edge over leather jackets. Take your time when retrieving the goods. Do not rush. Even if it takes a while, be sure to have a receipt for every item taken from the warehouse. And, Li Minyang continued, meticulously outlining his instructions. His repeated emphasis on the quantity of goods stemmed from his lack of trust in Ma San, as this was their first encounter. With the warehouse brimming with merchandise, he feared that this individual might pilfer a few hundred items without anyone being the wiser. Hence, it was crucial that Shui Pengpeng and Ma San work together. I'll remember. Shui Pengpeng nodded earnestly, then quickly asked, What about you, Minyang? Where are you headed tomorrow? First, I'll help you transport the goods to the city. Then I'll visit local clothing stores to explore wholesale opportunities. After all, we have far too much stock, and we need to prioritize quick sales, Li Minyang replied solemnly. After discussing a few more precautions, the three men settled down to sleep in the warehouse, the sounds of their snores filling the air, utterly fatigued. Meanwhile, at the gathering place for Chinese expatriates, the Huarong Hotel, Li Yi exhibited an unusual warmth as he assisted Su Haibo in settling into their room and arranging their luggage. Su Haibo's trust in Li Yi stemmed from the fact that Li Yi had prepared a set of false identification, complete with a police badge from China, which promptly alleviated Su Haibo's concerns. Brother Su, I am here primarily to conduct a covert investigation. This matter must remain confidential. Our comrades are all at the Huarong Hotel, and you may follow my lead without worrying about those individuals from the train keeping watch over you. Li Yi seized the opportunity to convey this message to Su Haibo. Feeling remarkably reassured, Su Haibo's mind also wandered to Li Yi's watch, vowing to replace it with a quality piece upon returning to Shanghai. At that moment, the room was dimly lit. Brother Su, after a long day, have some water? Li Yi casually placed a glass of water on the table before Su Haibo. Thanks, Su Haibo responded without a second thought, immediately grabbing the glass and gulping it down. Feeling parched, however, noticing an odd taste, he hastily set the cup down, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. This water is off. Su Haibo swayed unsteadily. Ha, hurry and sleep. Li Yi's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Su Haibo as a chilling draft swept through the window, bringing an unbearable cold. In that moment, An unprecedented fear engulfed Su Haiba, rendering him powerless. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, and 3 men entered. Individuals like Li Yi do not carry goods or weapons. Rather, they seek out vulnerable prey on the train, gradually building trust before ultimately deceiving them into a robbery. Chapter 78. Dark Clouds Gather. Should we keep the identification? A voice rasped from within the room, sounding as though it had been scraped by a knife, sending shivers down one's spine. Leave nothing behind. Strip him of every garment, and take that document as well, Li Yi commanded with a fierce countenance. His menacing demeanor starkly contrasting with the affable public servant he had appeared to be on the train. Pushing someone to their limits is merely inviting trouble upon ourselves. Why not leave the identification? The individual hesitated slightly. Him? Li Yi scoffed derisively. He lacks the courage. It would be best if he perished in Moscow. It would certainly simplify matters for us. With that, he issued a chilling ultimatum. Subsequently, a band of ruffians stripped Su Haiba completely bare, leaving him without even his underwear. And, fearing he might regain consciousness too swiftly, they kindly covered him with a blanket. The sage advice from Li Minyang about not trusting one's fellow townsfolk turned out to be tragically prophetic for Su Haiba. Gradually, dawn broke. Moscow's time was approximately 5 hours ahead of Fuhai, placing it at midday, where the weather remained oppressively warm. At the Dongying garment factory, upon seeing the day's newspaper, Sun Shuwei was in a state of agitation, unable to remain still in his office. The headline detailing the heinous robbery of train K3 sent shivers down his spine. The news had already stirred a tempest of discussion domestically, casting a shadow over the path of the garment traders. It truly was that train from Minyang. What should I do? What can be done? What is the situation there? Why hasn't anyone returned my call? Sun Shuwei muttered to himself, pacing back and forth, so distraught that he had lost all appetite for lunch. The process for agency sales required approval from the foreman, necessitating a straightforward report. Thus, when a newspaper reached Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong, they could hardly contain their delight. Ha ha ha! Wei Laishun laughed heartily, his voice echoing into the corridor, as he pointed at the paper and gleefully asked, "Director Chu, I sent this the train mentioned in the meeting?" "Indeed, it is that very train." Chu Fengkong chuckled, her forehead creasing with mirth, as the entire office descended into a scene of idleness, with sunflower seeds and newspapers becoming the norm. Not long ago, Sun Shuwei had made a military pledge to the director of the Finance and Assets Committee, vowing to disburse all overdue wages to the employees by early October. This was not merely a task or an assessment. It was a strategic move orchestrated by Director Guiziyuan. The internal management of the long-established state-owned enterprise was chaotic, suffering from years of losses, especially within the garment sector, with the majority of domestic production concentrated in Fuhai. The path ahead loomed like a mountain over Secretary Huang, presenting a considerable challenge, particularly regarding the placement of thousands of employees. If the floodgates opened, it would undoubtedly lead to severe social issues. Severe divisions emerged within Dongying, serving as the catalyst for action. They intended to use this incident to eliminate a portion of the workforce, as they now had a plausible excuse, while simultaneously tightening the screws on other garment factories. If you do not actively reform and progress, you shall meet the same fate, they warned. Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong were acutely aware of what Sun Shuwei's success would signify for them. They would be scapegoated, their antiquated thinking hampering the company's reform. Their futures hung in the balance. Thus, both sides eagerly awaited the other's downfall. Whenever there was a moment of respite in the office, Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong would seek out Sun Shuwei to gloat. Sun Shuwei, the train robbery incident. What is the situation with the agency's sales? Has General Manager Li contacted you? This concerns the interests of all employees in Dongying. Wei Laishun berated him. Other factories are actively seeking collaboration with the garment factory in the Magic City, yet we alone are taking this risk. What is Sun Factory Director thinking? Is it merely to satisfy his own interests? Chu Fengkong chimed in, recklessly casting accusations at others. Enough, Sun Shuwei shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. You are the very embodiment of nonsense. Look at the atmosphere you have fostered in this office. I will eventually deal with pests like you. The tension between them had escalated to an irreconcilable point. Sun Shuwei, I am waiting for you to take action against me, Chu Fengkong retorted, her voice ringing out like a shrew on the street, her vigor palpable. Just you wait. Sun Shuwei's tone grew ominous as he leaned against the desk, his face flushed with anger, his chest tightening in distress. Knock, knock, knock. Chongming knocked lightly, then pushed the door open, casting a glance at Sun Shuwei before approaching Wei Laishun. Factory Manager Wei, here is the new market research for your review. This statement struck Sun Shuwei like a slap to the face, igniting a fire within him. Damn it, Even the new hires are riding on my coattails. So, it's Chongning, is it? Just wait. You'll have your day. During this period, Chongning had ceased reporting to the factory director, opting instead to align herself with Wei Laishan, an overt display of allegiance that Sun Shuwei resented deeply. At this moment, Wei Laishan was thoroughly pleased, reviewing the materials and continuously praising Chongning, no longer treating her like an outsider, but rather as one of his own. After closing the documents, Wei Laishan continued to berate Sun Shuwei. These new graduates are so dedicated. Can you truly justify their efforts? Rather than allowing Li Minyang to handle agency sales and create such a debacle, why not let our graduates take on the marketing? Li Minyang? The name sent a chill through Chongning, her complexion draining of color as her heart raced. What's going on? Could it be that the agent for sales is my university classmate Li Minyang? She recalled hearing that Li Minyang had gone on a business trip to Jingping. Factory manager Wei, may I ask where your Li Minyang is from? I have a classmate by that name, tall, around 6'3", quite robust. Chongning inquired impatiently. The office fell silent. Both Wei Laishan and Sun Shuwei stared at Chongning in shock, while beads of cold sweat formed on Sun Shuwei's forehead. What did you say? What? They echoed in unison. Your university classmate? How can that be? General Manager Li is the head of Chengda Foreign Trade in the Fuhai area. Sun Shuwei's emotions surged, taking a determined step toward Chongning. I cannot say if it is merely a coincidence, but can I see the agency agreement? I recognize Li Minyang's handwriting. He was the one who designed our university's bulletin board. Chongning pressed further. Sun Shuwei's heart raced, unwilling to take any chances, and quickly produced the agency sales agreement. However, Chongning merely glanced at it and declared with certainty, that is indeed Li Minyang's handwriting. I recognize it. Suddenly, the weather in Fuhai shifted ominously, dark clouds gathering overhead. Chapter 79. There is only one path forward, and it is shrouded in darkness. As the rain began to pour down in large, heavy droplets, when Chongning attempted to take the agreement to examine it closely, Sun Shuwei snatched it back. Nonsense. General Manager Li is not that young. How could he possibly be your classmate? I wonder if you and Wei Laishan colluded to create a tense atmosphere in the factory. Realization dawned on Sun Shuwei. If Li Minyang were indeed a fraud, how could he extricate himself from this mess? Would he be accused of embezzling state-owned enterprise assets? Such a scenario would be difficult to explain, especially concerning Director Gua, given that he had signed the contract unilaterally, allowed transport late at night, and even coordinated the freight team himself. The financial dealings had intertwined him with Li Minyang. The connections were tightly woven together. Now, regardless of any suspicion or doubt, he had no choice but to protect that scoundrel Li Minyang, ensuring that this matter did not explode prematurely. The urgent task at hand was to contact Li Minyang, whatever his identity or whether he was indeed Chongning's classmate. As long as the money could be brought back smoothly, all else could be discussed. The only path laid out before Sun Shuwei was one of darkness, yet he had no choice but to forge ahead with grim determination. Chongning, your mindset is fundamentally flawed. This warrants a formal reprimand, and it is utterly unacceptable. Sun Shuwei pointed an accusatory finger at Chongning, hurling baseless accusations. But I am certain that the handwriting belongs to Li Minyang. I cannot be mistaken. Chongning asserted, her eyes wide with conviction. What utter nonsense. At such a tender age, you have failed to learn properly. The upper beam is crooked, and thus the lower one is inclined. This must be collusion with certain individuals. Sun Shuwei's agitation was palpable, his words sharp and confrontational. Director Sun, how can you be such a person? I am merely concerned about the operational safety of Dongying, and yet you dare to speak to me in this manner. Chongning felt a sense of injustice, for she could not fathom the intrigues within the company. Sometimes, it was not about right or wrong, but rather a matter of allegiance. Is this concern? You are merely spreading slander. Xiao Bai, come here at once. Notify the gatekeeper. Master Qin, to write Chongning's misconduct on the blackboard for public reprimand. Sun Shuwei slammed his palm on the table, escalating the issue to a new level. In the current situation, the only individuals under Sun Shuwei's command were Xiao Bai from the publicity department and the gatekeeper, Qin Shengli. Old Qin, who had previously led a leisurely life, now found himself entangled in factional disputes, having to don reading glasses to scrawl clumsily on the small blackboard. Alas, he could hardly complain. After all, it was his own nephew involved. What could he say? Fine, I shall write the notice. Xiaobai did not linger, glancing at the office dynamics, then opened the door just a crack, not even stepping inside before turning away. Director Sun, on what grounds? Chongning was indignant and raised her voice at Sun Shuwei. At this moment, Wei Laishan and Chu Fangkong exchanged glances, remaining silent, treating Chongning as a pawn in their game. Get out of my sight. Sun Shiwei shouted, pointing a finger at Chongning, even throwing a book from the table in her direction, though it was merely a scare tactic. Huh. Now I understand why warehouse manager Wang Yong and the others oppose you. Some individuals simply do not deserve to be in positions of authority. Chongning, incensed, shouted back before storming out of the office. Throughout this exchange, Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong remained silent, their goal straightforward: to sow discord between ordinary employees and Sun Shiwei, placing them in opposition. Let us see what fate awaits certain individuals. They wish to dismiss me? They ought to take a good look in the mirror first. Chu Fengkong scoffed, her tone considerably more resolute, believing that Chongning's words held truth. She anticipated the unfolding drama, then swayed her way out of the office. Sun Shiwei, if Li Minyang has absconded with funds, you will undoubtedly share the blame. To have covertly dispatched a truck to the factory in the dead of night, without consulting any leadership, is utterly reprehensible. Wei Laishun issued a grave warning before turning to leave. Sun Shiwei, preoccupied with his own turmoil, hastily seized the phone, dialing the paging station, intending to remain by the phone, awaiting news of Li Minyang. Later, Wei Laishun played the role of the peacemaker, calling Chongning into his office to offer reassurance. But his primary aim was to ascertain Li Minyang's identity. Chongning, you need not worry about Sun Shiwei. I will safeguard the interests of the employees. You have committed no wrongdoing. It is entirely reasonable to be concerned about the operational risks in Dongying. By the way, was it truly Li Minyang's handwriting on the agreement? Wei Laishun inquired. Thank you, Director Wei, but the agreement was taken away too quickly for me to be absolutely certain, though I am quite confident it was his. Chongning replied, her expression grave, as she not only worried about her altercation with Sun Shiwei, but also pondered whether Li Minyang was being overly audacious. Did he comprehend the seriousness of this matter? Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong exchanged knowing glances, their smiles growing more pronounced. Very well, Chongning, I understand. You may return to your duties. As for the notice on the blackboard, pay it no mind. It's merely a formality. Who knows how long Sun Shiwei will remain in his position? Wei Laishun's words were strikingly bold. After Chongning departed, Wei Laishun and Chu Fengkong resumed their discussion. After all, it was a consignment contract. Sun Shiwei was currently following the correct procedures, and there was little we could do to contest it. However, if that Li Minyang causes delays, regardless of the reason, we must rally all employees to protest against Sun Shiwei. Wei Laishun's voice was low, his expression grim. At that time, I will incite the employees' emotions. Since Li Minyang is Chongning's classmate, what connection could he possibly have? Even if the goods are successfully delivered to Great Russia, the customs will undoubtedly impose significant deductions. Moreover, the sheer volume of goods poses a substantial storage issue. I refuse to believe that a recent graduate possesses the intellect and capability for this. Let us wait and see how Sun Shiwei will meet his downfall. He cannot continue to hold us under his thumb. Chu Fengkong gritted her teeth, her expression filled with malice. Meanwhile, while those in Dongying idled away their time in suspicion, Li Minyang, far away in Moscow, was utterly exhausted, struggling to catch his breath. None of the younger generation could endure such strain. The first shipment consisted of nearly 150 items, with each person only able to manage 50 at most. They were fortunate to have large bags to carry them. The primary issue was a lack of communication, as they were uncertain where to summon the trucks. For now, they could only adapt and seek out channels. The journey into the city was arduous. The three of them were soaked in sweat, their eyes stinging from the perspiration, barely able to open them. Ma-san, is there a translator at the Huarong Hotel? Li Minyang gasped, struggling for air. There is, but it's not inexpensive, around 500 rubles a day, which is equivalent to over half a month's wages for us. Ma-san waved his hand dismissively, his calves still trembling from exertion. Very well, you all set up the stall and sell. I will go find a translator. Li Minyang gritted his teeth and pressed on, determined not to relent, lest Ma-san and Shui Peng decide to take a break. By 11 o'clock, Li Minyang and the others had finally set up their stall, offering winter apparel for 500 rubles each. The mere allure of these items was sufficient to draw a crowd of passers-by. People felt the fabric. While Nyo-san and Shui Peng held up signs, before long, they had sold numerous pieces. Light industry in Great Russia is lagging, with a focus primarily on weaponry. Clothing from Huaxiao sells exceptionally well. To put it exaggeratively, as long as you can bring the goods here, it is bound to be profitable. You must always collect payment before handing over the goods. Do not act chaotically. Sales will come easily. Li Minyang cautioned, then dragged his leaden legs away, gritting his teeth to quicken his pace. Upon reaching a telephone booth, he dialed Sun Shiwei's number, having not spoken to his brother in over a week. Uncertain of his recent circumstances, Li Minyang held a cigarette between his lips, and upon hearing a familiar voice, he couldn't help but smile in relief. "Brother, it's me. Li Minyang. How'd you been lately? What the hell?" To his shock, Sun Shui roared, jumping up from the floor, nearly shattering Li Minyang's eardrum, causing his cigarette to drop. "Why the rage? What have I done to you?" Li Minyang bent to retrieve his cigarette, brushing off the dust before lighting it again. "What have you done to me? You have utterly deceived me. Are you and Chongning University classmates?" Sun Shui bellowed, and upon hearing this, Li Minyang's expression turned icy, his voice low and warning. "Brother Sun, you must deny this vehemently to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let us discuss everything when I return. I am not a fool. How could I admit it? That would be akin to walking into the line of fire." Wei Laishun came into the office to discuss matters, and by coincidence, Chongning overheard her name. "For now, they are merely suspicious. They cannot use this against us." Sun Shui lowered his voice, though it was already after hours, and the corridor was deserted. "That's acceptable. Acceptable, my foot. What am I supposed to do? Are you truly Chongning's classmate? Was everything a ruse? Is Chengda foreign trade even legitimate?" Sun Shui's emotions flared once more, the muscles in his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. "Brother Sun, please calm down." "I cannot calm down. You must tell me the truth. What is the real situation?" Sun Shui's voice cracked, his face contorted in fury. "At present, Chengda foreign trade does not exist, but it will undoubtedly be established in the future. Although I am a classmate of Chongning, what does that signify? What truly matters is my ability to sell the goods. I possess connections in the vast expanse of Russia." Li Minyang stated candidly. If further deception ensues, leading Sun Shui to uncover the authenticity of Chengda, future interactions would be untenable. Given the urgency of the situation, how can one dare to utter such fabrications? What connections do you truly possess? A recent graduate cannot possibly have ties in Russia. "Brother Sun, I am currently in Moscow, and the goods from Dongying have already begun to sell. You can verify the origin of the call. According to our agreement, I will bring the money back to you." Li Minyang spoke in a somber tone. "From the very moment you set foot in Dongying, you were ensnaring me, weren't you? Your identity as General Li, along with the so-called procurement meetings, is merely a facade you've constructed to deceive me into relinquishing the goods." Sun Shui was utterly unwilling to heed Li Minyang's words. His inquiries punctuated by incredulity, stemming from Li Minyang's overly sensitive response to authority. "Director Sun, if you wish to interrogate me in this manner, then I shall deny everything." A fierce glint flickered across Li Minyang's visage. "The consignment agreement we signed was executed under personal auspices and bears no relation to Chengda foreign trade. It solely concerns the two of us. Now, we have but one path forward, to proceed according to our agreement. Otherwise, we both face ruin." Li Minyang's words had morphed into veiled threats, subtly indicating that they were both irrevocably bound together in this endeavor. Sun Shui exhaled deeply, his emotions gradually calming. Further disputes would yield no benefit. His fate rested firmly in Li Minyang's hands. Should this rascal choose to flee, he would not escape unscathed. "Are you confident?" Sun Shui pressed heavily. "Absolutely. The situation is far better than anticipated. Let me divulge this. The customs have not detained the goods." "What? I refuse to believe it." Sun Shui's voice suddenly escalated. "Brother Sun, it is futile for me to lie at this juncture. If I intended to deceive you, I would have already absconded with the goods. There would be no reason for this call. The immediate priority is for both of us to maintain our composure." Li Minyang had lost patience in their exchange. "I understand. You must assure me that you will call me every day." Sun Shui felt utterly powerless, now entirely at the mercy of Li Minyang. "Very well. I shall call you at this time each day. Now, Brother Sun, I must conclude our conversation." With that, Li Minyang ended the call, hailed a taxi, and hastily made his way to Huarong Hotel. Meanwhile, Sun Shui could no longer remain idle and rushed to the Telecommunications Bureau to investigate the origin of the call to ascertain whether it indeed originated from Moscow. Once the enterprise commenced, the influx of rubles would be assured. For Li Minyang, the essence of the moment lay in expediency, how to liquidate the goods in the shortest possible time frame. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at the hotel, uncertain if the driver had taken a longer route. With no time for such concerns, he paid the fare and hurried inside. The establishment exuded an air of disrepute, with a row of trash bins positioned near the entrance. Numerous Chinese individuals lounged on the steps, smoking, casting peculiar glances at Li Minyang as if appraising him. Avoiding excessive eye contact, he strode directly into the hotel. A potent scent of alcohol assaulted his senses, and he noticed a scruffy man slumped in a lounge chair, his collar stained with vomit. At the reception desk, two women were cracking sunflower seeds. Upon noticing Li Minyang's arrival, they remained silent. The decor suggesting the establishment was run by Chinese proprietors. Is there a Russian translator available? I require one, Li Minyang inquired as he approached. However, the women merely glanced at him, their silence unbroken. Ladies, I implore you to assist me in finding a brother who speaks Russian, preferably one with professional expertise. Li Minyang produced 100 rubles, displaying generosity. Very well, wait here, I shall summon someone for you. One of the women finally spoke, her face brightening as she accepted the money and ascended the stairs. As Li Minyang waited, he glanced around the room and suddenly spotted a pale, exposed figure beneath the table, nearly gasping in shock. What sort of fool engages in such performance art in this cold weather, exposing themselves like that? What is this idiot staring at? He quickly turned his back. Minyang, a familiar voice, emerged from beneath the table. How could I possibly know such a pervert? At that moment, Li Minyang questioned his own hearing. But upon turning, he was met with the sight of a familiar face. Good grief, it's Su Ge. How'd he end up in such a state? Minyang, it truly is you. Su Haibao wailed, clinging desperately to Li Minyang's leg, terrified he might depart. Su Ge, how did you end up like this? Li Minyang quickly shed his jacket and draped it over Su Haibao. He then turned to the woman by the reception desk. Could you assist us in procuring some clothing? The woman hesitated momentarily before inquiring. The price is not cheap. A complete outfit with shoes costs 2,000 rubles. If you want it, I can fetch it for you. Her tone was akin to extortion. Fortunately, with the forthcoming venture, Li Minyang had some income. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to afford such an expense. He could not allow Su Haibao to remain exposed and had no choice but to endure the cost. The woman appeared quite accustomed to such transactions, having likely engaged in them frequently. Please fetch me a suitable garment. Li Minyang promptly retrieved the cash and laid 2,000 rubles neatly on a nearby chair. Before long, Su Haibao had changed into the clothing. However, the shock he had endured left him trembling, still clutching Li Minyang's arm tightly. Su Ge, what on earth happened? Li Minyang inquired softly, offering a cup of hot water to Su Haibao, who recoiled in fear. Minyang, I regret not heeding your warnings. Li Yi is nothing but a thief. He lured me here and then drugged me, stealing everything I had, including my identification and company documents. Su Haibao sobbed uncontrollably, his distress palpable. That scoundrel! Li Minyang muttered under his breath, anger surging within him. He knew how crucial those documents were to you, and yet chose to take everything, leaving you with no recourse. Li Minyang, with intent, stepped on Su Haibao's foot, then reproached him loudly. Su Ge, really? How could you be so careless? But I suppose we must chalk it up to bad luck. In this unfamiliar place, let us avoid trouble at all costs. It was difficult to ascertain whether Li Yi had informants in the vicinity. Li Minyang decided to feign submission for the time being, for future negotiations would hinge on maintaining a semblance of decorum. Su Haibao paused, choosing not to retort but still trembled slightly. Li Minyang offered Su Haibao a cigarette, and after a few deep puffs, his emotions began to stabilize. Miss, my friend's documents have gone missing, and we have no means of locating them. If you could help us, it would mean the world to us. While they may hold no value for you, they are of utmost importance to us. Otherwise, we may need to involve the relevant authorities. My friend must find his way home. In this foreign land, they wished to avoid conflict and earnestly sought assistance. Assuring her that a reward would not be overlooked, Li Minyang spoke politely, and, as he extended a cigarette to the older woman, she accepted it without hesitation, promptly producing a lighter to ignite it. Please, I implore you for your assistance. Su Haibao, shrinking back, timidly echoed his plea. You may return tomorrow night after 10 to check again, but I cannot guarantee anything. I can only endeavor to assist you. Moreover, this is laborious work, which will cost you 10,000 rubles. The older woman inhaled deeply, her demeanor suggesting a familiarity with the underbelly of society. Li Minyang was taken aback. This price was akin to outright robbery. Yet, Su Haibao, clearly distressed, squeezed Li Minyang's arm with urgency, his eyes pleading. The company documents were far too significant for him. Very well, I shall engage your services. Li Minyang smiled, acquiescing to her demands. After lingering in the store for over 10 minutes, another woman arrived with a translator in tow, accompanied by a man wearing glasses, whose demeanor was rather refined. Boss, what a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a Russian translator with impeccable accuracy, capable of handling even the most specialized terminology. You may call me Xiao Dou, as in Little Bean, he said, extending his hand with eagerness. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Li Minyang replied, feeling an immediate affinity for the man, opting not to impose any additional requirements, adhering instead to their prior arrangements. After settling the payment, the three of them exited the hotel, suspecting that the two women would pocket a portion of the intermediary fee. This shabby hotel was truly a money-making venture. Xiao Dou, could you please find a freight company and retrieve some clothing from my warehouse? Is that feasible? Li Minyang inquired. Boss, this is a trivial matter, Xiao Dou responded promptly, displaying an enthusiastic demeanor as he hailed a taxi. He then took the front passenger seat, engaging in a fluent conversation with the driver. The driver nodded repeatedly before accelerating, the vehicle darting away like a gust of wind. I require a translator for at least a week, as time is of the essence. I can offer you additional compensation, but you must help me expedite the process. Furthermore, I would need you to stay with me during this period. We can negotiate the price later, Li Minyang proactively stated. Boss Li, this is absolutely doable. You can rest assured of my professional abilities. You'll see for yourself after just one day, Xiao Dou exclaimed with excitement. Realizing that working continuously for a week would yield substantial earnings, an opportunity seldom presented itself with such a generous employer. That works for me. Li Minyang nodded, no longer concerned about the minor detail of a few hundred rubles. Minyang, I need to call my family and company to inform them of my situation. Otherwise, they'll be worried, Su Haiba said cautiously, feeling he was imposing on Li Minyang and fearing he might be abandoned. Brother Su, given our newfound acquaintance, we are friends. I would never leave you in the lurch. There is no need for such formality with me. Once we reach our destination, I'll take you to make that call. Li Minyang assured him, adept at reading the underlying sentiments, knowing that having already extended his assistance, he could elicit even greater gratitude from Su Haiba. Minyang, encountering you on this journey is a stroke of fortune. You are my benefactor. Once we return to Huaxia, just speak a word, and I assure you, your request will not fall upon deaf ears, Su Haiba exclaimed, grasping Li Minyang's knee, visibly moved. His respect for Li Minyang's noble character deepening due to his courageous actions in the vehicle. This was entirely expected, as Qingda Foreign Trade was founded on the principle of winning people over through virtue. Brother, you're exaggerating. First, let's prioritize retrieving your identification and other documents tomorrow. Although I lack the funds, I will borrow if necessary to help you gather everything, Li Minyang remarked casually, yet it stirred deep emotions in Su Haiba. Minyang, how can I ever express my gratitude? Su Haiba's voice trembled with emotion. There was little that could be done. Virtue indeed wins people over. Li Minyang gazed out the window, his youthful visage betraying a cunning intellect. Meanwhile, in Fuhai, it was the dinner hour. Huang Nuandong, who thrived on lively gatherings, had invited university classmates for a meal, yet Chongning appeared unusually tense. As they settled in, she hurriedly questioned Fong Pu about recent events. Fatty, did Li Minyang ask you to help move goods in Dongying recently? Chongning recalled the staggering 27,000 items that needed to be relocated within a few hours. Certain that Li Minyang must have enlisted every connection he could muster. Yes, we went, Fong Pu nodded. Oh no, Chongning exclaimed, panic-stricken, drawing the attention of all her classmates. Chapter 82. He is finished. Fong Pu exchanged a glance with Zhou Junzi, both displaying a flicker of astonishment. Their appetite for the meal extinguished. Li Minyang, had you moved goods? What's the matter with that? Huang Nuandong asked anxiously. Wait a moment. Does he have a partnership with Dongying? She implored, glancing at Chongning. Nearby, Lu Ziliang and Xiao Ru leaned forward, their eyes gleaming with anticipation at Chongning's ominous words, while Tian Xinjin remained nonchalant, casually eating, treating the situation as mere entertainment. As his relationship with Li Minyang was neutral, only relying on Lu Ziliang. Since he took you to Dongying to move goods, it must be him, Chongning replied, her tone heavy, casting a deep glance at Huang Nuandong, feeling a surge of trepidation. She marveled at Li Minyang's audacity in attempting to transport tens of thousands of items to the E, a venture he had no experience in. How could he be so reckless? Shouldn't he start small first? Moreover, what is he planning with Sun Shui? He wouldn't truly take such a risk, would he? This person is far too reckless. What on earth is going on? You must clarify this. Huang Nuandong urged desperately, tugging at Chongning. Xiao Ru, seemingly aware of the situation, remarked, I heard that Dongying signed a consignment agreement, with winter stock nearing 27,000 items. I suspect the consigner is Li Minyang. Chongning stated solemnly, still wise enough not to mention Qingda Foreign Trade, for if everything were a charade, Li Minyang's predicament would be even more dire. However, even if it escalated to that point, Sun Shui would provide cover, as the bald man was innocently caught up in the situation. Regarding the consignment contract in Dongying, Li Minyang had clearly stipulated to Sun Shui that it must remain confidential, ensuring that manager Shui remained unaware of any connections to Qingda Foreign Trade. While other factories eagerly awaited Qingda's procurement, ever since Shui Pengpeng's departure for Jingping, no further news had emerged, and the lull had worn down the patience of the factory leadership. Under the leadership of Finance Committee Director Guo Ziyuan, discussions for collaboration with the Shanghai garment factory were actively pursued. What? Xiao Ru's voice rose sharply, followed by a burst of laughter. Is it true? Did your factory manager send Li Minyang to sell goods? That's utterly absurd. We just graduated. No wonder that factory manager is being criticized as a typical example of foolishness. He has no sense at all. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Li Minyang as a trader? Does he even have any experience? This path is perilous. He can't even manage relationships with the tax office. Yet he thinks he could be a trader? That's wishful thinking. Lu Ziliang immediately chimed in, his gaze lingering on Huang Nuandong. Chang Ning, feeling the urgency, prompted Zhou Junzi to speak. Are you suggesting that Minyang is taking over 20,000 items from Dongying to sell into Yi? Is he going alone? I'm not entirely sure. The consignment agreement should be in his name, signed by Li Minyang, Chang Ning replied gravely. When the critical quantity was mentioned, the seriousness of the situation dawned upon them. Such a large shipment. Does Li Minyang have solid connections into Yi? Tian Xinjin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Does he? Fang Pu and Zhou Junzi turned to Huang Wandong, while the other classmates watched the three of them closely, as they were the ones closest to Li Minyang. I haven't heard him mention anything, Huang Wandong replied softly, feeling a wave of uncertainty. Immediately, Lu Ziliang jumped in. Li Minyang doesn't have any connections. Do you realize what over 20,000 items mean? Stacked up, they could form a small mountain. With the customs and he let them pass so easily, they'd probably seize half of them at the very least. Moreover, where would he store so much cargo? The security into Yi at night is notoriously bad. They could be stolen before he even realizes it, leaving him with nowhere to lament his loss. And Li Minyang must only have tourist documents. Ordinary business permits are not something just anyone can obtain. How could he manage to ship out goods within such a short time frame? Thus, it was evident that Li Minyang was not merely acting recklessly. How could he possibly profit from this venture? It would be a miracle if he didn't incur losses. With fervor, Lu Ziliang stood up, while Tian Xinjin and Xiao Ru listened with rapt attention. During this period, Huang Nuandong remained deeply furrowed, plagued by worry. Employed at the Provincial Tax Bureau, she was acutely aware of the complexities involved in this transportation endeavor, which necessitated numerous connections to be established in Greater Russia. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The vehicle that Li Minyang boarded had been the victim of a violent robbery, resulting in numerous fatalities, which had been reported in the newspapers. Chang Ning, in a state of panic, expressed her concern. Upon hearing this, Huang Nuandong abruptly stood up, unable to remain seated any longer. She was eager to contact Li Minyang. Only upon hearing his voice could she find solace. I must return home, she stated tersely, hastily exiting the restaurant, with Chang Ning promptly following her. It's over for Li Minyang, Lu Ziliang scoffed, with such a substantial load. He was bound to be the first to encounter trouble. Just look at him, still dreaming of being a profiteer, attempting to transport such a vast quantity of goods. He clearly has no understanding of his own limitations. His greed has driven him mad. He fixed his gaze intently on Fang Pu and Zhou Junzi, loudly mocking them. Mind your own business, Zhou Junzi retorted coldly. I'm not inclined to engage with you. Fang Pu dismissed, and with that, he departed alongside Zhou Junzi, leaving only 3 individuals amidst the raucous gathering of classmates. Chang Ning remarked that Dongying would rectify all wages and bonuses next month, but it seemed unlikely. People must be compared to one another. Fortunately, I wasn't assigned to Dongying. Hongyun Apparel is about to collaborate with a factory in the Magic City, so I'm certain salaries will be settled by next month. Xiaoru smiled brightly, feeling quite content. Previously, she had lamented her unfortunate fate and unsatisfactory assignment. But now it appeared there were those in an even worse predicament. Li Minyang might not even return. He could very well have perished on the road. Lu Ziliang suddenly gritted his teeth, recalling Huang Nuandong's anxious expression, which was more distressing than contemplating his own demise. Meanwhile, Fang Pu and Zhou Junzi hurried down the darkened road. This is bad, truly bad. Why is Minyang so foolish? They say profiteers make money. But this path is fraught with peril. Transporting such a large cargo, he is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, and he lacks any experience. Fang Pu rambled incessantly. Enough already. My ears are about to burst, Zhou Junzi replied, slightly irritated. I have faith in Minyang's character. Since the situation is as it is, let's not dwell on it. Let us hope for the best. No, Junzi, you're too simplistic. You do not understand Minyang. He is experiencing a significant emotional blow. Once so accomplished, he is now the only one to lose his job. I fear he may not be able to accept the reality, leading him to take reckless actions, Fang Pu exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. Zhou Junzi, though feeling uncertain himself, chose to remain silent. Muandong, why do you refuse to heed advice? If Li Minyang fails to return with the money, he will bear the blame for jeopardizing state-owned enterprise assets. I refrained from mentioning this at the dinner table to spare his feelings. Chongning grasped Huang Wandong's arm. Her emotions heightened, unable to stand idly by as her best friend leapt into the abyss. Chongning, if these are merely objective reasons, I hold no judgment against Minyang. This is not a matter of principle, and I shall not speculate. If there is an issue, I will confront him directly, Huang Wandong asserted. Do not discuss this with me any further. It is as tiresome as my parents. I must go and send Minyang a pager message. She broke free from Chongning's grasp and hurried away, her petite figure vanishing into the night. If we are to define our relationship soon, why should I heed the opinions of others? Why should I not inquire directly with Minyang? At that moment, Huang Wandong's resolve was unwavering. Chapter 83. Setbacks. Ma San was far more adept at handling situations than Shui Pengpeng. Though he could not speak Russian, he knew a few polite phrases. When faced with troublesome police officers, he quickly offered them a few pieces of clothing, and the matter was smoothed over. The pace of their shipments was remarkably swift. Within a morning, the 150 items they had brought were sold out, leaving Shui Pengpeng with a bulging bag of cash. Little Shui, remember to exchange for dollars first. Carrying too many rubles is unsafe, Ma San cautioned, glancing toward the subway entrance, his expression turning gloomy. The other matters are trivial. I am genuinely worried about the grueling journey to bring the goods here. My legs are still aching. Brother San, let us hold on. Minyang must be generous with you. Besides, we are not compensated based on total shipment volume, right? After a few days of hard work, we might even earn more than if you were a profiteer. Shui Pengpeng enthusiastically proposed, although he was clear about his position, communicating from Li Minyang's perspective without any selfish motives. Brother San, this clothing is all sold out. Should we make another trip? Who knows when Minyang will return? Shui Pengpeng, frail yet invigorated by the cash in his sack, urged. Come on, let us go again. He insisted, pulling at the seated Ma San. All right then, Ma San grunted, rising with effort. He felt he was employed, if the boss was not resting. Neither did he have the right to do so. Just as they were gathering their price tags to return, a small delivery truck pulled up beside them, and a tall figure leaped out. Hey, little doe, let the Russians help us with the cargo. We can't let this money go to waste, Li Minyang called out loudly, striding toward the back of the truck to open the tailgate. Immediately, 6 or 7 burly Russian women jumped down from the back. It was a rare sight to see men in the shipping department. In the suburbs, there were plenty of women eager for day jobs. We found them. Shui Pengpeng exclaimed, rushing over to hand Li Minyang the bag of money. Brother Yang, we sold over 100 items. But we had to give some to the local police. I've kept a record, so the counts should be accurate. That has settled then. I brought in 5,000 more items, but the speed of distribution will undoubtedly slow down. Remember, do not rush to sell. Just keep accurate records. And ensure there are no discrepancies in quantity. We need to create some momentum to encourage shop owners to accept the goods, Li Minyang instructed while continuing to work. Moving bag after bag of clothing. Understood, Minyang. Rest assured, Shui Pengpeng replied leisurely, lighting a cigarette and watching the Russian women work. When suddenly he recognized a familiar figure and hurried over. Suge, is that really you? Finished with your work? Shui Pengpeng excitedly grasped Su Haiba, bombarding him with questions. But old Su merely grinned, his gaze evasive. What brings you here? Aren't you in a hurry to return? Shui Pengpeng asked, noticing Su's lack of spirit. Pengpeng, refrain from speaking too much. Su Ge has been insulted and is in a foul mood, Li Minyang interjected, not thinking much of it, but inadvertently making Su Haiba feel awkward. Old Su lowered his head further. Minyang, how can you say that? Where am I to put my face? Please don't mention my personal matters outside. After unloading the cargo onto the ground, Li Minyang took Little Doe and left to explore nearby clothing stores. Old Su, unable to go anywhere due to lost identification, stayed behind to assist. Little Doe, familiar with the local area, passionately described various well-known places as they navigated through the street market. As Li Minyang glanced toward the flea market, his gaze lingered. Many locals were so impoverished that they were forced to sell their possessions to survive. Can old Mu trade king goods for an airplane again? The fleeting glories of the era seemed but a distant memory, nearly impossible to replicate. All that is heard pales in comparison to personal experience. The implementation of shock therapy inflicted devastating blows to the Russian economy, leading to a staggering 38% decline within a mere 4 years. Perhaps it was the last frenzy before the dissolution. Without money in hand, what use is there in stimulating consumption? The path of the profiteer would only grow more arduous. The Baiha shopping center undoubtedly stood as the most popular market of the time. The broad, desolate streets created an illusion of sparsity, yet upon arrival, it was bustling with life, as if welcoming a new century. Little Doe, find a place that sells suits. Li Minyang reiterated with insistence that the work attire from Dongying leans more towards formal wear, albeit differing from traditional suits. Compared to jackets and down jackets, It lacks a fashionable appeal, rendering its positioning rather awkward. Suits? Xiaodou pondered, wondering if such an unconventional garment could truly find a place in the suit section. However, he refrained from further inquiries and led Li Minyang upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, they discovered only 4 clothing stores in the entire menswear section, and Xiaodou guided Li Minyang into each one. I believe we should inquire more in the stores that sell leather jackets and down jackets, he murmured as they entered the first shop. Yet, Li Minyang remained taciturn. Shall we seek out the manager? Xiaodou communicated with the sales staff in Russian, while Li Minyang stood amicably at the side. It was unprecedented for local shops to receive a collaboration request from a Chinese individual, yet the sales staff displayed considerable respect, promptly summoning the owner. These garments are produced in top-tier clothing factories in China, crafted from pure cotton, although they resemble the style of leather jackets. They are undoubtedly warmer. Feel for yourself. Li Minyang handed the work attire to the owner, and Xiaodou began translating. While he did not translate every detail, their gestures and expressions remained synchronized as they pointed to the clothing. The owner furrowed his brow, refraining from touching the fabric. Instead, he inspected the style and, without inquiring about the price, shook his head dejectedly, muttering something before departing. What did he say? Li Minyang inquired urgently. These clothes cannot be sold in suit stores. No collaboration is possible, Xiaodou replied, pouting. Let us proceed to the next shop. Li Minyang was quite decisive, wasting no time as he exited the store, with Xiaodou following closely behind. They soon arrived at the second shop, which yielded the same result. Different types, but unwilling to collaborate, albeit the owner did inquire about the purchasing price. The third and fourth shops yielded similar outcomes. No one was willing to accept the garments. Brother Yang, what should we do? Xiaodou asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice, hoping for the owner's success to translate into a more substantial tip for himself. We must hurry and visit all the men's stores before the mall closes, Li Minyang replied, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation as he strode ahead, with Xiaodou trying to keep up. Despite their inquiries, not a single store was willing to accept the batch of work attire. Some cited price issues, with a few owners offering a mere 1,000 rubles per piece, far below their anticipated valuation. Li Minyang could not acquiesce. The effort to come this far demanded he achieve a fair return. Others were only interested in a small quantity for trial sales, which Li Minyang was even less inclined to accept. What a joke. My people are still selling at the square. If you undercut the price, it would ruin the market. Most concerns stemmed from the style, with reluctance to take on such a significant quantity, over 20,000 pieces, representing no trivial sum. Li Minyang and Xiaodou toiled until dusk, with the sky darkening, yet they had garnered no results. Chapter 84. From now on, you are my dear brother. Boss, I assure you my translation was flawless. No one else could express it as clearly as I did, and my emotions mirrored yours. On their way back, Xiaodou felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Li Minyang might vent his frustrations upon him. This is your own merchandise. You can't blame me if it doesn't fare well. Ha ha, Xiaodou. Tomorrow will be another demanding day. Li Minyang chuckled lightly, seemingly unaffected by the day's setbacks. If a task were inherently simple, the market would already be saturated, and we wouldn't have any stake in it. For instance, in the clothing factory district of the Vice State, traders procure goods from various factories while deliberately avoiding dongying, fearing they would struggle to sell inferior products at a reasonable price. Thus, Li Minyang had the opportunity to seize the market and acquire a substantial quantity for the greater Russian market. Therefore, the market risks he faced were his to bear. Let us hail a cab. We need to return swiftly, Li Minyang urged, and Xiaodou waved down a vehicle, both hurrying back to the square. Notably, hailing a cab in Moscow is significantly more convenient than in the Vice State, with a vehicle arriving within minutes. Xiaodou, can we set up a stall in the square in front of the Guokawei Bai Mall? Which departments do we need to communicate with? Li Minyang inquired eagerly once they were seated in the car. The previous spot for setting up stalls was rather remote, not near the shopping center. If they were too close to the mall, the store owners would surely be displeased. I'm paying a hefty sum for rent. And you want to sell right outside my door without contributing? That is simply unreasonable. Such common sense is essential to possess. However, if they were to set up a stall near the mall, as long as the merchandise moved, business could thrive. This would be a pilot initiative, and the store owners would be more inclined to accept their goods. That might be quite difficult. Setting up stalls has been strictly prohibited near the mall. I've been in Moscow for several years and have yet to see it. Xiaodou remarked with a wry smile. All right, we shall contemplate further strategies. Li Minyang leaned back heavily in his seat, but suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, what was the name of that owner who inquired about prices at the suit store? Something like Ski. I didn't catch the name, but I know which store it is, Xiaodou responded. If all else fails, we could invite that owner to our selling spot and let him witness our business firsthand. Li Minyang's excitement surged. Yes, let's try that tomorrow. Xiaodou appeared conflicted, feeling that this approach might come off as overly persistent, given that the owner had clearly expressed disinterest in their goods. Isn't that just setting me up for embarrassment? The local customs in Greater Russia differ significantly from those in China. One could face serious repercussions. Fine, we'll go again tomorrow. Li Minyang nodded, his enthusiasm palpable. Xiaodou, though feeling disheartened, recognized the necessity of pushing forward, as his brother had indeed offered substantial support. The car grew silent as Li Minyang continued to ponder the current predicament. The Guokuei Baihe Mall is considered quite upscale in Moscow. If even the owners here found it unfeasible to handle 20,000 pieces, the prospects at other malls would likely be grim. In a foreign land, any sales tactics seem exaggerated. No matter one's rank or title, it often boils down to pretense. The key to success lies in persistence, asking questions, and maintaining an unwavering spirit. By the time Li Minyang returned to their stall location, the sky was shrouded in twilight, nearing complete darkness. He hurriedly called for the unloading of goods, where several local women and the truck driver were already on hand, having been hired for the entire day. Pung Pung, how did the sales go this afternoon? Li Minyang inquired while working. We sold about 300 pieces. Look at all this money. Shui Pong Pong exclaimed excitedly as he lifted a bag of cash. Indeed, the sales volume was limited, which troubled Li Minyang. At this rate, not only would they fall short of fulfilling Sun Shui's wages, but they would also be unlikely to sell out before the tourist documents expired. They must pursue the acquisition route. It was crucial to avoid causing turmoil for Sun Shui, especially with the pressing timeline regarding the ruble. What is wrong? Business is booming. Yet you look so glum. Are you perhaps being a bit ungrateful? Shui Pong Pong teased with a smile. Ha ha ha. Let us go, Li Minyang chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. This burden was his alone to bear. There was no need to unleash negative emotions. The truck could accommodate 3 passengers in the front, while Shui Pong Pong, Ma San, and the local women sat in the back. Due to Lao Su's earlier fright, Li Minyang seated him in the driver's position. The truck headed directly to the suburban warehouse, conveniently located for the women who lived nearby. Before long, they had efficiently unloaded the goods into the warehouse. Li Minyang, feeling somewhat brazen, even hoped the truck driver would take them back to the hotel, but to his surprise, the driver simply accelerated away. Hey, what did he say? Shui Pong Pong shouted, feeling frustrated. This is not like China. There is no concept of overtime here. Once the unloading is done, it signifies the end of work. Xiaodou explained, his brow slightly furrowed, hinting that he too was ready for a break. Even if they had been with the group all day, it was not customary to operate this way. It's nothing, just a short walk not too far. Li Minyang led the way, knowing there was an inn about 2 kilometers ahead, so everyone had no choice but to follow. The sound of a saxophone wafted through the air, and suddenly, Li Minyang found himself lost in a moment of artistic reverie. Moscow, the outskirts, and it was evening once again. Sugo, what exactly is your line of work? There's no need for us to keep secrets from one another, he casually inquired, driven by curiosity. Minyang, my brother, I serve as the product director in a corporation. I'm here to deliver a quality inspection report to a major Russian enterprise, so that document must remain confidential. We were also scheduled to sign a new procurement plan. Su Haiba finally spoke, his tone measured. Haha, Li Minyang chuckled lightly, draping an arm casually over Su Haiba's shoulder, already drawing closer. A person of such caliber. Though he hadn't disclosed the specific design, reaching the point of signing documents implied that his position held considerable significance. Developing this connection would yield fruitful networking opportunities upon returning, particularly with the prospect of signing a new procurement plan. It bore a different weight. Perhaps there was a chance to procure directly from him? As Director Sun would say, Suga, if that is the case, I know how to proceed. Suga, once we reach the inn, let the translator settle in first. We can head to the Huarong Inn afterward. I suspect Li Yi and his crew might deliver something tonight, and we might just cross paths. Despite the fatigue from a long day, Li Minyang felt compelled to act on Su Gu's behalf. His expression was resolute, contemplating that if Li Yi's gang proved too dangerous, he would simply pay to retrieve the documents. If they were merely a bunch of swindlers, then he would not hesitate to confront them. Surely, they posed less danger than those wielding knives on the road. Minyang, brother, I truly don't know what to say. I'm deeply moved. From now on, you're like a brother to me. Su Haiba grasped Li Minyang's arm, overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. At that moment, the moon hung high, casting a shadowy darkness. Chapter 85, Settling Accounts. A taxi sped through the outskirts before finally halting near the Huarong Inn. 4 men disembarked and made their way down a dark side street. Mr. Li, if it comes to fighting, that is an entirely different fee, Ma San remarked in jest. Though he harbored the same thought, too shy to voice it outright. Since this is your affair, I, Ma-san, am no coward. If it comes to blows, then so be it. After all, we share a bond from the train journey. But as for Su Haiba, I've only met him a few times. Third brother. Don't worry. You won tea, lose a penny. I cannot turn a blind eye to Sugu's plight. Li Minyang's voice rose, casting a sidelong glance behind him. Right? Ma-san grinned. Minyang, no need to say more. You're truly a man of integrity. Your character speaks volumes. We shall meet again in the future. And Su Haiba, your gratitude is truly moving. He clenched his fists, eager for Li Minyang to encounter some trouble that might necessitate his assistance. Li Yi and his gang were likely still at the inn, as the documents needed to be handed over to the staff. Let us find a place to lay low and observe the situation, Li Minyang instructed, leading the group to a small grove not far from the inn's entrance. They crouched down, reminiscent of the excitement of youth engaged in a brawl. Sugu, how many of them are there? Shui Pongpong inquired again. I'm not entirely sure. It should be around 4, I suppose. Minyang, you all must be exhausted after a long day. If it's too much, we can simply buy the documents back. And you can rest assured, brother, I will repay you double. Su Haiba placed a hand on Li Minyang's shoulder. Feeling uneasy about having his friends involved in such matters, he had lived peacefully in the bustling metropolis, never having even quarreled. Sugu, this isn't just about money. If someone has wronged you, as brothers, we must help you seek vengeance. Li Minyang's tone grew serious, an unmistakable fury etched across his brow. In that moment, Shui Pongpong regarded Li Minyang with a hint of unfamiliarity. He was no longer the high-achieving student he had known for years, one who shied away from conflict. What had transformed him into such a fierce individual? Su Haiba, hearing those words, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The 4 fell silent, waiting in quiet anticipation, the chill of the Moscow night settling in after a gust of wind. This place is rather uncomfortable, Ma-san remarked, pulling his collar tighter as fatigue weighed heavy upon him. He contemplated a cigarette, but upon glancing at Shui Pongpong, he noticed his companion had already succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, the quiet woods were pierced by the sound of snoring. Pongpong, are you intentionally trying to lighten the mood? Wake up. What are you doing? Sleeping at a time like this? Li Minyang smacked the large face. Who hit me? Shui Pongpong jolted awake, looking around in confusion before finally realizing where he was. Mumbling, I wasn't asleep, just resting. Minyang, should we head back? Su Haiba couldn't bear to see his friends so exhausted, and he urged them to leave. Let us wait just another half hour. If we don't see anyone, then we'll return. But Li Minyang was resolute. Having come this far, they had to see it through. Thus, the 4 continued their vigil, unaware of the time, as none of them had a watch. Li Minyang felt a pang of concern for his pager, which had been jostled during the journey, left behind at the outskirts inn. I need to take a leak, Shui Pongpong announced, standing up. Just then, 4 figures appeared under the streetlight to the left of the inn, swaying as they approached. Looks like they're here. Li Minyang's voice dropped, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. Su Haiba stared intently in that direction, his pupils dilating as he pointed. The one in front is that scoundrel Li Yi. Brothers, let us go confront them and help Sugu retrieve the documents. Li Minyang stood first, leading the others stealthily forward. Beneath the streetlight, one of the figures suddenly leaned against a utility pole, retching violently. What a lightweight. He has barely had a drink. The group paused, initially dismissing them. They now saw an opportunity for profit, as a particularly burly man, seemingly more substantial than Li Yi, held Su Haiba's documents aloft. Do you still want your ransom? Eh? Damn you all, I've been waiting for days to settle this. A sharp voice rang out from behind them, catching the attention of the approaching figures. Li Yi, I swear I'll break your legs. Li Minyang shouted, his words deliberate and fierce. At this point, it was a matter of who would be more ruthless. Any sign of hesitation would reveal fear. Seeing the dark fury on Li Minyang's face, Li Yi instinctively took a step back, recalling the ferocity with which this tall figure had dealt with the bandits in the train carriage. You're dead meat. Ma-san brandished a rock, stepping forward, causing even the burly figure to retreat. Damn it, this one is even more dangerous. Li Yi swallowed hard, anxiety coursing through him, his legs trembling. As Li Minyang had surmised, these swindlers posed less danger than armed bandits. Finish them, Li Minyang roared, launching a punch at the nearest scrawny figure, knocking him to the ground, and then pouncing atop him to continue the assault, his fists raining down upon the face. Die, all of you. Ma-san seized the stone, hurling it at a nearby assailant, who instinctively fled. The stone struck his back, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony on the deserted street. Su Haiba's wrath flared as he charged at Li Yi, and the two grappled violently. I'll kill you, you bastard, Su shouted, wildly swinging his fists as if possessed. Li Yi, thoroughly terrified, cowered, unable to retaliate against the overwhelming force of Li Minyang and Ma San. Simultaneously, Shui Pengpeng abruptly lifted his head to confront the burly figure before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding slap struck his face, producing a crisp and echoing sound. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. Shui Pengpeng, anxious about the documents, hastily embraced the man from behind. Let go if you want to live. The man retaliated with an elbow that collided with Shui Pengpeng's left cheek. As he saw the towering figure charging toward him, he quickly hurled the documents he clutched. Damn! Li Minyang instinctively dodged, but upon realizing it was the documents, he swiftly bent down to retrieve them. Opening them revealed they belonged to Su Haitao. Passport, identification card, and all the necessary paperwork were intact. Let go. The burly man, now agitated, turned and yanked Shui Pengpeng's hair, forcefully throwing him to the ground before sprinting away without a glance back. Shui Pengpeng seemed to fall into a deep slumber, face down, a testament to his remarkable ability to sleep soundly. Chapter 86, True Friendship. Pengpeng, Li Minyang, unable to pursue the fleeing assailant, rushed over to cradle Shui Pengpeng in his arms, witnessing his face swell visibly. You lot sure know how to pick them, leaving me with the strongest one. Especially that scoundrel Ma San. I've been eyeing that little chick for ages, and he ends up taking a brick to the face. Shui Pengpeng wore a sorrowful expression, filled with grievances. I didn't pay attention. Get up first. Li Minyang exerted himself to help Shui Pengpeng to his feet, reassured that the swelling was merely superficial. Where are the documents? Shui Pengpeng inquired anxiously. They're in my possession. Rest assured it's all Sue's. Li Minyang nodded and moved closer to Li Yi. At this moment, Ma San, having exhausted himself, released the man, who, ignoring his pain, dashed away. As for the one Li Minyang had dealt with, he had long vanished. Not even glancing back, Li Yi, hunched over with his hands shielding his head, allowed Su Haitao to strike him. Yet old Su, still kind-hearted, exaggerated his movements, failing to exert any real force. Li Yi, spotting Li Minyang and Ma San approaching, immediately feigned unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground. Suge, I have the documents. Li Minyang handed the documents to Su Haibao, who eagerly opened them, relieved to see they were indeed his belongings, the important papers unharmed, prompting a smile of relief. Fantastic. Minyang, these are all mine, truly wonderful. Su Haibao exclaimed with excitement. And what about him? Ma San pointed at the prostrate Li Yi pretending to be dead. Minyang, perhaps we should let it go. I didn't hold back earlier. We've vented our frustrations. We shouldn't stir up trouble. You all have important matters in Moscow. Su Haibao grasped Li Minyang's arm, adopting a submissive demeanor. Huh, let's slide. Ma San, Pengpeng, go. Let's hoist him up and teach him a lesson. Li Minyang called out loudly. Ma San and Shui Pengpeng promptly approached, and, one on each side, lifted Li Yi. I'm about to die. Li Yi weakly moved his lips, still pretending to be feeble. This scoundrel deserves no mercy. Betraying his compatriots and stealing their belongings is one thing, but stealing someone else's documents is pushing them to the brink of despair. Li Minyang gritted his teeth, taking a running jump to deliver a heavy kick to Li Yi's abdomen. Oh, it hurts so much. Minyang, I'm sorry, don't hit me anymore. I want to do it again. Li Yi cried out, trembling in pain. His previously tough demeanor shattered as tears streamed down his face. Crying? This is Moscow. Tears won't save you. Li Minyang delivered another slap, nearly silencing Li Yi, who paused for a few seconds before continuing to convulse. Minyang, let's not cause trouble. That's enough. We should leave. Su Haibao, concerned, clung tightly to Li Minyang. After Ma San and Shui Pengpeng each delivered a few kicks to Li Yi, the four of them finally departed. If not for Su Haibao's intervention, Li Yi, a scoundrel who betrayed his compatriots, would have deserved far worse. On their way back, fatigue finally hit them. Li Minyang and his companions yawned in succession, while Su Haibao gazed deeply at them, muttering, Minyang, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Pengpeng, is your face all right? I'm sorry. Ma San, I didn't get to interact much with you in the car, yet you helped out so significantly. Suge, there is no need to say such things. Li Minyang wrapped his arm around Su Haibao's shoulder, offering a calm smile. If you insist on expressing it, it means you don't consider us friends. His words even moved Ma San, who thought Li Minyang truly embodied righteousness. Indeed, Suge, these injuries are trivial. As long as your documents are back, that's what matters. Shui Pengpeng pointed to his swollen face, having learned to employ the same emotional pressure as the seasoned tricksters. Su Haibao nodded solemnly, finally falling silent, and embraced Li Minyang and Shui Pengpeng tightly, their silhouettes fading into the night as dawn approached. As the first light of day broke, Li Minyang hurried the others to the warehouse. The Russian freight drivers, punctual as always, arrived at the agreed time. Regardless of the daily cargo volume, they were required to transport a fixed 5,000 items to qualify for discounts, and with the assistance of the Russian women. Li Minyang and his crew could afford a respite. Xiao informed them that today there's no need to follow as yesterday. Just come back in the evening to unload. Li Minyang instructed, and Xiao promptly communicated the message. The Russian women earned a mere 100 rubles a day, making the profit from each piece of clothing quite favorable, so they were not overly concerned. The priority remained timeliness. Once the clothes were loaded, the truck headed back in the direction of yesterday's market. This method of street vending was best kept in one location. Otherwise, just when customers interested in purchasing clothing showed up, they might not have money on hand and would find it impossible to locate the stall again. Such a scenario would lead to losses, so it was imperative to maintain stability and protect their spot. Around 9 a.m., the clothing stall was set up, with Shui, Peng and Ma Sen managing sales, while Li Minyang sought out buyers. As for Su Haiba, he hopped onto the truck to the city, helping to arrange the goods before departing, as he had work to attend to. Shall we head to the Guoli Baiha shopping mall? Xiao Dou asked with a smile. Though internally he felt troubled, the local customs in Russia might prove harsh if they were too persistent. Absolutely, Li Minyang affirmed, appearing particularly carefree. But first, take me to a phone booth. I need to make a couple of international calls. Sure thing. Xiao Dou led Li Minyang to the nearest phone booth. Just a few steps away, a stark contrast to the long detour they took yesterday, proving the advantage of having a guide. First, he called Sun Shui to check in. The factory director would go mad if he didn't hear from Li Minyang for a day. After calming old Sun, Li Minyang called Huang Wandong, dialing several times before finally getting through to her at the tax bureau. It was just around lunchtime at Fuhai. Minyang, how are things going? Why didn't you tell me you were going to Russia? Huang Wandong's voice carried a hint of reproach, rising in pitch as she completely disregarded the curious glances from her colleagues. People speculated that this Huang lady was likely on the phone with her significant other. Wandong, I didn't want you to worry, so I kept it to myself. Everything is fine here in Moscow. You think hiding it from me will prevent me from worrying? What do we call our relationship then? Just like Fanpu and Junzi? Huang Wandong questioned loudly, having spent a sleepless night fretting. To her, the actions in the shopping mall only confirmed the nature of their relationship. The commotion in the office drew the attention of several colleagues, who exchanged glances and whispered with amused smiles. Why did the young lady of the Huang family return to a small county? The reason is quite humorous. It's all because of a man. Unable to resolve her work issues, she just followed him back. Alas, this truly embarrasses Secretary Huang. Chapter 87. A clear understanding of one's position. The Provincial Taxation Bureau is home to the most stunning female colleague, none other than Shi Qingyan. Particularly captivating are her clear, innocent eyes, which evoke a sense of unblemished purity. She possesses commendable personal attributes, being a high-achieving student assigned to the unit. Many suitors vie for her attention. Yet her standards are exceedingly high. An ordinary man would hardly suffice. It is not merely the possession of a car that would impress her. Rather, he must exhibit a certain level of capability. As Shi Qingyan observed Huang Wandong anxiously conversing on the phone, a smile crept onto her lips, finding the scene rather amusing. She mused to herself about the disparity in their circumstances. Why should Huang Wandong be so preoccupied with a man? Wandong, it is precisely because you hold such significance in my heart that I wish to spare you from worry. Your anxiety feels akin to a dagger to my heart. The thought of it is unbearable. Regarding their relationship, there are certain sentiments she prefers to express in person rather than over the phone. Once I return, I shall seek you out and convey everything face to face. Li Minyang spoke softly yet urgently, fully aware that Huang Wandong was particularly susceptible to sweet words. All right then, please ensure your safety. If you require assistance from my side, do not hesitate to call me immediately, and do not be overly frugal. I will find a way to assist you. Huang Wandong's heart melted at his words, and she found it difficult to maintain her earlier reproach, despite having harbored a wealth of grievances. As for the other inquiries, how she arrived into how the collaboration with Dongying was progressing, Huang Wandong chose not to address them over the phone, as it would only serve to burden Li Minyang further. All such matters could wait until his return. Meanwhile, Shi Qingyan was already laughing, internally deriding the man from small county. What could he possibly offer? Why should Huang Wandong be so invested? Wandong, I assure you, everything here is stable. Do not fret. I am busy and must hang up now. After Li Minyang ended the call, he hurriedly made his way to Guoli Mall with Xiao, while Huang Wandong finally wore a smile on her face. Wandong, shall we dine together? Shi Qingyan approached with a radiant smile, taking Huang Wandong's hand with a display of intimacy. Let's go. Certainly. Huang Wandong replied with a smile. Having just heard Li Minyang's voice, her heart felt at ease, freeing her from any errant thoughts. Was it your boyfriend? When will you introduce him to us? Shi Qingyan deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that even the department head next door could hear her clearly. Perhaps one day. Huang Wandong did not wish to deny her relationship with Li Minyang. To retreat under the pressure from her family and lack the courage to acknowledge their bond would be disrespectful to him. Upon hearing Huang Wandong admit to her relationship, many male colleagues in the department wore expressions of regret, knowing that this news would soon circulate, which was precisely Shi Qingyan's intent. I shall remember that. Shi Qingyan exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with Huang Wandong's as they affectionately exited the department. At Guilibaya Mall, when Achitlovsky spotted the two Chinese individuals again, he immediately waved them off in irritation, lacking even the desire to converse. Boss, should we still attempt to communicate? Xiaodo asked, his face filled with trepidation as he recalled the imposing figure of Achitlovsky. Of course we must, Li Minyang replied, beaming as he stepped into the store, undeterred by the man's attitude, and extended a pack of cigarettes. Huazi, the finest tobacco from Huaxia. This is the highest standard for welcoming friends and signifies my sincerity. Li Minyang smiled broadly, glancing at the awkward Xiaodo, urging him to translate with a smile. Reluctantly, Xiaodo forced a smile and translated. However, Achitlovsky refused to accept the cigarettes, shaking his head and shouting in annoyance, gesturing for them to leave. What did he say? Li Minyang inquired hastily. He stated that our clothing styles are unsuitable for sale here and that we should not linger in his store, as it disrupts his business, Xiaodo explained, swallowing hard. Li Zong, perhaps we should leave and explore other options. The styles truly do not fit. Xiaodo, it is not merely about the styles. Regardless of where we sell Dongying's workwear, it will always appear mismatched. The reason I chose this store is due to its spaciousness and upscale nature. It signifies that the owner is affluent. What I seek now is someone who excels in the apparel industry and possesses the capacity to take on that bulk order. Li Minyang's expression turned serious, a warning to Xiaodo that he was not entitled to voice objections. Xiaodo was taken aback by Li Minyang's demeanor, but said nothing, nodding sheepishly. Li Minyang approached Achitlovsky once more. My friend, our clothing is already being sold at the West Plaza, and business is thriving. Just yesterday, we sold nearly 400 pieces. If you have the time, I will be delighted to take you to see it, Li Minyang said, smiling. Xiaodo, not wanting to fall behind, hurried to clarify. However, Achitlovsky merely shook his head, politely expressing that he had no time, and made a gesture for them to leave, which was the utmost courtesy he could extend. He wants us to leave, Xiaodo quickly relayed. Li Minyang grew anxious and produced the previous day's shipping documents, thrusting them before Achitlovsky's eyes while repeatedly asserting, my friend. This is the shipping document from yesterday, clearly indicating how many items were sold. The materials from Dongying are of high quality and reasonably priced. There is absolutely a market for them, so you need not worry about sales. Xiaodo stepped forward, nearly synchronizing his translation. Yet, Achitlovsky's anger mounted, and he reached out, grabbing Li Minyang by the collar and, seizing Xiaodo by the nape, forcefully ejecting them from the store. Li Minyang managed to stand his ground, but the slender Xiaodo fell to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. A crowd quickly gathered around them, pointing and whispering. Xiaodo, are you all right? Is everything okay? Li Minyang rushed over to assist, but Xiaodo pushed his hand away, his emotions surging. Li Zong, I have made it abundantly clear that De is not the same as Huaxia. If the goods are subpar, they simply will not sell. Why must we endure this humiliation? Xiaodo shouted. Xiaodo, I can understand your frustration, and I am willing to offer additional compensation for any distress caused. But you must grasp one fundamental point. I am your employer now. Do not raise your voice at me. If you cannot handle this, you are free to leave. Li Minyang, once in a high position, would not allow Xiaodo to dictate the emotional atmosphere. Xiaodo paused, his eyes widening, and he fell silent. You will adhere to my vision, not your own. As for the injuries sustained earlier, specify an amount you deem appropriate for compensation. If you can continue your translation work, you may remain with me. If not, I shall promptly seek out someone new at Huaran Hotel. With that, Li Minyang stood and departed without looking back, while Xiaodo inhaled deeply and hurried after him, finally gaining clarity on his situation. Li Minyang caught sight of him from the corner of his eye before stepping into the adjacent suit store. Since they were already there, even if the chances of success were slim, it was worth the attempt. Chapter 88. Facing Obstacles. Other stores did not exhibit the same extreme behavior as Achitlovsky, who had physically pushed them, but they all displayed a lack of cordiality, urging the pair to leave promptly. After visiting 4 suit stores, Xiaodo's spirits had plummeted. Though he forced himself to translate, he found that even the courage to speak had been nearly extinguished. To speak candidly, Every time he opened his mouth and saw the disapproving expressions of the Russians, his heart trembled. Xiaodou was astonished. Why was Li Minyang's demeanor so unfazed? Regardless of the disdain they received, upon entering the next store, Li Minyang always wore a beaming smile. Li Zong, shall we not explore the malls? Xiaodou quietly inquired, not daring to express any dissatisfaction with Li Minyang, who seemed under pressure from his earlier reprimands. Li Minyang paused, leaning against the railing as he surveyed the bustling mall. The cacophony around him intensified his sense of pressure. The travel documentation had begun counting time from the moment they left the second state-owned station, and they had encountered bandits along the way, resulting in nearly 10 days of delays. Given the current pace of shipments, even if we estimate selling 500 units per day, we would only manage to sell a few thousand by the time we leave, which is hardly sufficient. Are we really considering disposing of 20,000 units at a loss? However, various complications will arise during the disposal process. Mr. Li? Xiaodou approached slowly and inquired. Where are we headed now? Are we still running around here? Let's visit all the larger stores of Guolibaihe and then proceed to other shopping centers. For lunch, take me to a nice Russian restaurant. Li Minyang smiled, and the sumptuous lunch was primarily to compensate Xiaodou for the grievances they both endured. One cannot simply train without offering a reward. All right. Upon hearing about the feast, Xiaodou finally brightened up and continued leading Li Minyang to the next store. However, before they could enter, the store owner waved them off in annoyance, having stared at them for quite some time. That's quite fortunate. It saves us the trouble of communication. Li Minyang quipped, prompting Xiaodou to shake his head in resigned amusement as they redirected to another shop. Throughout the entire morning, they lingered in the shopping mall. Not only did they fail to make progress, but the store owners also began to grow weary of their presence. News of two Chinese individuals peddling outdated clothing spread, and the way people regarded Li Minyang and Xiaodou transformed into disdain. Mr. Li, this must be quite challenging for you, Xiaodou remarked, genuinely worried for Li Minyang, contemplating whether, given the circumstances, a buyout was feasible. Frankly, he felt that visiting other malls would be futile. In 2 words, a fruitless endeavor. If it were leather jackets or down jackets at a more reasonable price, people would be clamoring to purchase them. However, those work clothes hold no allure whatsoever. One gets used to it, Li Minyang replied nonchalantly as they descended the stairs. The shopping mall remained bustling, as if the entire population of Moscow had congregated there. Xiaodou, why is there no display area in the center of the first floor? Unlike the malls in Huaxia, which would be packed with exhibition stands, leaving only narrow aisles, Li Minyang casually inquired, finding the first floor to be a waste of space. With a vacant area capable of accommodating at least a dozen display stands, generating substantial rental income. Guolibaihe occasionally hosts various musical and dance performances, and a stage is set to be built on the first floor with an event scheduled for next month, Xiaodou explained. Li Minyang abruptly halted, a look of realization crossing his face. Xiaodou, can we rent that empty space on the first floor for a few days? Since there will be performances, they must be open to external rental. Impossible, Xiaodou replied firmly. Organizing performances is a strategy employed by the mall to attract foot traffic, primarily serving the businesses there. How can we conduct clothing discounts on the first floor without the upstairs merchant's approval? Nevertheless, we must verify this matter. There is still some time before lunch. Let us hurry and find the staff here. Li Minyang's enthusiasm rekindled. All right, Xiaodou replied, his tone elongated, feeling exasperated that Li Minyang seemed unable to comprehend straightforward conversation. He had clearly stated the impossibility, yet Li Minyang remained obstinately persistent. Reluctantly, Xiaodou led Li Minyang in a hurried dash toward the mall's administrative area. Finding the relevant person in charge proved rather challenging. The woman at the reception couldn't even be bothered to stand up and merely gestured toward the office inside. Li Minyang and Xiaodou had no choice but to knock and enter rather abruptly. Inside was a man in his 40s, relatively slight of build. Li Minyang maintained a cheerful demeanor, clearly stating their purpose, while Xiaodou translated. We are a merchant from Huaxia and wish to collaborate with your mall by renting the empty space on the first floor for a few days of clothing discount sales. What are your rental fees? Xiaodou conveyed this to the large Russian man. Upon hearing this, the man immediately shook his head. From his expression and demeanor, Li Minyang could easily discern his refusal. As soon as the man finished speaking, Li Minyang hurriedly asked, Xiaodou, what did he say? No rental. Xiaodou shook his head. I suspected as much. Or his exact words. I want to see if there are any details we can renegotiate. Li Minyang spoke rapidly, a stern look crossing his face. Xiaodou, feeling rushed, glanced apologetically at the large Russian man and, exhaling lightly, quickly explained, he simply disagrees. It's impossible. And he wants us to abandon this line of thought. Xiaodou, tell him that for every item sold, We can slip 100 rubles into his personal pocket. Li Minyang proposed, applying his tactics from Huaxia, particularly given the tumultuous backdrop of impending chaos in Russia. That might not be appropriate. Xiao Dou was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Dou, please ask him. Don't worry. I'll offer you more, Li Minyang insisted, his brow furrowing. All right. Xiao Dou steeled himself. Discussing money was always a good approach. After a brief moment of preparation, he conveyed Li Minyang's suggestion verbatim to the large Russian man. As soon as he finished, Li Minyang pretended to amiably pat the man on the shoulder, but in that instant, he slipped several large denomination rubles into the man's pocket. Li Minyang executed this maneuver with ease, as Director Sun was quite experienced. Hey! To their surprise, the large Russian man became extremely agitated, flinging the money back at Li Minyang and yelling vehemently. Xiao Dou had already retreated to the back, while Li Minyang bent down to gather the scattered money, quickly raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. We should leave quickly, Xiao Dou whispered. Let him shout, Li Minyang retorted. In the next moment, the large Russian man bellowed angrily, pointing toward the door. All right, let us get out of here, Xiao Dou urged anxiously. Okay. Li Minyang led Xiao Dou in a hurried escape from the office area. But once they reached the mall, he turned to Xiao Dou and asked, What was that man shouting just now? Mr. Li, do you really want to hear insults? Xiao Dou stared at Li Minyang, realizing this man had a peculiar disposition. I just wanted to understand the rental conditions. Did he say anything? Mostly insults. He doesn't buy into our Huaxia approach, only guaranteeing the rights of the merchants. And he is solely interested in collaborating with them, leaving us with no hope, Xiao Dou roughly translated. Li Minyang pondered this statement, coming to a halt. Chapter 89, A New Turning Point. In any situation, examining matters from a different perspective presents a method of adaptation. Since the mall is designed to serve the merchants, hosting performances and conducting sales activities can indeed be regarded as one and the same. Let us go, Xiao Dou. We must seek out Arkiski. Li Minyang felt invigorated, believing that the largest and best-located store in the entire mall should be inclined to assist them. Huh? Xiao Dou was taken aback and quickly followed behind Li Minyang, pleading. Mr. Li, are we going back? We just got kicked out. That man even pushed me down. He has the worst temper among all the merchants. Xiao Dou. These are two different concepts. This time we're not selling products, but rather bringing him money. Who knows? He might even invite us for a meal, Li Minyang replied, surprisingly relaxed. Bringing money. Xiao Dou was utterly baffled. Why on earth would we give him money? I still shudder at what just happened. At first, Xiao Dou assumed that Li Minyang intended to bribe Arkiski to facilitate communication with the mall staff, which seemed utterly foolish to him. You'll understand soon enough. Hurry. Let us move briskly and not let Arkiski leave, Li Minyang urged, quickening his pace, leaving Xiao Dou to struggle behind, panting, knowing he would only be paid later in the evening. When they arrived at the suit store, Arkiski was just about to exit. Upon seeing the two Chinese again, his expression darkened, and he quickened his pace to leave. They flanked him, and Li Minyang quickly called out, while Xiao Dou gritted his teeth to follow. Resembling two imposing guardians at Arkiski's sides. Sir, I've come this time to bring you money. Li Minyang spoke directly, pausing slightly for Xiao Dou to translate immediately. I'm selling goods and giving you money. You don't need to invest a single ruble. I'm putting money directly into your pocket, hoping you will pause to listen to the cooperation I am proposing. As soon as the words left Xiao Dou's lips, Li Minyang resumed his usual antics, pulling out several large denominations of rubles and stuffing them into Akinsky's pocket. Xiao Dou instinctively leaned away, apprehensive that the situation might mirror the one in the office area. Yet, to his surprise, Akinsky felt the money and slowed his pace, uttering a few words in Russian. Mr. Li, Xiao Dou's voice suddenly escalated. What exactly do you wish to discuss regarding our cooperation? You should inform him that this pertains to the leasing of a floor, Li Minyang replied eagerly. I can offer him the entirety of the profits from the clothing sales. Ask him if he has time to dine together. Making a friend from Huaxia could prove to be quite beneficial. Li Minyang was keenly impatient, noting that it was indeed mealtime. Xiao Dou translated, and although it was a brief exchange, it felt interminable to Li Minyang. In this foreign land, every tiny opportunity seemed immensely precious. He scrutinized the expression of the burly Russian, and after a moment, saw him break into a smile. Mr. Li, he says he can? Xiao Dou echoed, sharing in the joy. Perhaps Akinsky was simply stepping out and welcomed the invitation to dinner, preferring to avoid the expense himself. Or maybe the benefits Li Minyang offered struck a chord. All these coincidences converged upon an undeniable reason, an indomitable spirit to persevere. Xiao Dou, Li Minyang inquired hurriedly. Are there any respectable restaurants in the West Square? Yes, there are. Then let us head to the West Square and inform Akinsky that we have prepared a splendid feast for him there. Li Minyang could not contain his excitement. After Xiao Dou translated, Akinsky nodded in agreement. Long live friendship, Li Minyang exclaimed, patting Akinsky's shoulder amicably, which helped to ease the previously tense atmosphere. The Russian also chuckled and shared a few words. "Mr. Lee," he remarked, "I did not mean any offense earlier. Our actions impacted my business. The suit sales have been challenging of late, while your huaxia down jackets and leather jackets are quite popular. Do you have access to these channels?" As soon as Xiao Dou finished speaking, Li Minyang clapped his hands with enthusiasm. "Quickly inform Akinsky that our workwear sells far better than down jackets and leather jackets. It is more competitively priced, warmer than leather jackets, yet lighter than down jackets. Absolutely fashionable and sure to be a sensation in Moscow." Li Minyang delivered a passionate pitch, raising the workwear in his hands. As Xiao Dou began translating, Akinsky listened intently, breaking into a grin and returning the friendly gesture by patting Li Minyang's shoulder. "Mr. Li," he said, "my friend, I hope we can enjoy a fruitful discussion shortly." Xiao Dou glanced at Li Minyang, who warmly embraced the Russian, feeling a surge of appreciation for how, despite being shown the door earlier, they could now engage in such camaraderie. Soon, they exited the shopping mall. Akinsky had intended to drive, but Li Minyang insisted on ushering him into a taxi. Initially, Xiao Dou was puzzled, genuinely believing Li Minyang's words. "What need is there for a car? A taxi will suffice, and we can return afterward. Driving is exhausting, and perhaps we might enjoy a drink later." Akinsky did not resist Li Minyang's enthusiasm. However, once they were in the vehicle, Li Minyang adopted a different demeanor. "Xiao Dou, remember to instruct the driver to circle around our stall twice when we reach West Square. Don't mention it now, as we don't want Akinsky to feel displeased." "Understood," Xiao Dou replied, realizing Li Minyang's intent in pulling Akinsky into the taxi. If Akinsky were to drive, they would arrive at the restaurant in no time, missing out on their stall altogether. Li Minyang, a seasoned player within the system, had expertly maneuvered the situation. What appeared to be a minor arrangement was, in fact, a strategic groundwork for what was to come. Throughout the ride, Li Minyang maintained friendly conversation, extolling the friendship between Huaxia and Russia, fostering a harmonious and lively atmosphere that even prompted the driver to interject with jovial remarks. "Friend, as we pass my stall, why not take a moment to check it out?" Upon nearing West Square, Li Minyang casually suggested this, leaving no room for refusal. Akinsky nodded in agreement, and Xiao Dou promptly directed the way. It was precisely the lunch hour rush, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. By the time the taxi reached their stall, it was indeed surrounded by a crowd. Ma San was handing out clothes, while Shui Pong Pong collected payments, indicating a thriving business. This peak time, both at noon and during the evening rush, was precisely what Akinsky was witnessing. At that moment, Akinsky's expression grew serious. The clothing being sold at the stall resembled the workwear Li Minyang held, and the business appeared quite prosperous. "My friend," Li Minyang declared, "these work uniforms truly have a market. Over 500 units sold daily, and this is still a relatively obscure location. If placed in the Guokue Baihe shopping mall, sales would soar. Down jackets and leather jackets are ubiquitous, especially with Huaxia's merchants running around selling them. However, quality workwear at a reasonable price is exclusive to my offerings." Li Minyang's words resonated, as the current circumstances differed greatly from those in a shopping mall, allowing Akinsky to absorb the information. The taxi lingered at the stall for some time before departing, while Shui, Pong Pong, and Ma San remained busy, hardly pausing their work. In a more upscale restaurant, Li Minyang arranged for a private room, ordering an impressive array of dishes to host Akinsky. Unfamiliar with the dining etiquette of the Russians, he waited until the main courses arrived, ensuring the Russian driver was sufficiently served before seizing the opportunity to discuss their cooperation. "How shall we collaborate?" To be honest, even Xiao Dou felt bewildered. Was it truly a matter of observing patrons at the stall and then investing a large sum to purchase? That seemed overly simplistic. "Friend, I will assume all the risks in our collaboration," Li Minyang began, fully aware of the concerns the burly Russian harbored. It was akin to organizing an investment meeting for developers, where the attendees worry about urban construction, land bidding prices, and the leniency of district regulations, elements that require careful negotiation to find a mutually acceptable balance. The intricacies of such relationships are far more complex, a challenge that dwarfs the difficulties of the dining table, existing in an entirely different dimension. Currently, the retail price of a work uniform stands at 2,500 rubles, while I can offer you a purchasing price of 2,000 rubles, allowing you to pocket a profit of 500 rubles. Li Minyang's subsequent remarks piqued Akinsky's interest, causing Xiao Dou to hesitate before translating, his eyes conveying a silent warning. Had he perhaps misspoken? "What do you mean giving money away? Are you mad?" "I have already discussed with the mall staff. In the available space on the first floor, they only provide collaboration for merchants. You can utilize your rightful privileges to establish a clothing discount area in your name. Just pay a rental fee, and the mall will likely agree." especially given your substantial rental offer. Moreover, I will cover all rental expenses, and for each item sold, I will provide you with a rebate of 500 rubles, essentially putting money into your pocket. At this juncture, Xiao Dou finally grasped the situation. Li Minyang had seized upon the staff's willingness to serve only their merchants to negotiate with Akinsky. This audacity and unique approach were not common, prompting Xiao Dou to bite his lip as he regarded Li Minyang with newfound respect. Hearing this, Akinsky was finally intrigued. Why not give the prospect of earning money a try? For Li Minyang, regardless of whether they could establish a presence in the mall, he had at least demonstrated to Akinsky the fervor surrounding workwear sales, indicating market acceptance. Even if the garments ultimately had to be sold at a discount, Akinsky would still be a potential customer. The 500 rubles commission represented the profit margin after selling at the standard market price, which, to be candid, is relatively low for the apparel industry. Yet, considering that work uniforms are typically discounted, if they were to delve deeper into profits, it would no longer correlate with discounted sales. Pricing must be approached with care. Mr. Arki, I represent a state-owned enterprise from Huaxia, here to discuss a preliminary collaboration with you. Should this proposal prove viable, I shall continue to supply you with discounted apparel in the future. You must understand that transporting such a substantial quantity of garments to Moscow will necessitate numerous documents from the customs of Greater Russia. Once our partnership is established, you will be the sole channel for selling discounted winter apparel throughout the vast expanse of Greater Russia. You are indeed exceptional. Li Minyang rose, his eyes brimming with sincerity and a palpable sense of responsibility, embodying the commitment of a leader of a state enterprise. Mr. Arki, I believe this represents a mutual opportunity. As you have noted, the sales of suits are declining. Why not explore a novel avenue without any investment? Numerous traders from Huaxia have profited in Greater Russia. If you become an agent, it would effectively eliminate the profits of these traders, which is no insignificant sum. Our immediate objective is to obstruct their avenues. As he spoke with increasing fervor, Li Minyang left Mr. Arki with boundless imaginative possibilities, even inspiring Xiao Dou to reconsider the utility of workwear. Even without inherent advantages, Li Minyang was determined to create an edge for the workwear. If he himself lost faith in this batch of goods, they would inevitably be liquidated at rock-bottom prices, becoming stagnant inventory akin to that in Dongying. At this juncture, with no need for initial investment, it was almost irresistible to attempt, and Li Minyang gradually guided Mr. Arki, providing him with compelling reasons he could not refuse. Mr. Arki smiled, after articulating his thoughts with vivid enthusiasm, placed his hand on Li Minyang's shoulder, a gesture notably friendly. Mr. Li, he agreed to meet with the mall staff this afternoon to negotiate, although it will be quite challenging due to the absence of prior discount zones. Nonetheless, he would exert his utmost effort to assist us, even at a cost. This is primarily for the sake of the friendship between Huaxia and Russia. Xiao Dou promptly translated. Li Minyang's expression hardened at Mr. Arki's remarks, sensing the underlying implications. It seemed that everywhere was the same. One must not assume that other places possess a moral high ground. Human nature is universally consistent. A refusal often stems from either an ill-timed proposal or an inadequate offer, or simply the infeasibility of the arrangement. It occurred to him that the mall staff might have rudely declined because they could not lease to external merchants. Thank you, Mr. Arki. These are the fees for our discussion. I fully comprehend your difficulties, especially given the increasingly challenging nature of the suit business. As he spoke, Li Minyang discreetly slipped a wad of rubles into Mr. Arki's pocket. The Russian merely nodded, nonchalantly attempting to retrieve it. Li Minyang inwardly cursed. After their meal, the trio proceeded to the mall, and in the taxi, Li Minyang expressed his concerns once more. Mr. Arki, your store in the National Power Lily Mall is the largest. They have a greater obligation to serve you. Securing a lease for a vacant area on the first floor is crucial to alleviating the decline in suit sales. This statement prompted Mr. Arki to nod repeatedly, his approval evident as he offered a broader smile towards Li Minyang. Upon arriving at the mall, Li Minyang and Xiao Dou did not accompany Mr. Arki to the office area, instead waiting in his store, where they were treated with refreshments by sales staff. Xiao Dou, if Mr. Arki's negotiations do not bear fruit, we must swiftly seek other malls. As Xiao Dou naively presumed that this collaboration would proceed without issue, Li Minyang cautioned him with a sobering remark. Xiao Dou paused, then nodded, while Li Minyang prepared for a potential markdown sale. Meanwhile, in the mall's office area, Mr. Arki's negotiation style was notably assertive. His exorbitant rent and declining suit sales compelled the mall to devise solutions, demanding a rental reduction as if wielding an AK-47 in confrontation. The staff, expressing their exasperation, heard Mr. Arki propose leasing a vacant area without any fees, which was subsequently approved. The deal was struck. Chapter 91. A toast is in order. Enveloped in the clamor, Li Minyang found himself isolated amidst the incomprehensible Russian language and his solitary condition. He straightened his posture, glancing at Xiao Dou, who was resting against the chair, devoid of anyone to converse with. Economic motivations can analyze any situation. Discounts. Risk management. Li Minyang was confident his negotiation would yield favorable outcomes. As time passed, after sitting in the store for over an hour with drinks long depleted, Mr. Archie returned, exuding joy through his exuberant words. In that moment, Li Minyang sensed good news and quickly urged Xiao Dou to stand. Upon seeing Mr. Archie extend his hand, they reciprocated, marking their first handshake in a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Li, we have succeeded. For just 70,000 rubles, you can occupy the space for a week, equating to 1,000 rubles per day. Xiao Dou, exhilarated, translated the news, inexplicably filled with joy. Perhaps it was the thrill of achieving what seemed impossible, a sense of accomplishment surging within him. Thank you, Mr. Archie. I wish for our collaboration to flourish and for us to achieve mutual success. Li Minyang expressed profound gratitude, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Compared to the West Square, establishing a presence in the National Power Lily Mall would vastly improve the sales environment, as patrons here were genuinely inclined to purchase clothing. Unlike the lottery-like probabilities at West Square, the disparity between these two sales environments was stark. Regarding the daily rental fee of 1,000 rubles, regardless of whether Mr. Archie might take a cut, Li Minyang felt he had no grounds to negotiate, resigning himself to the situation, rationalizing that it was merely human nature. Once Xiao Dou finished translating, Mr. Archie became increasingly amiable, patting Li Minyang's back in a friendly manner. The three then began deliberating the details of the collaboration. Since the mall only serves its tenants, Mr. Archie suggested utilizing the sales staff from his store to handle sales. Li Minyang, however, had a singular request. The day's earnings must first reach his pocket before he distributed any profits to Mr. Archie, given the inherent risks involved in financial dealings abroad. No problem, my friend. Mr. Archie readily acquiesced. They discussed logistics regarding merchandise placement and synchronizing shipping documents. Xiao Dou's workload would be quite heavy the following day. After a brief overview, Mr. Archie led Li Minyang to register with the relevant mall departments. Once all matters were settled, the sky had darkened, and Mr. Archie insisted on personally escorting Li Minyang and Xiao Dou back. As Shui, Pong Pong, and Ma San were laboriously unloading clothes from a truck, they were taken aback to see Li Minyang alight from a luxury vehicle, bidding a warm farewell to a robust Russian man. What's going on? Isn't there a stark contrast here? Has Li Zong established connections in Greater Russia? Minyang, what's the situation? That car looks impressive. Was it comfortable? Shui Pong Pong eagerly approached, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, forever hinting at the possibility of a ride in that vehicle. After a moment, Li Minyang casually inquired, So, how was business today? Not as good as yesterday. Shui Pong Pong lamented, his face falling, reporting that they had only moved a little over 400 units. Compounding the issue, a group of enforcement officers from Greater Russia had arrived and confiscated over 10 items, leaving them too intimidated to intervene. This place is infinitely more chaotic than Huaxia. It's a daily occurrence. No worries, it's simply a normal occurrence. Li Minyang nodded nonchalantly, reassured that prior to the disintegration of Greater Russia, such chaos was to be expected. He patted Pungu's shoulder, offering comfort. As long as the goods remain intact, we can provide them with clothing. Minyang, shall we consider relocating tomorrow? Ideally, somewhere closer to the mall. Workwear still isn't performing well. If we had down jackets or leather jackets, those sought-after items, we could sell over 1,000 pieces in a day. I'm concerned that tomorrow's sales might dwindle even further. Ma San's hands never ceased their toil as he interjected loudly, expressing that the market demand fell short of expectations. Logically, sales should not be declining day by day. If products were not moving, a change of venue would be in order. Let us get to work first. I have something to discuss with you when we return, Li Minyang said, rolling up his sleeves and hastily moving the goods. The sky was darkening, and without the large Russian women present, the labor was far from easy. Xiao Dou, serving as a translator, originally had no obligation to assist with the heavy lifting. Yet, observing Li Minyang, he hesitated briefly before bending down to help. Li Zong, if there's anything you need, just let me know, Xiao Dou said with a smile, eager to ingratiate himself. Today, Li Minyang's aura and dynamic thinking inspired deep admiration within him, and he wished to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Li Minyang smiled in response, not uttering much. He understood interpersonal dynamics too well. How could he not discern Xiao Dou's intentions? Yet, some things must remain unsaid. After returning the goods to the warehouse, the group walked to the inn, where the truck driver still refused to deliver. However, upon their return, Su Haiba was surprisingly waiting at the entrance. "Sugo, what brings you here?" Li Minyang greeted him with a smile. He had rented a spacious room, which was crowded with 7 single beds, capable of accommodating a few more. In the outskirts of Moscow, even more underdeveloped than the second-tier cities of Huaxia, such rural inns typically feature these types of multi-bedrooms. "I couldn't stay alone. I wanted to be with you all. After finishing my errands, I took a taxi over," Su Haiba said, looking fondly at Li Minyang and the others. This life-saving kindness moved him deeply. The emotional reliance he felt was incomparable, even to longtime colleagues at his workplace. "Sugo, your presence livens things up. We were just thinking of you," Li Minyang casually remarked, warming the hearts of those present as he moved to open the door. "I also brought some treats," Su Haiba said excitedly, raising the bag he was holding, filled with Russian delicacies, plenty of sausages, hard bread, and most importantly, vodka. Who would want to unwind with a drink after a long, exhausting day? "Ah, Lao Su, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble," Ma San said with a grin, eagerly taking the bag, as he had a penchant for such indulgences. Once inside, they set up a small table. Relishing the savory sausages and sipping on the strong liquor, a feeling of sheer bliss washed over them. After years of running around, encountering Minyang in this foreign land brought a sense of familiarity. Ma San put down his glass, unable to suppress his heartfelt sentiments. "Minyang, I am truly grateful to have met you on the road. Otherwise, this trip could have been perilous. How will my family manage?" Su Haiba's eyes glistened, easily moved to emotion. "You two are far too courteous. There is no need for such formality among friends. Come, let us have another round." Li Minyang raised his glass, and everyone joined him in another toast. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Schwep Pong Pong smacked his lips before standing up and removing his pants, leaving only his red underwear, rather unkempt. And yet he seemed unabashed. This potent drink had made him break into a sweat. Though Peng Ge felt comfortable, his appearance was indeed rather unsightly. "Peng Ge, you and Minyang are from the same place, right?" Ma San asked seriously. "Oh, we're not just from the same place, but the same courtyard. We practically grew up wearing the same underpants," Schwep Pong Pong exclaimed, attempting to approach Li Minyang, only to find him evading. Li Minyang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Peng Ge was as bold as ever. "By the way, I have something to share. Starting tomorrow, there is no need to go to the West Square. We'll be at the Guokue Baihe shopping mall. The relevant residency agreement has been finalized, and a discount area has been established on the first floor. You all one team need to hawk the goods. There will be dedicated sales staff to ensure the money is collected properly," Li Minyang stated, shifting to business matters. "It's finalized?" Ma San's eyes widened in disbelief, fully aware of how challenging this endeavor was. As a Chinese person operating on Russian soil, obstacles were everywhere. Countless vendors had failed to display their goods in the largest malls. Even being too close would lead to eviction, with most being relegated to distant street corners or flea market discount stores. Directly moving in? What luck! Li Minyang's understated response encompassed all the hardships endured. Su Haiba and Xiao Dou remained silent, yet their perceptions of Li Minyang diverged. His capabilities were undeniable. Only Peng Ge, without any pretentiousness, raised his glass and exclaimed, "What a great development! We must celebrate this." Chapter 92, Little Russian, experienced the terrifying power of commerce. On the 16th day after departing from Fuhai, at Guokue Baihe shopping mall, before the darkness fully descended, the delivery lanes of the mall were already congested, the sounds of honking incessant. And the atmosphere was charged with impatience as the truck Li Minyang rented sat among the chaos. Merchants had to restock within a specified time frame. Strict delivery regulations were in place, contrasting sharply with the management style of Huaxia malls. Staff had repeatedly emphasized that tardiness was intolerable, as if even a second delay could be fatal. Everything felt rushed. "Peng Ge, you don't need to move the goods. Handle the paperwork instead, and let Xiao Dou accompany you. If the counts don't match, the losses will fall upon us," Li Minyang called out, turning to navigate the mall's aisles. He stumbled upon a trash heap and, to his dismay, found a bag containing work uniforms from Dongying. "What disgrace!" Li Minyang cursed inwardly, quickly jogging ahead to place the bag on a nearby cart. Noticing the worker pulling the cart was the very one who had carelessly discarded the goods earlier. He said nothing more, returning his focus to the other laborers, who were in utter disarray, clearly taking advantage of the situation. Only once a Kiskin signed off would they be free from concerns about the goods being pilfered. In that moment, Li Minyang felt immense gratitude toward Zhao Lu for providing him with storage. Otherwise, with so much merchandise, seeking a translator to rent space would have led to significant losses. Ma San also noticed the situation. Having been assisting with the lifting, he jumped down from the truck and closely followed the cart, vigilant and unyielding. Meanwhile, Pong was running back and forth, already drenched in sweat. Finally, around 7:30, all goods were placed in an empty area on the first floor. Yet despite the vigilant oversight of Li Minyang and Ma San, the count still fell short by 50 items. Minyang, what should we do? Pong asked, his forehead glistening with sweat. Just record this quantity for storage. Losing this many is fortunate enough, Li Minyang replied, taking the documentation from Pong and rewriting the total as 4,950. He then approached the salesperson from the suit store to confirm the inventory. After verification, they began hastily setting up the discount area. Following Li Minyang's instructions, Akiskin simply cordoned off a space with caution tape, arranging the work clothes in a basic layout and establishing 2 stacking zones for convenience in selecting sizes. Such discount areas should not be overly extravagant. Instead, they needed to evoke a sense of affordability to stimulate consumer interest. The consistency of the sales pitch was paramount, such as, the Dongying factory in Huaxia has shut down, and manager Sun has fled with his sister-in-law. Items originally priced over 4,000 or 5,000 rubles are now only 2,500. The more exaggerated the language, the better. Do we really have to shout it like that? Akiskin asked, observing Li Minyang's serious demeanor, bursting into laughter, especially considering how awkward it would sound in Russian. Yet, it seemed to possess a certain rhythm, quite engaging. Mr. Akiskin, it's not just about shouting. We must also emphasize body language. The sense of loss we feel should be vividly expressed, Li Minyang animatedly described, slapping his thigh and even demonstrating, with Xiao Dou translating with equal fervor. Arkiski acquiesced to Li Minyang's request, and soon several salespeople surrounded him and Xiao Dou, diligently absorbing the sales rhetoric. After conveying these instructions, Li Minyang hurriedly approached Pong to impart additional advice. Peng Yi, you must remain at the store at all times. On one hand, you'll handle the cash register, and on the other, you must adopt a woeful demeanor, embodying the spirit of a destitute worker from a bankrupt state-owned enterprise. Here, let me tidy up your collar a bit. What? Before Peng Yi could register his surprise, Li Minyang had already taken action, tugging at his collar and instantly diminishing his image. Fortunately, Peng Yi's face bore the marks of a recent altercation, rendering him comically pitiful, truly a stroke of fortune for us. Ma San nodded approvingly from the side, earnestly praising the scene. What do you mean, fortunate? You're not upset that I got beat up? Pong trembled like a frightened pup, utterly astonished that these two could utter such heartless words. Though he felt a pang of sympathy, it indeed proved useful. Li Minyang, with a nonchalant tone and a dismissive expression, turned to leave. Meanwhile, Pong gazed at the retreating figures of Li Minyang and Ma San, unable to shake off his feelings of hurt. His heart truly ached. That little chick, who had captured his attention for so long, was now ensnared by the insidious Ma San. As a marketplace officially opened, the discount area was fully prepared, and Li Minyang stood above, scrutinizing the scene below with a profoundly contemplative expression. Ah, the simple Russian folk, behold the prowess of the merchants from Wenzhou. He recalled how a mere magical slogan had propelled an ordinary, obscure brand to fame throughout the nation. At that moment, Arkiski was engaged in conversation with others nearby, his booming voice unmistakable. Li Zong, the other merchants are asking whether Arkiski is purchasing goods from the Chinese, mocking us. Those clothes are surely unwanted. Xiao Dou quickly leaned in to whisper to Li Minyang. What did Arkiski say? Li Minyang glanced at Arkiski, who was laughing unabashedly with a group of Russians. He claims to have bought only 5,000 pieces of merchandise, just to test the waters. Huh, Li Minyang scoffed coldly. I anticipate that Arkiski will soon retract his statement. Just wait. With effective marketing and an appropriately cultivated atmosphere, the advantages of our low prices will become evident. When it comes to materials, work uniforms are far superior to jackets and downcoats. They are, after all, intended for enterprises, and in these times, one must be particularly discerning in this regard. Minyang. Arkiski, having learned a phrase of Chinese, strode over to Li Minyang's side and began to rattle off a lengthy discourse. Li Zong. Arkiski says that if sales are disappointing, he will not relent on the entry fees, nor will he reduce the commission owed to him. Xiao Dou translated accurately. It seemed that little Arkiski was still skeptical about the work uniforms, unaware of just how audacious the merchants from Wenzhou could be. Li Minyang chuckled lightly. Xiao Dou informed him that not a single cent of the due payments will be diminished. After hearing this, Arkiski nodded in satisfaction, resting a hand on Li Minyang's shoulder as they both gazed down at the discount area. A fixed income of 10,000 rubles, plus a 500 ruble rebate for each piece. Arkiski was unconcerned with how much Li Minyang would profit. He was solely focused on how much he could pocket today without investment. Observing the situation of the West Square, selling around 200 pieces seemed feasible, perhaps even fewer. This Chinese merchant is bound to incur a loss. Arkiski's smile grew increasingly broad, aligning with the other merchants, who held little faith in those work uniforms. They regarded Li Minyang with disdain, thinking, what value can a mere Chinese person provide? Chapter 93. Just a small fracas. Gradually, more shoppers began to frequent the mall. The discount area on the first floor was exceedingly conspicuous, drawing immediate attention. As patrons approached, the loud Russian announcement blared from the speakers. The Huaxia garment factory has gone bankrupt, and the owner has fled with his sister-in-law. Work uniforms originally priced at over 4,000 to 5,000 are now only 2,500. The voice of the largest Russian woman, specially chosen for her vocal prowess, resonated through the air, and all the salespeople in the discount store echoed this script. As consumers turned to the cash register, they indeed saw a Chinese man seated there, his cheeks swollen, clothes disheveled, his gaze vacant, occasionally letting out a long sigh. Such a strong sense of immersion. Everything felt genuine. The man's boss and sister-in-law had truly fled. The first wave of customers, having perused the discount area, found the fabric undeniably thick, pure cotton, and with the weather turning cool, they quickly made several purchases. A resounding success. Arkiski and Li Minyang observed the unfolding scene below. Well, it's not bad, Arkiski remarked. Though initially, they had thought it was merely luck. Their conversation remained light-hearted and jovial. However, as time passed, the crowd within the mall continued to swell. The current state of the Russian light industry was such that even people from the suburbs had to resort to using heavy paper for hygiene. This peculiar socioeconomic backdrop had given rise to such phenomena. The activities of the opportunists had never been synonymous with discounts. Although prices were slightly lower than in the mall, they were still comparable. Yet, with such a tragic story surrounding the discount area, there was no way consumers would pass up the opportunity. Shui Pongpong could scarcely sit still. As a long line formed at the cash register, customers eagerly stuffing money into bags, Ma San rushed in to assist. As long as people entered the mall, they gravitated towards the discount area, with most intending to purchase several items. To be honest, the level of popularity was not only surprising to Arkiski. Even Li Minyang found it beyond his expectations, far better than anticipated. After a moment's pause, Arkiski pondered before retreating into the store, quickly returning with drinks for Li Minyang and Xiaodou. Look at that, he asked, quite attentive. Li Minyang thought. Li Zong, business is booming, Xiaodou exclaimed excitedly, grasping Li Minyang's arm. Initially, he thought the tale of the fleeing owner and sister-in-law was cliché and laughable, yet the outcome proved remarkably effective. Our work uniforms are indeed fine products, Li Minyang replied with a casual air, though internally he was brimming with exhilaration. Those stacks of cash were destined for his pocket. He was determined to cut off the opportunist's lucrative route. Arkiski handed Li Minyang a drink, and his demeanor shifted notably, becoming exceedingly warm. As the crowd in the mall swelled, all the store owners could no longer remain idle, peering curiously at the bustling discount area. Such fervor was undeniable. It would be disingenuous not to feel envious. If a few Chinese merchants were truly leasing the space, it would surely disrupt their businesses. However, it was currently Arkiski managing the discount of his own goods, and no one had any right to protest, nor would they dare. Shortly thereafter, the owner of the adjacent suit store approached Li Minyang, politely engaging him in conversation. But Arkiski suddenly erupted in fury, angrily shouting several times and pushing the owner aside, who had no choice but to leave in irritation. Was he trying to negotiate a partnership with me? Li Minyang inquired. Yes, but Arkiski explicitly warned that he has already purchased all our merchandise, Xiaodou replied. Huh. We were the ones who sought them out. Now it seems they're the ones seeking us, and all this in just 2 days. Li Minyang leaned against the railing, gazing at the discount area, which was now teeming with customers. He couldn't help but chuckle, feeling the pressure that had once weighed heavily on him finally lift. Business truly flourished. If it continued at this pace, they might clear out the stock in a week. Xiaodou mused. Though his assessment was realistic, Shui Pongpong and Ma San had been tirelessly collecting money without a moment's pause. Business is thriving, Li Minyang declared. Xiaodou, mark my words. Tomorrow Arkiski will certainly impose various demands and attempt to drive down our prices. What? Xiaodou exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback. It is but a natural sentiment. After all, this is indeed their territory. Li Minyang glanced at a Kiskage, and the two exchanged friendly smiles. Xiaodou stood by, perplexed, unable to comprehend why. If Chairman Li's concerns were genuine, he could smile so cheerfully at a Kiskage, as if the earlier incident were merely a casual remark. Throughout the day, Shui Pongpong and Ma San had been so engrossed in their work that they neglected to eat, completely absorbed in the influx of funds until the mall closed. With only a few scattered customers remaining in the discount area, eventually ushered out by the staff. At that moment, a Kiskage had mysteriously disappeared, and Li Minyang decided to head to the discount area, though he still had to wait for his balance. Upon Li Minyang's appearance, Shui Peng bounded over with the exuberance of a child, exclaiming, "Minyang, we VE struck gold. Do you know how many uniforms we VE sold? A staggering 572 pieces. Calculate how much rebate we owe a Kiskage, not to mention the 10,000 rubles in rental fees." Li Minyang shook his head with an amused smile, thinking that a Kiskage had underestimated him with that figure. All right then, Shui Peng dashed back to the cash register, eagerly calculating the figures. Just from today's sales in the mall, it amounted to over 1.4 million in Huaxia currency, a truly astronomical sum. Although the notion of a millionaire has lost its luster, the average wage remains merely a couple of hundred, with a cost of 30 per item from Dongying. Even if every bit of profit went to Sun Shuwei, the total cost would still only be 810,000, leaving Li Minyang with a tangible profit of 600,000. This exemplifies the enormous profits that traders seek in the current economic climate, yet compared to Lao Mu's methods, which netted him 1.8 billion in a single transaction, Li Minyang's endeavors seemed trivial by comparison. Even if he sold 3,000 pieces a day, he would almost clear the stock in a week. Xiao couldn't help but reflect on this. At that moment, a Kiskage hurried back, not rushing to demand payment, even though the profit from each piece at 500 rubles would suffice for several years' earnings. Instead, he enveloped Li Minyang in a hearty embrace, his expression tinged with regret. Following this, he uttered a few words, and Li Minyang surmised the nature of his announcement, while Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if he had heard something utterly incredible. "Chairman, just as you guessed, a Kiskage said the mall will no longer allow leasing, and the other merchants do not agree." Xiao looked at Li Minyang in astonishment. "Huh," Li Minyang scoffed, his gaze toward a Kiskage cold and piercing as if it were a blade. Chapter 94, Willing to Accept. "Punya, you were quite aggrieved at first, complaining about Chairman Li teasing you about your swollen face. Look at you now, unable to contain your smile. At the cash register, Masen couldn't help but tease Shui Peng. To be honest, the feeling of stuffing a sack full of money is incredibly exhilarating. Although this money doesn't belong to me, the scent of wealth is intoxicating. What do you know? I can be both yielding and assertive." Shui Peng replied, his face a mask of indignation. "Punya, not only is your face large, but it's also thick-skinned." Ma San shook his head, increasingly convinced of Shui Peng's talent. "Quickly calculate a Kiskage's share," Shui Peng urged, burying his head in the calculations. Suddenly, a jarring noise erupted from one side of the discount area, drawing everyone's attention. They witnessed a tall Chinese man overturning the clothes from the shelves. Li Minyang's fury caught a Kiskage off guard, his brow furrowing, his expression darkening. "Mr. Kiskage, there is no need for such theatrics. I have extended my utmost sincerity in discussing our collaboration. If you resort to such petty tricks, then there is truly no need for cooperation." Li Minyang shouted vehemently. Xiao echoed his tone in translation, mirroring his gestures and expressions with uncanny precision. Deeply immersed in the moment. At this juncture, those who prospered in Great Russia were essentially engaged in a gamble. Indeed, a gamble, and that description is by no means exaggerated. The chaos of the disintegration period cannot be encapsulated in mere words. To put bluntly, the Russians scorn the impoverished Huaxia people. They can turn hostile in an instant, displaying a complete lack of integrity. Li Minyang was acutely aware that the moment he slipped money to a Kiskage, he became a piece of meat in the latter's eyes. Yet it was only through such means that negotiations could proceed. However, how could Li Minyang allow himself to be at the mercy of a Russian? Seeing such a commotion, it was akin to a brawl, prompting Shui Peng and Ma San to rush over. Tomorrow, I could forego the discount area. But with such a booming sale of uniforms at 2,000 rubles, do you truly believe other merchants wouldn't seize the opportunity? Li Minyang paused for a moment, allowing Xiao to finish translating before continuing. "A Kiskage, I understand your intentions. You undoubtedly wish to leverage your dominance to pressure me into lowering prices, thereby acquiring the batch of uniforms at a discount. Huh, do you see only this part? You previously extolled the friendship between China and Russia, and I believe we have become friends. Now, I can offer you a discount if you simply ask, but do you intend to treat this merely as a one-time transaction? You must know that only I possess quality uniforms at reasonable prices. Only I can deliver large quantities to Moscow. Now, with my Chinese face, everyone in this mall recognizes me. If I were to relinquish the opportunity for representation to others, they would welcome me with open arms. But at present, my friend, I feel no sense of security here. All I sense is deceit. Li Minyang stepped forward, audaciously tapping a Kiskage on the chest. Xiaodo hesitated slightly, but out of a sense of responsibility, positioned himself on the opposite side of the Russian, also raising his hand to pat and translate simultaneously. This Xiaodo is quite astute. Ma San mused. Having been a trader for many years, he dared not speak harshly to a Russian, especially one of such stature. Gradually, a Kiskage's expression shifted from shock to a forced smile, and he embraced Li Minyang warmly. Mr. Li, he is apologizing and explaining that this is merely a business matter and not his responsibility. He will assist us in selling the goods regardless, and he is willing to accept the 2,000 ruble acquisition price. Xiaodo's brow lifted involuntarily, unable to conceal his excitement. To our enduring friendship. Li Minyang responded with an equally warm embrace. Ultimately, all matters converge upon economic motivations. This is the path forward, whether in the past or the future, with economic competition remaining the core driving force. A truth Li Minyang understood profoundly. Thus, he crafted his persona into an irreplaceable entity, possessing value, and gradually elevating his standing, granting him sufficient leverage to express his grievances. A Kiskage wishes to treat us all to a meal, Xiaodo announced joyfully. Then let us go. Li Minyang smiled gently, glancing at Ma San and Peng Ye in the distance, knowing that hard times were coming to an end. After settling the accounts and handing a sack of money to a Kiskage, the Russian man laughed heartily for quite some time, showing no restraint in his emotions. Subsequently, a Kiskage took the initiative to invite Li Minyang and his group, and Peng Ye finally sat in the luxurious car he had long desired. Throughout the journey, a Kiskage maintained a warm demeanor, seemingly striving to ingratiate himself. Everyone in the vehicle, including Ma San and Xiaodo, could sense it. At this moment, in a Kiskage's eyes, Li Minyang was indeed a prized asset, a veritable tree of wealth. Mr. Li, a Kiskage is asking you if the story about the discount area is true, that the factory manager truly ran off with his sister-in-law. If that is the case, it would be utterly unbelievable. Look at what a Kiskage is asking. Do you think I, a pragmatic individual, would concoct such tales? Li Minyang shot a disdainful glance at a Kiskage, then nodded seriously and recounted. The former manager was Sun Shuwei, who absconded with his sister-in-law with the funds. I am now managing Dongying. That Sun manager is quite bald. I cannot fathom how his sister-in-law could have been attracted to him. His words elicited uproarious laughter from a Kiskage. At the dining table, it was a Chisky who eagerly broached the topic of acquisition and representation. The astonishing sales figures from that day were enough to stir excitement in anyone. Achisky's intentions were crystal clear. He was amenable to a purchase price of 2,000 rubles, but insisted on establishing a new mode of collaboration. Henceforth, all shipments from Li Minyang to Great Russia must pass through him. Li Minyang readily acquiesced, once again extolling the virtues of friendship. This work attire had the potential to become valuable, yet it might also turn into a double-edged sword. There was always the risk of an administrative official from Great Russia arriving unexpectedly to seize all your goods. What grounds would you have to contest such an action? Ensuring the money was securely in hand was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Li Minyang had but one stipulation. He needed to see Achisky's money first, to which Achisky responded without hesitation. Let us proceed according to the customs of Huaxia, he said, as Li Minyang raised his glass. Achisky swiftly followed suit, and the group drank heartily. Li Minyang was not an ordinary individual. Ma San put down his glass, his gaze repeatedly drawn to Li Minyang. He had encountered many, yet none possessed his audacity, determination, and intellect. Ma San, why do you stare? Shui Peng leaned in, filling Ma San's line of sight with his broad face. Get lost. Ma San retorted, turning his head away dismissively. Li Minyang took another shot of strong liquor, appearing nonchalant, yet who could fathom the thoughts weighing on his mind? Chapter 95. A pile of money like a small hill. The following day, in a sealed warehouse, a sliver of light filtered through the cracks of the door, accompanied by heavy, labored breathing that persisted for quite some time. Xiaodo, Ma San, you have been of immense help. Please take your wages yourself. Li Minyang spoke in a low voice, yet no one responded. Outside, a few sharp bird calls broke the silence, leaving the warehouse enveloped in quietude. The group sat in a circle, their eyes fixed on a pile of money that resembled a small hill. Just moments ago, Achisky had settled all payment for the goods with Li Minyang, and the money stacked on the ground was the result, coupled with yesterday's revenue. A staggering 45 million rubles lay before them. Although the largest denomination was 1,000 rubles, the sheer volume was visually overwhelming, causing Li Minyang a momentary daze. Note, in 1991, the largest denomination issued was 1,000 rubles, but by 1992, a new 10,000 ruble note was introduced. marking the beginning of the ruble's economic decline. Ma San, Shui, Peng Peng, and Xiao Dou sat in a corner, their expressions blank. It was the first time they had ever seen such a sum. This amounted to over 8 million Huaxia yuan, while the average salary at that time was only 1 or 200 rubles. What a concept! Excluding the cost price of 810,000 from Dongying. Li Minyang had profited 7 million rubles from this transaction. However, one could not ignore the fact that such a large sum could easily incite betrayal among brothers, leading to backstabbing. Li Minyang briefly pondered this issue. Passing this hurdle and successfully returning the money to Huaxia was what truly constituted safety. Ma San, Xiao Dou, go collect your money, Li Minyang urged once more. Xiao Dou looked to Ma San, hesitating, unsure of how much to take, his mind swirling with other thoughts. They sat in silence for a while until Ma San finally cleared his throat and spoke. Minyang, initially, we agreed that I would receive a commission based on the goods sold, but Peng Peng and I hardly sold many items at the market. The goods sold in the shopping mall had nothing to do with me. I was merely a cashier. I really contributed very little, so I don't know how much I should take. You decide. Our bond is worth more than money. In crucial moments, Ma San still knew how to speak. Playing the emotional card, having traversed the south and north as a trader for many years, he understood the nuances of human relationships. Li Zong, Xiao Dou interjected after some contemplation. Speaking earnestly, I contributed little, but I truly dedicated myself to translating for you. The past few days have enriched my knowledge immensely, which I consider invaluable. As for the amount, you can decide. Xiao Dou was not merely a student abroad for nothing. He understood the subtleties of the situation, realizing that if they asked for too much, it might displease Li Minyang, and if they asked for too little, they could regret it later. Allow me to handle this, Li Minyang said, rising to grab 2 bundles of rubles and tossing them to Xiao Dou and Ma San. Both men displayed surprise, their eyes reflecting confusion and anxiety, as if silently protesting that they were unworthy of such sums. Li Zong, you've given too much, they exclaimed, yet they clutched the money tightly. Each bundle contained 100,000 rubles, nearly 20,000 Huaxia yuan. Ma San, isn't this more than you typically earn in a single trip as a trader? Li Minyang asked with a smile, knowing the importance of sharing wealth generously. Absolutely, it's definitely more, Ma San nodded vigorously, though he was struggling to contain his excitement. On my best trip, I'd earn around 6 or 7,000 Huaxia yuan. And you, Xiao Dou, are you satisfied? Li Minyang inquired, teasingly. Li Minyang felt quite pleased with Xiao Dou's performance during the negotiations, especially when he had stepped up to challenge Chizki. Li Zong, I am exceedingly satisfied, Xiao Dou replied, his voice trembling with excitement. In the past, when mingling with Shui, Peng Peng, and Ma San, he had felt a bit proud of his knowledge. But now he resembled a devoted subordinate. However, this money feels like a hot potato. I Haven Tea contributed enough, and feel I Haven Tea performed exceptionally well. Li Zong, during your time away from Great Russia, please allow me to accompany you as your translator and protector, Xiao Dou declared earnestly. Despite his youth, he was quite adept at flattery. Ma San shot Xiao Dou a disdainful glance. All right, noted, Li Minyang responded coolly, then turned his gaze to Shui Peng Peng. Peng Ge, you've been with us from the start of this venture. I will distribute your share when we return. For now, take a few thousand rubles to spend. Li Minyang tossed a stack of rubles towards Shui Peng Peng. Minyang, you know what we are to each other, Shui Peng Peng exclaimed, receiving the money and staring at it in a daze, momentarily lost in thought. Previously, he had been scraping by with just a few coins, and now he was suddenly confronted with such extravagance. What else with the long faces? You should be happy to have this money, Li Minyang chuckled, causing Ma San and Xiao Dou to break into smiles, the atmosphere lightening considerably. By the way, Xiao Dou, what is your full name? We've known each other for so long, yet I don't even know your name. Li Minyang recalled and inquired. My surname is Su, and my given name is Dou. Li Zong, you could just call me Xiao Dou. It sounds friendly, he replied cheerfully, leaning forward as if valuing Li Minyang's words greatly. He understood clearly that someone like Li Minyang was not to be underestimated in his homeland. Perhaps aligning with him could yield benefits. Sudom nice. By the way, Peng Peng, we have a kid named Mao Dou in our courtyard. Li Minyang suddenly remembered that child. What? Mao Dou? Who? Shui Peng Peng frowned, puzzled. The one you frequently bully, Li Minyang remarked. Come on, his name is Hao Edo. Have you forgotten that? That kid follows you around every day. Didn't you say he helped move goods that night? And you dare call him Mao Dou? Shui Peng Peng exclaimed, full of disdain. Ha ha, it just slipped out, Li Minyang laughed heartily. Subsequently, the 4 men lingered in the warehouse for a considerable time, their laughter echoing as they contemplated how to spend their newfound wealth and enjoy the exotic charms of a foreign land. Yet, in the recesses of Li Minyang's mind, a thorn remained lodged. how to transport such a substantial sum of money back home from Moscow without complications. It was feasible to carry some on their person, and offering a few bribes would not attract much scrutiny from the authorities here, but paled in comparison to the total amount. Should he seek Zhao Lu's assistance again? Perhaps finding him would be another challenge. Ma San, is it difficult to exchange this money for rice you want to take back? Li Minyang's sudden inquiry shattered the joyful atmosphere. Ma San furrowed his brow tightly, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling a single word. Difficult. How much will be deducted? Li Minyang pressed on. The amount is too substantial. I'm not entirely sure. There is a chance that the people here in Great Russia might take a significant cut. Their hearts can be quite ruthless, Ma San murmured, casting a shadow over Li Minyang. Chapter 96. Was it premeditated? After liquidating the goods, Li Minyang felt an overwhelming pressure. Upon returning to the hotel, he locked the door tightly. He didn't even step out of the room to enjoy himself. When night fell, Su Haiba returned to find a room full of people, initially fearing something was amiss. Why are you all back so early? Did you not sell the goods? Su Haiba inquired hastily, carrying 2 bottles of vodka and a bag full of prepared food. Aware that Minyang and Peng Peng would be exhausted from labor and thus had bought extra provisions. Brother Su, the goods have all been sold, Li Minyang replied, sitting up on the bed with a smile. Dressed in a bright red pair of shorts, Shui Peng Peng slipped over to grab the alcohol and food, while Ma San remained reclined on the bed, puffing on his cigarette and waving a hand in greeting. Little Doe, somewhat shy, nodded and smiled at Su Haiba. All sold? You mean the entire warehouse is cleared out? Su Haiba quickly took a seat beside Li Minyang, astonished. Yes, everything's gone. I had a shop owner purchase it all, Li Minyang said casually. And the money? Su Haitao asked, thinking that with such a large quantity of goods, they must have made a considerable profit. Even if they had to sell at a lower price, surely it would amount to at least 10 million rubles? Under the bed, Li Minyang pointed. Su Haiba immediately bent down to look and gasped, wow, so much? Minyang, how much did you sell it for? The total for that batch of goods came to over 45 million rubles, all under the bed, Li Minyang whispered, gesturing toward the door, indicating that they might be overheard. Such a large quantity sold at once. Did the buyer not negotiate the price? They really bought it at 2,000 rubles each? That seems impossible. Su Haiba expressed his doubts, finding it hard to believe. While his primary role was product supervision, he was quite familiar with the trade sector, especially in apparel, having had business dealings before 1990 and being sensitive to pricing. Brother Su, the receipts are all here. The quality of the work uniforms is excellent. And we coincidentally encountered a buyer with discerning taste, Li Minyang said, handing over the agreements from his folder. Su Haitao examined them closely and indeed found the figure of 2,000 rubles. Minyang, you're quite remarkable. This is impressive, Su Haiba exclaimed, grabbing Li Minyang's arm, increasingly convinced of the young man's exceptional abilities. Not only are you honest and bold, but you also possess great intellect. Brother, you flatter me. Right now, I am facing a significant challenge. I don't know how to proceed. The over 1,000 workers at the factory are depending on me to bring back the money. They haven't been paid in nearly half a year. However, Li Minyang's expression suddenly turned as tense as if he were constipated, as he vividly recalled Su Haiba mentioning that this trip to Great Russia was not solely for product quality inspection, but also to secure new orders. This information could be simply understood as Su Haiba representing the company to procure a batch of goods from Great Russia. Given the trade relationship, there must be a formal procedure involved, widely applied to legal and legitimate products. Thus, the goods Li Minyang purchased in Great Russia would enter the inventory of the company Su Haiba was liaising with, which would then be bought back by the enterprise where Su was employed, with Li Minyang effectively footing the bill, but under the guise of the company. This way, not only would the issue of rubles be resolved without the need to exchange for rice yuan, but the entire channel for the goods would also be secured, with all procedures in place and legitimate. Li Minyang had a habitual knack for capturing fragmented information and transforming it into advantageous support for himself. Minyang, what troubles are you facing? Su Haiba adjusted his glasses, concern etched on his face. How am I supposed to bring this money back? I don't know anyone here in Great Russia. Brother Su, to be honest, my travel documents will expire in a week, and I truly have no viable options. As he spoke, Li Minyang had already tightly grasped Su Haiba's hand. He could deduce that someone as astute as Zhao Lu would likely offer limited assistance if approached directly, so it was better to let the other party inquire first. However, with Su, one had to take the initiative. Only then would he feel compelled to assist. This situation is indeed troublesome. The customs here in Great Russia are notoriously chaotic. There is a real risk of losing a significant portion of the money. Su Haiba expressed with worry. Brother Su, you must help me. In this foreign land, I can only rely on you. Otherwise, It would be akin to pushing me to the brink, forcing over 1,000 factory workers into despair. Li Minyang's tone suddenly escalated, the atmosphere growing tense as he thrust all the pressure on Su Haiba, with Shui Pengpeng also leaning in, still clad in his bright red shorts. Minyang, how can I assist you? Su Haiba asked urgently. Brother Su, I recall you mentioning that on this trip to Great Russia, you also needed to procure some items to take back. Could I possibly borrow your company's procedures to help me purchase some goods to bring back to Huaxia? Li Minyang implored. Yet, in the next moment, the room fell into an eerie silence, and Su Haiba's expression turned grave, deep furrows forming on his forehead. All four pairs of eyes fixed intently on Su. After a brief pause, Su Haiba finally spoke with difficulty. Minyang, regarding our friendship, you shouldn't feel refused when you ask me for anything. However, the company's procurement has explicit requirements regarding quantity and type. I cannot simply buy whatever I please. Brother Su, there is always room for flexibility, Li Minyang urged, inching closer to Su Haiba as they sat tightly together. Whether it's your company or the one you're liaising with in Great Russia, the goal is profit. I can offer benefits to both sides. You merely need to file it with the company or vouch for it. And it can be an arrangement that ensures a fixed profit without any investment, which will be permissible. Li Minyang was well versed in this process, having previously managed tax affairs and interacted with numerous enterprises before gaining his credentials. Su Haiba paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, primarily based on his trust in Li Minyang. Perhaps it was worth attempting to act as a guarantor this once. It was just a simple transaction after all. The thought process had shifted. So, what do you plan to buy from Great Russia? Su Haiba inquired. Watches. Li Minyang replied almost without hesitation, as though he had anticipated this step all along. At that moment, the most fashionable watch was none other than the Ural Aviation brand from Great Russia, which had won a gold quality award, with export volumes reaching 2 billion during the 1980s and 1990s. Although the era of 3 turns and 1 chime had long passed, in a time devoid of mobile electronics, watches remained a coveted necessity. Especially since Great Russia had yet to disband, the brand influence of Ural Aviation watches remained robust, akin to hard currency that would sell effortlessly upon return. Watches are fine. Minyang, since you suggested it, I'll certainly act as a guarantor for the company. It's merely a matter of passing through the accounts, Su Haiba stated earnestly, placing great importance on the matter. Is the issue resolved then? Ma San, who had been listening nearby, was nearly astonished. Previously, he had thought Li Minyang was merely fighting for Su Haiba out of loyalty, genuinely valuing that friendship in a foreign land. Now, hearing this conversation, could it be that there was an ulterior motive all along? This person was indeed quite extraordinary. Ma San mused, gazing at Li Minyang in a daze, who appeared so innocuous. Thank you, Brother Su. It's been quite difficult at the factory. Minyang has truly sacrificed so much, Shui Pengpeng lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Ma San felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Was this Punga really crying? These two were simply remarkable,